A mysterious horror game has descended upon the world, randomly selecting millions of players to enter a terrifying realm. Player Zhang Yao awakened to a sign-in system, discovering he could hear the thoughts of malevolent spirits. The butcher ghost brandished a cleaver, arrogantly addressing Zhang Yao. "Brother, shall we play a game of chopping people?" Zhang Yao, with a glowing hand, confidently countered, "How about we play a game of electric fun?" The butcher ghost fell silent. Without hesitation, Zhang Yao unleashed a bolt of lightning upon the butcher ghost, causing it to crackle and sizzle. The audience watching the live stream was left in utter astonishment. In this chilling game, Zhang Yao thrived while other players struggled merely to survive. He had become a formidable force. Until one day, he discovered that the game world began to merge with reality. Chapter 1. The Horrific World, the Horror Game 2.0 officially activates. Players successfully summoned. When a cold prompt echoed in his mind, Zhang Yao found himself alongside others in a blank world. The summoned players exhibited profound despair, for this was not the first occurrence of such a horror game. 1 year prior, millions vanished overnight in Huagua, coinciding with the emergence of a live streaming app known as S. The content featured the lost millions participating in a horrifying game. Within a single day, tens of thousands fell victim to malevolent spirits, and although officials sought the organizers or the event's location, their efforts proved futile. They could only hire professionals to explain strategies for evading the ghosts. The arrival of version 2.0 indeed heightened Zhang Yao's anxiety. You will enter random dungeons. Each completed dungeon will be rated, and the higher your score, the greater your rewards. If killed by NPCs, players will vanish forever. 50. Zhang Yao felt despondent. Survival was paramount. Ding! Sign-in system activated. The host has one sign-in opportunity each day to receive random rewards. At that moment, Zhang Yao heard the system's prompt. System. His heart leaped with joy. Having read countless novels, he recognized the potential of such a system. Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 9 Heavens Thunder Technique. 9 Heavens Thunder Technique. Unyielding and mighty, it shields the body with thunder, banishing evil spirits. When mastered, it can summon the 9 heavens profound thunder, cleaving mountains and seas, rendering it omnipotent. Characteristic: restrains malevolent spirits. When struck by the 9 Heavens Thunder Technique, spirits will experience a temporary paralysis. Current: host 9 Heavens Thunder Technique is at level 1. It can absorb the essence of ghosts to enhance its level. 9 Heavens Thunder Technique. As the cold prompt resounded, the crowd around him stirred once more. The game is now capturing random dungeons. Capture successful. Loading destination. Completion condition: remain in the KTV for 4 hours or have the female ghost sing a song. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a basic item. Item: a music player. Note: in this eerie and terrifying world, playing elegant love songs can be quite delightful. What the hell? Coming here to cultivate one's sentiments. Zhang Yao couldn't help but scoff, glancing at the foul-smelling KTV room. Wishing to escape the stench overwhelmed any lingering fear. A shadow flickered on the sofa, gradually taking shape. Meanwhile, outside, news of the horror game reopening sent throngs of people rushing into the live stream. Zhang Yao's stream was no exception, attracting a large crowd eager for entertainment. However, upon entering, they were greeted by a female ghost with her back turned to Zhang Yao. The wailing sobs, combined with scattered entrails and the ominous atmosphere, sent chills down their spines. No way, dude, it's this intense right from the start. I'm starting to regret coming to this stream. The crying has scared the wits out of me. Look at the player, he's so scared he can't even move. All eyes turned to Zhang Yao, who was nonchalantly picking his nose. Viewers were baffled. This guy doesn't seem frightened at all. Isn't he supposed to be terrified and begging for mercy? This is not how I imagined it at all. And the ghost is crying so earnestly. Can't he at least show some respect? In the horror world, Zhang Yao flicked a booger in the direction of the female ghost and impatiently shouted, "Can you stop crying? It's deafening. Every day with the wailing. If you aren't annoyed, I certainly am." He approached and yanked the ghost around to face him. A face marred by scars appeared, and the female ghost glared at Zhang Yao with malice, beginning to howl. "No one can interrupt my singing. No one can." Flesh began to fall from her scarred face, and the stench erupted, nearly making Zhang Yao retch. This ghost wailing, and you call that singing? What a joke. He leaped back, a faint blue light emanating from his palm, and with a swift motion infused with lightning, he struck. The ghost was sent tumbling through the air, landing heavily while spewing blood, her gaze towards Zhang Yao now clearer. Viewers erupted in excitement as they witnessed Zhang Yao's decisive action against the ghost. While other players are engaged in a battle of wits, this guy just delivers a slap. Is he for real? One strike to settle everything. He completely stunned the ghost. Zhang Yao summoned a blue light, beckoning the ghost with a casual motion. You, come here. The ghost hesitated, sensing Zhang Yao's formidable presence, and obediently stood beside him with her head bowed. Zhang Yao wasted no time, sitting on the sofa and coldly scrutinizing her. Do you enjoy singing? The ghost remained silent. Do. You like it? Zhang Yao nodded as if understanding. Then sing a song for me? The ghost was speechless. The audience was equally stunned. Asking a ghost to sing for entertainment? Was that even possible? Having been shocked several times, the ghost felt genuine fear toward Zhang Yao. After all, she was merely a malevolent spirit. If shocked again, she could very well be obliterated. Consequently, a shrill, grating melody filled the KTV, and Zhang Yao covered his ears, expressing his displeasure. What are you singing? If you can't sing, why are you trying to perform at KTV? How embarrassing. The ghost retorted inwardly. You made me sing. The audience erupted into laughter, but Zhang Yao's next move left everyone dumbfounded. He opened his inventory and pulled out a music player, exclaiming, let's see how others sing. If you can't learn a song today, I'll make you regret it. The ghost was left speechless. Chapter 2. The ghost's request Electrocuting Jinbei. Pulling the dead and collecting ashes. The trumpet sounds mournful. The Suona is playing. A cheerful voice echoed within the KTV, leaving Zhang Yao bewildered by the music player's tune. What on earth was playing? The female ghost pointed at herself, her voice trembling with fear as she exclaimed, Brother, I truly cannot sing this song. Zhang Yao let out a sorrowful sigh, a faint blue light shimmering in his palm. Choose between being reduced to ashes or singing. The decision lies with you. Startled, the female ghost quickly corrected herself. I can. Learn. The audience in a live stream was nearly in stitches. To force a female ghost to sing is one thing, but to make her sing such a bizarre song is another. To oh my. I'm watching a comedy in a horror live stream. While other live streams have ghosts begging for mercy, this lad is lounging on the sofa, enjoying a ghost song. After listening to Electrocuting by several times, the female ghost began to sing in a slurred manner. Electrocuting by. Pulling the dead. Collecting ashes. The trumpet sounds rather mournful. The Suona is playing. As she sang, tears of blood streamed down her cheeks. Bullied in life. She found herself bullied. Even in death, it seemed her suffering was for naught. Finally, after the female ghost completed the song, a mechanical voice echoed in Zhang Yao's mind. Broadcast. Congratulations to player Zhang Yao for compelling the female ghost to sing, thus completing the dungeon task ahead of schedule, becoming the first to clear it and triggering the achievement Difficult to Conquer Ghost. This achievement lasts for 30 days and increases kill intent by 10. At that moment, Zhang Yao's name echoed in the minds of a million players. He had completed the dungeon in less than an hour. Everyone was astounded. Had they witnessed how Zhang Yao had forced the female ghost to sing, they would surely have given him a thumbs up. Ding! Dungeon rating S. Reward. Eavesdropping. This skill allows the player to listen to the thoughts of ghosts. Having completed the dungeon task, Zhang Yao expected to be forcibly ejected, yet he remained within the dungeon. The female ghost was equally bewildered logically. He should have left, so why was he lingering? Zhang Yao regarded the female ghost as a subject of experimentation, and a voice soon resonated in his ear. Why hasn't this guy left yet? The song is finished. Must I accompany him to sleep? Oh dear, this isn't my type at all. How cruel to the ghost. Zhang Yao overheard her thoughts and nearly retched. Especially with that face marred by decay, and attempting to feign shyness. Did she expect him to play Ning Kaichin? This brief silence, along with the ghost's subtle expressions, was captured in full view by the audience. The female ghost is actually shy. This lad isn't considering playing Ning Kaichin here, is he? My heavens, is human ghost love unfinished 4 about to unfold? This is too thrilling. In this chilling world, Zhang Yao extended a finger toward the female ghost and said nonchalantly, "Come here." The female ghost lowered her head, resembling a bashful maiden, obediently standing beside Zhang Yao. "Since we have time, why not?" He wore a mischievous grin as he looked at her. The female ghost felt a surge of panic. If she were forced again and refused, she would be electrocuted to death. What should I do? What should I do? Her inner turmoil was fully visible to Zhang Yao. The audience, too, was on tenterhooks. "Speak quickly, you rascal." The female ghost seems to have agreed. "Hurry up. You're killing us. Why drag it out? Do I need to upgrade to VIP? I'm willing to pay." Everyone shared the anticipation of the female ghost. Yet Zhang Yao's tone shifted as he smiled and said, "How about you help me massage my legs?" The female ghost. The audience. Everyone was left utterly flabbergasted with such a prolonged pause. They had thought something inappropriate was about to happen. Thus, the female ghost obediently sat beside Zhang Yao and gently began to massage his legs. Through eavesdropping, Zhang Yao realized the female ghost had completely relinquished her murderous intent, although she occasionally grumbled about losing her ghostly demeanor. Gradually, Zhang Yao and the female ghost grew more familiar with each other. Why did you become a malevolent spirit in the KTV? He felt compelled to engage in conversation with her otherwise. The oppressive atmosphere of the KTV was unbearable. The female ghost began to weep, only to be halted by Zhang Yao's command. "Stop, don't cry." He expressed his distaste. "Your crying is simply unbearable." Suppressing her tears, the female ghost quietly said, "I was no different from an ordinary girl, coming to this grand city with dreams of music. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhang Yao has triggered the hidden quest. The cause of the female ghost's death. Zhang Yao. There was a hidden quest involved. Perhaps this was why he remained here." The previously black screen of the player began to illuminate. Within the frame, a graceful young girl arrived at a train station, soon meeting another girl named Amy, who treated her warmly and generously. This budding young woman experienced the warmth of friendship, but soon, Amy, under the pretext of introducing her to a job, brought her to this KTV. It was here that her nightmare began. Amy's so-called friends got her intoxicated, attempting to assault her. In a desperate struggle, she fought back, only to be grievously injured by a furious man wielding a bottle, leaving her face scarred beyond recognition. Ultimately, she succumbed to blood loss to conceal their crime. These heartless fiends hid her beneath a sofa and set the place ablaze, erasing all evidence. Now, after many years of abandonment, she harbored resentment, waiting for her enemies to appear. The audience, witnessing the heinous acts of those individuals in the footage, felt deeply moved. If it were me, with such hatred, I would undoubtedly become a formidable evil spirit. There's no way I could remain a mere malevolent spirit. A malevolent spirit is the most basic type of ghost. One can only imagine how kind her heart must be. A female ghost, carrying such immense resentment, yet remaining merely a malevolent spirit, was indeed perplexing. In this chilling world, Zhang Yao gazed at the female ghost with a complex expression and sighed sorrowfully. "How can I assist you?" The female ghost smiled lightly. "In truth, after waiting so many years, I have let go of much of that hatred. Being able to speak so much to you today has brought me great relief. If it is possible," she paused momentarily, "I do not wish to remain here any longer." Having claimed many players' lives, when she finally shared her grievances with Zhang Yao, a sense of lightness washed over her. Now, faced with the female ghost's plea, would Zhang Yao extend his help? Chapter 3. To the death of the elder, Zhang Yao fell into a brief silence, not out of desire to refuse, but rather contemplating how to help her find peace. However, the viewers watching the live stream grew increasingly impatient. Perhaps they were moved by the tragic tale of the female ghost, or perhaps it was simply sympathy. Zhang Yao was bewildered, wondering why it was so difficult to assist her. It seemed that the ghost's sister was not particularly old, and it was a pity that her prime had been squandered in such a manner. The world was indeed horrifying. Zhang Yao pursed his lips, looking earnestly at her, and asked, "How can I help you?" He racked his brain for methods to guide her spirit to rest, but nothing came to mind. The female ghost, in visible pain, clutched her head and shook it, saying, I don't know. Seeing her curled up on the ground in anguish stirred a myriad of emotions within Zhang Yao. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes as he grasped the ghost's hand and declared, I know how to help you. The ghost looked up in surprise, her gaze meeting Zhang Yao's confident expression, as if she had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Is that true? Zhang Yao activated his music player, mentally reciting the melody of the Great Compassion Mantra. This mantra, rumored to be a heartfelt creation of a venerable monk, was intended to guide the wandering souls of the unclaimed and the lost to the pure land in the West. It was the most fitting solution for the female ghost. This represented Zhang Yao's sole opportunity to assist her. In the stillness, a sacred and pure sound of the Buddha's voice resonated, captivating the live stream audience who watched intently, scarcely daring to blink. The tragic backstory of the ghost had indeed evoked pity, and everyone prayed for her, awaiting the emergence of a miracle, no matter how faint the hope seemed. As the music played, a beam of golden light surged forth, illuminating the mottled wall. Zhang Yao's eyes widened in astonishment, as he could not suppress a joyful exclamation. Is it successful? The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement, feeling as if they were fighting alongside Zhang Yao and achieving a remarkable triumph. Zhang Yao, I feel like I haven't contributed much, yet it feels significant. How peculiar. This was an unprecedented thrill for Zhang Yao. He truly was extraordinary. The golden light split into a pathway leading to the Western paradise, and the female ghost stood there, gazing at Zhang Yao with gratitude. Thank you for helping me. She deeply bowed to him and slowly stepped onto the pathway, disappearing from sight. Congratulations to Zhang Yao for completing the hidden quest. Reward: 1 ghost rejecting pearl. Effect: mental strength 10, causes spirits to perceive you as one of their own. After completing the hidden quest, the announcement reverberated once more. Congratulations to player Zhang Yao for completing the hidden quest. At this moment, all players trapped within the dungeon were left in shock. They had not even completed their initial tasks, being either tormented by spirits or begging for mercy. Zhang Yao, you are already ahead of everyone. How is it that you have completed a hidden quest while we are still struggling? Zhang Yao had barely rested when a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Player has completed the novice task, automatically matched to a new dungeon. You have been matched with 5 teammates, loading the dungeon. Please wait. Zhang Xian felt somewhat speechless. I just settled down. Must we dive into another dungeon already? Is there no respite? Just as he was about to voice his complaints, a beam of white light flashed before him. 2 unfamiliar faces appeared beside him, 1 male and 1 female. The male, plump and resembling a ball of flesh, spoke nervously. I just completed a dungeon. How can we be starting again? The female, anxious, added, the instructions say we are entering a new dungeon, but there are only 3 of us out of 6. Zhang Yao remained calm, standing aside without engaging in conversation. He only learned the female's name was Tang Qingxue, and the plump fellow was called Wang Lei. Suddenly, the prison door creaked open ominously. The voice in his mind sounded once more. Dungeon, life and death chase. It is rumored that there are 2 cold-faced butchers in the death row cells who delight in tormenting prisoners. Be sure to hide well. Task: survive for 24 hours within the dungeon. Tip: you may search for advantageous tools to retaliate. Upon hearing that retaliation was possible, Zhang Yao felt a wave of relief wash over him. If he could not fight back and was merely being hunted, then what was the point of playing? Meanwhile, his 2 teammates were far from calm, crouching nervously in the corner, too frightened to move. Tang Qingxue suggested, perhaps we should just stay put. Wang Lei concurred. The most dangerous place is often the safest. I agree. Zhang Yao shook his head slightly. Rather than wasting time hiding here, we should search the cell for self-defense tools. This is our birthplace. Do you think they won't come looking for us? His teammates appeared even more flustered at his words. Zhang Yao was no benevolent savior. He had said what needed to be said. If they wished to perish, they might as well remain there. He crouched down, beginning to rummage through the dimly lit cell, and eventually uncovered a rusty blade, barely usable. The other 2 found a basin and a soup spoon typically used by prisoners. Zhang Yao couldn't help but sigh. The offerings of his birthplace were indeed limited, and they would need to seek more. Just then, the eerie sound of blades scraping against the floor echoed through the dark corridor. The sound was reminiscent of a devil's lament, leaving despair in its wake. Wang Lei and Tang Qingxue crouched nervously by the door, their hearts racing. Zhang Yao narrowed his eyes, fixating on the dark corridor. At the far end emerged a bald, scarred ghost, wrapped in tattered rags. It glared with a single crimson eye, emitting a low growl that resembled a beast. Zhang Yao smirked slightly. Since when did he need to hide, like a turtle, waiting for death? The audience watching the live stream held their breath, eager to see what audacious act he would undertake next. With a decisive stride, Zhang Yao stood firm before the cell, gazing at the approaching butcher. His eyes were icy, and his hand began to shimmer with electric light, particularly the half-blade that trembled in his grasp. Locking eyes with the butcher, Zhang Yao nonchalantly raised his middle finger and shouted disdainfully, "You, come here." His two teammates, hidden in the cell, were left dumbfounded. The viewers of the live stream were equally bewildered, exclaiming, "This is too bold." The butcher let out a roar and charged toward Zhang Yao in a frenzy. Zhang Yao gripped the half-blade tightly, coldly roaring, "To the death of the elder." Chapter 4. The victim Zhang Yao clutched the half-blade and coldly yelled, "To the death of the elder." The blade, empowered by his electric technique, whirled rapidly toward the butcher. The butcher's eyes widened as he raised his heavy cleaver. Clang! The blade was cleaved in two, and at that moment, blood erupted into the air as a soup spoon lodged itself into the butcher's shoulder. His gaze fixated on Zhang Yao with unyielding intensity. Behind Zhang Yao stood Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei. He weighed the iron basin he had taken from them and mockingly declared, "For them, this is a survival dungeon, but for me," Zhang Yao pronounced each word with cold clarity, "this is a slaughter dungeon. If we can retaliate, then why hide? Let us chase them with electric speed." A sphere of blue lightning coalesced in his palm as he charged at the butcher. The butcher, overwhelmed by Zhang Yao's imposing presence, felt a surge of fear and turned to flee. The audience in the live stream erupted in cheers. Incredible! Zhang Yao's display was truly remarkable. This was a survival dungeon, yet he was pursuing the enemy. Who truly was the monstrous spirit here? Zhang Yao seemed far more terrifying than the ghosts themselves. The previous level had a female ghost tormenting us, while this one has us relentlessly pursued by a butcher. My excitement has reached its peak. Charge ahead, Zhang Yao. At this moment, everyone felt a surge of exhilaration at Zhang Yao's boldness, but the two standing before the cell, watching him gradually disappear into the darkness, were left in stunned silence. Tang Qingxue hesitantly suggested, "Shall we follow him?" Wang Lei swallowed hard. "If we don't follow now, we probably won't survive another hour." Slowly, the two ventured into the darkness. Before long, they arrived at a passageway, hesitating at its entrance. Wang Lei turned to Tang Qingxue and asked, "Should we go in?" Tang Qingxue nodded. "This is a cell. Where does that door lead?" Gradually, she placed her hand on the doorknob, but just as she was about to push it open, a pair of crimson eyes glowed ominously from beyond the door. Those eyes, filled with resentment and excitement, fixated on the two of them. Wang Lei, terrified, collapsed to the ground, pointing at the eyes and screaming, "Look, look!" Tang Qingxue was left speechless, clinging to her last shred of rationality. She instinctively yanked Wang Lei to flee. Driven by fear, Wang Lei found himself unable to control his limbs, crying out, You must run. Don't worry about me." He was too heavy. No matter how hard Tang Qingxue pulled, she couldn't lift him. The doorknob slowly turned, and the red eyes appeared ever closer, summoning her courage. Tang Qingxue drew a dagger from her inventory, her expression tense as she shouted at the eyes, "Get away! Get away! I will not abandon my teammate. If you don't leave, I will fight you." Hiding alone in the cell would only lead her to a frightful demise. She would rather confront the butcher. Suddenly, a laugh echoed from within the door as a figure removed a hood resembling a mask. Tang Qingxue strained her eyes to see, ultimately recognizing a familiar face. It was Zhang Yao. Wang Lei, touching a large wet patch on his pants, cursed, "You bastard, you made me wet my pants." He was genuinely terrified. The previous level had not been nearly as frightening. Zhang Yao, holding the hood, casually remarked, "I was merely testing whether this hood was truly magical." Its description claimed that wearing it would allow one to mimic the butcher-esque kind and confuse him, usable only at the ghost level. Zhang Yao tossed the dagger to Tang Qingxue. "I fancy your dagger. Let us trade." With little use for the dagger herself, Tang Qingxue obediently handed it over. Wang Lei anxiously inquired, "Weren't you chasing the butcher earlier? Did you manage to kill him?" Zhang Yao replied with a wry smile, "Don't let his pig-like appearance fool you. He is surprisingly adept at escaping." Wang Lei sighed, realizing he himself was a hefty figure. Tang Qingxue couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get that hood?" To survive in such a place, one must meticulously seek advantageous items. Either one must hide well, or consolidate strength to confront them. Upon hearing Zhang Yao had ventured into the butcher's lair, both were left speechless. "Big brother," Tang Qingxue shouted. "Big brother, you're going to raid their lair alone?" That S bold. Zhang Yao spat, his expression serious. You two should not follow me. He regarded them intently. Surely you haven't forgotten? There are two powerful ghosts inside. If it comes to a fight, I cannot protect you. So, fend for yourselves. With that, he turned and left. He was merely a player. Without ensuring his own safety, he would never play the role of a savior. Offering occasional advice was one thing, but escorting them could lead to his own demise. Upon passing through the main door, they discovered two interrogation rooms. One contained a body gruesomely mutilated, likely the first unfortunate player. The viewers in the live stream felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing the corpse. It was then they realized not everyone possessed Zhang Yao's strength. For ordinary individuals, encountering such horrors was a certain death sentence. Must it be so terrifying in the dead of night? Zhang Yao lingered little in the interrogation room, having found nothing of value, and continued deeper. Suddenly, he halted, a pungent scent of blood wafting through the air. A clanging sound echoed from ahead, followed by a scream reminiscent of a ghost wail. Ah, help! Someone, please save me. Zhang Yao's expression grew grave. He knew another victim was in peril. Chapter 5. The Butcher's Demise. Zhang Yao pressed forward, entering a cafeteria where he witnessed a tragic scene. A hulking butcher ghost, wielding a chainsaw and adorned with bells, was ruthlessly dismembering a player. Zhang Yao furrowed his brows, and the tormented player caught sight of him, crying out, "Save me! Save me! I don't want to die." Her voice was laced with despair, each word steeped in agony. Zhang Yao clenched his fists, his gaze fixed with fury upon the butcher ghost. The butcher paused, regarding him with a mocking expression, clutching the broken body of the player as if showcasing a trophy, while emitting a sinister, hissing laugh. Rage filled Zhang Yao's heart. He endeavored to remain composed. Yet witnessing a fellow player suffer ignited a desire for vengeance within him. "You, come here and meet your end," he roared, his voice reverberating with thunderous intensity. The butcher hurled the mangled body toward Zhang Yao. Unflinching, he caught it. At that moment, the girl, her life hanging by a thread, gazed into Zhang Yao's eyes, whispering, "Thank you for catching me. I truly don't want to die." She was a young girl in the prime of her life, her limbs severed by the chainsaw, her existence reaching its limit. She clutched Zhang Yao's clothing tightly, refusing to let go even in death. The viewers in the live stream were deeply affected by the gruesome scene. Oh my, what a lovely girl, yet she suffers such a fate. Ghost, filth, why must she endure such torment? Zhang Yao, avenge her. What are you waiting for? Every viewer expressed their outrage, wishing to rend the butcher limb from limb. The butcher emerged from the cafeteria, exuding an unmistakable aura of malevolence. Zhang Yao removed his jacket and gently draped it over the girl, assuring her, "Do not worry. I will avenge you." With that, he fixed his gaze upon the butcher, akin to a blade drawn from its sheath. This butcher was even more formidable than the previous one. Zhang Yao could not ascertain whether he could contend with such a foe, yet having resolved himself, he knew he could not let this opportunity slip away. The chainsaw roared to life, its sound oppressive in the air. The butcher advanced, chainsaw in hand, and Zhang Yao, gripping the dagger he had exchanged with Tang Qingshu, infused it with lightning magic before hurling it with force. The blade met the chainsaw with a resounding crash. The butcher easily cleaved the dagger in two. Zhang Yao's eyes glinted coldly, utilizing the moment as the butcher's weapon cleaved through the dagger. He swiftly sidestepped and charged forward. With palms raised, he summoned the powers of lightning. A tremendous roar echoed as the confrontation unfolded. Zhang Yao thrust his fists forward, forcefully propelling the butcher away. The butcher's body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into the chaotic kitchen. In that moment, the entire live-streaming room erupted in jubilant cheers. With just a single strike, the adversary was sent flying. Zhang Yao displayed an astonishing ferocity, fueled by a desire for vengeance on behalf of the girl who had suffered. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony resonated within the kitchen as the walls were shattered. The butcher, seething with fury and wielding a chainsaw, leaped out from the kitchen. At that moment, he was enveloped in a dark, malevolent aura, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Zhang Yao, with a stoic expression, silently picked up a dagger, pointing it at the butcher and defiantly shouted, "Come on, to hell with you." The butcher, grasping the chainsaw, chose not to attack, but instead unleashed a terrifying roar. The heart-wrenching wails pierced Zhang Yao's ears. Activating his listening skill, He was startled to overhear the butcher's thoughts. This human is somewhat formidable, but my brother is nearby. Summon him to help eliminate this pest. Zhang Yao's dagger radiated a blue light, resolute in preventing a 1 versus 2 situation. One butcher ghost was manageable, but two? He surmised that escape might be his only option. If you won't come to me, then I shall come to you. Zhang Yao advanced, lunging fiercely towards the butcher. The butcher's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated Zhang Yao would dare to attack first. He barely lifted the chainsaw in defense. Too late. The butcher was struck by a sudden wave of dread. Realizing this blow was beyond his capacity to withstand, he altered his stance, bracing himself with his arm. The dimly lit cafeteria flickered with a flash of lightning. With the force of a tempest, Zhang Yao severed one of the butcher's arms. The butcher collapsed, howling in agony as fear gradually crept into his eyes. In his mind, he raged, recalling how Zhang Yao had tormented his kin. Now he would pay the same price. The audience erupted in disbelief, furiously bombarding the screen with comments. Zhang Yao was not merely dismembering him, was he? After all, the butcher was a formidable spirit. The butcher, dragging his mangled body, retreated. The terror in his eyes was palpable. Yet, Zhang Yao showed no mercy, casting a paralyzing lightning spell before fiercely striking down towards the butcher's right hand. Black blood stained his clothing, intensifying the murderous aura on his face. The butcher's cries echoed painfully. How had he found himself subjected to such treatment in this confinement? Previously, he had encountered players who were like mere children, yet now faced with such brutality. The screams persisted, sending shivers down the spines of the viewers. For only Zhang Yao dared to hunt spirits so recklessly. Just as Zhang Yao prepared to end the butcher's life, a massive cleaver suddenly flew towards him. Zhang Yao's eyes narrowed, and he hurled his dagger in response. Bang! The cleaver struck the ground, revealing a colossal figure. Chapter 6. The malevolent spirit. The bald butcher ghost stood a short distance away, his cold gaze fixed on Zhang Yao. Witnessing his brother's torment, a surge of rage ignited within him. He roared to the heavens, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. His presence was as ferocious as a beast hunting prey. Zhang Yao, gripping the dagger, stared coldly at the bald butcher. Are you enraged? I am merely employing the same tactics you used against us, and you cannot tolerate it? Zhang Yao's face bore a grim determination. Today, he would ensure the demise of these wretched beings. The butcher, gritting his teeth, lifted his brother's body, then executed an unexpected maneuver. He opened his bloodied maw and began to gnaw at his brother's chest. Zhang Yao activated his listening skill, rendered speechless. Consume him. With him, you shall grow stronger. Let us merge and unleash our full wrath. Eat, eat. A formidable dark energy gradually enveloped the bald butcher, and Zhang Yao, brandishing his dagger, charged forward. The lightning-infused dagger pierced through, but an immense force propelled Zhang Yao away. Bang! He crashed to the ground, gazing at the butcher's spirit now bathed in dark energy, a sense of impending doom coursing through him. The butcher's spirit emitted a chilling wail that shook the entire cafeteria. The atmosphere shifted. Zhang Yao's heart raced inexplicably. The adversary was no longer a target he could confront. As the dark energy dissipated, a two-headed butcher ghost emerged. Level, malevolent spirit, ghostly entity, malevolent ghost, red attire, ghost general, ghost king, ghost deity. Towering at 3 meters, it boasted 4 arms, its body enveloped in tattered rags. The dark energy surrounding it reaching terrifying levels, far beyond Zhang Yao's capacity to withstand. Most terrifying of all, one hand wielded a cleaver while the other brandished a chainsaw. Both heads fixated on Zhang Yao as if intent on dismembering him. The viewers in the live stream were struck with fear. What manner of creature is this? It appears exceedingly ferocious. Even the monsters within the instance can merge. What kind of game is this? My goodness, it is too terrifying. I dare not even go to the restroom. How frightening. The entire live stream audience was paralyzed with fear while Zhang Yao gripped his dagger tightly, his gaze unwavering. Kill! The two heads simultaneously roared, and the butcher ghost rushed towards Zhang Yao with weapons in hand. Realizing he was outmatched, Zhang Yao turned and dashed into the cell. The relentless ghost pursued him, but as it rounded the corner, Zhang Yao had vanished from sight. The butcher ghost screamed in fury, venting its frustration. Kill! Kill! It muttered, rampaging through one cell after another. The chaotic destruction sent tremors through the players hiding within, trembling at the thought of being captured and subjected to torment. Wang Lei, witnessing Zhang Yao's arrival, exclaimed, but Zhang Yao swiftly covered his mouth. Don't speak too loudly. Be cautious of being overheard. Wang Lei nodded, and Zhang Yao released him. Within the interrogation room, aside from Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei, a sullen young man named Li Fei was present, having sought refuge alongside them. This is Li Fei, Tang Qingxue introduced softly. Li Fei adopted an arrogant demeanor, ignoring Zhang Yao entirely. However, Tang Qingxue, upon seeing Zhang Yao, animatedly inquired, "Why are you hiding with us?" Zhang Yao's expression turned serious as he explained, "I had already dispatched a butcher, but they merged." Hearing this, Tang Qingxue's face lit up with joy, but her smile quickly faded with the following words. Li Fei, with an air of superiority, scoffed, "Are you suggesting that the butcher has become stronger?" Zhang Yao nodded, responding earnestly, "Yes, he has now evolved into a malevolent ghost." A malevolent ghost? Huh. He shot Zhang Yao a disdainful glance, dismissively retorting, "Isn't it merely a ghostly entity? Why make it sound so ominous?" Li Fei had never come into contact with the butcher from start to finish. His birthplace was in the far corner of the prison, and he had scavenged his way to this point, only to be inexplicably dragged into refuge by Tang Qingxue and others. Zhang Yao, instead of expressing anger, allowed a laugh. "Aren't you afraid?" What would he think if he knew that Zhang Yao was the first? As he spoke, Li Fei stood up and was about to leave the interrogation room when he was called back by Tang Qingxue. "Li Fei, what are you planning to do?" Zhang Yao shook his head. "It's hard to persuade a dead man. He simply seeks death. Let him go." Currently, the butcher's strength was no longer that of a mere weakling, and Li Fei would have to pay for his arrogance. Li Fei clutched the enchanted hood he had picked up in the prison. For now, he could disguise himself as a similar creature to the butcher. Wielding a scythe he had obtained from the previous dungeon. Was it just ahead? Hearing the shrieks from the front, Li Fei couldn't help but quicken his pace. He was still contemplating whether, after dealing with the butcher, he could rise to the top of the leaderboard, thus achieving the highest level in this game. His arrogance had inflated him to the point of disregarding danger, and when he saw a 3-meter-tall super butcher monster wreaking havoc nearby, he excitedly rushed over. However, the butcher monster halted its movements and fixed its cold gaze upon him. Li Fei, confident in his ability to mimic a similar being, felt little trepidation as he sought to approach and eliminate it. Yet, just as he took a few steps, the butcher monster lunged at him with its large cleaver. The impact sent Li Fei flying, and facing the murderous shriek of the butcher monster, his heart sank. How could this be? Did it recognize me? Li Fei seemed to forget that the enchanted hood only worked on ghost-level entities, and the butcher before him was a malevolent spirit. Chapter 7. Teammates in the interrogation room. Zhang Yao squatted before Wang Lei and Tang Qingxue, his expression serious as he inquired, "What have you both gathered? Show me." Tang Qingxue retrieved 3 artifacts from her inventory: the enchanted hood, a small confinement array, and a demon-slaying pistol with 3 bullets. Wang Lei produced 2 items, an iron basin and gasoline. Zhang Yao, seeing Wang Lei's items, was left speechless. "You even picked up gasoline. You're truly something?" Wang Lei awkwardly rubbed his belly. "Resources are too scarce here. I can only pick up whatever I find." The viewers in the live stream were nearly in stitches. Who would have thought this hefty fellow could be so amusing, with his foolish yet harmless demeanor? Zhang Yao was furious, nearly bursting with laughter. In a terrifying world, Zhang Yao's expression darkened slightly as he said with gravity, "It's only been 10 hours, and if we continue to hide like this, we will surely be discovered by the malevolent spirits. Therefore, I intend to utilize these tools to see if we can eliminate the butcher." Upon hearing Zhang Yao's intent to kill the butcher, Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei couldn't help but tremble with fear. This was a survival game, and it was the first time they had encountered a player so eager to commit murder. It was rather audacious. Zhang Yao, nervously outlining his plan, caused his teammates to frown in concern. Wang Lei exclaimed in disbelief, "Is your method even effective?" Tang Qingxue's pale face also showed skepticism. Zhang Yao nodded firmly. "Li Fei has likely encountered trouble by now, and the malevolent spirits will soon be upon us." Just as he finished speaking, a ferocious scream echoed from outside. A corpse was violently hurled through the iron door, and all 3 displayed expressions of shock. Li Fei, with a frozen expression, stared at them, his earlier arrogance transformed into despair. His eyes were wide open, as if refusing to close even in death. The butcher monster was now only a stone's throw away, coldly striding toward the interrogation room. Zhang Yao, with a serious demeanor, declared, "There's no time for us to prepare. You two stay here." With that, Zhang Yao took the small confinement array and gasoline, leaving them with a demon-slaying pistol for self-defense. He stood alone before the interrogation room, gripping a dagger and focusing intently on the approaching butcher monster. When enemies meet, they are particularly fierce. The butcher monster, wielding its large cleaver, charged toward Zhang Yao like a raging beast. Zhang Yao tossed the gasoline at the butcher monster. The gasoline was cleaved open, soaking the butcher monster. Zhang Yao's brow furrowed as he summoned a surge of blue light to manipulate the dagger in midair. Thunder and fire struck. "Kill!" Zhang Yao clapped his hands, and the dagger, suspended in the air, flew like a blade of thunder towards the butcher monster. The butcher monster, disdainfully observing the incoming dagger, swung its cleaver forward. This time, there was no sound of clashing swords. Instead, the dagger ignited into a brilliant flame upon contact with the cleaver. The butcher monster was instantly engulfed in flames, rolling on the ground in agony. The seamless execution of this deadly sequence left the live stream audience in awe. Zhang Yao's technique was undeniably ruthless. After such an assault, even the butcher could not withstand it. I can assure you, even if the butcher's father came, he wouldn't stand a chance. Zhang Yao was truly formidable, daring to counterattack against such a formidable opponent. Zhang Yao understood that such a being could not be destroyed by mere attacks. Holding the music player in his hand, he prepared for the next step. The butcher monster, ablaze, seized the cleaver and charged at him with wild fury. Zhang Yao was caught off guard by the speed. Damn it! Bang! 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 After 3 gunshots rang out, the butcher monster seemingly suffered a powerful blow, crashing to the ground with a wail that was even more intense than before. Zhang Yao glanced toward the interrogation room, where Tang Qingxue stood, trembling at the door. Gripping the demon-slaying pistol, her expression tense as she focused on the fallen butcher monster. Now was time for judgment. Zhang Yao produced the small confinement array, his gaze fixed on the howling butcher monster on the ground. To deal with such an entity, one needed professional artifacts. Otherwise, it was impossible to kill them. To prevent future troubles, Zhang Yao decided to exorcise it. When the audience saw Zhang Yao pull out the music player, the crowd erupted with excitement. Was Zhang Yao about to exorcise the malevolent spirit? What if it did not wish to be exorcised? Forcing an exorcism. Oh, the benevolence of the Buddha. In a terrifying world, the two teammates stared blankly as Zhang Yao took out the music player. Wang Lei couldn't help but complain. Bro, you criticized me for bringing gasoline, and now you actually brought out a music player in such a serious situation. Do you think that's appropriate? Zhang Yao replied calmly. Open your eyes and watch closely. He first threw the small confinement array to prevent the creature from moving during the exorcism. A purple light enveloped the butcher monster, and Zhang Yao pressed the play button. It let out a piercing scream, struggling with all its might to resist. However, it was confined, like a fish on a cutting board, left to accept its fate. As the golden light tightly bound it, it vanished in an eerie manner. Wang Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. He was stunned. The music player could be used this way. Zhang Yao put away the device and walked directly to Tang Qingxue. Thank you. If it weren't for you just now, I might have lost my life. Tang Qingxue chuckled. It's nothing. We're teammates. The simple phrase teammates left Zhang Yao momentarily speechless. Previously, to avoid them becoming obstacles, he had abandoned them. Presently, the individual in question not only refrains from blaming Zhang Yao, but instead extends a hand in salvation. Teammates. Chapter 8. Mad Ghost Hospital. Congratulations to player Zhang Yao for becoming the first to achieve a massacre, unlocking the achievement of Killer. This achievement grants benefits. Increasing strength by 20. The players endeavoring to conquer the game, upon hearing the sound resonating in their minds, instantly lost their composure. Zhang Yao. Once again, it is Zhang Yao. Is this the deity reigning atop the leaderboard? He has even eliminated the formidable foes. How ruthless, indeed. This is the epitome of a merciless individual. Truly admirable. In this chilling world, Zhang Yao's mind echoed with the completion rewards. Dungeon. Rating. Reward. Demon Suppressing Fist. Attribute. Capable of subduing malevolent spirits. Its power strengthens alongside the host's abilities. Zhang Yao was not overly concerned about the matter, as he remained immersed in the bond of camaraderie with Tang Qingxue. Since joining the game, he had always adhered to the belief of self-reliance, preferring to avoid close ties with the weak. Now, having received assistance, he felt a profound sense of guilt. Tang Qingxue sweetly smiled at Zhang Yao and inquired, "What did you receive as a reward?" Only then did Zhang Yao come to his senses. "I received the demon-suppressing fist. What about you?" Tang Qingxue produced a small, yet imposing Gatling gun, leaving Zhang Yao utterly astonished. "This," Tang Qingxue chuckled, "I graduated from the police academy, and I've had a passion for firearms since childhood. With such a divine weapon in my hands, I feel considerably reassured." The two shared a hearty laugh upon witnessing Wang Lei holding a shield engraved with a serpent's head. Zhang Yao remarked, "Is the organizer expecting you to bear the brunt of everything?" Tang Qingxue retorted, "You must be jesting." Amidst their laughter, the camaraderie among them grew significantly. Observing that there was still ample time in the dungeon, Zhang Yao decided to sit down and rest. He opened the character panel, and an information sheet swiftly materialized in the air. Player, Zhang Yao. Strength, 35. Speed, 10. Mental power, 13. Killing intent, 10. Technique, 9 Heaven's Thunder Method 2. Fist technique, Demon Suppressing Fist 1. Upon noticing that the 9 Heaven's Thunder Method had advanced to level 2, Zhang Yao was taken aback. He had not absorbed anything, so how had he leveled up? Furrowing his brows, he thought to himself that this sudden surge in strength was rather bewildering. Hey, Zhang Yao. Tang Qingxue, noticing his daze, leaned in to ask, "Do you think we can team up in the next dungeon?" Who could refuse a teammate wielding a mini Gatling gun? Wang Lei hurriedly approached, right? "Don't forget about me." He desperately sought reassurance, feeling that without Zhang Yao nearby, he could be slain by vengeful spirits at any moment. Zhang Yao and Tang Qingxue nodded in agreement, recognizing the profound bonds they had formed in the game as a matter of fate. Hours swiftly passed, and Zhang Yao parted ways with Tang Qingxue and the others. He arrived at a blank realm filled with provisions, and a cold notification echoed in his mind. "Dungeon capture successful. You'll have 30 minutes for dining. After 30 minutes, you will automatically enter the dungeon world. Enjoy your meal." Zhang Yao exclaimed, "Have we truly reached a point where every second counts? Do they intend to deny us a moment's respite?" Enraged, he stuffed an entire roasted chicken into his mouth, followed by a whole roasted piglet. Before he could recover from the indulgence, he heard, "Dining time is over," transporting to the new dungeon world. After a hum, when Zhang Yao regained his senses, he found himself in a foul-smelling small chamber. The room was cluttered with various rusty medical instruments, and the floor was strewn with human entrails, resembling an autopsy room. Dungeon, Mad Ghost Hospital. This is a concentration zone for mad ghosts, where various bizarre spirits reside, and players must survive here for 30 days. Minor item, patient's garb. Wearing it will make you resemble a mad ghost. Zhang Yao felt that the organizers were toying with him, having placed him in a lunatic asylum. No sooner had he donned the mad attire than a ghost with only half a head burst through the door, cheerfully announcing, "The director is calling for you." Perhaps due to his half-formed mouth, his speech was slurred. "He wants you in the cafeteria to fetch me some intestines." Zhang Yao frowned, pondering, "Am I already being summoned by the director on the very first day? If I refuse, will he take offense and target me? I must endure 30 days here. Defying the director could lead to dire consequences." Ultimately, Zhang Yao resolved to procure the intestines from the cafeteria. Guided by the half-faced ghost, he ventured to the farthest corner of the room, which led to the cafeteria. Remember, it was the director who asked for it. "I'll wait for you here." The half-faced ghost clapped gleefully as Zhang Yao entered the cafeteria, as if anticipating something momentous. The cafeteria was vast, capable of accommodating 2,000 diners. Inside sat a large group of mad ghosts, each exhibiting various gruesome demises. Some had flower pots stuck on their heads, others had legs bent at unnatural angles, and some were covered in filth, causing them to be shunned by the others. The most peculiar was a mad ghost with a banana tree protruding from its chest. It was unclear whether it had violated some divine decree or if its death was merely an oddity. The viewers in the live stream were left aghast, as they had witnessed countless bizarre deaths throughout their lives, but none compared to these. The individual who succumbed to filth was already impressive. Yet the banana-bearing ghost took the lead. The one with the flower pot on its head was simply too ridiculous. The one covered in welts surely couldn't he have died from itching, could it? In comparison, I'm more curious about whether Zhang Yao can accomplish his task. All eyes were fixed on Zhang Yao, who was sprinting toward the kitchen. Would he succeed in fulfilling the director's orders? Upon entering the kitchen, Zhang Yao found the chefs, who were too preoccupied with preparing meals for the mad ghosts to acknowledge him. Just as he was about to speak, a chef standing at the stove seized a mad ghost and, without hesitation, struck it down with a cleaver. In an instant, blood gushed throughout the kitchen as the mad ghost fell lifelessly. The chef, satisfied, tossed the head into a meat grinder before finally turning to Zhang Yao. What do you need? Zhang Yao replied, Viewer, Chapter 9, My Performance. This scene is excessively gruesome. I nearly vomited. Who would have imagined that the chef could be so violent, killing without a second thought? The viewers in the live stream collectively felt nauseated, horrified by the chef's ruthless methods. Zhang Yao's expression stiffened, yet he feigned calmness, stating, Director, I came to retrieve some intestines. In the entire kitchen, there were 8 chefs, all of whom were formidable spirits. Should they focus on Zhang Yao, he would stand no chance against them. The chef grinned coldly, his gaze fixed on him. New here? Under the scrutinizing gaze, Zhang Yao nodded slightly yes. The chef suddenly hurled his cleaver onto the cutting board, coldly declaring, You want intestines, right? Zhang Yao nodded again, perplexed by the chef's strange demeanor. Why all the unnecessary dialogue for simply retrieving something? This time, the chef wasted no words and directly approached the door, calling back to Zhang Yao. Follow me. Zhang Yao felt perplexed. Couldn't he simply get the intestines from the cafeteria? Why go outside? Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were on edge. It seemed to me that this chef was definitely up to something. Surely he wouldn't be extracting Zhang Yao's intestines, would he? All eyes were glued to Zhang Yao, eager to witness his next move. Quietly, Zhang Yao followed the chef, who stood at the cafeteria door, scanning the surroundings with a cold gaze, ultimately catching sight of the half-faced ghost hiding behind a tree, chuckling. With a sudden surge of strength, both hands swiftly lunged towards the half-faced ghost. Bang! He forcefully slammed the half-faced ghost to the ground, roaring with uncontainable fury. Did I not just warn you yesterday? If you trick the mad ghosts into coming for their entrails again, I shall take your life. Zhang Yao's eyes widened in realization. He had indeed been deceived by the half-faced ghost. The half-faced ghost lay on the ground, laughing maniacally, uttering, Entrails delicious, entrails delicious. The chef ghost, incensed, extended his ghostly claws and clawed at the half-faced ghost's abdomen. With a splatter, a copious amount of blood erupted from the wound. The chef ghost yanked violently. Delicious. Is it? Then today, you shall feast to your heart's content. He extracted the entrails of the half-faced ghost and stuffed them into his mouth. The scene was grotesquely bloody, especially as the half-faced ghost continued to grin, seemingly devoid of any pain. Ultimately, the chef ghost crushed his head underfoot, then still seething, addressed Zhang Yao. Since you are new, I shall spare your life, but should there be a next time, I will ensure you meet a dreadful end. Left alone, Zhang Yao gazed at the lifeless half-faced ghost, a sense of shock stirring within him. This place was indeed a slaughterhouse for high-ranking ghosts. High-ranking ghosts wielded the power of life and death here, and if Zhang Yao could ascertain the hierarchy, he could quickly establish his footing. Just as he contemplated leaving, a piercing chime echoed through the air. The previously boisterous cafeteria fell eerily silent, and everyone promptly dashed toward the playground. In less than 5 minutes, the mad ghosts, who had been hiding in various recovery rooms, all gathered in the playground. The chef ghosts leisurely emerged from the cafeteria, and upon seeing Zhang Yao frozen in place, the one who had slain the half-faced ghost couldn't help but shout, Newcomer, hurry and assemble. If you're late, you'll be killed. Hearing this, Zhang Yao rushed into the throng, standing alongside the mad ghosts. To his astonishment, over 2,000 mad ghosts stood in perfect silence, their chests puffed out, their vacant stares fixed on the platform. At that moment, a child ghost leisurely ascended the stage, exuding an aura of terror, which Zhang Yao quickly identified as a malevolent spirit. I have summoned everyone here today for 2 announcements. The first is that 10 new patients have arrived at this institution, and they shall formally introduce themselves to integrate into our family. Applause resonated from the mad ghosts, their expressions turning exuberant. After the child ghost finished speaking, 9 unfamiliar faces stepped onto the stage, clad in patient gowns, their faces as pale as death, as if they had fallen into a den of tigers. Among the crowd, Zhang Yao recognized 2 familiar faces, Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei. They appear to be the calmest of the newcomers, perhaps due to their extensive experiences, which had strengthened their adaptability. Hello everyone, I am Tang Qingxue. Hello everyone, I am Wang Lei. Hello everyone, I am Shan Shan. Hello everyone, I am Wang Xinxin. Hello everyone, I am Wang Zhoushan. As they took turns introducing themselves, the child ghost counted and realized there were only 9 newcomers, prompting him to frown and call out, "Where is the 10th patient? If you're below the stage, come up and introduce yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao realized he was being sought and hurriedly stepped forward. Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei, upon seeing Zhang Yao, were nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Zhang Yao, noticing the child ghost's growing irritation, apologized. "I was too eager to connect with everyone, which caused me to miss the important matter." The child ghost's anger subsided slightly at Zhang Yao's words, and he said coolly, "Go and introduce yourself." Standing on the platform, Zhang Yao called out loudly, "Hello, everyone. I am Zhang Yao." The gaze of the 10 individuals converged on the child ghost, who wore a chilling smile that was unsettling. "To integrate into our family, you must first earn everyone's consent," the child ghost remarked with a sneer. "Each person will perform a talent. You will start." He pointed at a girl standing on the right, his gaze cold and dismissive. The girl, trembling, stepped forward and stammered, I will sing a song." As soon as she began to sing, the mad ghost below erupted in cheers. Quack, quack, a flock of ducks crosses the bridge. However, before she could finish, her head was suddenly shattered by a dark shadow that had materialized. Zhang Yao gasped in horror as he witnessed the girl's demise, a chill coursing through him. The assailant, a young female ghost wielding a scalpel, expressed her malice, saying, "Singing so poorly, you cannot possibly join our family." From her revealed aura, Zhang Yao deduced that she was a half-step red ghost. The child ghost's smile faded, and he pointed at Zhang Yao, commanding, "You shall perform next. If your performance is unsatisfactory, you might lose your life." Zhang Yao's heart sank. The madness of this institution was becoming increasingly apparent, with every ghost that emerged being a half-step red ghost, which quelled his rebellious spirit. Especially with the half-step red ghost's gaze fixated upon him, he felt his body stiffen. Taking a step forward, he mustered a faint smile and declared, "Now, I will perform for everyone." Chapter 10. Directly perform? Zhang Yao was to perform against a ghost? Had they not considered that if he failed, he would face execution? Oh, how thrilling this was! Yet in the next moment, Zhang Yao's actions left them all in stunned silence. A plump mad ghost bounded onto the stage. His speech slurred as he grinned at Zhang Yao. "I will assist you." Zhang Yao stood before him, and with a snap of his fingers, a blue glow flickered around his fist. He struck the plump ghost with a powerful punch, sending him soaring into the air with a thunderous crash. All the mad ghosts gaped in disbelief as the hefty ghost flew high above, weighing over 200 pounds. Zhang Yao, wielding the might of thunder, struck him again. An electric arc perfectly lifted him, causing the plump ghost to cry out in terror. "This is too thrilling. I don't want to play anymore." Deciding not to play. "Are we?" Zhang Yao manipulated the electric arc, swinging the ghost in the air several times before tossing him down to the stage. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the crowd, all eyes fixated on the plump ghost as if he had accomplished something magnificent. Zhang Yao exhaled in relief, fearing that a misstep might lead to the demise of the plump ghost, which would certainly provoke the wrath of the half-step red ghost behind him. Zhang Yao's display of magic had once again reshaped their understanding of performance. He was particularly curious about how the electric arc was generated. It was fortunate that he had managed to pull it off. He dreaded the thought of being dispatched with a single mistake. In this chilling world, the child ghost nodded appreciatively at Zhang Yao and then pointed at Tang Qingxue. "You, come up." Tang Qingxue swallowed nervously, feeling somewhat reassured by Zhang Yao's presence. Stepping forward, she began to sway gracefully, akin to a fairy dancing elegantly. Following her performance, though the applause was not overwhelming, she managed to escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Wang lay squatted on the ground, playfully mimicking a pig, causing the mad ghost below to erupt in laughter. Others, encouraged by this, began to act foolishly, mimicking chickens, ducks, and fish, striving for absurdity in their antics. Soon, everyone had completed their performances. Except for the unfortunate girl, all had successfully navigated the ordeal. The child ghost's smile faded, his expression turning grave, instilling fear in the hearts of the mad ghosts below. The second announcement is that no one may leave the Mad Ghost Institution without my permission. You may choose not to study or cooperate with treatment. But should you dare to leave on your own accord, do not blame me for my mercilessness. As the conversation unfolded, Bamboo Hongyi swiftly seized the two mad spirits. They laughed uncontrollably, seemingly indifferent to the events that were about to transpire. The child spirits sternly admonished, "These two individuals have left without authorization. This is their consequence." With that, Bamboo Hongi opened his mouth wide and swallowed the two mad spirits whole. The spectators below fell silent, staring at the stage in bewilderment. Though they may have appeared foolish, they possessed a certain awareness of violence and death, or they would not have been disciplined in such a manner. "Director Lee, please escort the new patients to their quarters. The rest of you disperse." Under Director Lee's guidance, Zhang Yao and his companions were led to a corner dormitory that reeked horrifically. The room contained 10 beds, yet the floor was littered with decaying intestines and various human tissues. Director Lee pointed to the dormitory and coldly stated, "This is your accommodation. You will rise at 6 each morning for morning exercises, have breakfast at 7, and proceed to treatment room 101 at 8 for therapy and additional training. Should you arrive late, severe penalties will be imposed. You have free time from 11 to 1, which includes lunch. If you have any questions, feel free to approach me." Everyone nodded in agreement, showing no sign of defiance towards Director Lee. Just as Zhang Yao was about to enter the dormitory, Director Lee called out, "You." Zhang Yao fervently hoped that Director Lee would not act like other spirits who resorted to violence over trivial disagreements. "That move you just performed was impressive. Would you care to demonstrate it for me?" Seeing the eager anticipation in Director Lee's eyes, Zhang Yao hesitated to refuse, knowing that he currently lacked the strength to confront her. Otherwise, he would have preferred to strike her directly instead of engaging in this play. Zhang Yao nodded and softly inquired, "Now?" Director Lee clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Yes, indeed, right now." A faint smile adorned her face, her enchanting peach blossom eyes captivating Zhang Yao, leaving him feeling uneasy. He never expected that a spirit with an angelic visage could harbor a heart as malevolent as a demon's. Realizing he had no means of escape, Zhang Yao followed Director Lee into a treatment room, his brow furrowed. Was this not the very spawn point of his first encounter in the dungeon? Moreover, was not Director Lee supposed to witness a magic trick? Why'd you brought him here? That maneuver you executed earlier was ghost lightning, wasn't it? I've long desired to test the power of ghost lightning. She eagerly reclined in the treatment chair, her gaze fixed on Zhang Yao, filled with longing. Zhang Yao thought to himself, so she wishes to experience the lightning. How peculiar. Notably, ghost lightning is a skill cultivated by spirits, typically involving elemental forces such as water, fire, and electricity. "Hurry up, give it to me." Zhang Yao sighed despondently, striving to temper the power of his lightning technique. He gently clasped Director Lee's hands, channeling the thunderous energy. The entire treatment room was suddenly illuminated by flashes of lightning, accompanied by soft, plaintive screams, creating a tense atmosphere. "Ah, is this the power of ghost lightning? How delightful." The audience watching the live stream was collectively stunned by Director Lee's electrifying cries, questioning whether this was a manifestation of masochism. Zhang Yao could scarcely fathom that his abilities could be employed in such a manner. Gazing at Director Lee reclining in the treatment chair, he couldn't help but sigh. To use lightning to bring comfort to a female spirit. Who would believe it? The audience chimed in, "We believe it, for we have all witnessed it." Chapter 11. The might of the demon suppressing fist. Approximately 3 minutes later, Director Lee, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, gazed at Zhang Yao as if he were a treasure. "Your technique truly brings me both pleasure and comfort." She lightly placed her hand on Zhang Yao's shoulder. Exhaling a deep breath, and with a flirtatious expression, she suggested, "Since you have given me pleasure, why not allow me to return the favor?" If one were to engage in such pleasures with a spirit, would it not be a shortening of one's lifespan? Zhang Yao, finding himself in an unavoidable situation, resolved never to clash with Director Lee, for he lacked the capacity to deliver a fatal blow. Attracting the attention of other spirits would undoubtedly spell trouble for him. "Come on." Director Lee tightly embraced Zhang Yao, her hands exploring his back, seemingly intent on playing a game of cards with him. Observing her unwavering determination, Zhang Yao abruptly pushed her onto the treatment chair. Director Lee's eyes widened in surprise, as if her fondness for his actions had only intensified. Zhang Yao, maintaining a stern expression, declared fiercely, "Since you desire the lightning, I shall grant you a thorough experience today." With a surge of power, he firmly grasped Director Lee's hands and unleashed his lightning technique. "Ah, what a magnificent force. I adore it. Please intensify it." Soon, the treatment room resonated with Director Lee's manic laughter, leaving Zhang Yao feeling somewhat uneasy. He had exerted himself to electrify her, yet he had not anticipated that it would bring her such ecstasy. After a flurry of activity, Director Li lay contentedly in the treatment chair, smiling at Zhang Yao. My mad spirit possess quite a bit of skill. From now on in the Mad Spirit Institute, as long as it is not a director-level spirit, you may deal with them as you wish. I will be your safeguard. Hearing these words filled Zhang Yao with immense joy. He had not expected that by simply serving a female spirit, he would gain such considerable authority. However, before he could revel in his good fortune, he heard Director Li lament, "But you must come here every Monday after breakfast." Zhang Yao reflected to himself that there truly is no free lunch in this world. It felt akin to submitting assignments. As long as he ensured Director Li's comfort, he could wield considerable influence within the Mad Spirit Institute. Zhang Yao nodded vigorously, leaving the treatment room with a smile. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were nearly in stitches. Is this truly the Zhang Yao I know? Just a moment ago, he was a ruthless figure towards spirits. How has he now transformed into a pretty boy? Zhang Yao thought to himself. Ultimately, my efforts benefit everyone. If he could see the barrage of comments, he would surely curse, for who doesn't strive to survive? In this chilling world, Zhang Yao never anticipated encountering you here. Tang Qingxue gave Zhang Yao a hearty pat on the shoulder, her smile unwavering. However, Wang Lei could not resist asking, "What did Director Li summon you for?" Zhang Yao's smile instantly vanished, his expression turning pained as he exclaimed, "No questions, no comments." He had become exceedingly sensitive to the mention of Director Li, his mind racing back to the events that transpired in the information room. Wang Lei chuckled. "You must have been summoned for some inexplicable reason." Zhang Yao could only reply that it was indeed too inexplicable. The other players, upon seeing Zhang Yao arrive, did not approach him for conversation, but instead tidied their beds and lay down to rest. Just as the three were still engaged in their lively chatter, the door was forcefully kicked open. Bang! A menacing spirit, its face marred by a deep scar, stormed and accompanied by several malevolent entities. New arrivals. Get up now. Do you not know that you must first interact with the dormitory manager before entering the accommodation? He struck a pose of arrogance, successfully rousing the players who had just settled down. Except for Zhang Yao, Tang Qingxue, and Wang Lei, the other players cowered, their heads bowed in fear, not daring to meet the spirit's gaze. Zhang Yao frowned and indignantly retorted, "Director Li brought us in. If you have business, you should seek her out." The scarred spirit narrowed his eyes, glaring at Zhang Yao with malice. "Oh, so you dare talk back?" Zhang Yao chuckled. "So, as the dormitory manager, do you have anything to say?" The scarred spirit felt his authority challenged, and his subordinates were already itching to pounce on Zhang Yao. In a cold whisper, the scarred spirit replied, "I'm here to collect a bit of hardship compensation. Not much, merely 10 Gui Bai. Gui Bai, the currency circulating in dungeon games, is typically earned through labor or rewarded by the organizers." Zhang Yao exclaimed, "What? Even the phone Gui Yuan can be extorted? This is utterly outrageous." The scar-faced man solemnly explained, "As the dormitory manager, I must ensure your safety every day. Is it not reasonable to request a small fee for my efforts?" His followers echoed in unison, "Indeed." Once a ruffian leading a band of malevolent spirits, he ultimately encountered the formidable Feng Gui Yuan and was compelled to serve as a dormitory manager. Though the glory of his past has faded, his rebellious spirit remains uncontained, and he clings to his original intent of extortion. Yet, he has once again met his match. Zhang Yao squinted, his expression icy as he asked, "What do you see here?" He thrust his clenched fist before the scar-faced man. The latter chuckled. "Feng Gui is indeed Feng Gui. Do you not recognize a fist?" Zhang Yao's countenance grew frigid as he bellowed, "Incorrect. It is a fist the size of a sandbag, fool." With a thunderous sound, a force akin to a cannonball shattered the air as a violet glow erupted from Zhang Yao's fist, delivering a devastating blow. The Zhen Mo fist. The overwhelming aura expelled all spirits from the premises, leaving everyone in the dormitory astounded. In a live broadcast, excitement erupted. Is this a new move? The host's new technique. It is utterly astonishing. The Zhen Mo fist. What a commanding name. Its power is truly earth-shattering. Zhang Yao clapped his hands, gazing disdainfully at the fallen spirits, stating, "Alas, this punch did not reduce you to mere ashes. It is rather disappointing." The scar-faced man painfully struggled to rise, his spirit now faint and diminished. In a moment of peril, he had withstood Zhang Yao's strike with his physical form. Just a single blow had left a formidable spirit in such disarray. Big brother, I was wrong, he lamented, his previous bravado completely vanished, replaced by profound sorrow. After all, who could maintain a cheerful disposition after meeting their match? Chapter 12. The Master of Extortion. Big brother, spare me. The scar-faced spirit pleaded, realizing he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. Zhang Yao stood coldly before them. His fist clenched and demanded, "What happened to your earlier bravado?" The scar-faced man trembled in fear, lowering his head as he stammered, I. He shook for a considerable time, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Zhang Yao's gaze remained icy as he pulled the scar-faced man up forcefully, asking, "Do you submit?" He contemplated that sparing the scar-faced spirit might grant him a more comprehensive understanding of the overall strength of Feng Gue Yuan. Knowing oneself and one's enemy is essential for victory in every battle. This dungeon task requires survival for 30 days. It is not meant for him to cause chaos. The scar-faced man nodded fervently. I truly submit. A single punch had nearly obliterated a fierce spirit, and, in his estimation, Zhang Yao's strength was undoubtedly close to a half-step on E. If he did not yield now, he would surely face annihilation. Then I will take you as my underlings, and you shall obey my command from now on. Do you agree? The scar-faced man replied eagerly, "Absolutely, that sounds splendid." Even if Zhang Yao were to claim them as his sons, the scar-faced man would not dare oppose. Zhang Yao crossed his arms and stated calmly, "Since I am taking you as my underlings, should you not offer some money as a tribute to your elder?" The scar-faced man clearly understood the impending consequence. Having always been the one to rob others rather than being robbed himself, he trembled as he nodded, pulling out a few crumpled Gue Bai from his pocket. "This is 200 Gue Bai. It is all I possess." Zhang Yao's gaze turned frosty as he unleashed a violet glow from his sandbag-sized fist, an oppressive aura suffocating the scar-faced man. Fearful, he shouted, "You lot, do you not know to pay respect to your elder? Quickly, bring out your treasures." Several malevolent spirits, already paralyzed by fear, hastily retrieved Gue Bai from their pockets and eagerly handed them to Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao accepted the Gue Bai with dissatisfaction. "Only 400? The scar-faced man, sensing Zhang Yao's fierce gaze, nervously explained, "I did not bring much with me. Perhaps I can bring more tomorrow?" Zhang Yao shook his head slightly. "No need, just tell me about the school's power structure." Cautious in this unfamiliar territory, the scar-faced man sniffled and softly inquired, "Big brother, what do you wish to know?" Zhang Yao replied nonchalantly, "At Feng Gue Yuan, who possesses the greatest strength? How many fierce spirits and malevolent spirits are there?" The scar-faced man nodded slightly. "The cafeteria employs 8 fierce spirit chefs. The gatekeepers are 2 malevolent spirits. The vice principal is a malevolent spirit. 3 directors are half-step Hong Yi, and the principal is a Hong Yi. Aside from that, all others are malevolent spirits." After hearing the scar-faced man's account, Zhang Yao realized that within this school, there existed a hierarchy, yet he pondered why the vice principal was merely a malevolent spirit. Noticing Zhang Yao lost in thought, the scar-faced man rubbed his hands and asked, "Big brother, may I leave now?" Zhang Yao cleared his throat and replied, "Begone, and should anything arise, do not hesitate to call." The final 2 words, laden with ominous intent, nearly sent the scar-faced man's spirit fleeing in terror. As the scar-faced man departed, a prompt resonated in Zhang Yao's ears. "Congratulations, player Zhang Yao, for extorting wealth from spirits in-game, unlocking the new Achievement Wealth Collector, Achievement Reward. During extortion, a deterrent effect will be generated for 30 days. All players who heard the announcement collectively revered Zhang Yao. No way, it's Zhang Yao again. This guy is terrifying. Not even spirits escape his grasp. He is incredibly powerful. In my eyes, he is a super deity, a celestial being." Everyone exclaimed in awe, while Zhang Yao stood dumbfounded, seemingly triggering achievements with every action. Turning around, he noticed the players huddled by the door, their gazes toward him transformed. "You are the great Zhang Yao." Initially, they thought it was a coincidence, but now they realized it was indeed him. How miraculous to be in the presence of the great Zhang Yao. Heaven save us. Their eyes sparkled, as though they had glimpsed hope. Zhang Yao had not anticipated his reputation would grow so vast, nor did he desire excessive interaction with others. Thus, he addressed them, "Do not regard me as an omnipotent deity. I cannot guarantee your survival. To endure, it ultimately depends on your own abilities. If everyone relied on his protection, he would surely be overwhelmed. Except for Wang Lei and Tang Qingxue, all others displayed disappointment, as they believed a deity would care for the weak. Clearly, Zhang Yao did not. He walked into the dormitory, tidied his bed for a moment, and then laid down to sign in for a new day. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations. Host for acquiring the Gui Yen. Characteristic: accurately locate hidden spirits and discern their levels. These eyes resemble those of an X-ray, and from now on, he need not fear those who conceal themselves as vapor. While Zhang Yao reveled in his newfound ability, a fragrant breeze wafted toward him. Tang Qingxue stood before him, her eyes filled with concern. Zhang Yao, I am hungry. Can you accompany me to the cafeteria? Without Zhang Yao by her side, she felt vulnerable, fearing the encounter with formidable foes could lead to dire consequences. Zhang Yao shook his head gently. What they serve in the cafeteria is meant for spirits. We cannot consume it. Tang Qingxue gasped. Then what shall we eat? Zhang Yao handed her a 100 Gui by note, smiling as he said, use the Gui buy at the shop in the equipment panel. Tang Qingxue's expression brightened with understanding. So this is your reason for extorting them. Zhang Yao offered a faint smile, prompting Wang Lei to lean in eagerly, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin. Can I also? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Yao handed him a 50 coin. Wang Lei grimaced. Why does she get 100, while I only receive 50? This is gender discrimination. He pouted in indignation, seemingly aggrieved. Zhang Yao retorted with a dismissive tone. Just tell me if you want or not. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter at Zhang Yao's actions. If Wang Lei were a girl, Zhang Yao would undoubtedly have given her 100. Indeed, receiving 50 was already quite generous. Others looked on with envy, hesitant to approach, fearing the embarrassment of asking. It was evident that being with Zhang Yao meant there would be benefits to reap. As soon as Wang Lei departed, a middle-aged man brazenly approached. Before he could utter a word, Zhang Yao coldly interjected, Do you want money? The man shot him an incredulous glare, angrily retorting, We're teammates. It's unreasonable for you not to assist me. At that moment, the gaze of everyone in the room shifted to Zhang Yao. Yes. It's unreasonable if you don't help us. You can't just stand by and do nothing. The younger generation today truly lacked awareness. For a brief moment, everyone looked at Zhang Yao with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Had it not been for the respect they held for his capabilities, they would have already attacked. The phrase, where there are people, there are conflicts, resonated deeply with Zhang Yao today. He fixed his icy stare on the crowd, declaring in a low voice, If you want money, come and take it. In this game, might was revered, and acts of violence were not bound by the law. Should any of them dare to step forward, Zhang Yao would undoubtedly retaliate with lethal force. Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei remained silent, their hands poised over their equipment, ready to assist at a moment's notice. The air thickened with an almost palpable tension, an undercurrent of hostility brewing. A middle-aged man's expression brightened momentarily as he reached out toward the 50 coin in Zhang Yao's hand, only to be interrupted by a chilling roar from outside. What are you all doing? With a thunderous crash, a terrifying ghostly figure burst in, sending the middle-aged man flying. The events unfolded so swiftly that by the time everyone realized what had occurred, the man had already met his demise against the wall. Zhang Yao looked on in horror at the man suspended in midair, clad in a medical gown. His form exuded an aura of dread, with a grotesque scar marring his forehead, rendering him particularly fearsome. He cast a cold, sweeping gaze over the players, uttering chillingly, Do you not know that you must report to the 101 treatment room? As he finished his sentence, the temperature in the room plummeted to an icy chill. Aside from Zhang Yao, the others trembled, some too frightened to even draw breath. Zhang Yao's gaze remained fixed on the apparition, discreetly employing his ghostly vision to assess its level. Moments later, a string of crimson text materialized above the man's head. Level. Hongyi. Zhang Yao inwardly scoffed, pondering the formidable nature of this hospital, where even a random ghost was of such high caliber. This revelation led him to question the credibility of Scarface's intel, which had claimed only the principal was a Hongyi. Lost in thought, Zhang Yao was drawn back to reality as the middle-aged ghost's gaze fell upon him, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his features. Well, they are all too frightened to speak, yet you possess courage. After a brief pause, he continued, I am the attending physician, Yang Tianhui. Your tardiness has incited my ire. He bellowed each word, but soon softened his tone, considering you are newcomers. I shall overlook this incident, but should it happen again, he gestured toward the lifeless form on the ground. That will be your fate. The others exchanged fearful glances with Zhang Yao, uncertain of their next move. Zhang Yao leaped off the bed, addressing Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei. Let us follow him. Remember, in times of peril, we may slay ghosts. After issuing this directive, Zhang Yao was the first to step out, with the others closely trailing behind. The 101 treatment room was just downstairs. Yang Tianhui opened the door, revealing a group of frenzied ghosts eagerly awaiting their new companions. Upon seeing the newcomers, they erupted into applause. Yang Tianhui's previously stern demeanor finally softened into a smile. These individuals are our new friends. The sound of applause resonated through the room, and under Yang Tianhui's guidance, the newcomers promptly took their seats. Zhang Yao settled in the last row, sharing a table with a plump ghost who had a flower pot on its head. Upon noticing Zhang Yao, the ghost grinned widely, reaching out to pinch his cheek. In response, Zhang Yao swiftly delivered a punch that sent the flower pot flying. The flower pot ghost was taken aback, while the viewers in the live stream gasped in shock. The collective group of ghosts was astonished that this newcomer dared to bully one of their own so soon after arriving. Yang Tianhui, turning a blind eye, merely regarded Zhang Yao with approval, choosing not to chastise his behavior. Meanwhile, the other newcomers faced a grim fate, destined to be toyed with by the mad ghosts. To Zhang Yao's relief, Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei were not overly troubled. Tang Qingxue slammed her magical handgun onto the table, causing the nearby ghost to recoil in fear and sit quietly. Wang Lei, however, acted with reckless abandon, launching an attack on a nearby female ghost. Yang Tianhui, witnessing the harmonious atmosphere, remarked, "To welcome our new classmates, today, electroshock therapy shall be waived." Laughter erupted in the classroom, more jubilant than any celebration. Yet Yang Tianhui's next words sent a shiver down everyone's spine. "We shall venture to the back mountain for an adventure, shall we?" Silence enveloped the room as Yang Tianhui's smile stiffened, his voice dropping ominously. "Shall we?" A hesitant murmur of agreement arose. Zhang Yao was taken aback, observing the mad ghost's expressions shift to one of dread at the mere mention of an expedition to the back mountain. This place undoubtedly harbored secrets. He pondered this internally, his gaze fixed on Yang Tianhui, who seemed to regard him with a mixture of admiration and something more insidious. Pushing open the back door of the ghostly asylum led to the back mountain, a place littered with dead branches and permeated by a nauseating stench. Yang Tianhui stood at the entrance, issuing commands. "The adventure begins. Each of you must retrieve a black stone from the cave 50 meters away. Failure to do so will result in dire consequences." With that, he closed the door, casting furtive glances at Zhang Yao as though he were a prized possession. Feeling uncomfortable under such scrutiny, Zhang Yao turned and headed toward the cave as instructed. However, before he could take more than a few steps, Yang Tianhui's voice boomed. "If you do not move, I will kill you all." With a deafening roar, several terrifying thunderclaps echoed, prompting a horde of mad ghosts to charge forward. Zhang Yao remained vigilant, despite the decay surrounding him. Several powerful spirits lurked nearby. He signaled to Wang Lei and Tang Qingxue, "There are powerful ghosts here. Come quickly." Unfortunately, the moment he spoke, 5 fierce spirits leapt into the air, hurtling toward Tang Qingxue. Zhang Yao shouted, "Get down," as his hands crackled with lightning, ready to unleash his thunderous magic. In a flash, Zhang Yao unleashed a bolt of lightning into the air. Boom! The thunderous light exploded ominously above Tang Qingxue's head, sending 3 malevolent spirits flying. The madmen and players, startled like frightened horses, charged forward with their heads down. Tang Qingxue, her heart racing, patted her chest and exclaimed, "That scared me to death." Zhang Yao stood before them, his gaze icy as he focused on the 5 re-emerging spirits. They all bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Sporting identical bald heads, diminutive stature, and sinister grins, their forms shrouded in a swirling mass of red malevolence that struck fear into the heart. Tang Qingxue gripped a broken magic spear, her anxiety palpable. The stench of decay in the air seemed to intensify. Zhang Yao's fist crackled with lightning, poised to strike. The foremost bald spirit sneered, "Why aren't you running?" Though he was unaware of Yang Tianhui's intentions, Zhang Yao remained undeterred, ready to enact his vengeance on the spirits. The bald spirit clicked his tongue, mocking, "You certainly have courage." Zhang Yao, uninterested in idle banter, had already dispatched formidable foes before. Why should he allow these spirits to vex him? He advanced, intending to strike them down with his lightning technique, only to find them leaping backward in unison, vanishing into thin air. "Ha ha," Zhang Yao grumbled, too scared to fight. "Yet you mock me." Tang Qingxue, still clutching her spear, said cautiously. "Does he mean there are more terrifying creatures behind?" Before she could finish, Wang Lei interrupted. "If that is the case, are we not doomed?" Zhang Yao, vexed, thumped him lightly on the head. "Every day, you conjure up wild thoughts." His true concern lay with understanding Yang Tianhuai's purpose for bringing them here. As it was evident that this was a trap, the audience in the live stream grew restless. Yang Tianhuai must be deranged, sending them on a quest that was tantamount to seeking death. So he intended for them to venture into the back mountains? What a villain! They longed to witness Zhang Yao unleash his fury upon him. In the chilling atmosphere of the horror world, Zhang Yao led the way, cutting through the oppressive silence that enveloped them. The surroundings were grim, littered with remains, intestines, severed limbs, and even skeletal remains. Zhang Yao understood why the stench of rot was pervasive. These remnants were part of the madmen, and as they ventured deeper, the scent of blood grew stronger. A sinister howl shattered the silence. Tang Qingxue's eyes widened as she pointed at a trembling dead tree. "Look!" The tree quivered incessantly, as if something monstrous ahead was rampaging. Faint cries for help echoed from the front, and Zhang Yao, gripping his dagger, instructed Tang Qingxue, "Stay here, I'll check it out." Choosing to proceed alone, he would not risk putting his companions in danger, especially as he was the strongest among them. This decision was also a gesture of gratitude for Tang Qingxue's earlier rescue. Before Tang Qingxue could respond, Zhang Yao sprinted ahead. The howls around him grew increasingly shrill, akin to two metal plates grinding against each other, producing a disconcerting cacophony. At last, he halted, confronted by a scene he could scarcely accept. Before him lay a hellscape. The madmen had been slaughtered, and the remaining players lay grievously injured, each emitting desperate cries for help. "Help! Someone save me, please!" Zhang Yao dismissed their pleas, his gaze fixated on a peculiar, 5-meter-tall spirit not far away, its body tightly wrapped in bandages. Clutching a large club, it mercilessly crushed the fallen players, savoring the gruesome feast. Delicious. Truly delectable. Hidden task triggered. Players must eliminate the little corpse demon within 1 hour. Reward. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Zhang Yao realized this creature was undoubtedly a creation of Yang Tianhuai. The fiend had been eyeing him greedily, clearly intending to use him as sustenance to nourish the monstrosity it had spawned. As the corpse demon savored its meal, Zhang Yao's dagger shimmered with electricity. The dagger flew from his hand like a released arrow, piercing the corpse demon's back with a brilliant blue glow. Ugh! The corpse demon howled in pain. Turning to Zhang Yao with fury, "You dare strike me? You actually dare to hit me." Raising its club, it charged at Zhang Yao. Unfazed, Zhang Yao remained calm, recognizing the creature as merely a spirit of low caliber. His fists erupted with purple light, imbued with lethal intent as he met its charge. Zhenmo Quan. When their forces collided, the ground trembled violently. The corpse demon, astonished, found it hard to comprehend that a human possessed power to rival its own. Boom! Following a resounding impact, Zhang Yao stood steady while the corpse demon was sent flying, crashing heavily against the cave wall. One of its arms was utterly obliterated, causing it to scream in agony. "I will kill you! I will kill you!" The corpse demon, now frenzied, charged again. Zhang Yao scoffed. "Is that all you've got?" With that, he leapt high, intent on employing his lightning technique to finish the creature. However, just as his fists were about to connect, the dismembered arm, bizarrely, began to regenerate. Zhang Yao was taken aback. Before he could react, the bandages that had once wrapped the corpse demon lunged at him, ensnaring him. Zhang Yao's heart raced. "I can't move." The gaping maw of the corpse demon opened wide, preparing to devour him whole. The audience was taken aback. What? A delivery right to the door. Chapter 15. The Red Garment, curse it. Just as Zhang Yao faced imminent doom, a cacophony of gunfire sliced through the air. Bang! 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 The corpse demon howled in pain, and seizing its moment of distraction, Zhang Yao leapt free, narrowly escaping disaster. A striking figure stood a short distance away, gripping a mini Gatling gun, eyes fixed intently on the writhing corpse demon. "Zhang Yao, are you all right?" Zhang Yao shook his head, and she unleashed a barrage of fire upon the corpse demon. Bang! 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 Tang Qingxue, like a war goddess, unleashed her fury upon the corpse demon. The enchanted mini Gatling gun proved unstoppable, each bullet piercing the creature's flesh, rendering it incapacitated in no time. The livestream audience erupted in cheers, amazed that Tang Qingxue could wield a Gatling gun. She had rescued Zhang Yao once more. Her gunplay was undeniably impressive. Look, the corpse demon has been riddled with bullets. In the eerie world of horror, as the corpse demon lay still, Tang Qingxue ceased her fire, excitedly exclaiming to Zhang Yao, "I killed it! I killed it!" For Tang Qingxue, managing to single-handedly eliminate a target was a significant milestone in her growth. Yet Zhang Yao furrowed his brow and immediately stated no. There's no completion prompt for the hidden task. Tang Qingxue gasped as the once motionless corpse demon began to twitch ominously. A mass of black energy enveloped it swiftly. Not good. This is a warning for an upgrade. I've seen this before when facing the butcher. Fire quickly, Zhang Yao bellowed with fervor, while Tang Qingxue hastily seized the mini Gatling gun and unleashed a barrage of fire. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Yao was not idle either. A surge of lightning erupted from his palms, striking fiercely. Alas, neither the bullets nor the lightning could pierce the ominous black mist. A resounding crash echoed as the ground sank dramatically, revealing a pair of crimson eyes glinting within the darkness, accompanied by a hellish roar that pierced the air. Suddenly, the black mist quivered violently. Wang Lei, gripping his shield, slammed it into the ground. A green light emanated from his shield, effectively blocking the encroaching darkness. Yet, the apparition that materialized before them instilled a profound fear within their hearts. A ghastly corpse demon, towering 6 meters tall and cloaked in putrid black flesh, emerged. It was a full meter taller than before, its once winding bandages now vanished. Its blood-red eyes fixated intently on Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao, peering into the demon's essence with his ghostly vision, gasped upon discerning its rank. Red garment. A chill coursed from his feet to his brain. Flee! He yanked Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei backward in a frenzied retreat. This creature is a red garment. We cannot contend with it. Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily stunned before joining Zhang Yao in their escape. But would the corpse demon allow them such respite? It roared into the heavens, declaring, "I shall devour you all." With a thunderous clap, the demon struck the ground, causing the entire forest to buckle beneath its might. The demon's resilience was formidable. Having reached the pinnacle of red garment status, even a celestial being would find themselves troubled in its presence. The door was locked tight. Zhang Yao gazed at the closed entrance, a wave of horror washing over him. Meanwhile, Yang Tianhuai stood behind the door, observing them with icy indifference. "Dr. Yang, please open the door," Tang Qingxue cried out in terror. Yet Yang Tianhuai remained unmoved, a faint smile playing upon his lips as he learned that his corpse demon had attained red garment status. "I must thank you. I never imagined you would force my corpse demon to evolve to this level." "Your corpse demon?" Tang Qingxue was taken aback, her heart a tumult of emotions as she beheld this slowly advancing demon. Despite their efforts to survive, why were they continually beset by such horrors? Even a primary physician could be so nefarious. Zhang Yao, his gaze icy, roared at him. From the outset, this expedition was merely a facade. The true intent was to feed us to the corpse demon, wasn't it? With the truth laid bare, Yang Tianhuai showed no intention of denying it, simply nodding in acknowledgement. In the face of absolute power, the weak are forever akin to ants, destined to be slaughtered at will. But would Zhang Yao resign to fate? He boldly approached the nearby corpse demon, his fists aglow with blue light. Tang Qingxue, in despair, gazed at this man, bewildered as to why, despite the inevitable conclusion, he would resist so futilely. "Do you think I have resigned to fate? Forgive me, I still wish to fight back." He clenched the lightning, embodying a valiant warrior, and bellowed at the demon, "Come forth." Before the battle commenced, viewers in the live stream were moved to tears. Everyone stopped cheering. It's a red garment. Zhang Yao might only hold his ground against the demon. Red garment. It is best to avoid confrontation. Where shall we go for the next live stream? Those upstairs, be silent. Zhang Yao has not been defeated yet. What divides us? Those who seek division must be subdued. Zhang Yao was still in combat. As his fans, how could we abandon him? We shall stand with him until the final moment. Kill. At that moment, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded the chat with the word kill, united in their resolve to fight until the very end. Zhang Yao clenched his fists and charged at the corpse demon. The demon, eyes brimming with mockery, did not even flinch as it absorbed Zhang Yao's assault. Bang! A blue light burst from the demon's form. Regrettably, Zhang Yao's strike bore no consequence. A cruel smirk appeared on the demon's face as it grasped Zhang Yao's fist and slammed it mercilessly into the ground. Bang! The earth buckled once more, and Zhang Yao collapsed in pain. As the demon prepared to crush Zhang Yao's limbs, a barrage of bullets began to rain upon it. The demon turned its cold gaze toward Tang Qingxue. Her attacks held no impact on it. It disregarded her feeble assault and raised its foot, intent on shattering Zhang Yao's arm. Just as the foot descended, a strange green light erupted in the air. The viewers in the live stream widened their eyes in disbelief. How audacious! When did this young man become so bold? Keep pushing, everyone. Do not give up. Chapter 16, The Minor Dungeon. The corpse demon's foot descended, but was thwarted by an unexpected solid object. The demon exclaimed in disbelief. Staring down at a portly ant that had suddenly appeared beneath its feet, its fury intensifying. In Zhang Yao's eyes, Wang Lei had always been a cowardly, bumbling fool. Yet today, he had bravely stepped forward to save him. Wang Lei, gritting his teeth, roared, "Shut up. We are teammates." For the sake of their comrades, they would disregard their own lives, willing to perish together. They feared not the shattering of their bones, solely for the sake of camaraderie. The corpse demon's fists ignited once more in a blaze of red light, striking downward with ferocity. Die. Zhang Yao's eyes widened as he kicked Wang Lei away. Tang Qingxue screamed in horror. No. The might of the red garment was insurmountable for them. Even Zhang Yao, wielding lightning, could not surmount this daunting mountain. He fixed his gaze on the impending storm of destruction, his defiance manifesting in a furious roar. Damn it! A chilling wind swept through. Yang Tianhuai's smile gradually faded, for the thunderous sound was that of the corpse demon being sent flying. Zhang Yao stared blankly as the demon was hurled away. What had transpired, he could not ascertain. A cool, ethereal voice resonated in the air. Yang Tianhuai, I warned you not to employ my hospital-esque madmen for dangerous endeavors. A slender figure, holding a red parasol and clad in a flowing crimson robe, floated gracefully in the air, her visage as exquisite as jade, with hair cascading to her waist. She regarded Yang Tianhuai with an icy demeanor. Upon hearing Yang Tianhuai refer to her as the director, Zhang Yao was taken aback. Such beauty was unexpected from the head of the Madman's Institute. The director scoffed. Do you believe I am a mere child of 3? The fallen corpse demon slowly rose, its malevolent gaze fixed upon the director, as if considering her its primary adversary. As it spoke, it suddenly drew 5 surgical knives from its sleeve and hurled them at the director. The demon let out a frenzied roar, charging toward the director with the intent to execute her. Zhang Yao shouted, "Be careful!" The director, with a dismissive snort, retorted, "Child's play." With a mere flick of her parasol, she effortlessly deflected the surgical knives, following it up with a swift kick. Boom! With just that single strike, she obliterated the demon's head. With a slight closing of her parasol, she hurled it at the demon's brow, unleashing a wave of black flames that swiftly engulfed it. What they had deemed a formidable corpse demon was unexpectedly vanquished in mere moments. Yang Tianhuai, witnessing the slaughter of his demon, erupted in a furious howl. Bai Yao, mountains may shift, yet the waters remain constant. One day, I shall return with my Shikigami to exact my vengeance. Yang Tianhuai's words hung ominously in the air before his figure vanished into thin air. The woman named Bai Yao, however, appeared unfazed, gently standing on the ground and casting a subtle glance at Zhang Yao, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Zhang Yao exclaimed urgently, "That fellow has fled." Bai Yao nodded. "Let him run." Zhang Yao mused, "I can't shake the feeling that this headmaster is too indifferent. Someone slipped away right under his nose, and he remains unconcerned." Stealthily, he utilized his ghostly vision to gauge Bai Yao's level, only to be astonished to find it merely at the level of Hongyi. After speaking, Bai Yao turned and vanished, leaving them bewildered, uncertain of how she departed. Had she not appeared in the nick of time, he might have been utterly obliterated. Power! He gazed at his fists, yearning for strength like never before. "Zhang Yao, what troubles you?" Tang Qingxue approached, concern etched on her face. Zhang Yao, somewhat dazed, replied, "What is wrong?" Tang Qingxue sighed softly. "How many times must I call you before you respond?" Wang Lei's face mirrored his worry. They all hoped Zhang Yao would not be disheartened by his defeat. Zhang Yao forced a faint smile. What could possibly be wrong with me? Tang Qingshu sighed despondently. You appear burdened with heavy thoughts. It truly causes concern. Zhang Yao gently patted her shoulder. I am merely contemplating how to grow stronger. At the very least, to possess the power to contend with someone at the level of Hongyi. Had it not been for Tang Qingshu and Wang Lei coming to his aid earlier, he could not fathom how many times he would have perished. Suddenly, Wang Lei slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, if you wish to grow stronger, you can undertake tasks in the equipment menu for training. This is the sole means of advancement in major dungeons. Perhaps you should give it a try. But as soon as he spoke, Wang Lei was met with a scolding from Tang Qingshu. You glutton, mind your own business. Do you not understand the current situation, Zhang Yao? Before she could finish her reprimand, Zhang Yao, who had been lying on the bed, mysteriously vanished. Tang Qingshu, Wang Lei, Zhang Yao, true to form, acted with alacrity, vanishing into the task dungeon in the blink of an eye. He found himself in a high-rise elevator, ascending until it reached the top floor. The task dungeon he selected was titled The Weeping of Lesser Ghosts. The entire corridor bore the marks of fire, yet curiously, the last door stood pristine and untouched by soot. Zhang Yao discerned that this was the location of his task. He approached the door and gently knocked. The weeping ceased abruptly. With a creak, the door slowly opened. Without hesitation, Zhang Yao stepped inside. To his astonishment, the temperature within the room surged, and a blazing inferno erupted, engulfing the entire house. In an instant, flames soared skyward. Zhang Yao, choked by the smoke, struggled to keep his eyes open. He attempted to flee through the door, only to find it locked tight. You wish to burn me alive? Dream on. Chapter 17, Brothers in Misfortune. The audience in the live stream stared, dumbfounded, at the inferno. Zhang Yao had just escaped from Hongyi's clutches, and now he had rushed into a dungeon, seeking his demise. I can't believe this guy is so fearless. Under normal circumstances, few would willingly walk into such peril. Zhang Yao, however, was not an ordinary individual. He was a master of dungeons. The viewers expressed their admiration for Zhang Yao's audacity. Utilizing his ghostly vision, he detected a hidden trace of sinister energy in the center of the room. So, you were hiding here. Zhang Yao unleashed a powerful strike towards the malevolent energy. Boom! As his lightning technique was unleashed, the dark energy vanished, along with the flames consuming the house. So this is your true form? Observing the charred walls, he could easily surmise that a catastrophic fire had once ravaged this place. Aside from the remnants of furniture reduced to mere skeletons, nothing remained. The house contained two rooms, one ajar and the other closed, adding to the air of mystery. Zhang Yao stepped into the open room, where an eerie occurrence unfolded. The room contained a bed, a wardrobe, a writing desk, and the walls adorned with certificates. On the bedside table lay a photograph of two children, their smiles radiant, indicating it was a child's room. An illusion? Zhang Yao furrowed his brow and scanned the surroundings with his ghostly vision, but failed to locate the previous trace of dark energy. Suddenly, a boy, no more than a teenager, dashed in, seemingly fleeing from something, and dove into the wardrobe. Zhang Yao's brow furrowed deeper, bewildered by the boy's frantic behavior. In the next moment, a familiar face appeared, prompting Zhang Yao to exclaim, Yang Tianhuai? Dressed in a suit, he brandished a syringe. A cold smile gracing his lips as he approached the wardrobe, taunting, Do you wish to see your brother? If so, you must come out and cooperate. The boy, peeking out from the wardrobe, wore a panicked expression as he gazed at Yang Tianhuai. Yang Tianhuai led him to the desk, where he injected the boy, smiling as he exited the room. Moments later, the boy's body went rigid, collapsing to the floor, murmuring brother. As the boy lay motionless, Yang Tianhuai re-entered, now clad in a white lab coat, wielding a scalpel to begin cutting into the boy's thigh. In no time, he removed a piece of flesh. Delicious. This seems even more delectable than before. I can indulge once more. He reveled in his grotesque delight, devouring the boy's flesh without a second thought. Zhang Yao. So it turns out Yang Tianhuai raised this child solely to satisfy his cannibalistic cravings? The boy did not lose consciousness. Instead, he stared vacantly at Yang Tianhuai, as if he had grown accustomed to the horrors before him. After finishing his meal, Yang Tianhuai contentedly bandaged the boy before locking the door on his way out. Zhang Yao noticed numerous scars on the boy's arms, a clear indication that this was not the first instance of such cruelty. As the boy lay on the ground, Zhang Yao's gaze fell upon a notebook on the desk. and, almost instinctively, he began to read. October 5th, 3031, rain. It was the most sorrowful day. My parents were swept away by a flood, leaving my brother and me utterly orphaned. January 15th, 3032, overcast. My brother has become taciturn and withdrawn, as if hiding something from me. January 30th, 3032, heavy rain. My brother has gone mad, attempting to take his own life. Fortunately, I discovered him in time, or I would have lost him. Yet, after saving him, why does he look at me with such strange eyes, as if blaming me? February 3rd, 3032, overcast. My brother was taken away by our uncle, said to be mentally ill and sent for treatment. I miss him dearly. February 5th, 3032, heavy rain. Today, my uncle gave me an injection. When I woke up, my leg hurt terribly. February 28th, 3032, heavy rain. I finally understand why my brother wanted to end his life. My uncle is eating my flesh. How terrifying. I long to escape. March 3rd, 3032, overcast. Why do the neighbors believe my uncle is a good person and dismiss my words? He is a madman, a devil. May 5th, 3032. My uncle said my brother is dead. May everyone accompany him in death. Upon reaching the final page, Zhang Yao was horrified to find it filled with the blood-red characters of death. 2 youthful souls have been mercilessly tormented and destroyed by Yang Tianhuai. As the scene transitions, the boy begins to pour gasoline throughout the house, with Zhang Yao quietly following behind, observing him. With a vacant stare, he steps outside, drenching the entire hallway in gasoline. He then sits silently on the sofa and ignites a lighter. The house is instantly engulfed in flames, and the boy erupts into a heart-wrenching wail, as if releasing all the sorrow and anger bottled within him. His cries are excruciating, causing one's very soul to shudder. The live stream falls into a profound silence. As everyone witnesses the torment the boy has endured, their hearts heavy with hatred towards Yang Tianhuai. Yang is indeed despicable. To satisfy his own twisted desires, a horrific obsession, he has wreaked havoc upon these 2 children who relied on one another for survival. The residents of this floor seem far from innocent. When the children sought their help, they treated it as a jest. If it were me, I would haunt Yang Tianhuai even in death. Zhang Yao stands dazed in the center of the flames, gazing at the boy on the sofa, sorrowfully lamenting. You could have endured the darkness, but alas, the light within you has been extinguished. The light symbolizes his brother, but with his brother gone, the motivation to continue living has dissipated entirely. The boy rises from the sofa, his eyes a terrifying crimson, and questions Zhang Yao. Why did my flames not consume you? Zhang Yao gently shakes his head. Because I do not fear you. Your illusions cannot harm me. What you perceive, including the flames, is merely a manifestation of your resentment. Moreover, with the reward of the ghost-evading pearl and a mental fortitude of 10, I regard ordinary illusions with utter disdain. What if I were to make you experience my plight? As he speaks, a dreadful red light engulfs Zhang Yao's eyes. Chapter 18. The wretched being Zhang Yao feels a searing scarlet light pierce his gaze, instinctively retreating a step. He reaches for the wall, but finds nothing. Collapsing heavily onto the ground, he realizes he is back in the previous room, his once robust arms now frail. Before he can comprehend the situation, the door creaks open. A familiar face enters. Xiao Di, today you are to receive another injection. Yang Tianhuai pulls out a syringe and, without a moment's hesitation, plunges it into Zhang Yao's body. In that instant, he comprehends the agony of Xiao Di's existence. No matter how he exerts himself, Zhang Yao finds he cannot unleash his martial arts. Collapsing helplessly on the floor, terror-stricken as Yang Tianhuai brandishes a small knife. The knife slowly slices through his thigh, inflicting pain that nearly sends Zhang Yao into unconsciousness. His gaze is fixated on Yang Tianhuai, particularly as he savors a piece of bloody flesh. A grotesque expression of satisfaction on his face. Zhang Yao feels a surge of hatred. Zhang Yao feels a surge of fury. He could never have fathomed that. When ensnared in the abyss, the light would feel so distant. After hastily dressing Zhang Yao's wounds, Yang Tianhuai nonchalantly sits in the living room, engrossed in his phone. Upon regaining his mobility, Zhang Yao grasps a pair of scissors, trembling as he ventures out. At this moment, both the Lei Fa and the Zheng Mo fist are rendered useless. To shatter the illusion, he must eliminate that wretched man. Alas, as he approaches Yang Tianhuai, burdened by Xiao Di's memories, he is gripped by an innate terror. especially upon witnessing Yang's hypocritical smile, sending chills down his spine. Standing before him, Yang Tianhui dismissively states, "What's the matter? Do you wish to confront me?" Yang Tianhui coolly remarks, "I can offer you a chance to escape. Go ahead. I shall wait for you right here." Receiving an opportunity to flee, Zhang Yao bolts towards the door. Despite the injury to his leg, he hobbles desperately onward. The hallway glimmers faintly. The previous elevator now vanished. He understands he is trapped within an illusion. Only by defeating Yang Tianhui can he hope to break free. Just as despair threatens to engulf him, several doors along the corridor stand ajar. He anxiously rushes to knock, yearning for salvation, desperate to expose Yang Tianhui's horrific deeds. However, a woman opens the door, her gaze sharp and disdainful, not just aversion, but a deep-seated contempt. "Help me, Yang Tianhui. He is a demon. He consumes my flesh." As he speaks, he nervously watches Yang Tianhui's door, fearing he might emerge. "What nonsense are you spouting? A mere country bumpkin eating off the labor of others has no right to speak ill of Mr. Yang. You ought to be grateful. Dare you utter such slander? It was my child. I will ensure you are thoroughly beaten." In a fit of rage, she berates him before slamming the door shut. Zhang Yao feels despair wash over him. Perhaps this is the very foundation of Yang Tianhui's arrogance. Struggling to rise from the ground, he endures the agonizing pain in his leg and resolutely knocks on the second door. The third, fourth, fifth. He knocks on every door in the hallway. But regardless of how tragic his pleas, or how he reveals his bloodied wounds, not a single soul believes him. Instead, they hurl insults at him. Their contempt chills Zhang Yao to the core. At that moment, a door swings open. Yang Tianhui stands at the threshold, a mocking smile plastered on his face, triumphantly proclaiming, "I have granted you a chance. Your inability to save yourself is your own concern." Yang Tianhui scoffs, "Little brat, what can you possibly do? You still wish to challenge me? I shall inform you. Every resident of this corridor has been bought off by me, especially those who feasted on your brother's flesh. They are eternally grateful to me." Ha ha ha. Zhang Yao. A familiar face begins to materialize in his memory, only to shatter in despair. "Is my brother dead?" Zhang Yao utters in a daze, leaning against the wall, motionless. Yang Tianhui cackles madly. "Indeed, he perished in agony during the flesh harvesting. Now you should join him." With that, Yang Tianhui yanks Zhang Yao into the house and, taking a phone call, turns to leave. Zhang Yao finds himself seated on the sofa. Much like Xiao Di before him, lost in thought. What occupies his mind is a mystery to all. With his brother gone, all of this is rendered meaningless. He has fully assimilated Xiao Di's memories. Perhaps he has become Xiao Di, transformed into the mournful figure dwelling in the abyss, who sees his brother as a beacon of light. Now that the light has extinguished, the mournful one shall rise as a vengeful spirit. Suddenly, several canisters of gasoline appear on the table, and an eerie voice whispers in Zhang Yao's ear, "Burn it all. Reduce everything to ashes. Incinerate those vile faces. We must avenge our brother. They have devoured his flesh." Zhang Yao clutches the gasoline tightly in his hands, bursting through the door and dousing the entire corridor and the doors of each resident. He drenches every corner of his home, and as he stands before the closed door, he hesitates. In his memories, he knows this to be Yang Tianhui's room, yet there are no recollections of his brother. Curiosity gnaws at him, and as his hand instinctively reaches for the door, a scream echoes in his mind. "You must not touch that. It is beyond your reach." The voice grows frantic, but the more it resists, the more Zhang Yao's curiosity intensifies. If everything is destined for destruction, why not take a look? The door swings open. A blaze erupts, igniting the house. On the bed lies a charred skeleton, reduced to mere bones, and Zhang Yao gently caresses its face as if it were a cherished relative. The expression of sorrow on Zhang Yao's face morphs into one of grim determination. He shouted furiously, You have been lying all along, you wretched creature." Chapter 19. Turned to ashes, Zhang Yao clenches fists in anger, the lightning in his hands flickering uncontrollably in a violent display. His eyes burn crimson, resembling a vengeful spirit of the night, yearning to find Xiao Di and obliterate him. Ever since Xiao Di and his brother moved into Yang Tianhui's home, the younger brother had claimed all the delicious food and enjoyable activities for himself. The older brother did not protest until he could no longer endure his brother's foul feet, leading him to reluctantly share a bed with Yang Tianhui. Every night, Xiao Di could hear the screams from the next room, and on several occasions, he crouched by the door, listening to the sounds of muffled sobs. The scars on his brother's body gradually multiplied. It was not merely once, but countless times that the older brother had suggested running away, only to be rejected by Xiao Di, who had, in his heart, already regarded Yang Tianhui as family. He felt his brother was superfluous, even wishing for his brother's quick demise, while his brother, who doted on Xiao Di, chose to endure the suffering. As the scars on his brother's body increased, Xiao Di thought perhaps his wish had been heard by the gods, making him even less inclined to leave. Gradually, his brother fell into despair and chose to take his own life through medication. When his brother died, Xiao Di did not weep. Instead, he smiled with unexpected joy, for Yang Tianhui had treated him to a feast of roasted meat, assuring him that everything in this home belonged to him. Yet, such bliss did not last long. One fateful night, he awoke in excruciating pain, discovering a new scar on his body while Yang Tianhui chewed on something. Terror took hold of him as he recalled the injuries on his brother. Yang Tianhui coldly informed him that if he wished to enjoy everything here, he must comply obediently. He inexplicably thought of his brother, who had longed for an early death. It turned out this was the reality he had faced. Gradually, the flesh Yang Tianhui cut away from him increased, leading him toward despair. Yet, he could not bring himself to take that final step into death, filled with regret over whether his brother could have alleviated his suffering had he been alive. Ultimately, he succumbed to an infection and perished one night. Zhang Yao's world gradually became clearer, but his gaze remained fierce as he searched for Xiao Di. The world, once scorched by fire, faded away into ruins. Xiao Di sat on the sofa, staring vacantly at Zhang Yao. I thought that upon witnessing my plight, you would choose to end your own life. I never expected you to push open that door. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "Why did you open that door?" Zhang Yao dispersed the lightning in his hands and coldly replied, "Because in my understanding, it must conceal something related to my brother. I do not wish to leave this world without any memories of him." Xiao Di had always wanted to erase his brother's memory, but found himself confronting it once more. Had he heeded his brother's advice to run away on a dark night, would their fates have been different? Zhang Yao asked coldly, "So there was no fire? And you did not seek revenge on everyone. You merely wished to cower at home, complying with Yang Tianhui's torment day after day." Xiao Di remained silent. Zhang Yao paused briefly before continuing, "Out of selfish desire, you wish for your brother's early demise. Do you not realize that he chose to stay to protect you?" Xiao Di's face remained expressionless, and he muttered in a frenzied manner, "I have completely forgotten him. Why do you bring him up? You have inherited my memories. Why do you still push open that door? You question me. Do you know how much I loathed it when Yang Tianhui served me his flesh? That rancid meat repulsed me to my core." Zhang Yao, recalling the skeleton in the room, felt a surge of purple energy rising in his fists. With eyes ablaze, he coldly stared at Xiao Di and declared, "Your brother only knew how to protect you, but never taught you the virtue of gratitude. Today, let me give you a proper lesson." With that, Zhang Yao lunged forward, appearing before Xiao Di like a wraith. The thunder-subduing fist, charged with energy, struck Xiao Di with the force of a hammer. Boom! The entire house trembled violently, the ground cracking beneath them. Xiao Di collapsed, fear evident in his eyes. Zhang Yao stood before him, delivering another punch. Boom! "I will teach you the meaning of gratitude. I will make you remember your brother, and I will ensure you dare not speak ill of him." Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Yao unleashed a flurry of blows. He had inherited Xiao Di's memories, yet held deep gratitude toward the brother. The term brother was revered in Zhang Yao's heart. A man who had persevered for his younger sibling was reduced to nothing in his eyes. Thus, today he must impart this lesson, even if it meant failing the quest. Xiao Di suffered a devastating blow, his spirit dimming considerably. He gazed at the frenzied Zhang Yao with terror, hastily explaining, I was wrong. I know I have wronged my brother, but I do not deserve death. You should not kill me. If you do, my brother will be heartbroken." Zhang Yao paused, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, you do not deserve death, yet you are already dead. I do not mind turning you to ashes once more." Zhang Yao infused his thunder law into the thunder-subduing fist, the purple lightning crackling ominously as it struck Xiao Di. Boom! The entire house resonated with a thunderous roar, and Xiao Di was utterly reduced to ashes. Zhang Yao gasped for breath, fury boiling within him as he sat on the ground, feeling a twisted sense of satisfaction. Just as he believed the task was complete, A ghostly eye captured a wisp of dark energy within that very room. Zhang Yao hurriedly rose and dashed into the chamber. A familiar face from his memories sat on the bed, smiling at him. Zhang Yao's eyes welled with tears, as if he were a little brother calling out, "Brother!" The boy waved his hand, saying, "Do not come closer. You have killed Xiao Di. Perhaps it was his destined fate." Zhang Yao retorted, "You scoundrel. Even now you defend him. I am your brother. Oh, dear brother. You could tell me why you became a ghost, yet do not wish to take revenge on your brother. Instead, you lie here, silently observing." Zhang Yao conceived a bold thought. Throughout this ordeal, the boy had merely watched in silence without ever confronting his brother. The boy smiled and said, "Do you wish to know?" Chapter 20. The damned charisma. Zhang Yao nodded. Yes, I wish to know. Had he not inherited Xiao Di's memories, Zhang Yao might have found little interest in this fraternal drama. But now, he was the protagonist of this tale, eager to discover why this brother, who adored his younger sibling, had not left. The boy sighed deeply, "Because we are brothers. I witnessed his demise, and he witnessed my joy. In that moment, I longed to end his life, but alas, he remains my brother." Then he was tormented by Yang Tianhui, driven mad, and began to repent for his past sins. Had I appeared, he would have likely gone even more insane. Seeing the profound sorrow on his face, Zhang Yao urgently inquired, "So, you have merely watched all this time?" The boy nodded. "Yes, I've been waiting for him to decide when I opened the door. Unfortunately, he has yet to do so." This was the final opportunity the brother had extended to Xiao Di. He merely needed to take a step forward to receive forgiveness. Yet in the end, he did not take that step, instead plunging himself deeper into despair, endlessly tormenting himself with guilt and delusion. As he spoke, the elder brother bowed to Zhang Yao, politely expressing, "I apologize for the anguish I have caused you due to my younger brother. Farewell." He transformed into a wisp of shadow, gradually dissipating into the air. Zhang Yao, feeling anxious, inquired, "Where are you going?" The boy shook his head and remained silent until he vanished. Congratulations to player Lin Yao for completing the minor dungeon task. Reward: Red Garment Pill X3. Feature: using the Red Garment Pill can elevate one's cultivation level to the Red Garment rank, with a duration of 20 minutes. A grand announcement declared, "Congratulations to player Zhang Yao for becoming the first to complete the minor dungeon task. We hope he continues to strive forward and remain true to his original intentions." Players scattered across various dungeons were left dumbfounded. Some were still stuck in the first level, giving massages to ghosts, while he had already completed the minor dungeon task. "What? I'm still stuck on the first level. Why is it Zhang Yao again? This is insane." In the realm of horror, Tang Qingxue stood by his bedside, her expression initially one of concern, but it soon brightened with a hint of joy. The grand announcement had proclaimed him the first to conquer the minor dungeon task. Wang Lei clapped in admiration. "Impressive." A brief silence enveloped the dormitory as they sensed Zhang Yao's despondency. Tang Qingxue furrowed her brows and gently asked, "Has something happened?" Zhang Yao slightly shook his head, forcing a bitter smile as he replied, "It's merely a plot. What could possibly happen?" His emotions lingered within the narrative of that dungeon, where a brother's selfless love for his sibling culminated in such a tragic ending. As his words faded, Tang Qingxue tightly embraced Zhang Yao. He was momentarily taken aback, while Wang Lei placed a hand on Zhang Yao's shoulder. Confused, Zhang Yao gazed at them, unsure of what was transpiring. Tang Qingxue softly reassured him, "I want to tell you that no matter what happens, we will always be by your side. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. Some things, even if unavoidable, must be accepted with grace." With her perceptive nature, she surmised that Zhang Yao was affected by the plot, recalling her own experience when she first traversed the initial dungeon. Wang Lei, bewildered yet supportive, added, "We will always be your unwavering support." Zhang Yao felt a warmth in his eyes. Tears welling up as countless words caught in his throat left him with an indescribable sensation. Lowering his head, he softly suggested, "Let me share the story of the plot I experienced." Zhang Yao succinctly recounted the events and sights he had encountered. The two listened intently, covering their mouths in shock, their disdain for Yang Tianhui intensifying. Tang Qingxue exclaimed, "I never expected Yang Tianhui to be so vile." Wang Lei remarked, "That pair of brothers are also unfortunate. Do not be too disheartened." Having vented his frustrations, Zhang Yao felt significantly lighter. He wiped away his tears and smiled at the two, declaring, "I have already recovered, so do not worry." Suddenly, Tang Qingxue raised her hand, suspended in the air, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zhang Yao. Puzzled, Zhang Yao extended his hand, and Wang Lei places atop it as well. Tang Qingxue declared with determination, "I've made up my mind. From now on, whenever I see Yang Tianhui, I will eliminate him." Wang Lei, feeling a twinge of apprehension at the thought of Yang Tianhui's formidable powers, mustered his courage. "So will I." Zhang Yao regarded them earnestly and stated, "Then let us strive to live on with the goal of defeating Yang Tianhui. One must always have a purpose, otherwise progress will remain elusive." Of course, behind Zhang Yao stood a multitude of viewers eagerly anticipating the clash between him and Yang Tianhui. The next day, the group rose early. At 6 o'clock, it was time for morning exercises. Tardiness would lead to severe consequences, as per Director Li's warnings. The entire playground was filled with a throng of lunatics standing in neat rows. Upon seeing Zhang Yao's arrival, Director Li approached with a smile. Zhang Yao felt an unsettling nausea since their last encounter. "Good morning, Director." They collectively greeted. Director Li nodded and called out to Zhang Yao, "Come here. I have a few words to discuss with you." With a frown, Zhang Yao reluctantly followed. Director Li led him to a secluded corner, conveniently obscured by a dead tree. "My dear rival, I missed you so much during the day." She seemed to have transformed, playfully licking Zhang Yao's face, reveling in the moment. "I adore your scent." If given the chance, he would have liked to retaliate against her for her incessant advances. "Shall we engage in something thrilling?" Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition arose within Zhang Yao. He shook his head. "No." Director Li coldly commanded, "If you refuse, do you believe I won't deal with you?" A clear and straightforward threat. Zhang Yao hesitantly agreed, "Fine." Director Li then displayed a satisfied smile. "When the morning exercise broadcast begins, you shall treat me as you did yesterday. No, it should be even more ferocious." Gazing at Director Li's eager expression, Zhang Yao pondered why there wasn't a beautiful and understanding sister to indulge him during his time in the city. Instead, he found himself entangled in this eerie world. The audience commented, "This damned allure can only deceive ghosts." Chapter 21. Departure. The fourth set of ghostly exercises officially commenced. The loudspeaker of the lunatic asylum suddenly emitted a buzzing sound, followed by eerie Swana music. Zhang Yao was momentarily taken aback, and through the gaps of the dead tree, he observed all the lunatics joyously letting loose. Some jumped so exuberantly that their heads spun off, while others, in their fervor, lost limbs and were trampled by fellow lunatics. Everyone wore radiant smiles, as if participating in a grand stage performance. Only Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei appeared somewhat lost, twisting nervously to avoid drawing the attention of the other lunatics. Just as they began to dance, Zhang Yao became mesmerized when a pair of delicate hands pressed down on his head. Ugh! His vision darkened as a soft object pressed against his face, making it difficult to breathe. Director Li, uninterested in idle chatter, whispered sweetly into his ear, "Hurry up, my dear rival. Just a little spark, please." Her teasing voice, combined with the playful tone, would have overwhelmed even the most composed individual. Zhang Yao's face flushed, and with a surge of determination, he grasped Director Li's hands firmly, declaring, "Is that what you want? I'll grant your wish." With a crackle, arcs of lightning erupted, and Director Li let out a delighted gasp. "What a marvelous sensation. I want more. Increase the voltage." Zhang Yao unleashed his full power, fearing that if he held back, Director Li might seize the opportunity to grope him again. He committed fully, unleashing the entirety of his lightning technique. With a thunderous roar, the surrounding obstructions were obliterated, and a blinding flash of lightning erupted across the playground. "I'll fight you to the end," Zhang Yao bellowed, causing Director Li's hair to stand on end as she trembled, exclaiming, "Stop! I can't take it anymore." Gasping for breath, Zhang Yao released her now charred hands, wiping the sweat from his face. Observing the unconscious Director Li, he felt a whirlwind of emotions. If only you were a person, I would have been overjoyed. In his youth, love had not yet arrived, and it mattered little. As one enters society, youth is fleeting and love has yet to arrive. It is often believed that once one earns money, love will naturally follow. However, in moments of societal despair, amidst the weariness of time, love remains elusive. It is of little consequence. Now, as I engage in this game, I find myself unexpectedly entangled with a ghost, strikingly alluring yet unattainable. While I lament the unfairness of fate, I realize that the broadcast has ceased, and all the frenzied spirits are fixated upon me, wearing foolish grins. Zhang Yao observes that Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei are still rooted in place. Stunned by the bizarre call from Director Li, the child spirit on stage glares at Zhang Yao and Director Li with a pale face, wielding a microphone to admonish them. What is going on here? Do as you please in private, but this is a public space. Is there no sense of shame? Are you unaware of what is inappropriate for children? By age, he is still merely a child, shielded from many sights. Zhang Yao rushes over, attempting to clarify. I truly did nothing. Director Li suddenly fainted, and I merely went to check. The child spirit squints with disdain, retorting, I have been watching you too since the beginning. You buried your head in it, and still claim I am wronging you. Zhang Yao responds, so you witnessed the entire affair, yet did not intervene. And now you accuse me of inappropriate behavior? Just then, the child spirit exclaims, touching his head, Sister, you hit me again. A gust of cold wind sweeps through. A delicate figure descends from above, Bai Yao, holding an umbrella, floats mid-air, and coldly admonishes the child spirit. You watched what you should not have. It's fortunate that your eyes are still intact. The child spirit, lowering his head in shame, feigns contrition but knows he will dare again. There is no time for lengthy discussions. The matter at hand must be addressed promptly. Bai Yao shoots a frosty glare at the child spirit, and he suddenly realizes, oh, I was so engrossed that I forgot. Zhang Yao wishes fervently that they would not speak of this incident. He is also a reluctant participant. The child spirit states solemnly, we have a traitor within our ghost academy. Each attending physician is bringing 5 spirits to negotiate with us. Step forward voluntarily, or do not compel me to take action. Soon, the attending physicians from each department push several frenzied spirits forward. Despite their reluctance, they were forced smiles, not daring to display any defiance. The assembly is soon complete, leaving only Tang Qingxue, Wang Lei, and others in Zhang Yao's department to join the main group. To his astonishment, he realizes that the attending physicians possess only the strength of fierce spirits, far below the caliber of Yang Tianhuai. The child spirit eagerly leads the way, only to receive a light smack on the head from Bai Yao. He looks at her with a pout. Why did you hit me again? Bai Yao replies tersely, you must remain at the Mad Spirit Academy. Otherwise, if Yang Tianhuai seizes the opportunity to attack, who will protect them? The child spirit, dissatisfied, protests. But upon hearing Yang Tianhuai's name, Zhang Yao interjects, is the traitor you mentioned Yang Tianhuai? The child spirit glares at him. This is not something you need to know. Bai Yao chimes in, having overheard, I'm still here. When did it become your place to interrupt? The child spirit retorts. And Bai Yao continues, Yang Tianhuai has joined our adversarial faction, the Fragrant Roses. We are going to retrieve him. The lives of so many spirits in treatment room 101 cannot be sacrificed in vain. Upon hearing that they are to find Yang Tianhuai, Zhang Yao's resolve ignites, and he raises both hands in agreement. Yet, will their endeavor truly unfold as they envision? Tang Qingxue stands beside Zhang Yao, whispering, I have limited ammunition. Be cautious. If things go awry, we retreat. Wang Lei, hearing the suggestion of flee, readily concurs, absolutely. Zhang Yao understands that this level of conflict is beyond their control. The opposing force undoubtedly possesses formidable entities, so they must exercise utmost caution. Let's set forth. At Bai Yao's command, this small battalion of hundreds of frenzied spirits marches forth with great momentum. Zhang Yao is determined to claim Yang Tianhuai's head in honor of his deceased brother. As the procession advances onto the roadway, the raucous spirits of yesteryear have grown unexpectedly subdued. Even these deranged beings comprehend that a formidable battle lies ahead. For the first time, Zhang Yao realizes that the realm of the Mad Spirit Academy mirrors the urban landscape, with towering buildings beyond. In the desolate marketplace, apart from a few drifting malevolent spirits, little else remains. You cannot proceed any further. Ahead lies the territory of our fragrant roses. A sharp voice slices through the silence, revealing a disheveled female, ghost wielding a dagger. Her face, smeared with blood, is indeed terrifying. Zhang Yao activates his ghostly vision, gasping in astonishment. Half a step into the realm of the red-clad. Is this the level of foe they face upon entry? The live audience grows tense. Are they about to engage in battle? Please, I adore watching women fight, especially in simple settings, perhaps with just a bed. Hurry and fight. I eagerly anticipate the clash of the spirits. Wherever there are people, there lies a realm of conflict. And it is especially true for a congregation of vengeful spirits who regard their territory as life itself. The actions of the Mad Spirit Academy are undoubtedly a declaration of war against the fragrant roses. Bai Yao steps forward, her cold eyes glinting as she murmurs, "Do you truly believe you can obstruct my path?" The female ghost, feeling the menacing aura emanating from Bai Yao, instinctively retreats a step. A gust of wind sweeps through, and the female ghost's head eerily detaches from her body. Bai Yao, holding her umbrella, commands the frenzied spirits behind her, advance. Zhang Yao, witnessing the swift demise of the half-step female ghost, stands in disbelief. Can Bai Yao truly possess the strength of the red-clad? As they continue, Bai Yao suddenly halts. Coldly addressing the unseen, "Old hag, I have come to your doorstep. Why do you hide?" A chilling wind howls, nearly obscuring Zhang Yao's vision. Suddenly, a multitude of ghostly figures appear ahead, led by 3 diminutive old female spirits clad in funeral garments, followed by a throng of other apparitions. All eyes are fixed coldly upon Bai Yao. Zhang Yao cannot restrain himself from activating his ghostly vision, exclaiming in shock, "All 3 are red-clad." He has witnessed the power of the red-clad before, and now Bai Yao faces 3 alone. Can she truly prevail? Our fragrant roses have always kept our distance from your Mad Spirit Academy. Today, you dare to bring spirits to our doorstep, seeking to bully us? The foremost old female spirit in black speaks icily, each word laced with fury. Bai Yao's gaze sharpens as she coldly declares, "You harbor the traitors of our Mad Spirit Academy. Hand him over today, and we shall coexist peacefully. Otherwise," she fixes her glare on the black-clad old female spirit, unleashing her dark energy, causing discomfort among the smaller spirits behind her. "Do not blame me for annihilating you." The black-clad old female spirit raises her hand with a menacing expression, a ghostly claw shattering Bai Yao's released pressure, furiously retorting, "Annihilate us? Let us see what strength you possess." In mere moments, the tension between the 2 factions escalates, the atmosphere thick with the scent of impending conflict. "Surrender, Yang Tianhui, and spare your lives," Bai Yao threatens, gripping her red umbrella, issuing her final ultimatum. The black-clad old female spirit sneers coldly, "If you seek Yang Tianhui, come and claim him." As she speaks, her ghostly claw lunges into the air, and 2 crimson claws surge forward. Zhang Yao's heart races in alarm. If they were to collide head-on, the consequences would be devastating. Bai Yao, deftly wielding her open red umbrella, sends several ribs flying, skillfully breaking through the assault. As the 3 old female specters transformed into ethereal wraiths and entangled with Bai Yao, the harrowing battle for survival commenced. The sudden cacophony of gunfire shattered the stillness, as Tang Qingxue gripped a mini Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage of suppressive fire. Beside her, Wang Lei wielded a green shield, vigilantly ensuring Tang Qingxue's safety. Zhang Yao, seizing the opportunity to enhance his lightning magic, charged forward with a dagger in hand. However, upon confronting the enemy, he was taken aback to discover that his adversaries were elderly figures. Faces lined with deep wrinkles and diminutive statures left him speechless. Unable to suppress his sarcasm, he remarked, "So this is how fragrant roses are born." One of the old female specters cackled, "Do you not find it melodious?" Zhang Yao, witnessing her outstretched hands reaching for him, raised his dagger and struck several blows. "It may sound pleasant, but at your age, should you be indulging in square dancing rather than engaging in combat?" The enemy ranks were thick and overwhelming, while the specters brought by the frantic spirits barely numbered 100. Before the frantic spirits could unleash their wrath, they were engulfed by the massive tide of wraiths. Seeing that Tang Qingxue's gunfire was faltering against the relentless onslaught, Zhang Yao discarded his dagger, braced himself against the ground, and shouted, "Lightning technique, thunderstrike." A brilliant blue flash erupted from the ground, incapacitating the surrounding specters. Zhang Yao urged Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei, "Hurry, retreat." Tang Qingxue hesitated, but the sheer number of wraiths was insurmountable. "Hurry, my lightning technique won't hold for long." After Zhang Yao's shout, Wang Lei dragged Tang Qingxue away. Demon Suppression Fist. Zhang Yao's fist erupted with purple energy, shattering the approaching malevolent spirits. Realizing Zhang Yao was not to be trifled with, the wraiths turned their attention to pursuing Tang Qingxue and her companions, leaving behind a throng of malevolent spirits, their greedy gazes fixated on Zhang Yao, as if they wished to devour him whole. "You are at your wit's end, boy. You might as well let me feast on you. Indeed, with such strength, your flesh must be delectable." Zhang Yao's eyes turned cold, Fists clenched, he bellowed, "If it's a fight you seek, then let it begin." This time, he too wished to discover the limits of his own power. A bloody battle to the end, absorbing the essence of the spirits, could indeed prove beneficial for his cultivation. The wraiths launched a coordinated assault, snapping at Zhang Yao. The purple energy enveloping his fists began to surge with lightning, engaging violently with the malevolent spirits. As time passed, his wounds multiplied, yet the number of wraiths on the ground gradually diminished. He continued fighting until the fearsome spirits were driven away by his ferocious fists, covered in blood. He gazed at the desolate street and could not help but roar, "Is there anyone else?" Chapter 23. Mutual destruction. Occasionally, a few remaining wraiths, instinctively desiring to attack, faltered upon witnessing Zhang Yao's blood-soaked figure. The livestream audience was equally taken aback at his grievous state, yet still alive. Incredible. He faced those malevolent spirits single-handedly. It truly terrified me. Zhang Yao, the #1 man on the leaderboard. I can't fathom why he fights so desperately. He could simply escape with the others. Zhang Yao's fierce determination stemmed from his desire to locate Yang Tianhui and dismantle that villain piece by piece. Now that he was absent, perhaps he had infiltrated the frantic spirit's lair. After about 10 minutes, when he stood before the gates of the frantic spirit's lair, he encountered a scene of horror. Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei lay in a pool of blood. The frantic spirits were amidst a brutal massacre, and a familiar figure floated in the air, resembling a deity. Hands aglow with crimson light, mercilessly raining destruction upon the ground. Each strike resulted in a multitude of frantic spirits being slaughtered. Zhang Yao's gaze fixated on the two fallen comrades, his steadfast life-and-death friends, who had saved him on numerous occasions. Now, they lay lifeless because of Yang Tianhui. A surge of fury ignited within Zhang Yao, his eyes ablaze, as he unleashed a terrifying wave of purple energy, directing it towards the gates. With a thunderous crash, the iron doors were blasted away, and he staggered into the lair, roaring, "Yang Tianhui, you scoundrel! Come here and face your demise." His wrath was palpable, a killing intent that transformed his countenance into that of a fearsome specter. Yang Tianhui took notice, amusement flickering in his eyes as he gestured toward the bloody duo, saying, "Did you know I came specifically to find you? Because of you, the corpse spirits I painstakingly nurtured have perished. Because of you, I am being pursued by Bai Yao. Therefore, today, I intend to show you the agony of losing those dear to you right before your eyes." As he spoke, Yang Tianhui reached into the void, lifting the bloodied Tang Qingxue into the air, gazing at her half-closed eyes, filled with anguish, murmuring, "Run away," even in such dire straits. She still cared for Zhang Yao's life. Zhang Yao's icy gaze remained locked onto Yang Tianhui, his words laced with resolve. "Today, no one will perish, and you shall face annihilation." Yang Tianhui frowned, a smirk playing on his lips. Is that so? He unleashed a surge of ghostly energy, intent on ending Tang Qingxue's life. Bang! Yang Tianhui was taken aback, as Zhang Yao's silhouette suddenly appeared before Tang Qingxue. Such terrifying speed could only belong to a figure of the scarlet rank. At that moment, Zhang Yao emerged like a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell, single-handedly intercepting Yang Tianhui's spectral claws, glaring at him with fury as he declared, "Today is your last day." Yang Tianhui squinted, observing the crimson steam erupting from Zhang Yao, realizing that he too was of the scarlet rank. "I never anticipated you were a scarlet rank as well." In that fleeting moment, Zhang Yao consumed a scarlet pill, temporarily elevating his power to the scarlet rank, a short-lived boon, yet more than sufficient to confront Yang Tianhui. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement as they witnessed Zhang Yao's sudden surge in strength, locking eyes with Yang Tianhui. Zhang Yao has revealed his true prowess. He has been concealing his strength all along. I thought Tang Qingxue and the others had perished. Thankfully, Zhang Yao has arrived in time. The slaughter commenced in earnest. Charge forth. In this terrifying world, Zhang Yao felt an unceasing torrent of power coursing through his limbs. With a mere thought, lightning erupted from his fists. Is this the power of the scarlet rank? To obliterate you is sufficient. With that, he stomped the ground, vanishing in an uncanny manner. The next instant, he reappeared behind Yang Tianhui, unleashing a tempest of lightning. Lightning technique, thunder strike. His fists descended like iron hammers, crashing down upon Yang Tianhui. Boom! Yang Tianhui, caught off guard, was sent crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater. Zhang Yao. He lay on the ground, his insides churning with pain, staring in shock at Zhang Yao, who descended like a flying sword. Damn it, I can't move. Yang Tianhui attempted to retaliate instantly, but the lightning technique coursing through him rendered his limbs paralyzed. Demon Suppression Fist. Zhang Yao struck with both fists, enveloped in a red, killing intent, resembling a comet blazing through the heavens. Bang! The entire frantic spirit's lair trembled in response. As Yang Tianhui's chest caved in, his calm demeanor shattered, replaced by sheer terror as he gazed at Zhang Yao. In that moment, Zhang Yao appeared as a deity, his crimson eyes brimming with the desire for carnage. How have you grown so powerful? Impossible. You cannot be this strong. His expression twisted in anguish, his cries echoing with heart-wrenching despair. Zhang Yao shook his head slightly and spoke with a hint of indifference. I have always been this strong. He forcefully pulled up Yang Tianhui, his gaze icy as he whispered, have you ever experienced the feeling of wishing for death? Yang Tianhui broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, what do you want to do? A cruel smile appeared on Zhang Yao's face as he gently yanked Yang Tianhui's arm backward. With a sharp crack, one of his right arms was brutally severed. Yang Tianhui's face contorted in agony, and as he attempted to resist, he discovered his body was enveloped in crackling lightning, rendering him completely immobile. At that moment, he was akin to a fish on a chopping board, entirely at Zhang Yao's mercy. Zhang Yao's expression remained impassive as he tugged again, and the stench of blood in the air seemed to intensify. Now this is for my two teammates. With a heavy thud, he slammed Yang Tianhui to the ground, crushing both of his feet. Yang Tianhui's expression went blank. He could no longer even scream. He could not comprehend why, despite being a member of the Red Clad, he felt utterly powerless before Zhang Yao. All of this relied on the Hongyi pill, for after consuming it, no matter how formidable the opponent was, they would only find themselves on the receiving end of a beating. Now, your life must be returned to the child you devoured. That child was his brother from the previous instance, and having inherited Xiao Di's memories, Zhang Yao unconsciously regarded him as a sibling. Now, he sought vengeance for his brother, aiming to obliterate Yang Tianhui. Yang Tianhui stared blankly at Zhang Yao, as a horrifying purple aura erupted from Zhang Yao's iron fist. Death? Before the punch could land, Yang Tianhui erupted in maniacal laughter. You think you can kill me? Let us perish together, shall we? Zhang Yao furrowed his brow and unleashed his full-strength demon suppression fist. Yet, Yang Tianhui's body began to undergo a transformation. Zhang Yao exclaimed in shock. Chapter 24. Punishment Mechanism before the punch landed. Yang Tianhui's body radiated a crimson light and began to swell. In an instant, a destructive aura surged forth. Yang Tianhui widened his eyes and roared, let us descend into hell together. Boom! The entire Mad Ghost Institute collapsed, and Zhang Yao was completely engulfed in the crimson light. Time became a blur, and when Zhang Yao slowly opened his eyes again, his head felt foggy, and his limbs were immobile. You're awake? Wang Lei's voice reached his ears. Qing Shui, come here. Zhang Yao is awake. Tang Qing Shui and Wang Lei hurried over, trembling. Seeing them wrapped in bandages, Zhang Yao was momentarily stunned. Have we died? Before losing consciousness, Tang Qing Shui and Wang Lei had been gravely injured. As he was about to execute Yang Tianhui, the latter chose to self-destruct, and Zhang Yao had only managed to protect himself with lightning magic before falling into a coma. Tears glimmering in her eyes, Tang Qing Shui said, we are not dead. Director Li saved us. Director Li? Zhang Yao recalled the director he had knocked unconscious before leaving. He had not expected him to prove useful at such a critical moment. What happened to the Mad Ghost Institute? Zhang Yao attempted to rise, but found his limbs utterly unresponsive, like lifeless objects. Tang Qing Shui and Wang Lei's expressions fell, and the room fell into an eerie silence. The Mad Ghost Institute had been obliterated, leaving only Wang Lei and himself alive. Wang Lei spoke with agitation. A lot has happened in the 27 days you were unconscious. The entire Mad Ghost Institute was overrun by other spirits. We can only hide in a corner now. The principal and vice principal were missing, and Director Li sacrificed himself to protect us. From their conversation, Zhang Yao learned that he had been unconscious for 27 days. Bai Yao and her brother were missing, and Director Li had perished in battle. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Yao finally broke the stillness. Our mission should have concluded today, right? Wang Lei shook his head in response. It has already ended. Tang Qing explained dejectedly. The mission failed. Zhang Yao was taken aback. This was a multifaceted blow. They had lost their territory, suffered severe injuries, and now their mission had failed? Wang Lei sighed heavily. The prompt indicated that the Mad Ghost Institute has been occupied by other spirits, and our mission has failed. Today, we will face the punishment mechanism. Zhang Yao was bewildered. He had fought hard only to end up like this. Before he could voice his thoughts, the room was engulfed in white light, transforming into a pristine white space. Punishment mission has commenced. Matching punishment project. Match successful. Dark hide and seek. A loud hum resonated, and when they regained their senses, they found themselves in an abandoned elementary school that had long been forgotten. Including the three of them, there were 8 players present, 3 men and 2 women. Zhang Yao discovered that his previously immobile body had healed, and Tang Qing and Wang Lei, wrapped in bandages, were also unscathed. As everyone appeared in this new setting, some were filled with joy while others were gripped by terror. How is it possible? Why must we play a game even after failing the mission? Wonderful. I still have a chance to revive. I won't die. Sigh, when will this end? I'm terrified. Just then, a sinister chuckle echoed through the air as a shadowy figure gradually materialized. Greetings. I am your game steward. You are now faced with a punishment game. A peculiar-looking clown grinned widely at everyone. His face was odd, dominated by an enormous mouth. Dressed in a clown suit, he introduced the game with a broad smile. This is a game of hide and seek. You must find a hiding spot within the 10-minute countdown. Do not let the spirits I send out find you, or face the deadly consequences. The condition for passing is to find your own shadow. Then retrieve my other 5 facial features and present them to me to complete the task. If you fail to do so within 3 hours, you will descend into hell. Oh, by the way, your equipment and abilities are unusable now. Only by finding your shadow can you unlock them. With that, he erupted into a fit of laughter, as if the mere mention of death thrilled him. And now the countdown begins. After his instructions, he declared the game officially started. Zhang Yao glanced at the dim floor and noticed he, indeed, had no shadow. He pondered, finding my shadow should suffice, right? Tang Qing and Wang Lei stood beside him, awaiting Zhang Yao's next move. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yao had already become the leader of their group. He addressed them. Let us go and find a place to hide. He was prepared to protect Wang Lei and Tang Qing, willing to do anything to ensure their safety, not for any other reason, but because they were his companions. Everyone hurriedly rushed up the crowded staircase, and as they reached the 2nd floor, they spotted a dark shadow at the end of the corridor. A male player laughed as he sprinted forward. A shadow. It's mine. He dashed toward it, but as soon as his hands touched the shadow, a torrent of malevolent energy erupted into the air. Boom! Everyone in the corridor was stunned. It was a ghost, caked in mud, who seized the player and with a mere flick of its wrist, decapitated him. Everyone gasped in shock. They had not anticipated that such malevolent spirits lurked within the shadows. Zhang Yao quickly shouted to Tang Qing and Wang Lei, run. Engaging in battle with the malevolent spirit would only waste time. He was uncertain of the level of the monsters patrolling behind them, so it was best to flee promptly. The group dashed up to the 3rd floor, bursting into various rooms. Wang Lei attempted to enter a classroom, but was restrained by Zhang Yao. Hiding here will draw attention. We should go higher up. The building had 4 floors, and moving up would lessen the chances of being discovered too soon. The 3 of them dashed up to the 4th floor, and just as they concealed themselves, eerie howls echoed from below. Ah, my lovely little ants, where are you hiding? Come play with me. A thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the entire building. Zhang Yao and his companions huddled in an office on the 4th floor, their nerves fraying as they listened to the howling from downstairs. Wang Lei suddenly pointed to a shadow in the corner and shouted, "Look!" He seemed at a loss for words. Zhang Yao's eyes narrowed as he cautiously approached the shadow. Perhaps if he found his own shadow, there might be a chance for retaliation. Chapter 25. Never retreat, lost in thought. Zhang Yao's hand gradually reached toward the dark figure. Suddenly, a slender hand swatted his away, and a determined voice declared, "You just woke up. I don't want you to take any risks. Give me a chance, will you?" In the past, whenever danger arose, Zhang Yao was always the one to step up while they could only shield him or retreat. Now, with everyone lacking their skills, she felt it was her turn to take a risk for the group. Zhang Yao sighed as he looked at the serious expression on Tang Qingshue's face. "Do you really want to?" Before he could finish, a hefty hand had already reached out and touched the shadow. Both of them stared in shock at Wang Lei. With a grin, Wang Lei said, "Why talk so much? Let me take the opportunity for the adventure." The shadow began to swell, causing Zhang Yao and Tang Qingxue to tense up. A sharp sound rang out as the shadow dissipated, revealing a plump figure that quickly rushed toward Wang Lei. Wang Lei exhaled in relief and whispered, "Thank goodness nothing happened." Tang Qingxue scolded him. "Couldn't you let me have that chance?" "Seriously?" Wang Lei looked at Zhang Yao with a strange expression and asked, "I took action, so why am I still being scolded?" Zhang Yao retorted, "Because you stole Qingxue's chance to shine." Wang Lei chuckled. "Next time, I'll let you have the opportunity." The atmosphere in the office lightened, but just then, a peculiar bell sound echoed through the air. Ding, ding, ding. The group paused momentarily. Zhang Yao quickly reacted. "The ghost is here. Hide." For now, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, without finding the shadow. Facing the malevolent spirit meant only suffering. The three of them squeezed beneath the desk as the bell grew increasingly closer. A hoarse voice ominously called out, "Come play with me." "One to you? Why doesn't anyone want to play with me? You down there are no fun at all." The voice dripped with fury, and Zhang Yao felt as if it were right outside the door. If it entered to investigate, there would be no escape. Tang Qingxue looked anxiously at Zhang Yao. Without any defensive measures, encountering this entity would surely mean death. The bell suddenly ceased, as if the patrolling ghost had discovered something. The air turned chillingly eerie, as though a sharp blade hung over their throats, rendering their breaths cautious and shallow. "Hey, there's the scent of ants here." Zhang Yao froze in terror. Did this ghost have the ability to track them by smell? "Do you all like hiding from me? Then I'll come in and play with you." Boom! A deafening sound erupted from the door as it was violently kicked in. The office, a cramped space of less than 30 square meters, would be their undoing if this creature entered. What to do? What to do? This was the first time Zhang Yao felt this kind of anxiety, devoid of power or weapons. In the eyes of the ghost, they were nothing more than ants. The bell rang loudly in his ears, drawing ever nearer. "Found you." A chilling, sinister laugh echoed close by. Zhang Yao abruptly looked up to find a blood-soaked, doll-like face inches away, grinning wickedly. One hand held a chain, the other a knife. As it laughed, "Let us play a dismemberment game, shall we?" Zhang Yao's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but punch forward, shouting, "Get lost! Run!" With that, he and his companions sprang to their feet. But when they saw what the chain was attached to, they froze in shock. A massive black bear, towering at 3 meters, stood there, wielding a large axe and staring at them with a fierce expression. Ghosts aren't terrifying. What's frightening is that this creature brought another giant. Their movements undoubtedly angered the little ghost. "You don't want to play with me? Then I'll feed you to the little bear. Devour them." With that command, the towering bear raised its axe high, swinging it down toward Zhang Yao. Instinctively, he wanted to dodge, but if he did, Tang Qingxue would perish behind him. Damn it! Resolutely, he shoved Tang Qingxue aside and glared at the descending axe. Clang! A dazzling green light shimmered in the darkness as Wang Lei raised a shield just in time to block the blow. The bear, caught off guard, was sent reeling by the force. Wang Lei stood protectively in front of Zhang Yao, shouting urgently, "You all need to escape. I'll handle this." Zhang Yao looked deeply at Wang Lei, who pressed, "Hurry. I'm the only one with gear to fight here. If you don't leave, we'll all die." Zhang Yao clenched his fists, watching the bear struggle to rise. He pulled Tang Qingxue and dashed for the door. As they neared, the little ghost shrieked. "You can't leave." It gathered a mass of dark energy, ready to strike Zhang Yao, but before it could act, Wang Lei's shield hurled it back. With a serious expression, he stood at the entrance, brandishing his shield in fury. "I don't have many friends, but I know them here. They've always looked after me, and today I won't let you harm my friends. So, you'll have to deal with me, Wang Lei." His words carried weight, and his shield radiated green light. Though timid, he was not merely a coward. For the sake of Zhang Yao and Tang Qingxue, he bravely stood his ground, fueled by the courage to protect his companions. The little ghost seemed utterly infuriated by Wang Lei's declaration. It unleashed a torrent of dark energy toward him, shouting, "Why do you get friends to play with?" "I don't." It roared, "Why can you risk your life for friends when I don't have such good friends? So, I'll have to kill you. Kill you." Wang Lei struggled to fend off the onslaught of dark energy, each hit sending tremors through his body. Yet he refused to retreat. "For Zhang Yao, for Qingxue, I will never back down." Ultimately, the massive bear swung its axe and knocked Wang Lei to the ground. Thud! As Wang Lei lay on the floor, gazing down the empty corridor, a smile graced his lips. They should be safe now. Chapter 26. We are teammates. When the bear lifted Wang Lei, he had already closed his eyes, awaiting the judgment of death. His mind replayed memories of joy with Zhang Yao and Tang Qingxue in the game. In the face of despair, they always stood up for one another. In reality, he was a solitary person, often choosing to flee from challenges. Yet now, because of his friends, he had bravely chosen to step up. Was it worth it? He pondered this in his heart, his lips curling into a faint smile. As the formidable D.H.I. Xing opened its gaping maw, intent on crushing W.L.I., a sudden thud resounded ominously in his ear. He opened his eyes to witness a chair shattered into pieces. In the corridor, two silhouettes stood out prominently. Zhang gripped a chair, charging directly at the D.H.I. Xing. The bear, taken aback by the sudden assault, abandoned W.L.I. and lunged at Zhang in a fit of rage. W.L.I., wide-eyed, could not help but shout, "Run!" Yet, Zhang showed no signs of retreat, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. He was not one to abandon a comrade, willing to pay any price, even if it meant being shattered to pieces. However, rescuing someone in the face of a supernatural threat was no simple task. As the D.H.I. Xing raised its massive axe to strike Zhang, he rolled to the ground and shouted back, "Qing Su, provide covering fire." A mini Gatling gun made a dazzling appearance as Qing Su pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of precise fire upon the D.H.I. Xing. The bear roared in pain, writhing on the ground. Meanwhile, W.L.I. stood dumbfounded, astonished by the timely arrival of his comrades. Throughout this ordeal, he had not been abandoned. Zhang and the others had raced against time to locate the shadow threatening him. They split up, and in the end, it was Qing Su who found a shadow. Zhang bellowed at the dazed W.L.I. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up!" Only then did W.L.I. gather himself and quicken his pace towards them. Upon seeing his beloved D.H.I. Xing injured, the little ghost howled with fury. "How dare you harm my bear? You shall not escape unscathed." With that, he unleashed two waves of dark energy, attempting to obliterate W.L.I. as he fled. Zhang resolutely picked up the chair and hurled it toward the dark energy. The impact echoed as the two collided, and by the time the little ghost realized what had happened, Zhang and the others had vanished. "Cursed! Damned! You will all pay dearly." The little ghost glared at the D.H.I. Xing, his expression cold as he vowed, "I will make all who harm you pay the price. Come, let us become one." He opened his gaping maw and swiftly consumed the D.H.I. Xing. After escaping the battle, Zhang and his companions took refuge in a storage room on the first floor, gasping for air. Nangchu, equally incensed, remarked, "We ran the entire third floor and risked our lives to open the shadow just to save you." It was the bond of mutual concern that forged their unbreakable friendship. On the third floor, Zhang gasped in shock. "I discovered two corpses in a classroom." Qing Su sighed in response. "I found one as well, including the player killed at the beginning. That makes 4 lives lost." Time was of the essence, and they needed to quickly locate the clown's facial features. I murmured something, but Qing Su scolded him. "What are you searching for? We still haven't found Zhang's shadow. Even if we do, it will be futile." They were a collective, their lives intertwined. The thought of watching Zhang fail his mission was unbearable. Zhang stood resolutely and addressed them. "The priority is for you both to search for the clown's facial features while I seek my shadow. Otherwise, time will slip away, and none of us will complete our tasks." Qing Su protested, "No. What if you encounter a ghost alone? Is it not better for us to stay together?" I added in agreement. To Zhang, being with them felt like a burden. Should they confront a ghost again, they could very well drag him down. "No, I am confident in finding my shadow. You must assist me in locating the facial features. It will facilitate accountability later." Qing Su found herself at a loss for words, and seeing Zhang's determination, she could only nod in acquiescence. "Very well, I will allow you to act alone. But you must promise me that should you encounter danger, you will call out, so we can locate you at the earliest opportunity." Zhang nodded, agreed. With that, he pushed open the storage room door and swiftly made his escape. Qing Su watched his retreating figure with concern, sighing, "In the past, he protected us in the game. Now that we have the capability, It has come to this. Wing L, I patted her shoulder, offering quiet reassurance. Zhang Yao will manage. We must first find the facial features to hold up our end. T and Q Nung Chu nodded, all right. After exiting the storage room, Zhang Yao cautiously ascended to the second floor. Searching the first floor would risk attracting the attention of the upstairs ghost, while the third floor had been ravaged by bloodshed, and the fourth floor was devoid of life. Thus, he determined that the second floor would be his final opportunity. He stealthily entered a classroom, catching a faint whiff of blood in the air. A feeble sound of a bell resonated softly. To his surprise, the little ghost had followed him to the second floor. Zhang Yao quickly ducked beneath the podium, inwardly lamenting, I haven't even examined this classroom. And this creature is already upon me. How swift. A chilling voice echoed in the corridor. Come out. I can smell the scent of ants. I shall exact vengeance for my bear. Zhang Yao furrowed his brows. He was now faced with an enraged little ghost. Under normal circumstances, he could have dispatched it with a single punch. But now, stripped of his abilities, he found himself in a precarious position. While he pondered his strategy, he noticed a pair of glowing red eyes fixated on him from beneath the podium. A surge of joy coursed through him. Could these be the clown's eyes? In this dire moment, still being able to locate them felt like a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. The ghost cries outside grew increasingly frantic, sending shivers down his spine. I can smell you. Come out. Hurry. The sound of metal pummeling the walls filled the hallway, accompanied by shrill howls that pierced his eardrums. Perhaps this was the most frustrating moment for Zhang Yao thus far. Under normal circumstances, he would have unleashed a lightning strike by now. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the door was flung open. Found you. Just as he believed he had been discovered, a scream pierced the classroom. Ah! Zhang Yao's eyes widened. There are others in this classroom. A girl, trembling in terror, stood paralyzed as the ghost charged toward her. Zhang Yao cautiously peeked out, realizing the little ghost had transformed into a towering figure, 3 meters tall, covered in dark fur. Clutching the Xiang's axe, it effortlessly seized the girl. Just die. The little ghost's voice turned icy as the girl struggled in vain. Enraged, the little ghost exerted pressure, snapping her neck with a swift motion. He violently cast her to the ground, mercilessly kicking her again and again. Ants. Cursed ants. I will ensure you do not die easily. The classroom trembled violently, as if it might collapse under the little ghost's onslaught. Zhang Yao watched in shock, realizing that the ghost had completely lost control. Just as he contemplated his next move, the little ghost abruptly halted, sniffing the air. There's another? Zhang Yao realized the evolved ghost had heightened its sense of smell. He could no longer afford to linger in this place, and swiftly rose to his feet, dashing straight towards the door. Accompanying his flight was a soul-chilling wail. I recognize you, I recognize you. Faced with the relentless pursuit of the little ghost, Zhang Yao did not opt to flee upstairs. Instead, he wagered his safety on the 2 classrooms on the second floor. The upper levels offered no shadows to unlock, and aside from the playground, only those 2 classrooms remained unexplored. He mustered every ounce of strength, charging headlong towards the other classroom. Yet, a cold gust of wind swept in as he reached for the doorknob. Clang! At that critical moment, a shield radiating a green glow materialized silently, steadfastly blocking the incoming axe. Damn it! The little ghost trembled with rage upon seeing its attack thwarted by the suddenly appearing Wang Lei. Cursed ants, always ruining my plans. None of you shall escape. Just as it was losing its composure, Tang Qingxue appeared, clutching a mini Gatling gun. Zhang Yao stared in astonishment at the unexpected duo. Aren't you supposed to be hunting down the clown? He was utterly perplexed by their presence. Wang Lei raised his shield with a smile, saying, Qingxue, and I decided it would be best to accompany you in finding the shadows first. Tang Qingxue, suppressing the little ghost with her firepower, anxiously declared, We are teammates. If we must perish, let us do so together. Zhang Yao clenched his fist silently, resolutely replying, All right. At that moment, his fighting spirit surged, and every drop of his blood boiled with fervor. Wang Lei shouted, Hurry, we will cover you from here. Tang Qingxue grinned. We are waiting for you to unleash your thunder and deliver a proper beating to this scoundrel. Zhang Yao nodded and turned to enter the classroom. The battle outside erupted instantaneously. As Zhang Yao rushed into the classroom, a flicker of red light caught his eye from a pile of garbage in the corner. He leaned in closer and discovered a pair of ears. Damn it, where are the shadows? He couldn't afford to think any longer. Snatching up the ears and sprinting back outside. Only one classroom remained, and if it yielded nothing, their lives would be forfeit. The door swung open, revealing the most powerless scene he had ever witnessed. The little ghost had already reached Wang Lei, launching a relentless barrage of punches against his shield. Wang Lei coughed blood, but clung to his shield with tenacity. And where was Tang Qingxue? She had already been flung aside by the little ghost's claw. Sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around her. The little ghost's sole target was Zhang Yao, as it had almost executed Wang Lei when Zhang Yao suddenly appeared. How despicable! Zhang Yao's fists tightened instinctively, wanting to rush to their aid. Don't worry about me, Wang Lei barked. You are our last hope. If something happens to you, all the sacrifices Qingxue and I made will be in vain. Qingxue still has a breath left, and I can hold on a little longer. With a cough, Wang Lei spat out more blood. His internal organs were severely injured, and he likely couldn't endure much longer. Zhang Yao's eyes turned crimson as he shouted at Wang Lei, "Hold on, I will come to rescue you." With that, he darted into the last classroom. Two shadows materialized in the corner, closely entwined, clearly testing Zhang Yao. Choosing incorrectly meant certain death. Choosing correctly meant survival. For the sake of Wang Lei and Tang Qingxue's lives, he hesitated no longer and pressed his hands against the two shadows. A chilling, eerie laughter pierced the silence, gradually morphing into a ghostly figure. Clad in a flowing red gown and suspended in midair, her hair obscured her features, rendering her grotesquely eerie. On the other side, a shadow of similar stature to Zhang Yao loomed. Zhang Yao's gaze fixated on the descending female ghost, while his own shadow rapidly merged with him. I believe it is you who shall meet your end. Shadow repositioning equipment column, skills fully unlocked. A notification echoed in his mind, and in an instant, Zhang Yao's hands crackled with lightning. Enraged, he clenched his fists, a layer of purple aura surging over the electric glow, demon-subduing Thunder Fist. Boom. Chapter 28, Clown Brother. Save me. Bang. The entire building trembled violently. In an instant, lightning erupted, filling the air with an overwhelmingly destructive aura. Even a little ghost, in the midst of its frenzied assault, was drawn to the lightning. It seemed to sense something, leaping back while gripping its axe, eyeing the last classroom warily. A powerful footstep swiftly emerged from the classroom. Wang Lei grinned. Zhang Yao. I knew it. Zhang Yao swiftly helped Wang Lei to his feet and carried the severely injured Tang Qingxue as they descended the stairs. The little ghost. Zhang Yao, attuned to its thoughts, coldly remarked, "Wait for me. I will settle them before returning. Rest assured, today I will show you what despair truly means." Having endured humiliation while his teammates almost sacrificed their lives for him, it was time to settle the score now that the shackles were lifted. The little ghost watched Zhang Yao depart slowly, not daring to make a sound. After all, the thunder Zhang Yao had unleashed could obliterate it into dust. On the playground, the clown stood smiling, and Zhang Yao placed his companions before him, sternly warning, "I leave them in your care. If they suffer the slightest harm, you shall not escape unscathed." The clown, "You take it upon yourself to leave them with me, and if something goes awry, you'll hold me accountable? Do I have no dignity?" He was about to explode when he saw Zhang Yao plant his feet and suddenly charge into the corridor. The clown, startled by the unexpected surge of thunder, instinctively sensed that Zhang Yao was exceedingly dangerous. Zhang Yao reappeared before the little ghost, enveloped in a coil of blue lightning, exuding an air of authority. "Now, I stand before you, come at me." He provocatively pointed at the little ghost, the flames of wrath igniting in his eyes. The little ghost was momentarily stunned by Zhang Yao's formidable presence. Clutching its axe, it hesitated to make a move. Zhang Yao retrieved a dagger from his equipment column, the lightning crackling around it, his face stern as he charged at the little ghost. "If you want tea, come to me. I shall take the initiative." The little ghost. In that moment, Zhang Yao resembled a ferocious beast, ready to unleash his pent-up fury upon the little ghost. The little ghost, wielding its axe, was forced to strike. Yet, Zhang Yao, unflinching, swung his dagger with ferocity, enhanced by the lightning, like a swift arrow colliding with the axe. Clang! Demon-subduing fist. The instant the axe was deflected, Zhang Yao's fists erupted with purple light. His terrifying fists, fueled by boundless rage, struck mercilessly at the little ghost. Boom! The little ghost's eyes widened in shock, akin to a kite severed from its string, as it was sent flying backward. It crashed to the ground, blood oozing from its mouth, and its eyes now reflected an essence of fear directed at Zhang Yao. Here I am, coasting along with my companion. Why do I appear as mere refuse in this person's eyes? I am a fierce ghost, yet why do I feel so powerless before him? At that moment, the little ghost was not merely overwhelmed by fear, but was also engulfed in confusion towards the enraged young man before it. Was this a case of misfortune or a reversal of fate? In any case, it no longer wished to linger in this place. You cannot escape. The young specter's eyes bulged with fury as he roared. Do you truly believe you can act with impunity in this place? Let me assure you, if I wish to flee, you cannot hinder me. He uttered these cowardly words with the most defiant tone. Am I incapable of escaping you simply because I cannot defeat you? With that, the young specter hurled a massive axe toward Zhang Yao, transforming into a wisp of shadow and swiftly ascending into the air, hoping to exploit this moment to escape. His cold gaze fixated on the black mist that had begun to conceal itself in the atmosphere. Under the scrutiny of the ghostly eyes, no spirit could hide. Thus, Zhang Yao channeled lightning into the axe, causing it to erupt in a brilliant display. He targeted the floating mist and brought the axe down with unyielding force. I told you, you cannot escape. With a mighty blow, he struck the mist. A chilling wail echoed through the air, and in the next instant, the young specter materialized on the playground, writhing in agony on the ground, a sizzling axe embedded in his abdomen. Curse it, curse it! Zhang Yao approached him with swift strides, standing before him with an air of imminent doom. However, he was interrupted by a nearby jester who called out, "He is already in such a state. Surely you can refrain from further violence." Zhang Yao halted, and a grin spread across the jester's face, seemingly pleased with Zhang Yao's restraint. Indeed, quite right. The jester commended. You are an adult. Why stoop to anger with a mere child? The implication was clear. He was just a child, and thus should be spared. Zhang Yao narrowed his eyes, his glare icy and menacing as he coldly retorted, "If you utter another word, I shall ensure your demise first. Do you believe me?" As he spoke, the blue light surged from his axe. Should the jester utter anything displeasing, the consequences would be dire. Witnessing his comrade being so ruthlessly harmed, no one would easily forgive. The jester fell silent, standing discreetly aside, while the young specter gazed at him in terror, pleading, "Jester brother, save me. I do not wish to die." The jester internally scoffed, "You don't want to die. But neither do I." As a participant, he never imagined he would find himself intimidated by a player, especially one who commanded lightning, a sight he had never encountered before, let alone one who could so effortlessly subdue a malevolent spirit. Such a being was indeed terrifying. Chapter 29. Transformation. Zhang Yao resembled a god of slaughter, his cold gaze fixated on the terrified young specter lying on the ground. Who truly was the specter here? Why had this insignificant creature become so fearsome? The young specter thought to himself, is he truly going to kill me? His mind raced with disbelief as he looked at Zhang Yao. In this punitive game, he had been unstoppable, yet now he faced Zhang Yao and his comrades, witnessing the bear be nearly beaten to death. And now he himself had transformed from a vengeful ghost to a malevolent specter, all while being subdued. This prompted him to question the very nature of his existence as a ghost. Zhang Yao had no intention of allowing him to perish so swiftly. Instead, he wrenched the axe from the specter's chest and swung it violently at the specter's legs. The sound of impact was deafening. A heart-wrenching scream escaped, causing one's eardrums to throb in pain. The jester, with a complex expression, remained at a distance, wary of inciting the frenzy of Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao glared ferociously. Roar and scream, wail. Today, I shall dismember you. Each recollection of Wang Lei spitting blood and Tang Qingxue lying gravely injured fueled Zhang Yao's wrath, surging like a beast roused from slumber. With a fierce shout, he raised his axe and struck the young specter's feet. The young specter cried out in agony, unable to muster even a plea for mercy. You are a devil, a true devil. He had punished countless souls, yet none had matched Zhang Yao's ruthlessness. With limbs severed, the young specter resembled a deflated balloon, his once fearsome countenance now filled with dread. Devil? Zhang Yao let out a maniacal laugh. Look at what you've done to my comrades. How dare you call me a devil? With that, he raised the axe high, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to the specter's head. A thunderous crash resonated as the area shattered into chaos, and the young specter was obliterated into nothingness. The jester, witnessing such an exaggerated display of violence, instinctively took a half-step back. Zhang Yao approached swiftly, dragging the axe with him, causing the jester to feel a surge of anxiety. What do you intend to do? He feared that in Zhang Yao's frenzy, he too might meet a grim fate. Zhang Yao's icy gaze pierced through him as he tossed a pair of eyes and ears from his inventory, coldly inquiring, "These two are gravely injured. If I give you these, can you ensure they complete the game?" The jester hesitated, wanting to refuse, as it contradicted the rules, yet faced with Zhang Yao's fierce demeanor. He swallowed hard and eventually nodded, "Very well." Having witnessed Zhang Yao's ferocity firsthand, he understood the necessity of compliance. The jester snapped his fingers, sending the unconscious duo to the next game level. Zhang Yao exhaled, relieved that they could escape the game. As long as they had breath, they could heal. The exploration time was nearing its end. The jester nervously reminded him, and Zhang Yao hesitated, feigning a playful demeanor as he regarded him. The jester felt uncomfortable under Zhang Yao's gaze, as if calamity loomed. Zhang Yao coldly inquired, "Were your other facial features scattered? Do you need my assistance in locating them?" The jester knew that refusing would likely result in his own demise at Zhang Yao's hands. He mentally cursed the game's organizers, particularly for placing him in this murderous narrative, as Zhang Yao was the most vicious player he had ever encountered. After pondering a moment, the jester nodded repeatedly. "Like a chick pecking a grain, I understand. He snapped his fingers, and the scattered features swiftly converged, landing directly in Zhang Yao's hands. Zhang Yao remarked, "To think that a mere threat could prompt such eagerness to comply. Remarkable indeed." He tossed the collected nose and eyebrows to the jester and patted his shoulder earnestly. Well done. You should have cooperated like this from start. When next we meet, I shall be exceedingly gentle, rest assured." The jester thought to himself that if possible, he would prefer never to encounter Zhang Yao again. He snapped his fingers and quickly sent Zhang Yao away. This time, Zhang Yao did not arrive in a blank world, but rather directly into the storyline. Game: you kill, I flee for survival. Description: players assume the role of a terrifying killer, only able to utilize the character's skills. All original equipment and skills are sealed. Completion condition: eliminate every player present. Failing to eliminate 3 players results in death punishment. 20 players remaining. The game will commence in 20 minutes. You may observe the terrain beforehand. At this moment, Zhang Yao had transformed into a skeletal reaper clad in black, wielding a scythe, towering at 3 meters tall, devoid of any flesh, exuding a chilling aura. He discovered that he possessed 3 skills. Shadow stealth, can transform into shadow to pursue enemies. Soul harvest, can manipulate the scythe to unleash an attack of shadow energy. Pursuit, can sense enemies within 50 meters. How amusing. I never expected to spend a day in a game. But since I must kill, let us enjoy ourselves thoroughly. Within this game, he was no benevolent soul. Apart from Tang, Qingxue, and Wang Lei, everyone else appeared more fearsome than the very ghosts themselves. Thus, eliminating them would impose no psychological burden on Zhang Yao. For this is indeed a world governed by the law of the jungle. As 20 minutes elapsed, the dense forest gradually began to stir. Zhang Yao, using the art of shadow stealth, drifted like a wisp of dark energy through the air. So far, there were 4 locked gates in this area. To escape, one would need to repair the nearby machinery. The necessary tools for this repair were scattered throughout the forest, consuming considerable time for the 20 players. Having familiarized himself with the terrain, Zhang Yao noted that the 20 players huddled together for warmth, evidently too fearful to wander off alone. Such clustering was not advantageous. Therefore, he decided to unleash his strike. Stealthily approaching from behind, he unleashed a gust of chilling wind with his scythe, his imposing form materializing before them. "I shall eliminate each of you." At this revelation, the players scattered in panic, fleeing through the forest. Zhang Yao laughed heartily, relishing the commencement of the hunting game. Clutching his scythe, he vanished into the atmosphere. For someone who had been perpetually on the run, the opportunity to turn the tables and unleash ferocity was simply exhilarating. Chapter 30. An impressive display run. The ghost is coming. Damn it. Why is it relentlessly pursuing us? How infuriating. Should we not retaliate? Zhang Yao had pursued them for 10 minutes, and finally, the exhausted players ceased their flight, weapons drawn, vigilantly eyeing the swirling dark energy hovering before them. Zhang Yao remained incorporeal, rendering him all the more sinister. A man wielding a submachine gun opened fire upon him. Rat-a-tat-tat. The forest erupted in flames. But the bullets merely passed through the dark energy, inflicting no tangible harm. The absurdity peaked when a girl produced 2 grenades and hurled them toward the dark energy. Boom! The entire forest trembled violently, and the players, believing they had triumphed, erupted in jubilant cheers. I told you this ghost is pathetic. A few grenades took care of it. Ha ha ha. Our Z is simply too formidable, invincible. I am confident we can clear this level now. Just as they reveled in their self-satisfaction, a chilling laughter echoed ominously. Do you truly believe I'm so weak? A massive skeletal reaper, scythe in hand, stood before them. Zhang Yao wielded his scythe and unleashed a wave of dark wind. Soul harvest. The 4 were struck simultaneously, collapsing to their knees in agony, their faces twisted in pain. Mouths agape. Moments later, they expelled a stream of white energy from their mouths. Zhang Yao raised his hand, drawing forth the souls into his scythe, while the unfortunate souls lay motionless on the ground, akin to soulless husks. Zhang Yao distinctly sensed an increase in his power after absorbing several souls. He transformed back into dark energy, concealing himself in the air in search of his next prey. Behave yourselves. Should you make another move, I shall eliminate all of you. Hurry, get out of my way. At that moment, a roar emanated from the nearby woods. With a thought, Zhang Yao swiftly flew over. To his astonishment, he beheld 2 scantily clad girls, despair etched across their faces, encircled by 4 burly men. A glimmer of greed illuminated their expressions, clearly intent on indulging in their desires during this peculiar time. This is a game. How dare you? The long-haired girl's voice quavered with tears, her pale face gazing at them. Yet before she could finish, a bald man struck her fiercely across the face. Shut up. You are already my prey. Dare you speak? The long-haired girl was thrown to the ground, one side of her face swelling instantly, her eyes filled with despair. The other girl, with short hair, stood defiantly before her companion, her eyes brimming with rage as she shouted, Do you not fear retribution for your actions? Zhang Yao found these men particularly amusing. Even in their dire straits, they still entertained such notions. However, the men merely laughed at the mention of retribution. Ha ha ha! Retribution? The bald man scoffed. Every time we encounter a woman in these dungeons, we act this way. Where's the retribution we've seen? His companions joined in raucous laughter. The girl was even more beautiful than the ones before. My actions will be quite rough, I assure you. I only hope you can endure and not perish from pleasure. This time, I want the long-haired one, ha ha ha. Their intentions were unmistakably vile, and every word they uttered was repugnant, igniting a fire of fury within the listeners. Zhang Yao gripped his scythe, a fierce killing intent surging forth. Before he could make a move, the short-haired girl retrieved a long sword from her inventory, pointing it at the men as she boldly declared, Begone, bastards! If you take another step closer, I will turn you into mincemeat. The courage displayed by the short-haired girl excited the men significantly. This girl was far more entertaining than the previous ones. Yes, those before us were all begging for mercy. I hope she does not beg for mercy either. That would ruin the fun. As they spoke, they began to advance toward the girls. The short-haired girl decisively swung her sword, but her strike was evaded, and the bald man seized her wrist. With a swift motion, he delivered a punch to her abdomen. Bam! The short-haired girl crumpled to the ground, clutching her stomach in agony. They exhibited no mercy, and upon seeing her down form, they yanked her hair and struck her several times. Slap! Slap! Her face became swollen, yet she remained undaunted, defiantly spitting at them. If you have the guts, kill me. You will not have a good end. You will certainly suffer. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, such bravado merely served to amuse them. As the bald man pinned her to the ground, regardless of her struggles, he forcefully tore at her clothing. Meanwhile, the long-haired girl was restrained by 3 of the men. No, please, someone save me. The long-haired girl shrieked like a frightened rabbit, her cries echoing wildly. As her clothing was being shredded, the laughter of the men grew even more exuberant. At that moment, the sinister laughter resonated through the air. He, why not invite me to join in on the fun? Zhang Yao manifested his true form, scythe in hand, floating in mid-air, his hollow eyes fixed intently upon them. The men halted their actions, brandishing their weapons, shouting fearlessly. Do you think we were frightened by you earlier? Ha ha ha. We merely wanted to have some fun with the ladies. How dare you disturb our enjoyment? Mere ghost. Kill him. A mortal body, daring to slay a god. Ridiculous. They brandished their large blades, positioning themselves in four corners, chanting incantations. The bald man laughed with excitement. Let us see the effects of the formation we received as a reward from the last dungeon. For symbol suppression of evil. Formation, arise. The blades in their hands ignited with a golden light, striking Zhang Yao directly. In that instant, he found himself utterly immobilized. Zhang Yao. For symbols formation? This seems rather impressive. Chapter 31. The hunt has only just begun. The four beams of golden light ensnared Zhang Yao tightly, and the men, witnessing the formation take effect, wore expressions of gleeful triumph. I once thought they were formidable, yet here we are, effortlessly dominating them. You two girls, pay close attention. Once we resolve this, we shall indulge ourselves thoroughly. Hurry and eliminate him. I can scarcely contain myself. All right. The four of them shouted in unison, exterminate the evil. Zhang Yao willingly submitted to their whims, as four powerful beams of golden light erupted, unleashing a terrifying force. A thunderous roar followed. Zhang Yao's body began to undergo violent destruction, and as the men witnessed the formation mercilessly annihilating him, they erupted into laughter. I had assumed this specter held great power, but he is merely a fool. In this scenario, as long as our four brothers stand together, what malevolent spirit could we not vanquish? Once it's over, we shall celebrate. They dusted themselves off and turned their attention to the two girls, when suddenly, a sinister cackle echoed ominously. A dark, malevolent aura began to manifest in the air, gradually taking form. Zhang Yao, wielding a scythe, emerged before them like a demon risen from the depths of hell. The bald man trembled in fear. Zhang Yao, brandishing his scythe, cackled wickedly. Have you pigs and dogs acquired a modicum of sorcery and now aspire to ascend? Dream on. He raised his scythe and unleashed a wave of dark energy, sending several people flying. Hud. They crashed heavily to the ground, dazed and beginning to panic. Damn it, this guy's far too powerful. Run, what are you waiting for? The two men were the first to retreat, but alas, with a mere wave of Zhang Yao's hand, they fell to the ground in agony, their faces contorted as they gasped for breath. Soul harvest. Two wisps of white souls floated from their mouths and were absorbed into Zhang Yao's scythe. The bald man and his companion watched helplessly as their ally was instantly obliterated. Their previous bravado shattered. They trembled and knelt before Zhang Yao, quaking in fear as they begged for mercy. The bald man implored, Brother, it is our fault for being blind. Please forgive us. Another man pointed at the two girls huddled together behind them. If you spare me, you may enjoy these two women at your leisure. We shall not disturb you further. Zhang Yao's hollow gaze fixed on them, and finally, with a low, chilling snort, he declared, In light of your understanding, I shall grant you a chance. I will spare one of you. Resolve your fates among yourselves. With that, he floated into the air, quietly awaiting the unfolding drama. Are you not the best of brothers? Shouldn't you face this together? Now that I spare one of you, what treachery might ensue? The bald man seized a large knife, without hesitation, and aimed a strike at his ally. With a sickening thud, an arm is severed, and the ally screamed in agony. You dare to attack me, Baldy? Do you not recall that I saved you from the hands of the female ghost during our first mission together? Have you forgotten? Past kindness seems insignificant in the face of life and death. Driven by an overwhelming desire to survive, the bald man, with bloodshot eyes, bellowed, Since you saved me once, why not save me again? Fine, from now on the 1st and 15th of each month, I shall pay my respects to you. Farewell. With a swift motion, the bald man severed his ally's head from his body. The scene turned gruesome, and he excitedly shouted at Zhang Yao, I have triumphed. I can live. I have won. Zhang Yao clapped his hands, mockingly exclaiming, Splendid, splendid. The bald man, grinning like a victor, asked, Does that mean I can leave? Zhang Yao waved his hand dismissively. No. As the victor, I must reward you. He feigned contemplation before gathering a mass of dark energy at his fingertips and lightly striking the dismembered corpse. Under the influence of the dark energy, the corpse mechanically began to move, advancing toward the bald man. You enjoy such activities, do you not? Go ahead, indulge yourself. The bald man was taken aback. No. Zhang Yao brandished his scythe, coldly reminding him. Refusing my gift may lead to my displeasure, you know. The bald man reluctantly removed his trousers, preparing to engage with the mangled corpse, a scene that was both gruesome and chilling. Zhang Yao floated before the two girls and spoke softly. If I were to offer you a chance to survive, would you accept? The two girls nodded vigorously. Zhang Yao pointed at the now pantsless bald man. Then take him down for me. In a world filled with horror, it is not the ghosts that are most terrifying, but the unpredictable nature of the human heart. Weakness leads only to self-destruction. He saw a reflection of Tang Qingxue in the short-haired girl, which prompted his leniency. The short-haired girl grasped a long sword, while the long-haired girl picked up the large knife from the ground. They exchanged glances and swiftly attacked the bald man. The bald man hastily pulled up his trousers, ready to retaliate. However, he found his limbs ensnared by a clump of dark energy, rendering him rigid on the ground. His eyes fixated on Zhang Yao. Did you not promise to spare me? Why are you treating me this way? Why? It was only now he realized that ghostly promises are utterly unreliable. Zhang Yao sneered. I have changed my mind. Is that not permissible? The two girls, faces set in determination, struck at the bald man without a moment's hesitation, the scent of blood in the air growing ever more potent. Yet they did not relent. Instead, they became increasingly frenzied. Zhang Yao transformed into dark energy and turned to fly elsewhere, sensing a massive brawl erupting nearby. During such a pivotal moment, how could he not partake? The hunt had only just begun. He eagerly dashed towards the distant thicket, where two factions were already preparing for combat. Chapter 32. Zhang Yao had gone into a killing frenzy. In any gathering, conflicts arise over the smallest of gains, with individuals willing to pay any price. Zhang Yao assessed the scene, noting 10 men present, all male. Their fierce gazes were fixed on a small generator positioned at the center. Likely the soul means to activate the escape door. This is what I desire. Either pay me 5,000 ghost coins, or you shall not leave with us. Yes, 5,000 ghost coins, not a single coin less. A stout man and a lean man at the forefront shouted across the divide. The opposing side, equally defiant, was a man adorned with a scorpion tattoo who bellowed. We discovered it first. You dare blackmail us? I tell you, either you pay 1,000 ghost coins, or you shall not live to leave. What began as extortion had now devolved into outright robbery. 1,000 ghost coins was clearly a substantial sum for them. Zhang Yao felt a twinge of resentment, recalling the mere hundreds he had extorted from the scarred ghost in the mad ghost asylum. Who would have thought these men were so affluent? The stout man, furious, shouted to his 4 teammates. If that's the case, let's fight. The scorpion man, equally indignant, yelled, you want to fight? Then let's go. Both sides brandished their weapons, armed to the teeth. Just as the confrontation was about to commence, Zhang Yao felt it was his moment to make an entrance. After all, he intended to acquire both the ghost coins and the generator. Boom! A gust of sinister wind howled as Zhang Yao revealed his true form, seizing the generator. Cackling wickedly, both factions were thrown into disarray. The lean man asked the stout man, shall we still fight? The stout man retorted angrily, are you blind? Do you not see the ghost has arrived? The scorpion man shouted anxiously, you fat fool, we shall cease fire for the moment. Let's deal with him first. Upon hearing the collusion between the two sides, Zhang Yao couldn't help but sneer, I see you squabbling here, and I shall assist in resolving your dispute. Whoever offers the most ghost coins shall claim this generator. The fat man glared coldly. Do you really think we will heed your words? Zhang Yao retorted with a chilling laugh. You may choose not to believe me, but should one side secure the generator, I will aid them in vanquishing their adversaries. This proposition sent cold sweat cascading down the brows of both parties. In the absence of interference from the spirits, a clash between the two would merely result in mutual destruction. Should the spirits intervene, survival would be a distant dream. I offer 6,000 ghost coins. The fat man exclaimed without hesitation. The scorpion man decisively countered, 7,000 ghost coins. 10,000. 12,000. The two sides began to fervently escalate their bids, while Zhang Yao relished the sight of their vulgar exchanges and stubborn refusals. Indeed, it mirrored the tales he had heard. A group of wealthy merchants, seized by pirates, were told that the first to pay a ransom of 10,000 would be spared, the second 2,000, and so forth. In the end, they jostled and pushed, forgetting their resistance, and the final price settled at 15,000 ghost coins, which the fat man happily paid. Zhang Yao, having received the coins, wasted no time unleashing a soul harvest, reaping the souls of the fat man's faction. In an instant, he amassed 30,000 ghost coins, becoming extraordinarily wealthy. The scorpion man, witnessing the demise of his foes, clutched the generator and laughed maniacally. You dare to challenge me? Are you worthy? I spit on you. He spat at the fat man and turned to leave, only to be halted by Zhang Yao's call. Wait. The scorpion man stood frozen in place, a flicker of anxiety crossing his features as he inquired, I have already paid. Zhang Yao nodded. Indeed, I sold it to you, but now I wish to rob you. Will you comply or not? You expect to take the generator and watch as I stand idly by while you flee, leading to my failure? Only a fool would act in such a self-destructive manner. The scorpion man howled in fury. You are not a man of your word. Zhang Yao tightened his grip on the scythe, coldly declaring, Do you find me trustworthy? I offer you a chance to escape. Drop the generator and leave. Otherwise, you shall all perish. This mission was unforgiving. If Zhang Yao did not eliminate them, it would be his own life at stake. The scorpion man, enraged, drew his sword and shouted to his comrades, This guy is toying with us. If we do not confront him, we shall all die. So do not show him mercy. He hurled the generator to the ground, and his companions brandished their weapons, launching a fierce assault on Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao shook his head slightly, swinging his scythe through the air, soul harvest. In an instant, the 5 advancing foes froze mid-motion, agony etched on their faces as they knelt in pain, expelling white souls before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Zhang Yao reveled in the growing strength within him, finding a certain pleasure in the atmosphere where human life was treated as mere fodder. Here, he was the supreme deity. Those he wished to perish would meet their demise. After dispatching these adversaries, he obliterated the generator. Suddenly, an astonishing notification echoed in his mind. The district gate is being repaired. Please hurry to prevent it. District? Zhang Yao calculated. Having initially dealt with 4 individuals, then eliminated 4 more scoundrels, and now facing 10, it meant that the ones triggering the gate's repair were the 2 previous female players. Zhang Yao's expression turned grave as he transformed into a wraith and rushed toward the district gate. The long-haired girl anxiously scanned her surroundings, terrified of being startled by Zhang Yao's sudden appearance. The method to repair the gate was quite simple. It merely required connecting the generator's wires to the gate and generating electricity to open it. They had just established the connection, but the gate also required charging before it could be activated. A chilling gust swept through, nearly blinding the 2 girls. I show you mercy, yet you still seek to bring about your demise. Do you truly believe I would refrain from killing you? He manifested his true form, seething with rage as he awaited them. The 2 girls, paralyzed by Zhang Yao's murderous intent, could barely move. The short-haired girl swallowed hard, shielding the long-haired girl behind her, and mustered the courage to shout, This is a game. We have no choice in our tasks. Tasks? No choice. The 2 girls gasped in horror. Chapter 33. Farewell Wang lay the short-haired girl, stood before Zhang Yao, her crimson eyes pleading, If you must kill, then do so. I no longer wish to live. Zhang Yao halted his actions, his expression quizzical as he regarded her. The short-haired girl, tears streaming down her face, lamented, Ever since I inexplicably arrived in this world, I would rather seek liberation than live in perpetual fear. I have witnessed too many tragedies. Teammates have been slaughtered over trivial gains. Daily, I must guard against both the specters and the treachery of my companions. At this point, her pent-up emotions erupted as she wept uncontrollably. I have truly had enough. So if you must kill, let be me. In just a few brief sentences, she unleashed the emotions that had long been bottled up inside her. Zhang Yao observed the short-haired girl, his murderous intent gradually dissipating. He silently recalled Wang Lei and Tang Qingxue, who were suffering in another instance. He glanced at his scythe and questioned himself. My task is complete, so why pursue their demise? Indeed, the mission merely required him to ensure the 3 players did not escape. With only 2 female players remaining, there was no need for him to hunt them down. The thrill of slaughter had nearly caused him to lose his way. Had it not been for this girl, he might have succumbed to the path of carnage. Zhang Yao lowered his scythe, fixing his gaze on the short-haired girl. Desire death? I shall not grant you that. With that, he dissipated into the air as wraith. The 2 girls stood in stunned silence, still trembling from the encounter. The long-haired girl looked gratefully at the short-haired girl. Have we survived yet again? The short-haired girl, bewildered, hurriedly activated the generator and sought to power the gate. Zhang Yao did not stray far, lingering as a wraith, quietly observing from a distance. Why have I become this way, and committed such grave acts of slaughter? Could it be that the organizers wished to transform me into a monstrous killer? Contemplating this, a sense of foreboding began to take root within Zhang Yao. Has he begun to realize? In a dimly lit room filled with screens, a masked man, seated in an executive chair, chuckled with intrigue. The two mysterious figures standing behind him lowered their heads hastily, as if they were misbehaving children. Since he does not wish to kill, let others do the deed. Orders were dispatched for the next round, ensuring that these two girls would be brought in alongside Wang Lei and Tang Qingxue, with Zhang Yao remaining in the same instance. The two mysterious figures nodded eagerly and promptly exited to carry out their tasks. Meanwhile, the masked man in the executive chair fixed his gaze upon Zhang Yao, ultimately sneering. Sometimes, good intentions yield no rewards. Zhang Yao successfully opened the gate, and a notification resounded in his mind. Instance cleared. Reward, frost gun. Skill, can release a frost that freezes enemies. New instance is matching. Player transferred to a blank world, awaiting teammates' arrival. With a resonant hum, Zhang Yao found himself in a blank expanse. Zhang Yao called out to the system in his mind. Sign in. A notification chimed. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Overlord Gun Technique. The skill allows him to unleash a terrifying purple aura that can disperse evil entities. Zhang Yao felt a surge of joy. Combined with the cold gun he had just acquired, this skill was nothing short of extraordinary. Suddenly, two beams of light blossomed around him. Two familiar faces reappeared, leaving Zhang Yao astonished. How did you get here? The newcomers were the short-haired girl and the long-haired girl from before. They looked at Zhang Yao in confusion, expressing their bewilderment. The short-haired girl asked, "Do we know each other?" The long-haired girl echoed her surprise. "It seems we haven't met before, right?" Zhang Yao had manifested in the form of a grim reaper earlier, so naturally, they could not recognize him. He nodded in agreement. "That's true. I appeared in a different guise, so you wouldn't have recognized me." The two girls were taken aback. The long-haired girl exclaimed, "You can't be the grim reaper from earlier, can you?" The short-haired girl widened her eyes. "How is that possible?" Zhang Yao scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, "I'm not sure why I transformed. It was a bit awkward to almost take you both down." The long-haired girl yelled angrily, "You nearly killed us, and you still have the nerve to say that." The short-haired girl, noticing her friend's anger, pulled her back and said, "Xiao Dai, don't be mad. After all, he did save us." The girl named Xiao Dai puffed out her cheeks, still looking like she was ready to fight, and retorted, "That doesn't change the fact that he was going to kill us." Zhang Yao felt a pang of discomfort at Xiao Dai's words. He had saved her from a villain and had refrained from killing her. Why was she still blaming him now? The short-haired girl looked at Zhang Yao apologetically and said, "Thank you for saving us earlier and for sparing us." Xiao Dai, still irate, added, "Just don't hold it against us." She bowed deeply and turned to Xiao Dai, saying, "Let us not be angry. We owe him our lives." Xiao Dai, still haughty, coldly huffed, "You can thank him if you want. I'm just glad I'm not dead." Zhang Yao thought, "I show mercy, and yet I still get scolded?" He nodded at the short-haired girl and advised, "It's best not to provoke her. Don't get yourself into trouble." Xiao Dai exploded with rage, charging up to Zhang Yao and shouting, "Who are you talking about? Do you have any manners? How dare you speak to me like that?" Zhang Yao's expression darkened, his eyes igniting with anger. Just as he was about to retort, two beams of light illuminated the blank world. Wang Lei, Qingxue, another pair of familiar faces appeared, and Zhang Yao embraced them, all exhibiting extraordinary joy. "Ah, are these teammates coming to bully me?" Xiao Dai approached with a spiteful look, ready to unleash her verbal barrage. The smile on Tang Qingxue's face vanished as she noticed Zhang Yao's expression turning cold, revealing that she recognized Xiao Dai was looking for trouble. She stepped forward, grabbing Xiao Dai by the collar and scolding, "Who do you think you are to act like that in front of us?" Xiao Dai stood speechless, caught off guard by Tang Qingxue's sudden outburst. Tang Qingxue pushed Xiao Dai away, her anger boiling over as she shouted, "What gives you the right to scowl? Do you want me to end you right now?" In her heart, Zhang Yao was her pillar of strength, the object of her admiration. How could she not be enraged when someone insulted her idol? Xiao Dai stood there dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that the suddenly appearing woman could be so fierce. "How dare you insult me? You must be seeking death." Without a second thought, Xiao Dai rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront Tang Qingxue. The short-haired girl, observing the escalating tension, chose to step aside. After all, Xiao Dai's actions had infuriated her. Zhang Yao was clearly their benefactor, and it was absurd for them to show ingratitude and hostility. Just then, a chilling notification rang out. Players matched. Both sides were about to clash when Xiao Dai stared at her bony hands, filled with an eerie power, rendering her momentarily speechless. To win the game, you must kill 8 players. Eliminate all players to receive generous rewards. Xiao Dai wielded a steel fork, her face crawling with maggots, appearing sinister and terrifying. Ha! I can't believe I become that woman who insulted me. And that guy too. She laughed maniacally. They all must die. With a swift motion, she plunged the fork down, and a spray of blood filled the air as a player fell silently. She looked at the fallen player, a stranger, and spat in disdain. Unlucky fool. Gradually, she tightened her grip on the steel fork and ventured deeper into the corridor, drawn by a strong scent of living beings ahead. Is it just ahead? Since the game began, she had played the role of a pitiable girl, always protected by stronger players. However, nothing comes without a price. Every man coveted her beauty and would inevitably make advances at certain moments. Over time, her disdain for men grew deep within her. Now that she had an opportunity, none of them would leave unscathed. Zhang Yao didn't die? She thought, I've been guarding this live stream for a whole month, and I finally caught him. Countless viewers, upon seeing Zhang Yao's stream come online, eagerly joined, and upon recognizing his familiar face, their anxious hearts were finally at ease. In the eerie world, Zhang Yao stood alone in the corridor, moving cautiously. He couldn't understand why his spawn point was in such a long corridor, apart from the walls on either side. There was nothing else. A chilling wind howled from ahead. Zhang Yao's gaze turned icy as he summoned lightning in his hands, ready to obliterate any lurking monsters. The key to clearing the level must be to eliminate the monsters, he thought. This idea instantly excited the viewers in a live stream. Wow, just met, and he's already planning to fight. It's only just begun, and he's thinking about killing monsters? That's Zhang Yao for you. While others think about escaping, he's plotting to slay ghosts. Zhang Yao activated his ghostly vision, detecting a wisp of dark energy hovering less than 10 meters away. Stealthily, he activated his listening skill, and the words he overheard ignited his fury. I didn't expect to encounter you so soon. You owe me from the last instance? Then in this one, I must repay you double. Should I carve out your heart or shatter your limbs? Such taunts sent Zhang Yao into a rage. It was clear who was behind them. Xiao Dai. He silently uttered her name, and a chilling, killing intent surged within him. Xiao Dai's eyes locked onto Zhang Yao, her steel fork gathering a thick cloud of dark energy. D! She shrieked, launching a wave of dark energy. Zhang Yao's gaze hardened. He struck his fists together, summoning lightning to counter the darkness hurtling toward him. With a thunderous clash, she underestimated Zhang Yao's strength, toppling to the ground in a rather disheveled state. Zhang Yao clenched his fists, murmuring coldly, "What is it? I saved your life in the last instance, and now you wish to end mine? Have you always been this brave?" Xiao Dai. Upon hearing Zhang Yao call her name, Xiao Dai's eyes widened, and gripping her trident, she screamed at him, "Humph! When a mountain does not turn, the water flows. I will first deal with your companion, and then come for you. Just you wait." With that, Xiao Dai transformed into a wisp of dark energy and vanished. Zhang Yao's gaze turned icy as he clenched his fists and attempted to pursue her, but alas, her ethereal form fled too swiftly for him to catch up. Trying to harm others? Zhang Yao's eyes glinted coldly as he snorted. That requires some skill. In a dimly lit room, the masked man fixated on the large screen displaying Zhang Yao, chuckling, "How does it feel to be avenged by one you once saved? This game is, after all, a test of the human heart. What surprises can you bring me, Zhang Yao?" Ha ha! His laughter was unabashedly loud. Ever since Zhang Yao had dispatched the butcher in the instance, he had captured the man's attention. He could scarcely imagine the trouble Zhang Yao could help him eliminate should he succeed. Whether Zhang Yao would emerge victorious from this game remains to be seen. Chapter 35. Your opponent should be Mi Tang. Qingxue ventured forward in darkness, feeling her heart race as she navigated the narrow corridor, clutching tightly to the mini Gatling gun she had taken from her equipment bar. At the slightest sound, she was prepared to unleash a barrage upon any lurking specter. A sob echoed from ahead, causing Tang Qingxue's heart to plummet. With her companions present earlier, she felt a semblance of security. Now, alone in the corridor, anxiety gripped her. "Who is it? Who's there?" She called into the darkness. "It's me, Xiao Dai. I'm so scared." Xiao Dai's face twisted into a cold smile, yet her voice trembled with apprehension. The first move was to lower the opponent's guard before seizing the opportunity to strike. Upon realizing it was Xiao Dai, Tang Qingxue relaxed slightly and bravely stepped forward. Soon, she spotted a girl crouching at the corridor's bend, helplessly weeping. Tang Qingxue offered a sympathetic smile, saying, I'm truly sorry for what happened earlier. Please, stop crying. Once we regroup with Zhang Yao, we can surely clear the instance together. She intended to comfort Xiao Dai further, but as she approached, the latter eerily rose, hair disheveled, head hung low. Oh, but if I want to clear the instance, I'll need your help. Tang Qingxue was taken aback. The chilling wind surged from behind Xiao Dai as she conjured a sphere of dark energy at her fingertips, her form levitating ominously. Tang Qingxue's eyes widened in horror, unable to fathom her transformation. Don't worry, I won't kill you so quickly. I'll shatter your bones, piece by piece. Then I will torment you properly. As she spoke, the dark energy morphed into a trident, which she swiftly hurled at Tang Qingxue. Tang Qingxue, terrified, raised her mini Gatling gun and unleashed a storm of fire upon Xiao Dai. The gunfire flickered in the corridor, yet it did little to impede the incoming trident. With a sickening thud, blood erupted into the air as Tang Qingxue fell heavily to the ground. Ha ha, you a mere pawn, lack skills. And yet you wish to stand up for others. Xiao Dai laughed maniacally as she stomped on Tang Qingxue's hand, crushing it mercilessly. The searing pain made Tang Qingxue cry out. Xiao Dai reveled in her laughter. With your meager abilities, you think you can contend with me? Rest assured, I shall end your life so swiftly. I will crush your limbs and drag you to your companions, letting them witness the fate of opposing me. Her mindset had undergone a dramatic transformation. After being oppressed for so long, living in constant fear, and even being coerced, the darkness had gradually pulled her into the abyss. One day, when she gained boundless power, it would be a day of slaughter. Xiao Dai was precisely that kind of person. Having endured subjugation for far too long, she suddenly possessed the ability to destroy others, and the dark side within her expanded, completely engulfing her in the thrill of murder. With a sharp crack, she crushed Tang Qingxue's left hand, not killing her directly, but instead yanking her by the hair deeper into the shadows. I truly do not understand why you are so vile. Tang Qingxue lay on the ground, her limbs immobilized by dark energy, completely unable to move. Her gaze fixed on Xiao Dai. If looks could kill, that girl would have disintegrated into nothing. Xiao Dai, with a ferocious expression, slammed Tang Qingxue's head against the ground, stomping on it thrice. Be quiet. I do not wish to hear your voice. If you dare utter another word, I will cut out your tongue. Blood flowed from Tang Qingxue's wounds as she defiantly cursed. Go to hell. Xiao Dai's eyes turned cold as she seized Tang Qingxue's hair and hurled her forward. Boom! Tang Qingxue was violently flung 10 meters away, collapsing to the ground and barely clinging to life. Xiao Dai, with a chilling gaze, taunted, I haven't even begun to exert myself, and yet you are already failing? Did I not tell you to be silent? I will indeed cut out your tongue. As she spoke, she took a step toward Tang Qingxue, determined not to grant her a swift death. However, before she could take more than a few steps, a slender figure sprang forth from around the corner, standing protectively in front of Tang Qingxue. Zhou Monk, I advise you not to meddle. Xiao Dai shouted in frustration upon recognizing the short-haired girl from before. Zhou Monk brandished her longsword, her icy gaze fixed on Xiao Dai as she sternly declared, I have been observing you from the shadows for quite some time. I never expected your heart to be so wicked. If you're a player in this game, it is somewhat understandable, but why must you be so cruel? Why torment her? Xiao Dai's transformation pained Zhou Monk. She had once appeared as a delicate and charming girl, yet her heart was so narrow, and her true nature had been so deeply concealed. With her trident in hand, Xiao Dai coldly glared at Zhou Monk. You want to save her? Zhou Monk nodded firmly, stating, she is a friend of the man who saved us. I cannot stand by and watch her die. Xiao Dai retorted, then you wish to be my enemy. In truth, she had merely been using Zhou Monk from the start, leveraging her sympathy to form a temporary alliance, sending her into danger while reaping the benefits. Was it not a win-win situation? Now that she was in the game, she had no intention of maintaining her facade. She lunged forward, thrusting her trident at Zhou Monk. Clang! The trident met the longsword, but the sheer force of the dark energy sent Zhou Monk flying. With a sickening thud, she spat blood, her face pale as she stared at the advancing Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai's expression was frigid, her features twisted like an evil spirit. Since you wish to meddle, I will begin with you. Zhou Monk struggled to maintain her grip on the longsword, attempting to counterattack, but in the face of overwhelming power, she was rendered utterly powerless. Xiao Dai raised her trident, standing before Zhou Monk. Now let us shatter your limbs. Zhou Monk gasped in horror. Zhang Yao, with a stern expression and icy gaze, roared, "Your opponent should be me." Chapter 36. Fury Buddha's song transformed into golden light, tightly ensnaring Xiao Dai. Zhang Yao drew his cold gun and fired fiercely at her. "Ha!" With a roar, the cold gun struck Xiao Dai with precision. "Ah!" Xiao Dai cried out in pain. Her gaze filled with venom as she looked at Zhang Yao, her chest pierced by a chilling cold gun. "How dare you hurt me? I will flay you alive." Before her rage could fully erupt, she was frozen in place by the gun's icy aura. Fu pulled her into the wall, evidently having been transcended. Zhou Monk sighed in relief as she watched the now vanished Xiao Dai. Zhang Yao rushed over to check on their injuries. "Are you all right?" Zhou Monk shook her head, her expression anxious as she pointed at the barely conscious Tang Qing Snow. Her condition was dire, her breath was faint, and she could perish at any moment. Zhang Yao frowned, his impatience boiling over as he exclaimed, "This damned creature! It would be too merciful for her to die like this." Suddenly, a chill ran through Zhang Yao's eyes. "The quest objective is to kill her. I just dealt with her. Why is it not over yet?" The inability to exit indicated that this wretch was still alive. Instead of being transcended, Xiao Dai had transformed into a ghostly figure, her resentful gaze hovering in the air. A prompt echoed in her mind. "Do you submit? Do you concede? Can you bear to watch your opponent clear the quest smoothly?" The prompt continued. "I can grant you boundless power, should you desire it." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Dai shouted, "I do. I long to send them all to hell." Her overwhelming bloodlust completely transformed her into a true specter. The black aura that pervaded the air gradually morphed into a deep crimson. Zhang Yao gripped the cold gun, alertly calling out to Zhou Monk, "Can you still move? Hold on to Qing Snow and run." He clearly saw that the previously vanished Xiao Dai had reappeared in a bizarre manner. Her level now elevated to Red Robe. A fierce ghost had ascended to Red Robe. This was evidently the work of the organizers. Zhou Monk hoisted Tang Qing Snow on her back and swiftly fled deeper into the space. Zhang Yao watched helplessly as the crimson aura coalesced in midair, slowly revealing Xiao Dai's form. This time, she donned a flowing red robe, her steel forks having transformed into 2 daggers. With disheveled hair and crimson eyes, she shrieked, "I want you dead. I want you to suffer." Xiao Dai lunged at Zhang Yao, daggers in hand. Due to the narrow corridor, the gun's power could not be unleashed. Left with no choice, Zhang Yao stowed the cold gun and drew out a dagger to meet her attack. Clang, clang, clang. In a mere moment, Zhang Yao found himself wounded by Xiao Dai's daggers, sent flying by the violent aura. He crashed heavily to the ground, glaring with indignation at Xiao Dai. In an open space, he could have utilized the cold gun and unleashed the overlord's gunplay. But this damned corridor was too constricted, wholly restricting his abilities. Xiao Dai floated in midair, her expression icy as she stared at Zhang Yao. "You are strong, but so what? I no longer wish for your swift demise. There are others here, aren't there?" With a twisted grin, she continued, "What if I were to incapacitate them one by one and drag them before you for punishment? I wonder what your emotions would be then." She wickedly chuckled. "Especially that woman and the fat man." Zhang Yao's eyes widened. Clearly, Xiao Dai had set her sights on Wang Lei and Tang Qing Snow. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished, seeking deeper prey. Zhang Yao widened his eyes, dragging his battered body in pursuit. The uproar in Zhang Yao's livestream exploded. Why had she become stronger after he had already dealt with her? This damned organizer had resurrected her. It was profoundly unfair. That level was Red Robe. How was Zhang Yao supposed to fight that? This Xiao Dai was utterly revolting. Everyone expressed their dissatisfaction with the actions of both the organizers and Xiao Dai, having clearly vanquished her, only to see her revived. "Ah, don't kill me. Help." Gradually, as Zhang Yao ventured deeper, the anguished screams in the corridor grew increasingly horrific. Within mere minutes, several players had met a brutal end. Meanwhile, the masked man in the dim room observed Zhang Yao's grim countenance, grinning mischievously. "Look, he seems to be angry. I suddenly thought of a more amusing game. How about we let them fight to the death? Let's see just how strong Zhang Yao truly is." The masked man's thoughts were noted, and his 2 subordinates nodded in agreement. In this horrifying world, Zhang Yao surveyed the scattered limbs and the players crawling on the ground, barely alive. His fury began to boil over, particularly when he spotted a hefty form struggling on the ground. "Wang Lei." Zhang Yao lifted the barely breathing Wang Lei, whose limbs had been severed, staring blankly at Zhang Yao. "It's me, Zhang Yao." You. Wang Lei managed to utter, "Run. Xiao Dai is." His life force was rapidly waning, and the screams in the corridor persisted. Zhang Yao gently set Wang Lei down, clenching his fists tightly as he coldly declared, "Don't worry, I will eliminate her and ensure your recovery." As long as he still drew breath, he could heal after completing the quest. But could Wang Lei truly endure until then? At that moment, Xiao Dai had just severed another player's limbs, gazing at the exhausted Zhou monk with a wicked smile. "Running? Why aren't you running? Today, everyone here must die, especially you." She gathered a swirling mass of crimson aura, preparing to unleash it upon Zhou monk and Tang Qing Snow. Suddenly, a purple light erupted from behind. Demon suppression, thunder fist. Bang! Xiao Dai was violently hurled against the wall by the force of the punch, shattering the entire structure. Zhang Yao's features contorted with rage as he seized her body, flinging her back into the air. Thunder Law descended. A torrent of thunderous energy surged from Zhang Yao's hand, mercilessly suppressing Xiao Dai. Boom, boom, boom. The entire area fractured instantly, and Xiao Dai's figure vanished without a trace. Enraged beyond measure, Zhang Yao roared like a frenzied beast. "You wanted to fight, didn't you? Then come on, bastard." Chapter 37. Tang Qing Snow and Wang Lei killed in action. Zhang Yao glared furiously at the crimson aura suffusing the air, his resolve to cast his opponent into hell solidifying. This time, even if the king of heaven himself came, he would not be impeded. Zhang Yao's rage surged, and he clenched a red pill in his hand, swallowing it whole. Boom! A surge of crimson aura erupted from him, instantly elevating his power to the red robe level. Xiao Dai, concealed within the air, watched Zhang Yao transform into a terrifying figure, her excitement intensifying. "You've gained strength? So what? Here, I am the one in control." She manifested her physical form, wielding 2 daggers as she charged at Zhang Yao. Unfazed, Zhang Yao stomped the ground, preparing to meet her assault with his iron fists. Just as they collided, a white light enveloped them both. The masked man in the dim room sneered, "Since you want to fight, let us have a proper battle." Zhang Yao found himself in a void, while Xiao Dai's twisted visage floated in the air, her resentful gaze fixed on him. "To avoid damaging the venue, you're placed in this small world. Defeat your opponent to win." Zhang Yao smirked coolly, murmuring, "Since I've arrived here, I can unleash my full arsenal." With a deft grasp of his hand, he conjured a cold firearm that emanated an aura of frost. Xiao Dai, her eyes glimmering with icy determination, bellowed fiercely, "This time, I shall see where you will flee." Clutching 2 daggers, she let out a piercing cry and launched a ferocious assault. However, Zhang Yao did not engage. Instead, he muttered coldly to himself, "To kill 1 is a crime, to kill 10 is a menace, to kill 100 is evil, to kill 1,000 is a general. To kill 10,000 is a hero, and to slay 900,000 makes 1 the overlord of the world." The overlord's gun sweeps through the armies. Just as Xiao Dai was about to reach Zhang Yao, she was halted by the chilling purple energy released from the cold gun. The oppressive purple aura weighed down upon her like the depths of the underworld, constraining her movements. Zhang Yao, wielding the cold gun, unleashed a crescent-shaped blade of light that surged towards her. Xiao Dai was taken aback. Despite her formidable strength as a figure clad in red, she found herself quaking before Zhang Yao's display of power. Helplessly, she watched as the invincible light bore down upon her, instinctively turning to flee, yet found herself utterly immobilized. Infuriatingly, what was this? Bang! The blade of light collided with Xiao Dai, sending her flying. She landed on the ground, barely clinging to life. Her once vibrant crimson aura now dimmed significantly. Zhang Yao, his eyes a fiery red, resembled a wrathful monarch. With each step he took, the entire desolate realm trembled. "How can you possess such terrifying power? This is impossible." Xiao Dai's fighting spirit was utterly shattered as she trembled and slowly began to crawl backward, no longer daring to confront Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao stood resolutely before her, gripping the cold gun tightly. "Earlier, in the instance of the quest, did I not save you and spare your life?" His gaze was frigid, brimming with murderous intent as he roared. Why do you not repay my kindness and instead target me, inflicting harm upon so many?" Each word dripped with venom. "I have nothing to say about our separate paths." He raised the cold gun, his voice chillingly clear, "But why did you maim my comrade, shattering his limbs and crushing his bones?" This inquiry left Xiao Dai in stunned silence. As she reflected on the moment she dealt with Wang Lei, a sense of satisfaction had surged within her. especially as she witnessed the confusion and despair in his eyes. Yet now, she stood before the most terrifying presence. Her fate likely to be more dreadful than that of all the monsters combined. Listen to me, let me explain. A searing pain erupted from her heart. Before she could finish her plea, Zhang Yao crushed one of her delicate leg bones underfoot. The crack echoed painfully, contorting her features in agony. Zhang Yao, his eyes ablaze with fury, roared, "This has only just begun. I hope you can endure." Xiao Dai attempted to transform into shadow and evade. But before she could cast her spell, Zhang Yao's overwhelming aura rendered her immobile. The cold gun pierced her abdomen, leaving her unable to move. Zhang Yao then lifted his feet and savagely stomped on her hands. Her limbs were completely crushed, and Xiao Dai writhed in torment. Akin to an ant on a hot pan, caught between ecstasy and agony, unable to escape her fate. Spare me, spare me. I realize my mistakes. I beg you." Xiao Dai began to plead desperately, her eyes filled with despair. If she could, she truly did not wish to be Zhang Yao's foe. Zhang Yao scoffed, "What is this? Are you not the one who relishes tormenting others? This is merely the beginning." Each recollection of Wang Lei's despairing gaze and Tang Qingshue's near demise solidified Zhang Yao's resolve not to grant her an easy reprieve. Thus, he hoisted Xiao Dai into the air and hurled her upwards. "Let us see how you fare against this move." The demon-suppressing fist. This time, Zhang Yao's fist was enveloped in a crimson aura, more fearsome than the previous purple energy. Boom! His fist crashed into Xiao Dai with tremendous force, shattering the desolate realm. Xiao Dai spat out a mouthful of black blood, crashing heavily to the ground. Help! This blow did not end her life, leaving her to endure Zhang Yao's relentless torment. Zhang Yao approached her unhurriedly, surveying her shattered limbs, her abdomen pierced by the demon-suppressing fist and the cold gun lodged in her chest. An unspeakably tragic sight. That should suffice. A flash of lightning surged from his fist as he struck without hesitation towards her head. Bang! Amidst despair and suffering, Xiao Dai vanished completely from the air. In the dimly lit chamber, the masked man observed Xiao Dai's demise without surprise, instead erupting into an eerie laugh. "I knew Zhang Yao would handle that effortlessly. However, after such a lengthy engagement, your comrades have perished." With a snap of his fingers, he appeared in the desolate realm where Zhang Yao stood. This should not be the realm of shadows. The desolate world had been shattered by his fist, now enveloped in darkness. Zhang Yao regarded the suddenly materializing masked man with caution, demanding, "Who are you?" The masked man smiled faintly and candidly replied, "The orchestrator." Zhang Yao gasped in disbelief. The sudden appearance of the orchestrator bore ominous implications. He snapped his fingers, and a tragic scene unfolded in the realm of darkness. Leaning against the wall, Wang Lei slowly closed his eyes. Zhang Yao's heart sank. Tang Qingxue, too, succumbed to her grievous injuries. They did not await your triumph. They have already passed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao lost his composure entirely. Chapter 38. Transformed into darkness, they did not await your triumph. They have already passed. The masked man's words left Zhang Yao dumbfounded. Observing Zhang Yao's stupor, the masked man chuckled lightly. "I know you hold them dear, but it is impossible to revive them." Zhang Yao lowered his head, silently clenching his fists. "You have come here for what purpose?" He understood that the masked man would not appear without reason. If he had come merely to mock him, it was unnecessary. The masked man chuckled. "It seems you have deduced my intentions. I can grant them a chance at resurrection. But," he paused, extending a finger, "you must serve me once more." His aim was clear, to compel Zhang Yao into committing slaughter, thereby obliterating all remnants of humanity within him, transforming him into a true harbinger of doom. "If you are willing, upon the completion of this quest, I shall take you to see them." The alluring proposition was one Zhang Yao found difficult to refuse. Without hesitation, he nodded, "Very well, I shall comply." The masked man snapped his fingers, his laughter echoing with satisfaction. "I prefer to deal with intelligent individuals. Remember, in each quest, the number of individuals you must eliminate is 100. Should you fail to accomplish this within the designated time, both you and your comrades shall perish. I hope that when we meet again, you will have undergone remarkable growth. Farewell." With that, the masked man vanished mysteriously, and Zhang Yao's environment underwent a dramatic transformation. Player preparation complete. The game will commence in 10 minutes. Quest: 123 Wooden Man. During the countdown, players must find a way to cross the red line. Your objective is to eliminate those who move the moment the clown turned around. Failing to eliminate 20 players will result in failure. Time limit, 100 minutes. Zhang Yao surveyed the vast expanse, and standing beside him was none other than the clown from earlier, who awkwardly smiled at Zhang Yao. I never expected my colleague this time would be you. My apologies. He vividly recalled the moment he had been threatened by Zhang Yao. Yet now, the prospect of working alongside him brought him some relief. Zhang Yao remained silent, his gaze fixed on the densely packed throng before him. At the forefront of the crowd, he spotted Zhou Monk. Zhou Monk recognized Zhang Yao and waved enthusiastically. Zhang Yao, I am here. Upon hearing the name Zhang Yao, all players could not help but erupt in excitement. Is he truly the number one on the leaderboard? With such a master among us, victory seems assured. Who would have thought we would witness the legendary figure in our lifetimes? Everyone, let us rally together. Even the master is on our side. As the announcement signaled the commencement of the game, all players stood obediently in place, prepared to dash forward the moment the clown turned around. The clown, with his back to the crowd, gleefully shouted, 321 wooden man. The instant he turned, only 5 individuals dared to step forward. Smiles adorned their faces, as if they found the game exceedingly easy. Among the 5 was a short-haired girl who, in her haste, was unable to halt her movement when the clown turned. Suddenly, a red light enveloped her. Zhang Yao moved. He retrieved a cold gun from his inventory and charged forward. A single shot pierced her throat. Blood splattered, staining the ground, and the scent of iron hung heavily in the air. All present gasped in horror, staring at the girl who lay lifeless, then turning their terrified gazes back to Zhang Yao. With a rigid expression, he bellowed, in this game, I am the one in control. When the red light shines, you face the penalty of death. If you wish to live, remain still or eliminate me. Why did he desire death? Because in the moment he killed the girl. He glimpsed her memories within the harrowing game, her journey from fear to acceptance, perhaps prepared to give her all. Yet, she perished at his hands. It was then he realized that the masked man had compelled him to kill 100 individuals, intending to drive him to madness. The players were horrified by Zhang Yao's words. Could it be that the number one on the leaderboard was colluding with the organizers? The clown, witnessing the bloody scene, wore an even broader grin. He slowly turned, and though the other players exchanged glances, a group ultimately rushed forward. 3, 2, 1, wooden man. As the clown turned again, 5 individuals were illuminated by the red light. Zhang Yao clenched the cold gun and dashed forward. A scrawny player brandished a large knife, lunging at him. However, in a mechanical motion, Zhang Yao merely raised the cold gun and effortlessly knocked the knife aside. You wretched dog of the organizers. Do not think your power over life and death grants you entitlement. The scrawny player fell to the ground, hurling insults at Zhang Yao. Yet, Zhang Yao had no time to spare. He raised the cold gun and struck. The scrawny player met his end, and Zhang Yao, kneeling in anguish, cradled his head as tormenting memories surged through him. I must survive. I will see my daughter again. I wonder what she is doing now. My wish is simple. I want to witness her in a wedding dress, as beautiful as her mother. Zhang Yao howled in despair. You all come and kill me. In my life. He no longer wished to comply with the game. Having committed such grave acts of slaughter, only death would suffice as atonement. For players, glowing red, brandished various weapons and rushed toward him, their expressions fierce, intent on eliminating Zhang Yao without a second thought. In the dimly lit room, the masked man observed Zhang Yao's torment with amusement, taunting, Want to die? That cannot be allowed. Embrace my arrangement. With a snap of his fingers, Zhang Yao, who had sought death, suddenly lifted his head and moved with the cold gun. Chapter 39. The true gameplay of the horror game. Zhang Yao had initially sought death. Yet familiar faces emerged in his mind. Tang Qingxue, barely clinging to life, looked at him pleadingly. Save me, Zhang Yao. Wang Lei, despairing and leaning against the wall, muttered hollowly, Didn't you say to wait for you here? Zhang Yao's eyes turned crimson as he gritted his teeth and roared. For you, I must kill. The word kill thundered in his mind, propelling him into a frenzy as he seized the cold gun and swept it across, claiming 4 lives in an instant. His sanity teetered on the brink of collapse, the cold gun stained with blood, transforming Zhang Yao into a devil. In that moment, terror enveloped everyone. Who could withstand a humanoid Tyrannosaurus? Kill! Kill! Zhang Yao completely forgot the game's existence, his mind consumed by the singular command to slay. Dragging the cold gun, he disregarded the clown's countdown and advanced toward the throng of players. Kill me, or be killed by me. The choice is yours." With those words, he thrust the cold gun into the ground, unleashing a wave of frigid air that immobilized dozens, who stared in horror as Zhang Yao approached. Clenching the cold gun, he released a terrifying purple aura, bellowing. The Tyrant S-gun sweeps across the army. Spinning rapidly, he unleashed a torrent of destruction upon those who were frozen. Spectators were left in shock. What madness is this? Retreat quickly. Zhang Yao had truly lost his mind. Flee. Ignoring the game's rules, he began targeting players mercilessly. A multitude met their demise as he surged toward those huddled in corners. Kill. Only by eliminating these people can Qing Xue and Wang Lei be saved. Zhang Yao raised the cold gun, its surface crackling with lightning. Thunder Law's annihilation. The cold gun slammed into the ground, sending a beam of blue light crashing into the corner players. In an instant, many were blasted away by the lightning. The scent of blood thickened in the air, and the ground was littered with charred corpses. With eyes ablaze, Zhang Yao advanced slowly toward the remaining players. Not enough. Far from enough. I must kill more. A chilling, dark voice echoed in his mind, driving him to strike at the players. In the dim room, the masked man mocked. This is how it should be done. Have you completely lost your mind? 100 people have already been dealt with. Zhang Yao, with eyes aflame, roared, "Come out. I will kill you all." Crack. A familiar voice echoed from behind him. Zhang Yao. She was clothed in a flowing white gown, her gaze sorrowful. Qing Xue. Tang Qing Xue extended her hand, her face filled with grief. "Save me." Zhang Yao attempted to rush toward her, but her figure vanished without a trace. Zhang Yao. Wang Lei suddenly appeared, trembling and calling out, "Save me." The cry pierced Zhang Yao's heart like a needle. "I will save you. I promise," he shouted in anguish. But his desperate cries were futile against overwhelming power. A steady footfall echoed in the darkness. "Is this it? Is this your limit?" The masked man emerged, towel in hand, offering it to Zhang Yao. He fixed his hollow gaze upon him, his voice hoarse. "Why have I completed the task, yet you refuse to return them to me?" The masked man knelt before Zhang Yao, earnestly wiping the blood from his face. "What if I told you they were never dead?" Zhang Yao was taken aback. This revelation implied that he had been manipulated by the masked man from the very start. "I merely wish to see how much you value friendship. You have indeed surprised me." The masked man suddenly chuckled. "However, you are still too weak." Zhang Yao absorbed none of his words, as he felt an overwhelming sense of relief upon hearing that Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei were unharmed. He no longer had to be coerced into performing bizarre acts. At least they were alive. "Why are you toying with me? Why force me to kill so many people? What is your purpose?" Zhang Yao furiously grasped the masked man's collar, roaring with indignation. The masked man replied with an air of nonchalance, "Because our fates are entwined. If your strength is not elevated, time is running out." Zhang Yao was perplexed, unable to comprehend the masked man's words. He sensed an aura of mystery, but no malice from him. "Do you know how the horror game functions?" With this question, Zhang Yao was taken aback. "Isn't it simply about successfully clearing the levels?" The masked man shook his head. The previous version was indeed so, designed to select the strongest. Unfortunately, the strongest failed to meet the standards. He could not save this world. Save this world. The more Zhang Yao listened, the more bewildered he became. Wasn't the essence of the game to strip away humanity? How could it be linked to world salvation? The masked man's tone slowed, tinged with a hint of helplessness. The strongest of the last version could not pass the assessment, leading to version 20, which is the game you are currently playing. Version 20 is merely a trial phase. After eliminating some players, the true gameplay will commence. Zhang Yao murmured, "The true gameplay?" The masked man snapped his fingers, and a map of the blue star materialized in the air, marked with numerous red zones. He casually pointed, revealing a group of stylishly dressed Western Europeans being pursued by a colossal stone beast, where a moment's delay could lead to their utter destruction. He then pointed to another map, depicting a group of Sakura Nation citizens surrounded by swarms of tree demons. The horror game unfolded simultaneously across various nations. After filtering the players, the outstanding ones would be retained to fight for their countries. Should they fail to complete their tasks, their territories would be engulfed in black mist, leading to total annihilation. I am the representative for the Han Nation region, which is why our fates are intertwined. Upon hearing about the potential destruction of nations, Zhang Yao was left dumbfounded. Did the game need to be this intense? Chapter 40. Zombie worship. The global dungeons would commence in 3 days. So I must train you into a super powerhouse within this time frame. Do you understand? After a moment of silence, Zhang Yao finally asked, "Why choose me?" The masked man chuckled lightly, "Because among all the dungeons, only you can provide me with unexpected surprises." Zhang Yao realized he had been favored from the very beginning. "During these 3 days, I will exhaust every possible means to strengthen you." The masked man revealed his thoughts, driven by a singular desire to survive. If the territory he represented was deemed eliminated, he too would face demise. This was a game that transcended nations, beyond the masked man's control. "Well, I presume you have your answers now. Good luck." The masked man extended his hand, preparing to send Zhang Yao to the next dungeon, but was halted. "Wait." The masked man acknowledged with a nod, looking at Zhang Yao. Unable to restrain himself, Zhang Yao inquired, "Can I grow stronger alongside my teammates? If all the chips are placed on me, and I fail, wouldn't everything be over?" The masked man chuckled, "Your teammates are already arranged by me. I will ensure they grow stronger alongside you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao couldn't help but scoff internally. "You seem to have calculated every step, haven't you?" "Bastard." The masked man coughed. "If you wish to curse me, feel free to do so." Zhang Yao was taken aback. "Can you hear me?" The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, and the masked man sighed heavily, clenching his fist and striking forward. Zhang Yao couldn't help but comment, "What kind of fighting style is that?" After being thrown heavily to the ground, he found the masked man had vanished, leaving him in a new dungeon. Dungeon, the Undertaker's Turmoil. Legend has it that on every full moon, the Undertaker's lair echoes with beastly roars, and the nearby village becomes deserted overnight. Players are advised to investigate thoroughly. Completion condition: defeat the Corpse King. Completion time: 3 days. "How did you suddenly appear?" Wang Lei exclaimed upon Zhang Yao's arrival, bursting into exuberant laughter. "Hooray! We meet again." He laughed heartily, his rotund form enveloping Zhang Yao in a tight embrace, nearly suffocating him. Zhang Yao's face turned crimson as he shouted, "Let go! I can hardly breathe." Wang Lei finally released him, though the joy on his face remained unabated. "Do you know? I came to this desolate place alone, terrified to death." Upon hearing that Wang Lei was alone, Zhang Yao was bewildered. "What do you mean alone? Where's Qingxue? Didn't she stay with you?" Wang Lei pouted, shaking his head slightly. "After I died in the previous dungeon, I fell into a long slumber, then inexplicably ended up here." Wang Lei was aware of his demise, but was astonished that he could continue playing. Zhang Yao nodded, understanding that the masked man had indeed spared them. Otherwise, they would have truly perished. "Let me tell you, this place is utterly desolate. I wandered for ages without encountering a single soul." Just as Wang Lei was speaking, he suddenly shrieked, pointing in alarm at a coffin behind Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao quickly turned around to see the coffin violently trembling. "A zombie?" Wang Lei, frightened, hid behind Zhang Yao, too terrified to look. Zhang Yao's hand crackled with lightning. Yet he was puzzled that the ghost I could not detect any malevolent energy emanating from the coffin. Bang! The coffin lid was forcefully pushed open, and a slender figure sat up from within, her disheveled hair resembling that of a vengeful spirit. Weren't all those emerging from coffins supposed to be zombies? Why is there a vengeful spirit instead? Wang Lei squinted, his tension causing him to scream. "You are the vengeful spirit. Your whole family is vengeful spirits. Dead fatso. Do you believe I can smash your head?" A familiar voice, filled with expletives, erupted from the vengeful spirit's lips. Wang Lei, taken aback by the verbal onslaught, began to wail. "Qingxue, you said you were dead. Don't come out and scare us. We are teammates. What benefit do you gain from killing me?" Zhang Yao's lightning dissipated as he stifled a laugh, observing Wang Lei's cowardice and Tang Qingxue's furious expression. The scene was simply too amusing. Tang Qingxue jumped out of the coffin, gripping Wang Lei's ear with one hand, her face ablaze with rage as she shouted, "Open your eyes and take a good look. Am I a human or a ghost?" As Wang Lei opened his eyes, he still saw Tang Qingxue, disheveled and furious, causing him to tremble in fear. "It's a ghost. A ghost!" Tang Qingxue, exasperated, punched him in the belly, growling, "Do you still dare to call me a ghost? Today I might just kill you. I will swallow you whole." Zhang Yao couldn't help but intervene. "Qingxue, you just appeared. There's no need to yell at Wang Lei. Just give him a light beating." Wang Lei sobbed. "Zhang Yao, can't you see she's a ghost?" Zhang Yao pointed to the shadow on the ground. "Do you think ghosts cast shadows?" Wang Lei, eyeing the slender shadow, thumped his chest in relief. "Thank goodness, she is not a ghost." Her face contorted with fury, exclaimed, "Whether I am a ghost or not remains uncertain. But today, you must become one. Soon, the sound of commotion erupted within the ancestral hall. As Wang Lei found himself bruised and battered, squatting on the ground, tears streaming down his face in a pitiful display. Observing the ruckus, Zhang Yao felt a sense of calm wash over him. Just then, an eerie howl resonated from outside, causing the dozens of coffins within the hall to tremble ominously. The sound was sudden and feral. Both Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei anxiously turned their gazes toward Zhang Yao. Pointing to 3 motionless coffins nearby, Zhang Yao instructed, "Hide inside." No sooner had the 3 of them concealed themselves than all the coffins were violently flung open. With a series of loud thuds, 10 zombies clad in Qing dynasty attire leapt forth. Through the cracks of the coffin, Zhang Yao witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. The 10 zombies formed a neat line, bowing earnestly towards the full moon hanging in the sky. Zombies worshipping the moon? He had heard tales from the elders that such an act was meant to absorb the moon's essence and enhance their power. Amidst their worship, the zombies abruptly halted, their attention shifting towards the entrance. A terrifying aura descended upon them, sending a warning to Zhang Yao. The king of corpses had arrived. A zombie clad in armor jumped into the hall, his face brimming with rage. The 10 zombies present displayed palpable fear, retreating in a frenzy. A ghost general? Zhang Yao was startled as the ghostly eyes marked the level of the corpse king. At present, his strength could barely match that of a red-clad adversary. Yet here was a ghost general before him. How could he possibly contend with such power? He inwardly grumbled about the masked man. "You wish for me to rapidly increase my strength. Is this not a path to my demise?" Wait. He suddenly realized that his lightning magic had reached level 5, and his demon-suppressing fist had ascended to level 4. Due to his prior unconsciousness and the recent turn of events, he had neglected to monitor his own strength. He could not fathom how he had grown stronger without awareness. "Host, you have absorbed the ghostly essence of Yang Tianhui, while reaping 18 souls as the Grim Reaper. You absorbed their spiritual power. You have also absorbed the ghostly essence of Shao Dai." The system sequentially detailed the ghost Zhang Yao had vanquished in the instance, revealing that upon their defeat, they released ghostly essence for him to utilize. With the enhancement of his lightning magic, he found himself capable of wielding numerous spells. Yet he still relied on his familiar techniques: Palm Thunder, Sky Strike, and Earth Annihilation. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "System, which lightning magic skills can I use now?" "You may summon a Celestial Thunderbolt, Lightning Armor, and Lightning God." Celestial Thunder Charge. In a moment, 4 spells were unlocked, igniting Zhang Yao's excitement, especially at the prospect of summoning Celestial Thunder, which promised precision in targeting. Just as he reveled in this newfound power, the Corpse King spoke. "Having caught the scent of the living." Why is there the scent of the living here? The zombies fell silent. The leading zombie shook his head, asserting, "Impossible. The nearby Yuya village is filled with our servants. How could there be any living souls?" Enraged, the Corpse King struck out, sending the responding zombie crashing to the ground. Fear etched across its features. "I say there are. Dare to contradict me, and you shall see. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and find them." The 10 zombies rushed out, oblivious to the fact that the living were concealed within the coffins of the ancestral hall. After they departed, Zhang Yao let out a sigh of relief. The zombies present were all at the fierce ghost level, which would not pose too great a challenge. The real threat lay with the ghost general. "Come out," Zhang Yao called, tapping on the coffins to urge them to emerge. Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei, still pale with fear from their recent encounter with the Corpse King, hesitated. "What skills or weapons do you have at your disposal?" Zhang Yao inquired, keen to ascertain their capabilities against the Corpse King. Tang Qingxue produced a demon-breaking gun and a mini Gatling gun, though only a handful of bullets remained. As for Wang Lei, he possessed merely a shield, with nothing else to speak of. Tang Qingxue, her brow furrowed with worry, lamented, "I have no bullets left. And the ammunition for the demon-breaking gun is specific. I don't have any." Wang Lei sighed in despair. "I only have this shield, which can withstand a full-force strike from a red-clad opponent, and then it's over." He felt particularly inadequate amongst them. Zhang Yao sighed deeply. "I suspect you both intend to drain my resources." With that, he pulled out 30,000 ghost coins, handing each of them 10,000. Upon seeing the ghost coins, Wang Lei's eyes lit up. "How are you so wealthy? I never noticed." Tang Qingxue, clutching her heavy 10,000 ghost coins, took a moment to process. "How did you acquire such wealth?" Zhang Yao chuckled. "I borrowed it from those I encountered earlier. With this money, they could access the equipment shop and procure the necessary items. The shop offered everything from food and medicine to weapons and skills, and with enough ghost coins, even a villa would not be beyond reach. Tang Qingxue made a bulk purchase of 999 mini Gatling gun bullets, along with 1,000 specific bullets for the demon-breaking gun. The total expenditure matched her 10,000 ghost coins, making the Gatling gun formidable at a distance and the demon-breaking gun devastating at close range. Wang Lei acquired a sleek black bodysuit. One might mistake him for a portly Spider-Man. His shield now shimmered brilliantly, radiating a captivating glow. Ah, why is it never enough? He sighed, feeling exasperated. I want to buy a skin to upgrade my shield. Zhang Yao raised an eyebrow. What kind of household are you from, desiring to buy a skin for shield? Tang Qingxue could not help but retort, what have you bought? A decorative skin? Oh, I purchased this suit to enhance my defense and upgraded my shield's level. Now, I can withstand 3 full force strikes from a ghost general. Zhang Yao was taken aback. 3 full force strikes from a ghost general? Was it truly that formidable? After all, the power of a red-clad adversary was enough to wreak havoc, and a ghost general was an entire level above that. I position myself as a tank. For your sake, I will endure. This declaration underscored the profound bond of friendship among the trio. Wang Lei, a man typically inclined towards self-preservation, found himself ready to sacrifice everything for Zhang Yao and Tang Qingxue. After their purchases, both turned their attention to Zhang Yao, curious about his acquisitions. Zhang Yao smiled gently, retrieving a small square from his equipment section, adorned with incomprehensible runes. I have acquired the exorcism formation. By luring them into the array, we can annihilate them. This formation was specifically designed to counter red-clad foes. If the ghost general entered, he would likely suffer severe consequences. Of course, eliminating the 10 zombies would also be a worthwhile endeavor. Shall we proceed? Tang Qingxue's eyes sparkled. She sensed that both Zhang Yao and Wang Lei had changed since their last encounter, their synergy now stronger than ever. Wang Lei swallowed hard and suggested quietly, shall we have a midnight snack first? Tang Qingxue retorted sharply, eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Do you want me to give you a couple of slaps? Wang Lei shrank back, shaking his head vigorously. Perhaps not. Zhang Yao chuckled mischievously, glancing at Wang Lei. How about you assist me, and I will treat you to roast chicken afterward. Upon hearing the word assist, Wang Lei instinctively questioned, can I decline? Zhang Yao replied, yes. Chapter 42. Taking action under the luminous full moon. Atop a hill in Uy village, a plump shadow lurked behind a tree. Observing a group of zombies clad in Qing dynasty attire at the foot of the hill, sniffing the air as if in search of something elusive. Zhang Yao was certainly not human. How could he possibly use a fat man as bait? The figure concealed behind the tree was none other than Wang Lei, who trembled at the sight of the zombies below. After pondering for a moment, he guessed that Zhang Yao had completed his preparations and could not help but shout out loud. Foolish zombies, are you searching for Grandpa? In this darkness, don't go wandering aimlessly. This call indeed caught the attention of the zombies below. They fixated their cold, indifferent gazes upon Wang Lei, as though they wished to tear him apart. What are you staring at? If you dare, come over and bite me. I have never feared anyone in my life. Feeling that his taunts lacked potency, Wang Lei could not resist adding more fuel to the fire. Yet the zombies merely continued to stare at him without advancing, even refraining from pursuing him. They stood motionless, their gazes devoid of warmth. How infuriating. You won't even come to kill me? Your attitude is far too complacent. Gritting his teeth, Wang Lei wriggled his corpulent body. What era is this? Still donning those dreary Qing garments. Do you truly believe yourself to be an antique? This mockery ignited the zombies' fury. They gathered their strength and swiftly charged toward Wang Lei. Terrified, he turned to flee, only to discover a multitude of people had emerged behind him. What the? This group shuffled forward, heads lowered and movements unsteady, resembling individuals afflicted by rheumatism. Were they not coming to harm him, but instead waiting to encircle him? Wang Lei then realized that these figures were merely waiting for their companions to arrive, ensuring a foolproof plan before they acted. Villagers, bitten and transformed into mindless ghouls, hastened toward Wang Lei. Surrounded on all sides, he brandished a shield and, driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival, closed his eyes and barreled toward the path leading to the ancestral hall. Bang! 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 The 200-pound man deftly broke through the encirclement, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, charging relentlessly toward the ancestral hall. How can this hefty fellow be so agile? His blood must be exceptionally sweet. We must catch him. Do not let him escape. The pursuing zombies, astonished by Wang Lei's nimbleness, quickened their pace, furiously chasing him. Zhang Yao, are you prepared yet? I can barely hold on, Wang Lei shouted while running. As he neared the ancestral hall, he heard Tang Qingshue's voice. Fatty, this. Tang Qingxue was hiding behind a large tree in front of the hall, gesturing for him to come closer. Hearing her call him fatty, Wang Lei's expression soured, pouting as he reluctantly approached. We want, Tang Qingxue inquired, noticing his displeased demeanor. Wang Lei huffed. You can't call me fatty. Tang Qingxue shot him a disdainful glance. Then why did you call me evil spirit earlier? She held grudges, capable of remembering unpleasant events for a year. Wang Lei's expression softened slightly, and he retorted, you small-chested, brainless ghost. Tang Qingshue's eyes widened in indignation. Clenching her tiny fists, she coldly replied, I will remember that. Just as the two were embroiled in their quarrel, a horde of shambling corpses slowly approached. Tang Qingxue could not help but exclaim, why are there so many of them? Theoretically, they should not be here. They are villagers who were killed by the zombies. Wang Lei pouted. How would I know? He glanced around, failing to spot Zhang Yao nearby, and asked, where's Zhang Yao? Tang Qingxue pointed to the roof of the ancestral hall. He has been waiting up there. On the rooftop, Zhang Yao held a small square formation. Observing the densely packed horde of corpses below, as well as the 10 rapidly approaching zombies. Couldn't he draw the corpse king here? He clicked his tongue. However, eliminating these troublesome creatures is not without merit. A chilling wind swept through as the 10 zombies positioned themselves behind the horde of corpses. That fat man is definitely hiding nearby. I can smell his scent. There is no need for you to point that out. But there are other human scents here. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yao suddenly stood upright. Indeed, it is I. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he activated the formation in his hands, unleashing a brilliant golden light. He casually tossed it downward. With a resonating buzz, the formation expanded, its powerful aura immobilizing the zombies. Zhang Yao transformed his hands into sword-like gestures and commanded, Tai Iwu Ji, Xianqing Zi Ran, eradicate the evil spirits. None shall defy. The exorcism formation initiated. With that command, the golden light began to swell. The zombies attempted to flee, but the overwhelming pressure rendered them motionless. Their ranks were merely those of fierce ghosts. The exorcism formation dispatched them in an instant. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the 10 zombies vanished alongside the horde of corpses, as if they had never existed. Zhang Yao clapped his hands and called out to the individuals hiding behind the tree. You can come out now. Just as Wang Lei contemplated emerging, Zhang Yao's expression suddenly turned cold. Stop! A fierce gust of wind blew through. A zombie, clad in armor and sporting long braids, appeared menacingly before Zhang Yao, his eyes filled with rage. You kill my servant. Wang Lei gasped, the corpse king. Tang Qingxue tightened her grip on her miniature Gatling gun, prepared for a barrage. The corpse king glared icily at Zhang Yao and coldly demanded, Did you slay my servant? Zhang Yao nodded lightly. Indeed, but I intend to slay you as well. The corpse king, enraged, gathered a mass of black malevolence in his fist and hurled it toward Zhang Yao. With a chilling gaze, Zhang Yao snapped his fingers. Flying Thunder God. A blue light erupted from Zhang Yao, allowing him to deftly evade the oncoming punch. Boom! The ancestral hall shattered completely, reduced to ruin by a single blow from the corpse king. You cannot hit me, Zhang Yao stated nonchalantly. My Flying Thunder God accelerates my speed using lightning. The Flying Thunder God was a new skill, and this was Zhang Yao's first usage of it. He had not anticipated the skill would prove so effective for evasion and escape. The corpse king's face darkened. Then I shall strike at the one hiding behind the tree. What do you think will happen? Zhang Yao. Chapter 43. The true power of the corpse king. What do you think will happen if I strike at the one hiding behind the tree? The corpse king smirked, as if he had Zhang Yao's life in his grasp. However, Wang Lei and Tang Qingxue stepped forward without hesitation. The corpse king exclaimed, I am a ghost general. What makes you so arrogant? And why are you not afraid of my terrifying appearance? Wang Lei held his head high and retorted coolly, with a scrawny figure like yours, do you think you can impress us? Do you even know why we are here? The corpse king instinctively inquired. Why? Wang Lei let out a boisterous laugh. Of course, to exterminate you. Did you think we came here to play mahjong or enjoy a barbecue? The corpse king, realizing he had been outwitted, He clenched his fists and angrily lunged at Wang Lei. Understanding he could not evade the Corpse King's attack, Wang Lei decided to speak bravely, dying with a semblance of dignity. Just as the Corpse King's fist was about to strike him, it was intercepted by a green shield. Boom! Wang Lei stood firm, shield raised, as if unaffected. The Corpse King, on the other hand, was sent hurtling backward, utterly disoriented. Tang Qingxue, Zhang Yao. The two individuals stood with mouths agape, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Wang Lei feigned nonchalance and remarked, "I apologize. I forgot to mention that my shield can not only withstand a full force strike from a ghost general, but also reflects 50% of the damage." Zhang Yao chuckled. "You've truly outdone yourself." Tang Qingxue maintained a gentle smile, adding, "With this, our chances of victory have significantly increased." The Corpse King, somewhat disheveled as he rose from the ground, his once meticulously styled braids now in disarray, bellowed furiously, "You fat fool, I will drain every drop of your blood. Let us see how long you can remain arrogant." Clenching his iron fists, enveloped in a dark aura, he shouted, "Die!" I commanded. With each word, he unleashed a powerful blow upon Wang Lei's shield. Bang! Wang Lei remained unscathed, standing firm while the Corpse King was sent sprawling far away, rolling on the ground. Wang Lei feigned calmness and jested, "I told you, you cannot harm me." The Corpse King trembled with rage, feeling humiliated to be taunted by a mere mortal despite achieving the rank of Ghost General. Zhang Yao, sensing that Wang Lei could not hold out much longer, drew his cold firearm and initiated an assault on the Corpse King. The Corpse King's gaze hardened as he observed Zhang Yao approach, roaring, "Fat fool! I shall first eliminate your companion before coming for you." A thick layer of malevolent aura began to envelop him, revealing his ghost general prowess. Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence. The Corpse King stared in disbelief as his carefully amassed dark energy was inexplicably dispersed by a single bullet. Tang Qingxue, wielding her demonic breaking gun, coolly stated, "My apologies, but I too am their ally." She flashed a sweet smile, adding, "So, when it's time to strike, one must strike." The Corpse King was on the brink of collapse, lamenting that he could not engage in a straightforward duel, as he was continually interrupted before he could unleash his full power. Zhang Yao smirked, saying naturally, "No matter your level, encountering us is your misfortune. Prepare to face justice." With that, a chilling aura began to emanate from his firearm. As he thrust it into the ground, thick blocks of ice formed beneath the Corpse King's feet, immobilizing him. Yet Zhang Yao did not halt. Instead, he grasped the thunder and loudly recited, "By my strength, unite the spirits of heaven and earth." As if myriad thunders coalesce into a single bolt, Thunder Law summoned forth, swiftly manifest the lightning. Thunder Law Essence, Heavenly Thunder Calamity. With a swift motion of his finger, a bolt of lightning surged from the heavens, infused with an overwhelming aura of destruction, fiercely descending. The Corpse King was left stunned, exclaiming, "You can summon heavenly thunder?" Gathering his full strength, he hastily shattered the ice beneath him, preparing to pounce upon Zhang Yao. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, scattering the Corpse King's dark energy once more. Infuriated, he cursed, "You. He was incensed, perpetually thwarted at crucial moments by Tang Qingxue. The Corpse King began to retreat in a frenzy, consumed by rage. Never before had he felt so powerless. "I will see you all dead." Zhang Yao, seeing the lightning poised to strike, swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Wang Lei. "Hurry, defend." Wang Lei finally raised his shield, encasing them all within its protective barrier. Boom! As the blue lightning struck, the Corpse King was violently launched away, and nearby trees were obliterated. Wang Lei shook off the dust, stowing his shield, and with a grin remarked, "Fortunately, we are in sync. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits." Zhang Yao patted Wang Lei's chest, saying, "Who would have thought you would be so audacious, even daring to provoke the Corpse King?" Wang Lei chuckled, while Tang Qingxue praised, "I shall call you the mightiest defensive champion." In the dimly lit room, the masked man observed their seamless cooperation and smiled. "Not bad, not bad. It seems my judgment is quite sound. Since I promised to do everything to strengthen you, I cannot allow you to have it this easy. Let the real training commence." In the scene, the previously defeated Corpse King began to revive, his eyes ablaze with fury as a black long knife materialized in his hand. "I am the noble Corpse King. Having been so thoroughly humiliated, none of you shall escape unscathed today." While Wang Lei and his companions were jubilant, the Corpse King's resurgence left them momentarily stunned. Zhang Yao, gripping his cold firearm, warned sternly, his aura has changed. Do not underestimate him. The Corpse King, brandishing the long knife, roared at Wang Lei, you fat fool. I shall slay you first. Wang Lei swallowed hard. Come on. His shield could only withstand 3 strikes from the Corpse King, and 2 had already been absorbed, leaving only 1 remaining. The Corpse King lifted the long knife, unleashing a formidable black wave of energy. Zhang Yao could not contain himself and shouted, be careful. Chapter 44. Friendship fuels. Strengthening the outside world was thrown into turmoil as the horror game suddenly closed its live broadcast. The streaming platform even issued a statement. The thrilling game was gradually getting back on track, but due to the need for debugging, the live stream would be temporarily halted. Furthermore, the true gameplay was as follows. 1. Each country would draw different players to compete on the same stage, with the first to complete their tasks emerging victorious. 2. The punishment mechanism was intensified. Failure to complete tasks according to regulations would envelop the territory in dark mist, leading to the extinction of all life in that area. 3. If the mist covered the entire nation, it would be declared extinct. This brief announcement exploded across the internet, sending everyone into a panic as they inundated the official stream account with curses. You cannot joke with the lives of the entire populace. Are you serious? You would gamble our lives in a game? How could you even think of such a thing? If we lose, will we not perish? This is utterly outrageous. In the realm of horror, Zhang Yao, witnessing the Corpse King's devastating strike, activated the Flying Thunder God technique and bravely stepped forward. Demon Banishing Fist. His fists were enveloped in a menacing purple aura as he struck fiercely from the side. Boom! The strike altered its trajectory, crashing heavily into a distant tree. Instantly, the tree and surrounding flora were obliterated, leaving a massive crater that sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. Wang Lei stood frozen, awestruck by such a terrifying blow. Perhaps this was the true power of the Corpse King. The Corpse King's eyes were filled with fury as he aimed the black long knife at Wang Lei, howling. You might evade 1 blow, but can you withstand my relentless barrage? As he spoke, the Corpse King leaped into the air, his black long knife radiating ominous light. Tang Qingxue, seeing him gather dark energy, rapidly fired several rounds from her demonic breaking gun. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets elegantly soared toward the Corpse King, but tragically, they were sliced apart mid-air by the Corpse King's unleashed dark energy. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with the Corpse King's unleashed black energy, akin to frenzied beasts, ruthlessly charging at Wang Lei. Zhang Yao gritted his teeth, forcefully colliding his fists together. The purple aura and thunderous energy fused tightly, and grasping the cold firearm, he leaped high, Overlord's gun technique sweeping across the battlefield. In that moment, he embodied the might of a conqueror, wielding the power of thunder. Majestically appearing before Wang Lei and Tang Qingxue. Both stared wide-eyed, one with a shield, the other gripping a mini Gatling gun. Tang Qingxue urgently squeezed the trigger, initiating a barrage of fire. In that instant, none of them faltered, nor did they contemplate retreat. For the sake of their comrades, for the hope of survival, not a single one would choose to flee. As the sweeping force emerged, the ominous aura enveloping the battlefield was simultaneously dispelled, and Zhang Yao was violently hurled away by an immense power. Wang Lei promptly caught Zhang Yao, raising his shield to intercept the descending Corpse King. With a resounding crash, Wang Lei was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. Zhang Yao struggled to rise, shouting at Tang Qingxue, hurry and take Wang Lei and run. I'll hold him off. The Corpse King, wielding a black long knife, coldly scoffed, you think you can oppose me with just a few of you? Aren't you supposed to be strong? Is this all you've got? The Corpse King laughed maniacally, as if he had already dismembered Zhang Yao and his companions. Refusing to yield, Tang Qingxue pulled the demon-breaking gun, firing round after round, only for the Corpse King's long knife to slice them apart. It seems that strategy of yours has become ineffective, the Corpse King remarked, releasing a dark aura from his fist and directing a punch toward Tang Qingxue. The air filled with a terrifying howl, and in the next moment, Tang Qingxue was violently sent flying. Zhang Yao, witnessing his fallen companions, felt an overwhelming rage fill his heart. Damn it, how infuriating! The Corpse King reveled in Zhang Yao's fury, exclaiming, I absolutely relish that expression. You are nothing, incapable of protecting anyone, yet you still act like a hero. Who do you think you are? The Corpse King laughed derisively, raising his black long knife, whispering coldly, "If you wish for them to live, I can offer you a chance." Zhang Yao clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the Corpse King. The Corpse King's smirk widened, casually instructing, "Kneel and beg for mercy." Hearing this demand, Wang Lei struggled to rise, collapsing repeatedly, his eyes filled with pain as he pleaded with Zhang Yao, "Don't kneel." Zhang Yao, Tang Qing Snow, gripping the demon-breaking gun, summoned her strength and aimed it at the Corpse King. Bang! Perhaps due to her grievous wounds, her aim faltered, and she could not strike. The Corpse King taunted Zhang Yao, "Aren't you the one who prides yourself on being self-assured? Bowing to me for your worthless allies. Isn't that delightful?" Zhang Yao tightened his fists, and with a sudden thud, he knelt down. The Corpse King's smile grew ever more sinister, while Wang Lei and Tang Qing Snow displayed expressions of agony, unable to bear the sight. Wang Lei yelled, "Zhang Yao, get up." Tang Qing Snow urged, "Run. Don't worry about us. Just go." Their desperate cries pierced the air, and Wang Lei was abruptly lifted into the air by a tremendous force. Zhang Yao's cold gaze met the Corpse King's, declaring, "I have knelt. What will you do now?" The Corpse King replied with a chilling smile, "I've changed my mind. This fat fool has been too insolent. He shall not live." With that, he violently slammed Wang Lei to the ground. Zhang Yao activated the Flying Thunder God technique, rushing to catch him. In that instant, the Corpse King sensed a change in Zhang Yao's aura, surrounded by a crimson dark energy. With eyes glowing like a demon emerging from hell, Zhang Yao declared, "For my friends, I can kneel and beg for mercy. For my friends, I can shatter myself. But if you expect me to watch them perish, that would be courting death." He consumed the final red robe pill, his power surging to that of the red robe level. The Corpse King's lips curled into a smirk. "Let us see how that plays out." In the dimly lit room, the masked man observed Zhang Yao after taking the red robe pill, applauding. "So you finally decided to use it? But this is good. Let us see if the power of the red robe pill allows you to match the Corpse King. Friendship fuels your strength. This is the Zhang Yao I yearn to witness." Chapter 45. Multinational competition. As Wang Lei beheld Zhang Yao enveloped in red dark energy, he was struck dumb. Zhang Yao's aura had become dangerously potent. Tang Qing Snow squinted, weakly exclaiming, "Has Zhang Yao truly become this strong?" Zhang Yao gripped the cold gun, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the Corpse King. Overlord Spear Technique. King's Stab. The cold gun, entwined with terrifying purple energy, thrust fiercely towards the Corpse King. The Corpse King's eyes narrowed, raising his black long knife to block. Clang! In mere moments, both figures vanished from sight. The air was soon filled with the sounds of their blades clashing. Bang! 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 The Corpse King's voice grew increasingly arrogant. "Not bad, not bad. Your speed is commendable, but your strength still lacks." With a thunderous boom, Zhang Yao crashed heavily to the ground. The Corpse King hovered in midair, unleashing waves of dark energy slashes while Zhang Yao infused lightning magic into the cold gun, striking back fiercely. Boom! The cold gun clashed violently with the dark energy. Zhang Yao, gasping for breath, facing the seemingly invincible Corpse King, feeling the strain. This foe is overwhelmingly powerful, showing no vulnerabilities. My current strength is at the red robe level. What if I summon the Thunder Tribulation? A bold killing intent surged in Zhang Yao's mind. He could not help but turn to Tang Qing Snow and Wang Lei behind him. "Can you still move?" Tang Qing Snow struggled to rise, and Wang Lei nodded, raising his shield. "Wang Lei, I need you to protect Qing Snow at all costs," Zhang Yao declared, "because I am about to unleash my ultimate move." Upon hearing this, Wang Lei grew anxious. "What are you planning to do?" Zhang Yao held up a music player, smiling. "I will destroy him." The Corpse King tilted his head, scoffing. "You think you could defeat me with that? Is that even possible?" He raised his black long knife, charging straight at Zhang Yao. With a smirk, Zhang Yao pressed the play button. A subtle yet profound sound began to emanate from the music player, golden light binding the approaching Corpse King. The dark energy surrounding him diminished, but dispelling this binding would take time. Zhang Yao sat cross-legged, hands joined in prayer, blue lightning surging from his body. "With my power, uniting with the spirits of all things, as if myriad thunders converge into one. Lightning technique manifests swiftly, the ultimate thunder tribulation." With a decisive gesture, a bolt of lightning illuminated the skies, descending with a fierce aura of annihilation. The Corpse King, witnessing Zhang Yao employ the same tactic again, struggled and roared. "Do you think that same trick will work on me?" He violently shattered the golden light, binding him, and looked up at the descending thunder tribulation, hastily gathering dark energy to withstand it. You think a mere bolt of lightning can shake me? He concentrated an overwhelming amount of dark energy just as the thunder was about to strike. A gunshot shattered the air. The dark energy surrounding the Corpse King dissipated entirely. And upon seeing Tang Qing Snow being held by Wang Lei, he could not help but exclaim, "You again. Cursed." Boom. The powerful thunder ultimately struck the Corpse King with deadly precision. Unlike before, this summoned thunder was exponentially more devastating. After emitting a final wail, the Corpse King was utterly annihilated by the thunder. Wang Lei and Tang Qing Snow gazed in despair at Zhang Yao, who sat cross-legged on the ground. Wang Lei raised a shield, shouting Zhang Yao. Tang Qing Snow, with tears in her eyes, cried out in distress, "No." Boom. Unfortunately, beneath the thunderous strike, even a Corpse King of that caliber was obliterated. Time passed, and slowly, Zhang Yao opened his eyes, finding himself enveloped in darkness. Awake? The masked man's voice echoed in his ears. Zhang Yao looked at the man standing nearby. Puzzled. How did I end up here? Where are my teammates? The masked man waved his hand. They are fine. I will arrange for you to meet them shortly. Hearing that they were okay, Zhang Yao suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Before that, there are a few matters I must discuss with you. The masked man spoke with a jovial tone, clearly pleased with Zhang Yao's demeanor. The horror game will officially commence in 2 days. You will form a team with Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei to compete against players from other nations. During this time, there will be other groups competing as well. Each round, the losers of the game will face a death penalty, and their homeland will be shrouded in black fog, ultimately leading to their demise. Your task is to navigate through each game. Do not let me down. Zhang Yao nodded, somewhat comprehending. I understand. With the mention of national stakes, Zhang Yao was certainly not about to take things lightly. By the way, receive this. It is a reward from the Corpse King. Zhang Yao checked his equipment inventory, his eyes widening in astonishment. 10 red guard pills, 3 ghost general pills, 1 ghost ring. Upon seeing Zhang Yao's terrified expression, the masked man couldn't help but chuckle. These are the spoils from defeating the Corpse King. I arranged for you to complete the Corpse King dungeon to significantly increase your chances of success. He could not directly hand over the rewards, so he opted for this method of bestowal. As Zhang Yao possessed the greatest potential among all, should he fail, his fate would be the same. The ghost ring? He felt somewhat puzzled as to why such an item existed. The masked man explained. This ring can accommodate 3 red garb ghosts. You will have to decide how to use it. Zhang Yao nodded, still somewhat in the dark, then turned to the masked man. Is there anything else you wish to convey? If not, please send me to my teammates. I must inform them of the upcoming matters. The masked man nodded. Certainly, but you must follow the prompts to find them. Awaiting the reopening, Zhang Yao. After enduring so much, he could finally enjoy a few days of leisure. Sunlight, sandy beaches, golden coast. The masked man snapped his fingers. I look forward to your forthcoming performance. We shall meet again. With that, the snap echoed, and Zhang Yao closed his eyes, swept away by a tremendous force. Horror World 20, a new version has launched. Players from various nations compete on the same stage, targeting foreign players. Chapter 46, Returning to the Real World. The blinding sunlight streamed through the window as the young man, lying in bed, suddenly sat up. Zhang Yao hurried to the windowsill. Feeling the warmth of the sunlight on his hand, he trembled uncontrollably. Since joining the horror world, he had not experienced the warmth of sunlight, nor even the sweet air. Now, this long-awaited warmth filled him with indescribable excitement. Zhang Yao opened his phone and saw that trending topics were all about players. They are the true heroes. The player's equipment is capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. One message after another overwhelmed him. Some players even began live streaming, publicly auctioning the equipment they obtained in the game, with a mere small dagger fetching over 20 million. At that moment, the noise from downstairs began to swell. Zhang Yao stood perplexed at the windowsill, discovering that the area below was densely packed with people, all shouting his name. Zhang Yao. Regarding the live streaming, he had a certain understanding since version 10, but he never expected to have a large number of die-hard fans who even knew his home address. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yao, this was just a small portion of fans from the local area, with many more on their way. Upon seeing Zhang Yao at the windowsill, they erupted into cheers. Zhang Yao also smiled and extended his hand, loudly greeting, "Hello everyone." This was his first experience of such popularity. Although he tried to cooperate, he still felt somewhat out of place. Even more absurd, A long, buzzing sound approached from a distance. A line of tanks rushed in, followed by 3 armored vehicles and several Dongfeng military trucks. The fans were startled by such a grand display, and the noise immediately subsided. Soldiers disembarked from the Dongfeng military trucks, swiftly setting up a perimeter for security. The fans were driven away from the scene, and a middle-aged man in formal attire emerged from one of the armored vehicles. Zhang Yao stood in a daze, wondering if even the authorities had been alerted. Without further thought, he leaped from the windowsill and stood before the middle-aged man, causing the soldiers behind him to tense up, guns drawn. "Hands on your head! Crouch down!" A guard behind the middle-aged man bellowed. "Wait!" The middle-aged man raised his hand, smiling. "We have come to invite you, not to intimidate you." The guard lowered his weapon, and others followed suit. Zhang Yao calmly smiled. "May I ask who you are?" The middle-aged man introduced himself with a smile. "I am Yang Wenyo, the head of the city military department. I represent the organization and have come to invite you." Hearing the word invite, Zhang Yao realized they likely wanted a more comprehensive understanding of the horror game. "Very well, let us proceed." Before it even began, they were already on the move. Zhang Yao sat in a conference room, praying somewhat helplessly that Wang Lei and Qing Xue would be safe. The conference room contained only Yang Wenyo and Zhang Yao. As the matters to be discussed were classified, Yang Wenyo sat opposite Zhang Yao, turned on the camera, and began recording. Zhang Yao nodded, and he started to inquire, "Have you had any contact with the game's organizers?" Zhang Yao replied, "Yes. There was a masked man who claimed to be the head of the Huagua region." Yang Wenyo, "Did he disclose the location of the game?" Zhang Yao shook his head. Yang Wenyo, "What is the identity of the organizers?" Zhang Yao shook his head again. After the inquiries, Yang Wenyo smiled and shook Zhang Yao's hand. "Thank you for your cooperation." Zhang Yao smiled in return. "It is my honor to be interviewed by you." At that moment, a prompt suddenly echoed in Zhang Yao's mind. "Find your teammates." Mission: within 2 days, find 3 teammates. Mission: locate Tang Qingxue. Mission: locate Wang Lei. Mission: locate Zhou Monk. After forming your team, you will assume the role of captain and receive corresponding rewards. Zhang Yao recalled that when he was about to leave the horror world, the masked man had mentioned that the prompt would help him find teammates. And now there was an additional Zhou Monk. What is happening? Yang Wenyo observed Zhang Yao's dazed expression and couldn't help but inquire. Yang Wenyo squinted his eyes, as if deep in thought. "It is quite dangerous outside right now. If you go out recklessly, it will surely lead to trouble. After all, you are the top player on the leaderboard, and a strict order has been issued to ensure your protection." Zhang Yao chuckled. "With my strength, they cannot harm me." Yang Wenyo, this. He understood that Zhang Yao was determined to leave and would not be dissuaded. So he added, "If you need to find teammates, you can provide me with their names. We have records of all players who have participated in the game." Zhang Yao nodded. "Thank you very much." About 10 hours later, Zhang Yao emerged from the military department. This time, he declined Yang Wenyo's protection, setting off alone with the addresses of his teammates. The bright moon hung high, and dark clouds enveloped the entire city. He was out. "Is that our target? Take it easy. He is the top player on Huagua's leaderboard. We must be cautious." "Hey!" Just as Zhang Yao exited the military department, he was already being monitored. To their astonishment, Zhang Yao headed towards a remote area, seemingly leading them there on purpose. He turned into a deep alley before finally coming to a halt, while the individuals from Yinghua country who had followed him brandished their handguns, ready to execute him on the spot. Zhang Yao, with a cold gaze, observed the assassins who had approached with remarkable composure. "Mr. Yang had once said that when encountering assassins, it mattered not how one killed them, but it was best not to do so in a crowded area to avoid disturbing others. Therefore, if you do not wish for me to hunt each of you down individually, it will be prudent for you all to reveal yourselves." Upon this declaration, a multitude of figures descended from the rooftops, effectively sealing off the entire alley. The individuals from Yinghua country were taken aback by the sudden appearance of 4 nationals. For while they had contemplated assassination, so too had others. Zhang Yao's expression remained frosty as he addressed the players. "You have failed to perish in the game, only to meet your demise in my hands. Today, allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the top-ranked player." Chapter 47. Ant Wang. Zhang Yao clasped his fists together, and a surge of blue lightning enveloped him. Thunder armor. The individuals from Yinghua country were the first to strike, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Regrettably, upon contact with Zhang Yao's body, the bullets were repelled by the electric aura surrounding him. "You wish to kill me? How laughable." A look of disdain crossed Zhang Yao's face, his eyes glinting with a fierce intent to kill. Baka, attack! Realizing that their bullets were ineffective, the individuals from Yinghua country drew their short blades and charged at him. Yet, Zhang Yao remained unfazed, standing his ground as they attempted to assault him. Strangely, whenever the short blades made contact with Zhang Yao, they not only failed to inflict any harm, but the assailants were instead jolted by electric shocks. Those observing from a distance were horrified. They had not anticipated that Zhang Yao would possess such overwhelming strength. Zhang Yao lifted his foot and, with an impassive expression, crushed the skull of the fallen Yinghua assassin beneath his heel. 1 foot per head, the skulls were reduced to a pulp. Good heavens, this is a devil! They exclaimed. This is not something we can contend with. We must flee. A significant number of them were visibly shaken by Zhang Yao's mercilessness. With a swift motion, Zhang Yao summoned a cold firearm into his hand, a chilling smile curling upon his lips. Ah, now you fear? It is too late. Before long, the entire alley was engulfed in an eerie silence, permeated only by the heavy scent of blood. Wiping the blood from his face, Zhang Yao exited the alley as if nothing had transpired. A group of unruly fools, wasting my time in search of allies. He glanced at the list in his hand and decided to head towards Tang Qingshue's residence. In a distant building, a young couple observing the battle in the alley wore solemn expressions. They were clad in white ancient robes, specifically the traditional kimono of Yinghua country. The young man, his face stiff, spoke fluently in Yinghua. I did not expect Zhang Yao to be this formidable. It seems our chances in unison are not very high. His words elicited an immediate rebuttal from the young woman. Yamamoto-kun, such remarks should not escape your lips. Yamamoto regarded her, shaking his head slightly, and earnestly replied, He is powerful, Eiko. I am not jesting. Eiko scoffed dismissively. Let's not forget that we are the Onmyoji of the Yinghua. Moreover, we possess the great Shikigami. No matter how capable he may be, how could he possibly contend with the Shikigami? Upon hearing this, Yamamoto's expression remained grave. Then let us find an opportunity to act. The animosity between Yinghua country and Huagua had long been established. Furthermore, with a horror game influencing national fortunes, they promptly dispatched capable Onmyoji to eliminate Zhang Yao and other super players. Should this plan succeed, Huagua would descend into chaos, allowing Yinghua country to reap the benefits. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Zhang Yao arrived at the designated community in less than 15 minutes. However, he was taken aback to find himself surrounded by a throng of fans, who raised placards and chanted Tang Qingshue's name in unison. Qingxue, Qingxue, I love you. Zhang Yao sighed despondently. It seems entering here is an impossibility. He had already experienced the life of superstar, once recognized by fans. He would likely be stripped of his pants. Thus, he employed the Flying Thunder God technique to leap high and directly reach the rooftop. In no time, he stood before room 501. He knocked gently on the door, yet the voice that came from within left him somewhat speechless. What are you knocking for? Are you still not satisfied with my previous scolding? Can't you let someone get some rest at this hour? It was the middle of the night. Could one not allow others to sleep? As Zhang Yao listened to the woman's tirade, he was completely taken aback. Had he not even entered before being reprimanded? Auntie, I am a friend of Qingxue, he began, but before he could finish, the woman inside interjected fiercely. Another friend. How many have used that excuse today? Can't you think of something more novel? Feeling somewhat awkward, Zhang Yao replied. You should inform Qingxue that Zhang Yao is looking for her. Yet again, his sentence went unfinished as the door swung open. A middle-aged woman, her face adorned with a mask and dressed in pajamas, stared at Zhang Yao for 2 to 3 seconds in disbelief. It's really you, Zhang Yao. I finally see a living person. Zhang Yao, what on earth do you mean by a living person? When did I ever die? Before he could respond further, the middle-aged woman excitedly seized his hand and, before he could react, pulled him into the room. I am your fan, Zhang Yao. I watch every one of your live streams. When you did not stream recently, I thought you had perished. I was heartbroken for several days. The middle-aged woman shoved him onto the sofa, her excitement causing the mask on her face to fall off, which she did not seem to notice. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Zhang Yao was bewildered by the middle-aged woman's exuberance. Tang Qingxue, hurry out. Zhang Yao has come to see you. With a loud bang, the door swung open. Tang Qingxue, her hair disheveled and clad in pajamas, stood before Zhang Yao with a dazed expression, appearing as if she had just awakened. Why you? She stammered, pointing at Zhang Yao. How did you know where I live? Zhang Yao muttered. That is not important. Could you wash your face and change into more suitable clothing before we continue? Realizing her disheveled appearance, Tang Qingxue turned and dashed into her room. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman quickly changed her outfit and, sitting on the sofa, took Zhang Yao's hand, speaking earnestly. Zhang Yao, I am Aunt Wang, Tang Qingxue's mother. I have always been a loyal fan of yours. May I have your autograph? Also, thank you for taking such good care of my daughter in the game. Suddenly being thanked, Zhang Yao felt somewhat awkward and chuckled. It is my duty. I am teammates with Qingxue. Fearing Aunt Wang might misunderstand, he added they, but upon hearing this, Aunt Wang became displeased. What do you mean by that? Why can't teammates become lovers? I hope you can become my son-in-law. At this, her gaze turned fierce as she pointed toward the ceiling and exclaimed, just don't let that scoundrel Wang Lei take her away. In my heart, you are the #1 son-in-law. Wang Lei. Great, I'm being caught in the crossfire here. Chapter 48. Kid, are you insulting us? Mom, what are you saying? He and I are merely friends. How did I become a #1 son-in-law? Tang Qingxue, dressed in a sleek black outfit that flattered her figure, blushed slightly as she tugged at her mother, urgently explaining to Zhang Yao, you must not listen to my mom's nonsense. Zhang Yao chuckled awkwardly. Annie is just very enthusiastic. Aunt Wang, still undeterred, attempted to come closer, only to be firmly pushed back into the room by Tang Qingxue. That is indeed my idol, and my future son-in-law. With a resounding bang, the door was forcefully slammed shut. Tang Qingxue sat somewhat disheveled on the sofa, glancing at Zhang Yao, and awkwardly remarked, my mother is just like that, so please don't overthink it. Zhang Yao nodded in acknowledgement. Your mother is quite enthusiastic. By the way, I came to find you to form a team. We need to locate you, Wang Lei, and a girl named Zhou Monk before we commence. Zhou Monk? Upon hearing that name, Tang Qingxue's mind conjured the image of a spirited girl with short hair. Isn't she the short-haired girl we met in the dungeon before? Zhang Yao, slightly confused, replied, short-haired girl? I don't recall. The girl beside Xiao Dai. Upon this suggestion, Zhang Yao suddenly realized, so her name is Zhou Monk. The thought of teaming up with someone familiar brought him a sense of comfort, as he wished to avoid joining forces with unsavory characters. Without delay, we should set out to find them, Tang Qingxue exclaimed with enthusiasm. Once we locate them, we must have a proper gathering, considering we've known each other for so long without ever dining together. Zhang Yao smiled and nodded. All right. Bang. The door swung open, and Aunt Wang stormed out in a flurry. It's already late. Do you still intend to go out looking for people? Have you considered? Aunt Wang began to scold Tang Qingxue relentlessly. Rather than being upset, Tang Qingxue pouted playfully and said, Mom, you still look beautiful when scolding me. Aunt Wang, perplexed, thought to herself how this girl, who used to retort during reprimands, had suddenly learned to speak sweetly. With red-rimmed eyes and a choked voice, Tang Qingxue implored, we only have 2 days left. We must find our teammates within that time. Aunt Wang's eyes began to glisten with tears as they rolled down her cheeks. She finally shed her facade, glaring at Tang Qingxue with sorrow. Why do you never consider spending time with me? If you leave now, what will I do alone? I'm terrified watching the live stream. Every little sound makes me anxious. Can't you think of me? You are my heart. Tang Qingxue's father had perished while on duty, leaving behind a widow and an orphan. Aunt Wang had painstakingly raised Tang Qingxue, only for her to disregard opposition and enroll in the police academy. It took Aunt Wang a long time to accept this reality. Now, just as she began working, she was thrust into a terrifying world. Tang Qingxue and Aunt Wang embraced tightly, crying together. Zhang Yao, witnessing this, felt a pang in his heart. His own parents had long since passed, and this scene brought tears to his eyes. All right, Mom, I will take care of myself, he reassured her. Aunt Wang nodded. Very well, hurry along. Before departing, Zhang Yao pulled out a note he had prepared and handed it to Aunt Wang. It was only after they left that Aunt Wang sat in the living room, opened the note, and was reduced to tears. You must take care of yourself. I will look after Qingxue for now. Such a good child, truly a good child, Aunt Wang murmured to herself through her tears. Make sure to keep an eye on Qingxue. Don't let that chubby Wang Lei steal her away. Wang Lei was Aunt Wang's #1 rival, and she could only imagine what he would think if he knew Tang Qingxue's mother held a grudge against him. Slow down. I'm afraid of heights. Oh my goodness. Tang Qingxue shrieked in a frenzy, clinging to Zhang Yao's back. The height was utterly overwhelming for her, and she regretted urging Zhang Yao to take her to the rooftop. Suddenly, Zhang Yao stood solemnly on the street, declaring, Get down, find a place to hide. Tang Qingxue, her hair in disarray, furiously shouted, "What on earth are you doing? Do you even care whether I can handle this? Jumping around on rooftops like it's fun. I swear if I have a heart attack, you'll pay for it." Zhang Yao's gaze was icy as he focused on the end of the street, disregarding Tang Qingxue's protests. Sensing something was amiss, she cautiously moved aside to conceal herself. Is it possible? Even in the real world, there are enemies? Nervously hiding behind an advertisement, Tang Qingxue felt reassured by Zhang Yao's presence. Even if a corpse king appeared, he would surely bring them to their knees. You are truly formidable. No wonder you are ranked first in Huagua. We haven't even engaged, and you've already sensed it. A thick white mist floated towards them, and two figures gradually emerged. Yamamoto, clad in a kimono and wielding a short blade, approached Zhang Yao with a slurred accent in Huagua. Beside him stood Ingzi, her face reflecting disdain, as if she regarded Zhang Yao with utter contempt. Zhang Yao clenched his fist and said coolly, "There's a foul odor of dogs in the air. It isn't difficult to discern. Boy, are you insulting us?" Ingzi exclaimed, furious, as she drew her short blade, eager to strike Zhang Yao down. Unfazed, Zhang Yao sneered. Animals can even retort now? With that, he unleashed a powerful punch into the air behind him. Bang! A wretched scream followed, as a black specter disintegrated into ashes. Zhang Yao coldly growled, "Even in the realm of horror, I can sense where the ghosts hide. To plant a ghost beside me on this street would require a severe lack of sanity." Foolish creature. After Zhang Yao's furious outburst, Ingzi could no longer maintain her composure. How arrogant can you be? Upon witnessing her spirit being obliterated in one blow, she unsheathed her short blade and lunged at him fiercely. Zhang Yao did not evade, calmly whispering, "Thunder armor." Zing! A brilliant blue aura enveloped Zhang Yao. Yamamoto suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Unfortunately, Ingzi was too swift. Just as her blade was about to make contact with Zhang Yao, she was violently hurled away by the lightning. Bang! Ingzi crashed heavily to the ground, while Yamamoto leaped backward, drawing his short blade and uttering, "I concede that you are strong, but against us, it will be of no use." As he spoke, he lifted his blade and made a cut across his left hand. The blade began to shimmer with a crimson hue, and he raised it, howling to the heavens in an incomprehensible tongue. Zhang Yao furrowed his brows, exasperatedly retorting, "Must you spout nonsense? Can't you utter something intelligible?" After driving his blade into the ground, Yamamoto smirked at Zhang Yao. "This is my most powerful spirit. You will pay the price for your arrogance." A blood-red mist began to swirl around the short blade, and a primal roar erupted from within the haze. A towering, 3-meter-tall, bull-headed monster emerged, stout and wielding a bone club, its crimson hair and adorned skulls evoking a sinister aura. Zhang Yao activated his ghostly vision, and upon observing the creature, he nearly burst into laughter. A mere ghostly-level nuisance. What audacity it possessed. Moreover, to refer to it as a spirit was utterly absurd. Yamamoto, infuriated by Zhang Yao's mockery, bellowed, "Neo Mo, annihilate him." It was no wonder Zhang Yao found it laughable. He had already engaged with ghost general-level beings in the dungeons. To bring forth a mere ghost to cause trouble was nothing short of an insult. Yet, one could hardly blame Yamamoto. After all, the cultural standards of Huagua were lacking, and their highest level of horror was but that of a ghostly kind. The Neo Mo charged forth, swinging its bone club like a mountain toward Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao's eyes turned cold, and a terrifying purple aura erupted from his fist as he charged forward. Zhang Mo fist. With a powerful shout, his fist collided violently with the bone staff. At that moment, the smile on Yamamoto's face froze. He watched as the bone staff of the Neo Mo shattered completely and under the surging force. Zhang Yao's fist hammered toward the Neo Mo's abdomen like an unstoppable iron hammer. Bang! The Neo Mo flew backward like a cannonball. Zhang Yao declared, "It's not over yet." With that, he stomped his feet and vanished in an instant using the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yao appeared on the opposite side of the Neo Mo's trajectory. Lei Fa Zhang Xin Lei. Crackle. Zhang Yao, harnessing the might of thunder, struck down ferociously upon the Neo Mo. Ugh. The Neo Mo cried out in pain, but until it was reduced to ashes, Yamamoto could only stare blankly. Zhang Yao dusted off his hands and looked at Yamamoto, shaking his head. "Is this the Shikigami you pride yourself on? With such meager abilities, you dare to challenge me?" Suddenly, he recalled the words of the Corpse King and understood his sentiment. A group of delusional beings attempting to shake the heavens was utterly laughable. Yamamoto's features twisted with rage, and Eiko's previous disdain had vanished without trace. Clenching his short knife, Yamamoto roared furiously. Do you think I am unworthy? Fine. Today, I shall make you realize how foolish it is to insult the onmyoji of my Sakura country. Eiko nodded and drew her short knife. Hi. Thud. The two plunged their blades into each other's hearts, leaving Zhang Yao in a state of shock. Was it necessary to resort to such extreme measures over a disagreement? Pain etched across their faces. They began to chant fervently in their dying moments. A barrage of unintelligible words followed, and then an eerie black light erupted from their bodies, merging them into a singular entity, their aura growing increasingly violet. Zhang Yao furrowed his brow and instinctively leaped back. This is the Shikigami formed from our lives. Blood God, watch closely as I annihilate you. A grotesque creature, oozing with steam and taking on a liquid form, stood before Zhang Yao. He observed the glistening red malevolent energy coiling around the viscous mass and felt intrigued. Hong-yi, you merge your lives just to become Hong-yi. He felt no fear. Instead, he erupted into laughter. Yamamoto and Eiko, they couldn't comprehend it. Despite their fusion and newfound strength, why did this kid treat them like mere toys? Hong-yi, huh? Tang Qingsheng, who had nearly dozed off behind a billboard, rushed out, only to see a sticky mass that repulsed her at a cellular level. Is this it? I thought would be something worth fighting. Yamamoto and Eiko, they felt as if they had received 1,000 critical hits, desperate to convey that they were the Hong-yi demons, the kind that devoured humans whole. Would they not receive any reaction? Otherwise, was their sacrifice in vain? Zhang Yao pouted, interrupting her. I heard you received some decent rewards. Why not show them off? Previously, in the Corpse King's dungeon, Zhang Yao had obtained numerous pills, and Tang Qingsheng undoubtedly had good items as well. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingsheng shot him a disdainful look. Are you sure? Zhang Yao nodded. It's no trouble. Let us just take a look. Tang Qingsheng sighed dramatically, then turned to Yamamoto and Eiko. You must remember, he wants to see this. If you die, it's not my fault. Yamamoto and Eiko roared in fury. Enough. If you're going to fight, do it already. So much unnecessary chatter. Tang Qingsheng shot him a glare and retorted angrily. Fine, if you want to die, I'll help you. With that, she summoned a cannon from her equipment bar. Yamamoto and Eiko. Zhang Yao. What is this? A girl wielding a cannon. Surely this is a joke. Without further ado, Tang Qingsheng yelled, Demon Slayer shell, fire. Boom! A red aurora surged forth, striking Yamamoto and Eiko with pinpoint accuracy. Yamamoto and Eiko screamed, only to be utterly obliterated. Zhang Yao, Tang Qingsheng, holding the cannon, lamented, what a waste of my shell. Zhang Yao stared wide-eyed, his expression frozen. Upon completing the dungeon, he rewards you with such a terrifying gift. One shell, and all beings are equal. Tang Qingsheng sighed. Alas, there are only 3 shells in total, and now I've wasted one. As for ammunition, the equipment store should have some. Zhang Yao opened the equipment store, and the chatter fell silent. 1,000 ghost coins for a single shell. Tang Qingsheng shot him a glare. Do you still have the face to say that? Zhang Yao felt a bit frustrated. Why did he receive only pills while Tang Qingsheng got such a cool cannon? Was this a weapon meant for girls? The two exchanged a few barbs before setting off in search of their teammate, Zhomok. In the distance, atop a tall building, a middle-aged man, standing by the window, shattered his telescope in anger as he gazed at the fallen onmyoji. Damn it, Yamamoto and Eiko perished in vain. Who would have thought that Zhang Yao would be so formidable? Zhang Yao's strength had become a serious threat to the balance of Sakura country. If they encountered him again in the game, their country's players would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Deep in thought, the middle-aged man picked up his phone, looking at the number belonging to the Eagle Nation, and dialed it quietly. Moshi Moshi, it's Abe Ryuichi. I agreed to collaborate with you. Our side will send 3 of the most powerful onmyoji, and you must show the proper attitude. We must crush the strong of Hua country. After hanging up, he gazed into the distant dark clouds, his previously rigid expression slowly relaxing. Hua country players, let us see how you survive this time. Slow down, you bastard. I can't take it anymore. Slow down, please. On the bustling road, Zhang Yao held Tang Qingsheng as he weaved through the traffic using the flying thunder god technique. Tang Qingsheng's heart nearly leapt out of her chest several times. Zhang Yao almost collided with oncoming vehicles. If given a choice, she would have preferred to stay home. After about 30 minutes of frantic travel, Zhang Yao finally set Tang Qingsheng down. Before them stood a brightly lit villa. Zhang Yao glanced at the address, nodding. This is it. What are you doing? Ugh. Tang Qingsheng, her hair disheveled, leaned against the wall and began to vomit in the corner. Zhang Yao. He rubbed his chin, awkwardly chuckling. Did we run that fast? Tang Qingsheng shot him a fierce glare. How can you even ask that? At this rate, I'll end up dying at your hands. Zhang Yao chuckled. All right, we're pressed for time. Let us hurry in and find our teammate. Wang Lei is waiting for us. Tang Qingsheng, knock, knock, knock. Zhang Yao banged on the iron gate, shouting, Zhou Monk, are you there? Zhou Monk, who is it? It's the middle of the night. What are you shouting about? Have you no respect for others? Can't you let someone rest? A middle-aged man in a security uniform impatiently opened the door, his expression turning even angrier upon seeing Zhang Yao standing outside. You brat, disturbing the peace at this hour? Zhang Yao, considering the disturbance to others' rest, smiled and offered an apology. I beg your pardon for the noise. I'm a friend of Zhou Monk and have come specifically to find her. Upon hearing the name Zhou Monk, the middle-aged man took a step back, his demeanor shifting to one of anxiety. There is no one by that name here. Get lost. I'll warn you if you come back. I will unleash my dogs upon you. Zhang Yao, perplexed, gazed at him, questioning why the mention of Zhou Monk triggered such a nervous reaction. Was there truly no girl named Zhou Monk here? Squinting his eyes, he probed further. You must be aware of the horror world, right? We are teammates of Zhou Monk, and if she fails to join us in time, she will face elimination, which translates to death. The task of locating his teammate weighed heavily on Zhang Yao. If Zhou Monk could not form a team, she would inevitably be eliminated. The middle-aged man widened his eyes in disbelief. Are you serious? Tang Qingsheng, who had remained silent until now, interjected. You are merely a security guard. If you prevent us from entering, you will bear the consequences. If that is the case, we shall take our leave. Upon hearing their intention to depart, the guard hurriedly called out, Wait, I need to report this. Clearly, he could not afford the repercussions. Our master wishes to see you. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhang Yao followed the guard into the villa's living room, where several individuals had been waiting for quite some time. In the room, 5 people were present. A portly middle-aged man, a middle-aged man of Western appearance, and Zhou Monk. Behind the Western man stood 2 bodyguards. Zhang Yao, it is indeed you, Zhou Monk exclaimed, attempting to rise, only to be restrained by the middle-aged man beside her. Mind your manners, the man admonished, directing an unsatisfied gaze toward Zhang Yao. You must be Zhang Yao, am I correct? With that, he produced a thick checkbook, scribbling several zeros before arrogantly declaring, This is 10 million. Leave my daughter alone. Zhang Yao was taken aback. Did this man truly believe he could buy them off with money? Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yao might have acquiesced, but with a mission at hand, he could not afford to be reckless. You seem to underestimate the gravity of the situation. Seeing Zhang Yao refuse the check, the middle-aged man's expression soured. Is it too little? I Zhou de fuck have plenty of money. He then wrote another check for 10 million and slammed it on the table. 20 million. Is this sufficient? The smile on the Western man's face grew increasingly pronounced. Zhou de fuck's dissatisfaction stemmed from 2 sources. His concern for his daughter participating in such a ridiculous game and the promise from the Eagle Nation that if Zhou Monk did not partake, he could receive substantial compensation. Such funds could multiply his worth exponentially. What do you mean by this? Tang Qingsheng challenged, stepping forward defiantly. You intend to use money to coerce us? Zhou de fuck replied coldly. I will not allow my monk to accompany you. Zhou Monk, agitated, rose abruptly. Dad's silence. Zhou de fuck bellowed. This is not your place to speak. The atmosphere turned tense as the Western man chuckled, addressing Zhang Yao. Mr. Zhou has made his position quite clear. Perhaps it is best for you to leave. Zhang Yao's expression hardened as he retorted, I must remind you, if Zhou Monk does not join us, she will face elimination, which means death. Having entered the horror world, the only way to escape was by completing the task. Otherwise, death was the only alternative, and eternal entrapment would follow. Zhou Monk trembled with rage. Enough. Dad, you have always been like this. No matter the situation, it is always your way, never considering my wishes. Zhou de fuck glared, his fury boiling over. Do you wish to defy me? I do this for your own good. Zhou Monk, tears streaming down her face, replied, for my own good? Forcing me to learn Western swordsmanship, to socialize with those wealthy heirs, even a drink? For my own good? You disregard my feelings entirely. insisting I marry a man 20 years my senior? Ask yourself, is this truly for my benefit? As she spoke, her tears fell like rain. She had endured enough in this unfeeling household, and now, for the sake of profit, her life was at stake. Joke de fuck, momentarily speechless, flushed with anger. Be quiet. I do this to ensure you marry into a good family. This remark left Zhou de fuck stunned. Zhou Monk's mother had died during childbirth, and he had worked tirelessly to provide for Zhou Monk, meticulously nurturing her growth through various studies. Yet, his actions had turned him into the catalyst for their strained relationship. Tears welled in Zhou de fuck's eyes as he looked at his daughter, rendered momentarily speechless. Zhang Yao interjected softly, "It is evident that you hold great affection for Monk. But have you considered that if you do not allow her to leave with us, she will undoubtedly perish?" After speaking, he turned to Zhou Monk. "We'll be waiting for you outside. It is your choice, to seize control of your own life or continue as your father's puppet." As Zhang Yao and Tang Qing Snow prepared to leave, Zhou de fuck called out, "Wait. Mink may go with you. However, you must promise to ensure her safety." Zhang Yao halted, responding calmly, "The game is perilous, and I cannot guarantee her safety. But if she finds herself in danger, the monsters will have to pass over my lifeless body to harm her." To Zhang Yao, a teammate was an unbreakable bond, one worthy of sacrificing his own life. Zhou de fuck nodded, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Zhou Monk, taking her hand and weeping, "Since your mother passed, I have longed for you to grow up. I feared you would not adapt to the dangers of the world, which is why I have been so strict. But your words today have shown me that you have matured. It is time to let go and allow you to have your own sky. Child, go forth into that world and live well." At this point, both father and daughter were in tears, embracing tightly as if they had never quarreled. Meanwhile, the Western man, seated on the sofa, wore a frozen smile. He shouted in broken Mandarin, "Mr. Zhou, if you proceed this way, our cooperation is no longer necessary. Do not forget, we, the Eagle Nation, are offering you a chance to soar." Zhou de fuck grasped Zhou Monk's hand, addressing the Western man, "Mr. Jack, you have seen for yourself that if my daughter remains here, she will die. Therefore, our collaboration is terminated." Jack slammed the table in anger. "Do you not realize the consequences of your actions?" The two bodyguards behind him drew their firearms, aiming at Zhou de fuck. Zhou de fuck instinctively shielded Zhou Monk. "Jack, do not forget, this is Huagua. Do you wish to remain here forever?" Jack, instead of becoming enraged, chuckled, "Huagua? What of it? My mission is to negotiate with you. The organization has instructed me that if necessary, we can eliminate all of you." With a smirk, Jack was about to command his subordinates to act when a flash of lightning erupted from behind him. The two armed bodyguards were forcefully hurled aside by an unseen force. Jack was left in utter disbelief. The events unfolded with such rapidity that Jack had yet to comprehend the situation when his subordinate met a gruesome fate. Zhang Yao stood behind him, delivering a cold admonition. "You prattle on, thinking that Huagua is devoid of capable individuals." Before Jack could utter another word, Zhang Yao seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. In a detached whisper, he continued, "Prior to my arrival, the military district leaders warned me. Any individual harboring hostility towards us must face annihilation without mercy." Without holding back, he hurled Jack against the wall with a resounding crash. The wall fractured instantly, embedding Jack within its confines. "You will meet a wretched demise." Jack gasped, clinging to life like a pitiful creature, his eyes fixed on Zhang Yao. "Huagua shall forever be subdued by my Yingying Nation. Let this be the beginning. Those from Yingyuan Nation, if you do not emerge now, when will you?" As he spoke, Jack pried free his trapped hand and retrieved a green syringe from his pocket, injecting it directly into his abdomen. His body began to swell, gradually sprouting fur, transforming into a towering 3-meter-tall werewolf. "Behold our genetic serum from Yingying Nation. You shall meet a miserable end. Mark my words." Jack howled to the sky, resembling a frenzied beast. Chapter 52. Frenzy. As Jack consumed the genetic serum, a slow clap echoed through the room. 3 individuals adorned in the traditional garb of Yingyuan Nation strolled in leisurely. Abe Longyi, accompanied by his 2 youthful disciples, gazed at the transformed Jack and chuckled. "Is this the might of Yingying Nation? Quite impressive. Coupled with my Shikigami from Yingyuan Nation, eliminating these individuals will pose no challenge." Drawing his short blade, Abe smeared it with blood and bellowed, "Arise, headless god." His 2 disciples similarly drew blood upon their blades. 3-headed hound, fire demon bird, 3 tendrils of dark energy rushed forth, giving rise to 3 terrifying Shikigami. The strongest among them was a headless specter clad in black armor, wielding a battle blade. Following closely was a 3-headed hound, its body bristling with steel spikes, and lastly, a black bird engulfed in ghostly flames. They collectively fixed their gaze upon Zhang Yao, who wasted no time and commanded, "Eliminate them." The headless specter swiftly drew its blade, unleashing a strike imbued with dark energy. The entire living room trembled violently, signaling the imminent clash. Zhang Yao, gripping his cold firearm, sidestepped slightly, redirecting the strike towards the werewolf Jack. "Ah!" Jack cried out in agony, glaring fiercely at Abe Longy. "Curse be you!" Abe hastily explained, "This is our fight. You must help us dispatch them quickly." The rapid-fire sound of gunshots erupted, suppressing Jack under the hail of bullets. "Ah!" He howled in pain, while Tang Qingxue, with a steely gaze, declared, "Leave the werewolf to me. You handle the others." Zhang Yao nodded, lifting his firearm to charge at the most formidable headless specter. Meanwhile, Zhou Dafu, overwhelmed by the chaos, was nearly paralyzed with fear. "Daughter, you must hide," he urged, shielding Zhou Monk behind him. "Dad, you should flee first. I will protect you," she insisted, brandishing a western sword from her inventory, eyeing the encroaching 3-headed hound warily. "Oh, seeking to escape? Not so easily." Abe Longy's 2 disciples approached with the intent to eliminate Zhou Monk and her father. Zhou Dafu shouted anxiously, "If you must kill, take me instead. Spare my daughter." As a father, he would sacrifice anything for his child. Zhou Monk's eyes glimmered with tears as she gently pulled her father behind her, her expression resolute. "Dad, you have always protected me. Today, allow me to protect you." Drawing her western sword, she stood defiantly against the 2 Shikigami. Having mastered the sword's essence through gameplay and practical experience, she was no longer the timid girl who could only flee. 3-headed hound, kill her. Upon receiving the command, the hound charged forward. Zhou Monk's gaze hardened, and a crimson aura surged around her sword. Void slash. The terrifying red sword energy erupted as she swung her blade, fueled by the desire to shield her father. Like an invincible warrior, she pressed forward, undeterred by the strength of her adversaries. To falter now would mean losing everything she sought to protect. With a resounding crash, the 3-headed hound sensed an unprecedented pressure, hesitating momentarily before attempting to flee. But it was too late. A piercing scream echoed as a gaping wound appeared in its neck. It collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently before dissipating into dark energy. "You dare to annihilate my 3-headed hound. Curse be you." The disciple of Abe Longy trembled with fury, while the other, controlling the fire demon bird, prepared to attack, but was struck down by a surge of dark energy. Bang! The headless specter crashed heavily against the fire demon bird, both failing to rise again. Zhang Yao, resembling a war god, brandished his firearm, crackling with energy. "Is this the caliber of your Shikigami from Inghua Nation? You claim that I can handle even ghost generals, yet you send a mere fledgling to confront me? Who do you underestimate?" Zhang Yao roared, glaring disdainfully at Abe Longy. Abe Longy clenched his fists, his eyes wide with rage. The strongest of his Shikigami was merely a fledgling, having swept through all of Inghua Nation's Shikigami. Yet here in Huagua, it barely managed a brief encounter. "Damn you! You shall perish!" Abe Longy bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Yao. "Do you not wish to witness the might of Inghua Nation? Today, I shall grant you that opportunity." His gaze turned malevolent as he reached into his pocket, producing 2 sheets of paper inscribed with incantations. Dai, Ji, it is time to sacrifice for Inghua Nation. Dai and Ji were taken aback. Amidst this battle, why must they resort to sacrifice? Could they not simply retreat if they were outmatched? The notion of sacrifice seemed absurd to them. In unison, Dai and Ji hastily retreated, turning to flee without a hint of cooperation. Abe Longy, trembling with anger, cursed, "After all my efforts to cultivate you, disciples like you deserve death." Wait, cooperation leads to death, but refusing to cooperate is even worse. It's all death. Is there no reason in this madness? The 2 sheets of incantation paper took flight, adhering to Dai and Ji. They writhed in agony on the ground, their screams piercing the air. As Zhang Yao prepared to obliterate Abe Longy, the old man affixed a talisman to himself as well. A massive surge of talismanic power hurled Zhang Yao away, enveloped in dark energy. Abe Longy and his disciples floated in midair, colliding together. You are fortunate. As our foremost enemy, I shall summon the strongest yokai using the lives of 3. Yamada no Orochi, the master of the night. Upon finishing his incantation, Ablongi and his disciples transformed into dark energy, swirling together in the air. The entire house trembled violently, the walls cracking under the immense pressure. Zhou Dafu was dragged away by Zhou Monk, while Tang Qingxue managed to bring Jack to the ground. Zhang Yao, are you alright? Tang Qingxue helped the fallen Zhang Yao to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the dark energy swirling above. This place is collapsing. We must get outside. Zhang Yao, having finished speaking, hurriedly took Tang Qingxue out of the villa. At that moment, Jack was already on the brink of death. His gaze filled with reluctance as he reached for the scattered gene medicine from his pocket. Let the final injection drive the world into utter madness. Madness. Chapter 53. The Pinnacle of the Ghost, General Boom. The entire villa was obliterated by an immense force. Zhang Yao and his companions stood outside, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the black mist suspended in the air. As the dark aura gradually dissipated, a young man with a strikingly handsome visage, his hair a mix of yellow and white, emerged, wielding a short blade with a beguiling gaze fixed upon them. Clad in a blue and yellow kimono, he was enveloped by a swirling mass of demonic energy. The master of all ghosts, the SHT key. Upon activating his ghostly eyes to assess the opponent's realm, Zhang Yao was taken aback to discover that he faced a ghost general. He never imagined that such formidable demons could be summoned from the trivial Sakura country. The SHT key remained still, but the collapsed ruins let out a fierce roar. A colossal wolf, standing 4 meters tall and cloaked in thick fur, emerged. Its eyes glowed like 2 bright lanterns, its countenance fierce, seemingly driven mad. What a substantial predicament. Zhang Yao tightened his grip on the cold gun and advised Tang Qingxue behind him. This creature is beyond our capacity to combat. Ensure the safety of Zhou Monk and her daughter, and leave. Remaining here would only hinder my efforts. Tang Qingxue, understanding the gravity of the situation, cooperatively replied. Let's first find Wang Lei and regroup with him. Before departing, her gaze lingered on Zhang Yao, who stood resolute with the cold gun, resembling a valiant warrior. Her heart fluttered inexplicably, and she could not discern the reason. Seeing Tang Qingxue and the others retreat, the SHT key unsheathed his blade and unleashed a black slash. Zhang Yao leaped into the air, barely managing to intercept the strike with his gun. The powerful blow sent him flying, but he quickly regained his footing and coldly declared, Your adversary is me. Do you comprehend? Meanwhile, Jack, transformed into a beast, let out a howl and seized the opportunity to pursue. Zhang Yao attempted to intervene, but the SHT key had already launched a fierce assault. The SHT key's figure abruptly vanished, and the next moment, a demonic wind erupted behind Zhang Yao. Clang! The strong edge of the gun clashed against the opponent's short blade. The SHT key smirked coldly, and his form dissolved into a flurry of pink cherry blossoms, disappearing without a trace. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yao felt a sharp pain as the short blade pierced his back. The SHT key taunted in fluent Mandarin, Mirror flowers, water moon. The flower in the mirror is the moon in the water. You will never capture the nature of my next move. As the blade withdrew, the SHT key vanished eerily. His voice emerged close at hand. Do you understand fear? It is the instinct of animals. When they can neither evade nor retreat, they pray for the hunter's eternal disappearance. Even if the hunter vanishes, they shall feel a semblance of relief. As he spoke, Zhang Yao was sent flying by an overwhelming force. Bang, bang, bang. He rolled several times on the ground, dazed and disoriented. Struggling to rise, he heard the SHT key's voice. You fear me. You are unworthy to be my foe. Thus, I invite you to depart. A wave of blades swept across Zhang Yao's front. Gritting his teeth, he roared, Depart? With you. He thrust the cold gun into the ground, unleashing a burst of frost. The air shimmered with the SHT key's form, now encased in ice, but it was only a fleeting moment before the frost shattered, and he vanished once more. Zhang Yao leaped backward, slowly closing his eyes. If sight fails me, then let me not see at all. With inner vision, I can discern all things. Huh? You wish to engage me with your sixth sense? The SHT key's voice dripped with mockery, as if ridiculing him. You clearly fear me. Why persist in this battle? How amusing. Sensing a gust of wind approaching, he instinctively raised his cold gun to strike. Unfortunately, he missed, and inexplicably felt the blade pierce his back. Confronting a demon of ghost general caliber was indeed an arduous challenge. Just a mere mortal, having learned a few skills, lacking even the crimson attire. How could you contend with me? The SHT Key's voice brimmed with derision, as if he were toying with Zhang Yao. Yet, in that moment, his taunt ignited a flicker of determination within Zhang Yao's fearful heart. Images of familiar faces began to manifest in his mind. Wang Lei, Tang Qingxue, Zhou Mike. They were his allies. If he were to fall now, how could the game progress? Having come this far, he could not afford to falter. Gradually, the darkness behind his closed eyes began to perceive a shadow ahead. For the sake of my companions, I must fight. The SHT Key sneered. Allies? Can they truly make you stronger? Is that your reason for battle? Fear not. After your demise, I shall slaughter the entirety of humanity in this region. As a demon of the Sakura country, he would seize the opportunity to wreak havoc in the Hua country. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao clenched his cold gun, the last remnants of fear dissipating entirely. His eyes widened, and the cold gun crackled with lightning. You dare? With an explosive force, he thrust it forward. Boom! This shot, seemingly aimed at the air, struck the unprepared SHT Key directly. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ruins. Zhang Yao's fierce gaze bore down as he coldly roared, Come, let the battle commence. Your mere words seal your fate. Your strength may be formidable, yet I am not without my own prowess. He swung the cold gun, driving it forcefully into the ground, bellowing, Are you prepared to confront despair? The SHT Key, witnessing Zhang Yao's commanding presence and indomitable spirit, felt a surge of anger. Despair? I shall tear you apart. He drew his short blade and, with the wind at his feet, charged directly at Zhang Yao. However, before the blade could reach him, Zhang Yao's formidable aura repelled the SHT Key. What is this? The SHT Key was taken aback as Zhang Yao became enveloped in black mist, exuding a presence akin to that of a ghost general. He was currently consuming a pill, Ghost General Pill, bellowing with terrifying ferocity. Have you witnessed the great terror of Hua country? SHT Key. The smile that adorned the SHT Key's face abruptly froze, for Zhang Yao had ascended to the pinnacle of the Ghost General. Chapter 54. Charge ahead. Wang Lei, can you guess who we are observing tonight? A young female broadcaster stood before the camera, revealing a mysterious smile. Indeed, it is none other than the number one on the leaderboard, Zhang Yao. According to reliable sources, he is located in the villa ahead. Bang! Just as she finished speaking, a tremendous explosion erupted from the villa directly in front of her. The young broadcaster was left dumbfounded, witnessing two streaks of black and blue light fiercely colliding in midair. Zoom in on the footage. The broadcaster urged the director to focus the camera, and at that moment, everyone was left in awe. In the footage, Zhang Yao was locked in battle with a young man whose hair was a striking mix of yellow and white. The viewers in the live stream erupted with astonished cries. How could Zhang Yao be so powerful? Is he soaring through the skies? This is no special effect. It is undoubtedly real. Did you not notice that the young man with the mixed hair is none other than the notorious demon, SHT Key, from Sakura country? The moment someone uttered the name SHT Key, the atmosphere in the live stream reached a fever pitch. Indeed, according to the text, this fellow is none other than the SHU, the master of all yokai. The spirits of the Sakura kingdom have audaciously come to our Hu-Gu to create chaos. Support Zhang. The moment Sakura kingdom is mentioned, the audience in the live stream rises in unison to cheer for Zhang. Having consumed the Gue Jiangwan, Zhang's strength is on par with that of the SHU, and within mere seconds, they have exchanged hundreds of blows. The SHU laughs heartily, exclaiming, Delightful, delightful. I never imagined Hu-Gu to be so full of hidden talents. You are the first worthy opponent I have encountered in centuries. But do you truly believe you can defeat me? A surge of dark demonic energy erupted from the SHU's short blade, launching towards Zhang. With a cold glint in his eyes, Zhang brandished his cold gun, unleashing a bolt of lightning. The clash of lightning and demonic energy created a thunderous explosion, causing both figures to vanish momentarily. In that instant, they found themselves back on solid ground. Zhang sheathed his cold gun, his gaze icy as he questioned the SHU. Have you ever been struck by lightning? The SHU paused, then scoffed. Do not tell me you could summon lightning. Zhang, unwilling to squander time, recognized that once the effects of the medicine wore off, he would be vulnerable. His hands shimmered with arcs of lightning, showcasing the formidable power of the Gui Jiang. With my strength, I unite the spirits of heaven and earth, as if countless thunders converge into one. Thunder Law. Swiftly manifest the thunderclap. Thunder Law, the ultimate heavenly thunder calamity. Huh! He clasped his hands together and shouted fervently. The previously clear night sky darkened, as ominous clouds swiftly gathered, heralding the arrival of a terrifying bolt of lightning. The overwhelming force of the thunder descended with the potential to obliterate everything in its path. The Sh Gu's eyes widened at the astonishing sight, a miracle he had not witnessed in nearly a century. You truly can summon thunder. The thunder calamity of the Gui Jiang level was beyond his capacity to endure. He turned to flee but was ensnared by a thick frost. The Sh stared in disbelief at the cold gun planted firmly in the ground. Although momentarily restrained, the thunder calamity was already upon him. Zhang smirked. Perish, vile spirit of the Sakura kingdom. Exterminate evil. Boom. The thunder calamity erupted upon the Sh engulfing him in a cataclysmic force, obliterating his very essence without a single cry of despair. Zhang was also flung away by the violent lightning, leaving the female host and all personnel who had been broadcasting from above utterly speechless in shock. They had intended to capture a clandestine moment, but instead bore witness to an astonishing battle. What on earth? Zhang can summon thunder calamities. Is he not a deity? This is the manifestation of a great celestial being. The top-ranked is indeed terrifying. The viewers, in their astonishment, marveled at Zhang prowess. Having previously known him as a tenacious warrior against spirits, now revering him with the term deity. As the lightning dissipated, the entire villa area was reduced to rubble. The production team rushed into the ruins, discovering a solitary figure propped up by the cold gun. His eyes were fixed on the Sh now reduced to ashes, and he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing heavily to the ground. The female host urgently called out to the crew, "Hurry, save him. We must save him." Today, our guest is the most resilient super player from the world of horror, Wing Li. As the young and vibrant host concluded her introduction, the camera panned to reveal a rotund man sitting beside her. Wing Li, with a beaming smile, bashfully stated, "Hello everyone, I am Wing Li. It is an honor to be invited to this live stream. Feel free to ask me anything." Unexpectedly, just as the broadcast began, a flood of viewers surged in, pushing the viewership to a staggering 20 million. How can you still have the audacity to broadcast here? Conning everyone, your teammates are fighting, and what are you doing? Damn it, Zhang and Ting Kyungsu have misjudged him. I suspected this fatso was no good from the start. Who would have thought someone would actually harm others for fame and fortune? Do you not realize Zhang is looking for you? He has fallen unconscious in battle, unaware of his fate. You scoundrel. I had just finished his self-introduction when he was bombarded with scathing remarks in the comments. He learned that Zhang and Ting Kyungsu were searching for him while facing perilous battles, and the merchandise he was selling was nothing but deceitful. Is what you say true? Wing Li's eyes widened, a surge of anxiety gripping him. You can check the live broadcast of JNGS Ing SHG, where you can see Ting Kyungsu in combat, along with Zhang injured throughout the live stream. Without a second thought, Wing Li opened his phone, witnessing a heart-wrenching scene. In the footage, Zhang lay charred and unconscious amidst the ruins, while the female host frantically dialed for help. In another live stream, Ting Kyungsu and Zhumngk, along with a middle-aged man, were confronted by a colossal wolf, signaling an imminent clash. Wing Li ripped off his earpiece, furiously shouting, "What is going on here? Tell me the address." Without a moment's hesitation, upon receiving the address, he turned to leave. The staff attempted to stop him, declaring, "If you leave like this, you will be sued and required to pay 10 times the signing fee." This proclamation garnered unanimous approval from the viewers. Go for it, Fatso. The penalty, we can help cover it. Yes, we support you. Go for it. Chapter 55, Triad Cooperation. GK's eyes were bloodshot. His limbs sprawled on the ground like a frenzied beast. Ting Kyungsu and Zhumngk stood side by side, one wielding a demon-slaying spear, the other a western sword. In the corner, Zhudf trembled, exclaiming, "My daughter, be careful. If things go awry, We must flee. Do not hold on to false hope. Zhumngk nodded vigorously. Father, you hide well. Tngsu whispered in her ear. I can sense that this creature is far more terrifying than before. I will use the demon-slaying spear to restrict its movements. You must aim for a fatal blow. Zhumngk nodded in partial understanding, aware that while Tngsu could only suppress fire, the key to victory lay in her sword strike. Suddenly, GK let out a wolfish howl and charged forward. Tngsu shouted, "Here it comes." Bang! She decisively fired, landing a precise hit. GK's speed was momentarily halted for 2 seconds due to the demon-slaying spear's restraint. Seizing the opportunity, Zhumngk leapt high, her western sword unleashing the tenfold void slash. A powerful red light erupted from the sword, launching a fierce assault on GK. Boom, boom, boom. Zhumngk soared gracefully, executing 10 swift slashes aimed at GK's neck, attempting to secure a lethal strike. GK was sent flying, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Gasping for breath, Zhumngk anxiously watched the fallen GK. Do not relax. He is not dead yet. Tngsu warned. In the next moment, GK sprang up from the ground. I will kill you. I will devour you all. He charged furiously towards Zhumngk, mouth agape, intent on biting off her head. Zhumngk was struck with terror, realizing that despite having unleashed her full strength, this creature remained unharmed. Why was this happening? She desperately questioned in her mind, but there was no time to evade. At that critical moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently, a massive stone protruding and launching GK into the air. Zhumngk, a corpulent figure, stood not far away, panting heavily and exclaiming, finally caught up. Tang Qingxue, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Wang Lei, exclaimed, "When did you unlock such powerful skills?" The protruding stone had indeed been expertly manipulated by Wang Lei. He chuckled and replied, "This is the Earth Rift unlocked through the Corpse King, one of the skills of my shield." Who says a shield can only absorb damage? It can also launch attacks at critical moments. Roaring like an indestructible monster, Jack staggered back to his feet shortly thereafter. Your attacks are futile against me. The genetic drugs of our Eagle Nation have enhanced my cellular structure, rendering me fearless and omnipotent. I am now your greatest nightmare. I shall bite you to death. The three stood shoulder to shoulder, their gazes filled with lethal intent. Tang Qingxue instructed, "Meng Ku, you take the lead in offense. I will provide fire support, and Wang Lei will defend." The two nodded in agreement, and Tang Qingxue brandished her mini Gatling gun, shouting, "Let the battle commence." The bonds of friendship bestow immense courage upon you in perilous moments, allowing you to grow ever stronger. Welcome everyone to Thrilling World Live Broadcast. I am your good friend, Hao Meili. Zhang Yao has been urgently transported to the military hospital, while his teammates are engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal werewolf. Please enjoy the show. Hao Meili stood atop a high building, directing the camera towards the combatants below. Viewers, upon recognizing familiar faces in the dungeon, were instantly stirred with excitement. Tang Qingxue, Wang Lei, they've met again. I knew Wang Lei would never abandon his comrades. Thank goodness he made it in time, or they would have been doomed. Charge forth. Defeat them. As Jack initiated a fierce assault, Tang Qingxue decisively pulled the trigger. The powerful gunfire instantly disrupted Jack's trajectory, yet he still managed to close in. With powerful wolf claws flailing, Tang Qingxue shouted, "Wang Lei." Wang Lei raised a shield and bellowed, "Shield, activate." A vibrant green light perfectly blocked the attack, sending Jack crashing back. Before he had even landed, Zhou Monk quietly swung her sword. Western sword technique, 10 consecutive slash. The red light erupted once more from her sword as an unstoppable force surged towards Jack. Driven by the hopes of her companions, she held nothing back, pouring out her lifetime of learning. The strikes landed with explosive force, creating a gaping wound in his neck, clearly the result of Zhou Monk's earlier assault. Having endured 10 consecutive slashes, he ultimately succumbed. He struggled to rise, but his injuries were too severe, and he closed his eyes for the final time. The trio sighed in relief upon witnessing Jack's demise. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted in exhilaration as if they had triumphed alongside the fighters. Oh yeah, I knew that werewolf was no match for them. Who would have thought they could be this strong without Zhang Yao's protection? Zhang Yao's aura must have overshadowed his teammates' abilities. In any case, I am now a fan. Zhang Yao, don't call me. I fear Tang Qingxue might misunderstand. Yet, before they could revel in victory, a helicopter swiftly approached, and several soldiers clad in military uniforms leapt down. The lead soldier called out their names. Wang Lei, Zhou Mink, Tang Qingxue. We are from the military district, sent here on orders to take you to the military hospital. Your teammate, Zhang Yao, upon hearing Zhang Yao's name. Tang Qingxue lost her composure. Zhang Yao is in the hospital? Wang Lei furrowed his brow. What happened to Zhang Yao? A palpable anxiety filled the air as they fixed their gazes on the soldier. He is critically injured and undergoing emergency treatment at the hospital. His condition is grave. The soldier sighed deeply. You should come with me to see him one last time. Chapter 56. Is Zhang Yao dead? In a dim world, Zhang Yao floated like a drifting leaf. I placed all my bets on you. Why do you persist in causing me concern? Alas, I shall secretly intervene to save you once. Remember, our fates are intertwined. I hope you do not let me down. Zhang Yao struggled to open his eyes, but was ensnared by a blinding light. At the military hospital, Yang Wenyang, Wang Lei, and others anxiously stood outside the operating room, watching as the doctor wheeled out Zhang Yao, covered in a white sheet, engulfed in silence. Tang Qingxue's eyes reddened with pain, and she collapsed onto the sheet, crying out, Zhang Yao, why didn't you run? Why did you have to show off? Wang Lei wiped away tears, reflecting on the storms they had weathered together. Now separated by such tragedy, even Zhou Monk, newly joined, could not suppress her grief. How Mei Li and the cameraman exchanged sorrowful glances, rushing into the corridor to conduct a mournful live broadcast. Greetings to all viewers. You must have witnessed the earlier scene. Yes, the doctor has delivered the unfortunate news. Our Zhang Yao. Two streams of hot tears cascaded down Hao Meili's face as she wept loudly. Zhang Yao has fallen in battle. Our great hero has sacrificed himself with honor. The moment this news broke, the live stream erupted in chaos. Impossible. He was so powerful, able to summon lightning. How could he just die? I refuse to believe it. He was the #1 on the leaderboard. If he is gone, does our nation still have hope? Cursed be the Sakura nation. Within a minute, this news caused a storm on the internet, with influencers and celebrities mourning together. In memory of the eternal hero Zhang Yao, the most lovable person, the people's hope, has fallen. A tragic loss, the son of the people, a great talent of our nation. Legends of Zhang Yao were recounted, with viewers editing previous live footage into a montage. Humorous scenes of forcing a ghost to sing, the bravery displayed while pursuing the butcher, and the courage shown while protecting teammates moved many to tears. Outside the operating room, the doctor, somewhat embarrassed, implored, Could you please step aside? We need to transfer the patient to the morgue. Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei nearly fainted from grief, but could not let go, knowing that doing so would mean Zhang Yao would leave them forever. Just as the doctor found himself in a dilemma, the sheet began to rise and fall rhythmically. Wang Lei, terrified, collapsed on the ground, pointing at the covered figure of Zhang Yao, shouting, Look, Zhang Yao is alive. Tang Qingxue wiped her tears, shot Wang Lei a glare, and was about to speak when she saw Zhang Yao suddenly sit up beneath the white sheet. Tang Qingxue screamed, Doctor, he is alive. He is alive. The doctor. Yang Wenyang. Zhang Yao pulled back the sheet, exhausted yet humorous, complaining, Why do you always disturb me when I'm trying to sleep? Wang Lei gingerly poked Zhang Yao's cheek, finding it warm, and emboldened, leaned closer, saying, Slap my face. Zhang Yao. Why is Wang Lei acting so strangely after waking up? Instinctively, he gave a light slap, causing Wang Lei to spin around in pain, exclaiming, Wow, this isn't dream. Zhang Yao is alive. Tang Qingxue abruptly threw herself into Zhang Yao's embrace, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat, and her previously despairing emotions instantly calmed. You, my friend, did not even bother to consult us before contemplating such dire matters. We certainly do not agree, and thank goodness, for I was nearly petrified with fear. She was so flustered, rambling on about fortunate occurrences, leaving Zhang Yao utterly befuddled. Yang Wenyo directed an irate gaze at the doctor, questioning, Did you not declare him dead already? With such a state of affairs, I must suspect you are an adversary. The doctor, bewildered, could only respond with confusion, for it was evident that the patient had no vital signs, and yet he had suddenly returned to life. Zhang Yao furrowed his brow and swiftly interrupted Yang Wenyo, stating, Hold on, I did indeed die just now. You cannot fault the doctor for that. Yang Wenyo looked puzzled. Then, is this truly a case of resurrection? He searched Zhang Yao's eyes for answers. With a sigh, Zhang Yao explained, the organizers of the game would not allow me to perish. They intervened to save me. They claimed I am chosen. My fate intertwined with that of our nation. If I had died, it would have been exceedingly difficult for others to proceed in the upcoming game. Hence the necessity for my rescue. Upon hearing this explanation, the doctor finally exhaled in relief. Yang Wenyo nodded and led Zhang Yao and the others out of the hospital, turning towards the military district. Upon their arrival, Tang Snow could not help but comment on the uproar in the online community. You were just declared dead, and now the official media has disseminated the news. The entire nation is in mourning. I believe you should prove you are still alive. Zhomunk nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Why don't we go live? She was the type who relished being in the spotlight. Wang Lei chuckled. We can also let everyone know about our team. Just as they were discussing this, the door swung open, and Yang Wenyo rushed in with Hao Meili and a cameraman. I presume you are aware of Zhang Yao's death? It was all due to this girl not clarifying matters. Yang Wenyo pointed angrily at the sorrowful-faced Hao Meili, continuing. Because of this incident, the entire nation is engulfed in grief and lacks confidence in the upcoming trials. Thus, I implore you to go live and soothe everyone as spirits. The turmoil caused by Zhang Yao's supposed demise had left people in a state of anxiety. To resolve this, a live broadcast was necessary to reassure the public that he was indeed alive. Hao Meili bowed deeply. I apologize. It was my oversight that caused everyone distress. I am truly sorry. Tang Snow gently helped Hao Meili to her feet, smiling patiently. If you hadn't been there, we might not have been rescued in time. And you saved Zhang Yao as well. Let us keep this brief and go live. We will need your assistance. Seeing the smiles on everyone's faces, Hao Meili's tears turned to laughter as she earnestly nodded. All right, I will take charge of the upcoming broadcast. Chapter 57. Without reckoning, welcome to the thrilling world of live broadcasting. I am your good friend, Hao Meili. Standing before the camera, Hao Meili appeared remorseful, akin to a child who had made a mistake. I sincerely apologize for my oversight. I must clarify that prior to the surgery, I heard the doctor announce that Zhang Yao had perished, and in my haste, I disseminated that information without further inquiry. I hereby declare that Zhang Yao is not dead. Upon hearing that Zhang Yao was alive, the viewers erupted in cheers. What? Are you kidding me? My eyes are swollen from crying. And now you tell me he is alive. This is fantastic news, even more thrilling than winning 5 million. Hao Meili bowed again. I apologize once more for my previous error. We are honored to have Mr. Zhang Yao here to refute the rumors. You may now ask him any questions. As Hao Meili stepped away from the camera, the director shifted the focus to Zhang Yao and the other team members who sat at a table, greeting the audience with polite smiles. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Yao. I am honored to be here to clarify the situation. With a slight smile, Zhang Yao continued. The truth is, I was in a state of apparent death. Medically speaking, there is such a phenomenon, so please do not be distressed. Seeing the vibrant Zhang Yao on camera, the viewers' anxieties were finally alleviated. With the national war approaching, had Zhang Yao died at such a pivotal moment, achieving victory in the upcoming games would have been nearly impossible. If you have any questions for me, feel free to leave them below. Zhang Yao was astonished to discover the sheer number of his admirers, as the viewer count skyrocketed to 200 million, a rare spectacle indeed. A viewer inquired, Zhang Yao, can you maintain your lead in the upcoming national war? Zhang Yao replied, I cannot say for certain, but I will do my utmost. Another viewer asked, could you elaborate on the system of the upcoming game? Thrilling Game 20? Zhang Yao responded, from what I gather, 20 will involve players from various nations competing against one another. The side that emerges victorious will receive additional rewards. However, failure to complete tasks will result in territories being shrouded in black mist, leading to the demise of all living beings within. Given the previous official announcements, many viewers were understandably skeptical. Now hearing confirmation from a player, they recognized the impending calamity. Zhang Yao engaged in extensive dialogue, striving to meet the viewers' inquiries. Next came Wang Lei's segment for questions. Wang Lei, smiling, barely had time to react before he noticed the barrage of comments from previous collaborators. You scoundrels, await your bankruptcy, for you dared to abandon us at a critical moment. We are preparing to sue you for breach of contract, so brace yourselves. Wang Lei addressed them directly. Hello, Shishang, Pai Pei Pai. You are quite formidable. Yet I am entering the game world in 2 days. Do you truly wish to provoke me? He had chosen friendship over monetary gain, having arrived just in time to save Zhou. Now, as they sought retribution, he was no longer afraid of their threats. This revelation ignited the viewers' outrage. Shishang Pai was promptly vilified, and their products caught the attention of officials. It was a precarious situation. What began as a marketing endeavor had turned into a public relations disaster. Wang Lei sighed deeply and unexpectedly took a bold step. He stood up, bowed to the screen, and sincerely stated, "I apologize to Shishang Pai for my previous breach of contract. I will repay the penalty in full. And I ask everyone not to pursue them any further." As a public figure, he understood the importance of maintaining a positive direction and taking responsibility for his actions. Zhou smiled softly. "Rest assured, I've already sent my secretary to negotiate the penalty." Wang Lei nodded, surprised by Zhou's attention to detail. It was now the viewers' turn to ask questions. "We have heard that you have formed a team. What is the name of your squad?" Wang Lei glanced at Zhang Yao, Zhou and Tang Qing Snow. Zhang Yao stroked his chin, smiling, indomitable. The spirit of indomitability. With that name, everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Lei added, "Yes, we shall be called Indomitable." He even humorously reenacted their antics from the haunted asylum, causing everyone to burst into laughter. On a rooftop of a tall building, a middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table, glaring angrily at the men sitting across from him. They were a diverse group, clearly from different countries. Their complexions varied, from dark to fair, yet they were all of similar age, impeccably dressed, and exuding an air of authority. Seated at the center is a middle-aged man with an inhuman visage, articulating in fluent Huai. Esteemed military personnel gathered here in Hugu. Today, it is the Sakurakuni that holds the reins, and our presence here is not to hear you evade responsibility. Our losses are substantial, and it is high time for you to contribute. Upon hearing this, the leader of Ingu rose abruptly, exclaiming, "Our ambassador has already perished in battle." The leaders of the other nations hesitated, ultimately being reprimanded by the representative of Sakurakuni. "We are all in this together. Should they enter the fray, our nations will face grave peril. You understand the consequences, do you not? Now, we shall dispatch an Onmi to battle. While you merely need to send forth valiant warriors, imbibe the genetic serum of Ingu, and together we shall vanquish them." The unyielding objective of Sakurakuni has always been to crush Ugu, never missing an opportunity. Moreover, their nation is small and lacks substantial influence on the international stage. With the onset of the terrifying game, only their Onmi, alongside Hugu, can stabilize the situation. Otherwise, would we all be here merely to listen to idle chatter? The representative of Li Gu declared, "We shall send 100 warriors." The representative of Shi Li Gu followed suit. "We shall send 100 warriors." The representative of Ingu asserted, "To avenge Ambassador GK, we shall send 500 warriors." The representative of P-Op Ogu announced, "We shall send 200 warriors." Chapter 58. The Siege of Sakurakuni. Dear colleagues, in just 48 hours, the gates to the world of terror will swing open. You are all exceptional players in this game. Other organizations will not relent. Yang W. New York O guided everyone to the highest tier of the military district, where supplies and various forms of entertainment were abundant. "This is the lounge I have prepared for you. You may revel here, and we will endeavor to meet any needs you may have." Following his words, several soldiers in military attire stepped forward. Zhang, an expert in various firearms, ranked first in the military district's armed competition. Li F-ing, a master of swordsmanship, first in the world swordsmanship competition. Zhou, a defense specialist. Xtnch, unrivaled in all martial arts. Each introduced themselves in an orderly manner. And Yang W. New York O smiled, saying, "These esteemed individuals are my specially selected masters, here to conduct urgent training for you." Zhang nodded, appreciating Yang W. New York O's good intentions. Before entering the world of terror, they could not afford to miss any opportunity to enhance their strength. Once everyone had been assigned their instructors, they proceeded to their respective training rooms. Zhang entered a chamber adorned with ancient weaponry, and Xtnch casually seized a spear and tossed it to him. "I have watched your combat streams. Where do you perceive your shortcomings?" Xtnch inquired with a playful tone. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang replied, "My weakness lies in the inability to wield the spear effectively in confined spaces." Xtnch shook his head. "No, it is your mindset." Zhang XTNCH-ing elaborated slowly. Your spear technique is already formidable, but your heart lacks ruthlessness. There have been countless moments where you could have defeated your opponent in one strike, yet you let them slip away. Showing mercy to the enemy is akin to cruelty towards oneself. What you will face ahead are talents nurtured by various nations. Previously, during the incident with Shi Odi's Dark Transformation, you could have eliminated her, yet you did not, allowing her to escape, resulting in Tang Qingsu and WL I sustaining grave injuries, even perishing. Such mercy is your greatest adversary. ZH-Ing-Y was taken aback. He never anticipated XTNCH-Ing would illuminate this aspect, as if the most vulnerable part of his heart had been laid bare. XTNCH-Ing, unabashedly, spread his arms and challenged him. Now kill me. I am your greatest enemy. Zhang. Are you serious? To kill my coach? This is going too far. With a stern expression, XTNCH-Ing bellowed. Assuming we are in a game, I am indeed your adversary. Eliminate me. Clenching the spear, ZH-Ing-Y fixed his gaze on the proximity of XTNCH-Ing, but hesitated to act. For him, the hypothetical scenario simply did not hold. Afraid to strike? XTNCH-Ing scoffed and grabbed a red tassel spear from the wall. Then I shall kill you. Otherwise, when encountering a traitor in the game, you would similarly find yourself unable to act. Mercy will be your greatest weakness. As the captain, you must be flawless, allowing no hint of a flaw for the enemy to perceive. Cool me. As XTNCH-Ing spoke, he lunged fiercely with the red tassel spear towards ZH-Ing-Y. ZH-Ing-Y narrowed his eyes and raised a spear to block. Clang! The spear was deflected, yet XTNCH-Ing did not relent. His attacks grew increasingly ferocious, thrusting repeatedly at Ing-Y. Enraged, ZH-Ing-Y shouted, I am not merciful. I am contemplating how to eliminate you without bringing shame to your military. Since you wish for me to take your life, brace yourself for death. His eyes blazing, he was already irked by the earlier reprimand, and XTNCH-Ing's arrogance only fueled his rage. ZH-Ing-Y steadied his spear and thrust forward. Clang! XTNCH-Ing attempted to deflect the spear, but was instead sent flying. Bang! He crashed heavily to the ground, and ZH-Ing-Y swiftly advanced, appearing before XTNCH-Ing in an instant. With bloodshot eyes and tense limbs, he stared at the fallen XTNCH-Ing. A thrust would surely seal his fate. The enemy is the enemy, since he declared himself an adversary. ZH-Ing-Y gritted his teeth and fiercely thrust downward. Bang! The floor splintered, and the entire room trembled violently. Yet, astonishingly, XTNCH-Ing showed no sign of pain. His form began to dissipate slowly. Applause echoed as Yang W. New York stepped through the door with a smile. Excellent, excellent. That is the spirit we seek. Zhang. Where's XTNCH-Ing? Where'd he go? Yang W. New York clarified. Have you considered that from the moment you entered, you have been ensnared in an illusion? Zhang. An illusion can be so realistic? Yang W. New York clapped his hands, and a young woman in a robe entered, her appearance unremarkable. She would easily go unnoticed in a crowd and be forgotten in an instant. I am WXN, an illusionist. What you just witnessed was all conjured by me. ZH-Ing-Y. WXN explained. Your most formidable enemy is your own heart. Mercy and kindness will be your greatest hindrance in the upcoming game. These words left ZH-Ing-Y even more bewildered. Who would willingly turn against their own? Yang W. New York added. You must understand that within the game, you will encounter fellow compatriots who may have been swayed by other nations. Thus, upon discovery, you must eliminate them. This is the reason I enlisted Miss WXN to cast illusions upon you, even if they appear harmless, as long as they are enemies. It matters not which nation they hail from. Yang W. New York had already deemed H-Ing-Y the most promising player for clearing the game. Hence the special training. As he and Yang W. New York stood before the entrance to another room, gazing at the other participants inside, a complex mix of emotions washed over him. ZHUMNGK was in tears, struggling to hold onto her Western sword, as it was indeed a challenge to strike at one's coach. I fared poorly, having attacked with his shield multiple times, yet failing to defeat the illusion. Ultimately, it took them an hour to successfully vanquish the conjured opponent. Just then, a group of uninvited guests arrived outside the military district's gates. The gloomy night sky was tumultuous, with winds raging more fiercely than usual. The soldiers stationed nearby exchanged glances, each clutching 2 vials of green serum, awaiting the leader's command to launch an assault. The leader of this expedition remains from Inhuagua, seated cross-legged, biting his index finger as he began to ramble incoherently. In the next moment, tendrils of dark energy converged from all directions. With a forceful slap upon the ground, he bellowed, "Kill!" The soldiers surrounding him each injected themselves with syringes, transforming into terrifying werewolves under the cover of night. Thus commenced a grand battle, showcasing the defensive prowess of Huagua. Chapter 59. Is Wu Xin the organizer? A prolonged alarm resounded within the military base. The few who had just emerged from the illusion were left dumbfounded, all turning to gaze at Yang Wenyao. With a furrowed brow, Yang Wenyao received a report through his radio. "Commander, the military base is under siege by a pack of werewolves, and there are also a horde of specters." Yang Wenyao exclaimed in disbelief. He turned to Wu Xin and urgently commanded, "All personnel, enter level 1 combat readiness." "Yes." Upon delivering his orders, he then addressed Zhang Yao. "This group is targeting you. Your task is to stay right here. No matter what happens, do not run." Zhang Yao longed to assist, but the thought of their attack on the local military district made him chuckle. Those foreigners were indeed overconfident, daring to assault the local military district, truly underestimating the reserve strength of Huagua. Wu Xin followed Yang Wenyao as they departed, casting an illusion at the door for concealment. Zhang Yao and the others remained inside, their anxiety growing as they observed the monitor displaying the scene. The footage revealed towering werewolves charging at the soldiers stationed outside. The soldiers drew their prepared firearms, desperately attempting to suppress the onslaught, but alas, their tough hides rendered ordinary bullets ineffective. Just as the werewolves were about to breach the military gates, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. The previously barren ground began to sprout vines, ensnaring a multitude of werewolves. Wu Xin stood before them, her expression cold, resembling an emotionless figure of authority. Soon after, a new cadre of armored mechanical warriors emerged. Zhang Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Battle matches?" Wang Lei remarked. "I heard rumors on the outer net that Huagua had developed a batch of high-energy battle armor. I didn't expect it to be true." The impressive battle armor, brimming with weaponry, unleashed a relentless barrage upon the werewolves. With the appearance of the battle match, the werewolves suffered immense casualties, their ranks of over 300 dwindling to mere scattered remnants. The remaining werewolves, perceiving their impending defeat, turned to flee but were consumed by swirling black mist. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, wore a sinister grin as he watched the dark energy devour the werewolves and their fallen comrades alike, his amusement intensifying. The black mist enveloped the entire military district, casting it into darkness, where stood various specters from Inhuagua. Wu Xin furrowed her brow and charged toward the elder, coldly demanding, "Inhuagua, your actions have crossed the line." The elder, speaking in a distorted Huagua dialect, retorted, "Cross the line? I am the most powerful Onmyoji of Inhuagua, here, by divine mandate. How can there be such a thing as excess?" Wu Xin's frown deepened as she snapped her fingers. Everything around them seemed to freeze under an enigmatic force. Her gaze, icy, conveyed, "Are you implying that the organizers from Inhuagua have sent you to target Huagua players?" The elder, witnessing his Ishikigami cease their movements, appeared startled. "Who are you?" Wu Xin repeated coldly. "Speak. Are the organizers from Inhuagua involved in this treachery?" A terrifying white light surged in Wu Xin's eyes, causing the elder's heart to tremble as his gaze turned vacant. In a mechanical tone, he confessed, "The organizers from Inhuagua contacted me, instructing me on how to control the Shikigami in my clan, commanding me to collude with other nations to assault Huagua players. They demanded that we spare no effort to eliminate the top-ranking player." Wu Xin's anger ignited as she ground her teeth, growling. "They have crossed the line." She snapped her fingers once more, and the elder, dazed, nodded in agreement. The time freeze concluded, appearing to the outside world as a mere second's pause without any significant impact. Wu Xin observed the chaotic Shikigami, her gaze chilling. Initially intending to eliminate them all, she reconsidered, recognizing their potential to aid the elder against the players, and thought better of it. "All of you leave." With that single command, the malevolence dissipated and the elder departed, his limbs stiffened. Zhang Yao and the others, watching the monitor, were left in bewilderment. They had witnessed a massive assault followed by Wu Xin's intervention, which had effectively frightened them away. What skills has Wu Xin acquired? Zhou Monk expressed admiration. If I had such abilities, wouldn't I dominate the game? Tang Qingxue sighed softly. Have you considered that your Western swordsmanship is already exceptional? Zhou Monk nodded dully, questioning. Am I truly that remarkable? Wang Lei chuckled. Please, you are incredibly brave. Zhou Monk laughed in delight. Thank you for your recognition. I will strive even harder. Zhang Yao remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Wu Xin. After approximately half an hour, Yang Wenyao entered with a platter. The outer conflict had ended, and they were safe here. I have a few gifts for you. Yang Wenyao presented a palm-sized capsule to each person. This is the battle mech we developed. We hope it will be useful for you in the game. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Lei gaped. Can this be stored in the equipment slot? Yang Wenyao nodded. A tutorial will be provided upon activation. Consider it a token of our goodwill. Zhang Yao, instead of showing excitement, was preoccupied with Wu Xin. Inquiring of Yang Wenyao, where has Wu Xin gone? His instinct told him that Wu Xin was no ordinary individual. Yang Wenyao's expression stiffened as he replied. She expended too much energy earlier and is currently resting. Zhang Yao asked, May I see her? Yang Wenyao shook his head. She is resting. It is inconvenient. Zhang Yao, sensing the situation, reluctantly conceded. The familiarity Wu Xin evoked in him was unsettling. He could not quite place it, but her eyes seemed hauntingly familiar. What was Wu Xin up to now? Meanwhile, seated alone in her chamber, she snapped her fingers, summoning a black passageway in the air, and leisurely stepped inside. In the next moment, she was enveloped by a robe and donned a mask reminiscent of a horror realm. Traversing through the dark corridor, she arrived at a hall illuminated by brilliant light. Facing a statue resembling a human figure seated at the center, she proclaimed, I pay my respects, Father. Kneeling sincerely, she implored. The horror game requires urgent activation. The emissaries of Inghuagua have ignited the flames of war. Many of our kind have perished. I beseech you, Father, to deliberate. Chapter 60. The Guardian battle at the National Gate begins. The statue emanated a divine glow, and in an instant, a voice, ethereal and distant, resonated throughout the hall. I had already foreseen this. However, the organizer's involvement in the selection of the fire seeds constitutes a violation. A deep, resonant chime echoed, and a figure abruptly materialized within the hall. He knelt in a flurry, repeatedly bowing. Father, you summon me here. What is your command? I care not for the slaughter among humanity, but your interference is most displeasing. His voice was laced with boundless fury, causing the organizers from Inghuagua to tremble uncontrollably. I. Wu Xin stood by, coldly observing the pleading figure of the Inghuagua organizer. With a thunderous roar, white flames erupted from his form, engulfing him in excruciating heat as he screamed in agony. I implore my father for mercy. I dare not defy him again. He begins to plead, the flames scorching his very soul, inflicting unbearable torment. The selection is imminent, and had it not been for the pressing time, he would have faced a mere slight punishment. The flames surrounding the organizer from Inghuagua have extinguished, and he kneels, wailing for mercy. I understand now. I shall not defy again. My father's voice still resonates with fury. Relay the order. Inghuagua has transgressed a taboo and shall forfeit all current rewards. The selection for the fire seed begins in 1 hour. Upon hearing that their rewards have been revoked, the organizer from Inghuagua was left in a state of shock. Wu Xian knelt, expressing gratitude for divine mercy. Due to Inghuagua's misconduct, the organizer issued an announcement, informing everyone that the game would commence in 1 hour. In that moment, the internet erupted. Huagua netizens laughed the loudest. Serves you right. Let us see if you dare to target Huagua players again. Today is a splendid day. Fireworks will light the square tomorrow in celebration. Beyond Huagua, netizens from other nations were equally delighted. This effectively reduced a competitor, allowing us to directly eliminate Inghuagua players in future games. 1 hour later, Zhang Yao and his teammates were summoned to the blank world as scheduled, and the live stream commenced. Netizens entered the various streams with remarkable ease. This time, they were not fighting alone, but rather united on a single front. As long as they succeeded in the game, their nation would be spared any harm. The frantic atmosphere of before had dissipated. Everyone stood resolutely with their respective teams. A familiar prompt echoed in Zhang Yao's mind. Congratulations, Captain. Your team has assembled. Reward. Telepathy among all members. The team can communicate seamlessly. Reward. Language package. The speech of players from various nations will automatically translate to the native language. Game map is being generated. Map locked. Initiating transport. A flash of golden light enveloped the players in a blank world. When Zhang Yao opened his eyes, a colossal gate loomed before him. National Gate Defense Battle. Commence. Players must defend the National Gate. After repelling 5 waves of monster invasions, the task will be considered complete. Should the monsters breach, the nation will face an onslaught of millions of creatures, resulting in player elimination. Note, there are no rules here. Killing and arson are permitted. Hint, upon the conclusion of the monster invasion, treasure chests will randomly scatter, ranging from bronze to diamond. Items may be added to the equipment inventory. Listening to the series of prompts, Zhang Yao was well-versed in this game. He addressed the other members. As long as we defend the National Gate, victory shall be ours. Any who dare approach us must be eliminated. We must remain vigilant. Anyone who dares come near shall be dealt with decisively. Observing the desolate terrain before them, Tang Qingxue and Zhou Monk felt a twinge of anxiety, for they would face hordes of monsters, and a single misstep could lead to elimination. Zhang Yao patted their shoulders, smiling. Consider it a trial. Do not fear defeat, for I am here. As captain, he needed to stabilize the team's morale in critical moments, and moreover, Zhang Yao's lightning abilities were formidable. Tang Qingxue and Zhou Monk nodded in agreement. Wang Lei stood resolutely at the National Gate, thumping his chest with assurance. Fear not, I will not allow any monster to breach our defenses. Seeing the determination in his comrades, Zhang Yao felt a surge of reassurance and silently vowed to ensure their safety. As the countdown hovered in the air came to an end, the ground trembled ominously. Boom! The once barren land began to churn, accompanied by the savage howls akin to beasts. One by one, muddy figures emerged, their bodies caked in filth. Their crimson eyes swayed as they stumbled forward, akin to drunken revelers. The audience in the live stream watched in disbelief. What manner of creature is this? Are they human? How bizarre. The sheer numbers are overwhelming. A throng of them. Who could withstand such a sight? How revolting, covered in mud. As the horde of mud-covered monsters surged forth, Zhang Yao drew his cold gun and bellowed. Prepare for battle. Tang Qingxue brandished a mini Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage of fire. As the gunfire shattered the air, the mud creatures accelerated, charging towards the National Gates. Though their numbers were vast, their combat prowess was evidently lacking. A single bullet would reduce them to mere sludge. Realizing their fragility, morale surged among the team. Zhang Yao took the lead, shaking his cold gun with vigor. A blast of icy air enveloped the surrounding mud creatures, freezing them in place. Zhou Monk seized the opportunity, wielding her broadsword to unleash a flurry of sword energy. With the tide of battle turning in their favor, Wang Lei's apprehension began to fade. How could they be so powerful? This is absurd. Just as everyone believed they would triumph effortlessly, an unsettling occurrence transpired. As the last of the mud creatures fell, the ground trembled violently once more. Boom! From the desolate terrain before the National Gate arose a towering mud creature. 10 meters tall. All eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth is that? Zhang Yao gulped hard. They have not perished. Instead, they have fused with the earth to become a new monster. Its arms were thick and towering, its body composed of earth, with only a pair of crimson eyes for a face. Faced with this new crisis, all eyes turned to Zhang Yao, awaiting his command. In that moment, Wang Lei, who had stood guard at the National Gate, rushed forward. Do not move. Let me handle this. Zhang Yao. All eyes shifted to Wang Lei, curious about his intentions. Brandishing his shield, he looked valiant, resembling an invincible hero. Chapter 61. The Treasure Hunt. With a mighty roar, Wang Lei charged at the colossal mud creature, shield raised high. The mud creature lifted its foot, attempting to crush him. Zhang Yao gripped his cold gun, ready to assist, but was restrained by Tang Qingxue. We must have faith in him. Zhang Yao. Indeed, they were no longer the members in need of Zhang Yao's protection. Unbeknownst to him, they had been growing exponentially. Zhang Yao lowered his cold gun, watching Wang Lei charge forth with unwavering resolve. Boom! The mud creature's colossal foot came crashing down. But Wang Lei activated a shield just in time. A vibrant green barrier deflected the mud creature's foot, and Wang Lei roared. Rift of Earth. Boom! The green shield emitted a terrifying aura as the mud creature's foot began to be torn apart by a serpentine fissure. The mud creature let out a pained cry. collapsing heavily as it was swiftly reduced to a pile of debris. Everyone was left in awe of this remarkable technique. Zhang Yao, impressive. Tang Qingxue remarked in admiration. This must be the ultimate technique he unleashed last time. Zhou Monk covered her mouth, utterly speechless in astonishment. She recalled that it was Wang Lei's timely use of this move that had saved them from the servants of Yinghuagua. Wang Lei's stunning display of power captivated the live stream audience. Did you see that? This chubby guy is no pushover. I've never seen such an agile, portly fellow before. I recall he was quite timid before. Who would have guessed he'd show such bravery today? Wang Lei's actions instantly garnered him countless new followers. In this thrilling world, the rift of Earth allows for the creation of fissures in the ground, launching earth blocks into the air. Zhang Yao patted Wang Lei on the shoulder, smiling. You have not disappointed me. To me, you have always been formidable. Wang Lei smiled bashfully, his heart bubbling with joy. The first wave of assault had concluded. 50 nations had failed to defend, resulting in a staggering increase in the number of Earthlings, who subsequently obliterated city. As the warning sounded, dreadful visions invaded everyone's minds. The once azure sky began to rain down colossal Earthlings, and within a minute, the entire city lay in ruins, leaving countless casualties in its wake. Witnessing such a terrifying spectacle rendered everyone speechless. With the announcement of the punishment's end, the Earthlings faded into nothingness, soon enveloped by a black mist, signifying the area was now uninhabitable for humans. Zhang Yao observed the silent crowd and encouraged them, asserting that if they united as one, such a calamity would never befall them. Wang Lu silently nodded, having resolved to protect the borders of their nation at all costs. Zhou Monk stood vigilantly at the national gate, scanning the surroundings. Tang Qingxue gazed at Zhang Yao, awaiting his command. Zhang Yao noted the numbers suspended in midair, realizing they had a day left before the second wave of invasion would commence. Who wishes to join me in causing some trouble? Upon hearing this, Tang Qingxue furrowed her brow and inquired, shouldn't we be collecting treasure chests now? According to the prompts, treasures would scatter around after the battle, concealing numerous magical artifacts. Zhang Yao shook his head slightly, recalling how the Sakura nation had previously sought their demise. Now that they have been sanctioned, shouldn't we take the opportunity to stir things up? He was someone who held grudges, and the past grievances were still vivid in his mind. Tang Qingxue nodded in agreement. All right, I will accompany you. Zhou Monk hurried over, eager to participate, exclaiming, let me go, I wish to hone my skills. Observing both of them eager to join, Zhang Yao found himself in a quandary. He needed someone to guard the place, and leaving Wang Lei alone was unsettling. Noticing Zhang Yao's dilemma, Zhou Monk lowered her head and voluntarily withdrew, saying, perhaps I should stay here. Zhang Yao recognized her lack of combat experience and intended to persuade Tang Qingxue to remain, but she preemptively interjected, I will stay behind. Tang Qingxue smiled. Though I yearn to eliminate those scoundrels, I feel uneasy leaving Monk and the fatty-haired guard. Wang Lei interjected, are you being polite? He had been diligently working on his fitness, and unexpectedly being called fatty irked him. Zhang Yao nodded. Very well, I shall take Monk with me. His gaze suddenly turned fierce. Anyone who approaches here shall be slain without mercy. After briefing the two on essential matters, Zhang Yao departed with Zhou Monk. He was uncertain where the borders of the Sakura nation lay, but with a day to search, he felt reassured. Just as they left the desolate area, they heard shrieks from a nearby forest. Two werewolves were relentlessly pursuing two armed men. The men carried a small sword that gleamed with golden light, indicating it was extraordinary. As the adversaries charged toward them, Zhang Yao instructed Zhou Monk, prepare for an ambush. He harbored as much animosity towards werewolves as he did towards the Sakura nation, for they had been the primary aggressors in the previous attack on the military district. Old and new grudges would be settled together, judging by their appearance. They seemed to be players from the San nation. As they drew nearer, Zhou Monk recognized them as well. Zhang Yao smirked, no matter which nation they belong to, they shall all be eliminated. They hid behind a large tree, holding their breath as they observed the approaching figures. I will handle the two werewolves. You deal with those two from a San. Zhang Yao and Zhou Monk brandished their weapons, poised for a surprise attack. Remember, be ruthless. Zhou Monk nodded. Though her heart raced with anxiety, she gripped her Western sword tightly. Viewers watching the live stream chuckled at their dialogue, questioning if leading a girl into combat and urging her to be ruthless was appropriate behavior. Many speculated how long it would take for Zhou Monk to be misled by Zhang Yao. As the discussions about Zhou Monk's adorable yet naive demeanor unfolded, Zhang Yao charged forward, wielding his firearm with determination. Zhou Monk swiftly followed, lunging at the two fleeing Sandmen. Void slash. A dazzling arc of sword light erupted as Zhou Monk nearly severed her target's throat with a single strike. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, both the Sandmen and the werewolves were momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their composure, the werewolves had already been swept away by Zhang Yao's formidable gunplay, while the two Sandmen clutched their bloodied throats, eyes wide open in shock until the end. Zhang Yao twirled his firearm, planting it forcefully into the ground, and commanded, "Monk, collect the loot. Now observe closely what true combat entails." Although the werewolves were severely injured, they were not to be underestimated. Zhang Yao's attack had only grazed their hide, failing to deliver a fatal blow. They regained their footing, spotting Zhang Yao and Zhou Monk, and let out a furious howl, signaling the impending battle. Chapter 62. The white-haired masked man, despicable Huagua monkeys. Witness as I shatter your bones. The orders were clear. Upon encountering Huagua players, they were to utilize the super gene serum. The two werewolves howled, pulling out a vial of red potion from their pockets and ruthlessly injecting it into themselves. Their bodies convulsed violently, collapsing to the ground in agony, howling in torment. Zhang Yao's eyes narrowed in cold fury, taken aback by the swift action of these two upon seeing Huagua individuals. The overlord's gunplay sweeps across the battlefield. He would not permit them to enhance their strength. Stepping forward with a fierce swing of his firearm, a terrifying purple energy surged forth, crashing into the foes. Bang! The two werewolves were sent flying. Without pausing, Zhang Yao gripped the thunderbolt, bellowing thunder law palm like thunder. Employing the flying thunder god technique, he appeared before them in an instant. A blue light erupted, causing the ground to tremble violently and creating a deep crater. Zhou Monk, watching from the back, gasped in astonishment. She had always known Zhang Yao was formidable, but this was beyond her expectations. This series of attacks would leave them either dead or irreparably damaged. William, a colossal figure emerged from the smoke, cradling another werewolf in his arms. Zhang Yao's eyes darkened, fuming at the sight of this creature still standing. Was my final blow thwarted? Facing the werewolf that had consumed the gene serum for the second time, Zhang Yao felt no fear. As the smoke cleared, a massive werewolf, glowing with red light, stood before him, its fur transformed into steel spikes, seemingly stronger than Jack. Is this the upgraded gene serum? Zhang Yao's expression hardened. No matter how powerful the foe, he remained unrivaled. He holstered his firearm, his fists enveloped in a surge of purple energy. The werewolf, roaring defiantly, declared, "You have slain my comrade. I vow you shall not die peacefully." Like a mad beast, the werewolf charged at Zhang Yao, who met its ferocity head-on. Demon-subduing thunder fist. His fist, enveloped in purple energy, erupted with a thunderous light. Zhang Yao, unparalleled in strength, struck the werewolf with devastating force. The clash of fist and claw reverberated through the forest, shaking it to its core. Zhou Monk shielded her eyes, fearing to witness Zhang Yao's demise. Yet the werewolf's claws shattered upon contact with his fist, disintegrating like plastic. Zhang Yao's punch pulverized the werewolf's claws and, like a sledgehammer, pierced through its chest. A burst of blood blossomed on the chest of the werewolf, infusing the air with a metallic scent. With a heavy thud, the werewolf collapsed to the ground, devoid of any struggle, succumbing to death. Zhang Yao stood coldly before the lifeless body, stating with a hint of disdain, "Since my last encounter with despair, I have lost all sense of mercy." Despair? It is the helpless emotion of watching comrades fall. Mercy? It is the lack of resolve to strike decisively, if one wishes to protect their allies and safeguard the nation. Such emotions must be cast aside. Better to slay every foe encountered. Zhang Yao appeared even more formidable than before, relentlessly pursuing and vanquishing enemies. He understood that should he falter or retreat, doom would befall them all. The cost of failure was too great. One must embrace madness. In response to Zhang Yao's rampage, the onlookers erupted in cheers. "Zhang Yao, what do you see?" Zhou Monk, wielding the small sword she had seized from Hassan, eagerly extended it to Zhang Yao. He beheld the shimmering aura enveloping the blade and could not resist claiming it. Instantly, several notifications erupted in his equipment panel, sending a jolt of excitement through him. Divine Light Flying Sword Array. This item is single-use and can unleash a powerful array of flying swords, annihilating all evil spirits and demons. Those beneath the Ghost General rank are mere insects. Upon reading this message, Zhang Yao felt as if he were soaring. With this artifact, even beings of the Ghost General tier would meet their demise. Zhou Monk, observing Zhang Yao's exhilaration, furrowed her brow deeper, questioning, "Is this truly a great treasure?" Zhang Yao responded with a cryptic smile. "In time, you will come to understand the potency of this item." Zhou Monk, feigning indifference, but internally critiquing, thought, "Why can't you just say it plainly?" Enough with the theatrics, ugh. Zhang Yao extended his hand, waving it before her. Monk, realizing she had zoned out, Zhou Monk nodded. Zhang Yao squinted. "What were you pondering?" "We must continue our journey." Zhou Monk's cheeks flushed. She couldn't very well admit that she had been cursing him in her thoughts. As they traversed the forest, 3 distinct gates emerged ahead: the Eagle Nation, a Sand Nation, and the Sakura Nation. "Found it." Zhang Yao smirked, surprised at how quickly they had located the gate of Sakura Nation. However, he was puzzled to find that the gates of Eagle Nation and a Sand Nation were unguarded, while the gate of Sakura Nation was besieged by a throng of players. Zhang Yao and Zhou Monk exchanged bewildered glances. The audience watching the live stream was equally perplexed. It was only the beginning, and everyone had rushed to vent their frustrations on Sakura Nation. Zhang Yao and Zhou Monk cautiously approached, taking cover behind a rock 20 meters away, counting a total of 20 players present. Zhou Monk exclaimed, 20 players from different nations, united in their animosity. Perhaps Sakura Nation had committed numerous misdeeds, and now everyone had come to exact revenge. Guarding the gate of Sakura Nation were 4 young men with fair skin, all donning menacing masks, with the most striking being the white-haired masked man standing in the center. Without further ado, they opened fire, suppressing Sakura Nation with a barrage of bullets. Unexpectedly, just as death loomed over their foes, a strange black mist materialized. "Shikigami?" Zhang Yao murmured in confusion. The mist dissipated rapidly, and 3 individuals from Sakura Nation swiftly struck the white-haired masked man with their swords. A bizarre scene unfolded. The masked man was enveloped in black mist, while the 3 behind him crumbled into a pile of bones, and he ascended into the air like a deity. Zhang Yao's brow furrowed deeper, sacrificing allies to augment one's strength. No, this fellow harbors a ghost within. Through the ghostly eye, Zhang Yao clearly perceived a shadowy presence concealed within him, orchestrating this sinister turn of events. "I intended to seek you out, but it seems you have come to meet your demise voluntarily. How convenient." His voice resonated like a beast, devoid of emotion, sending chills down spines. Chapter 63. I recognize you. Oh my god, what a dreadful turn of events. Stop dawdling, John, open fire. Sawasdika, shoot him. Yura, fire. Faced with the levitating, white-haired masked man, all players concentrated their fire once more. Bullets rained down like there was no cost, all directed at him. The masked man, shrouded in black energy, casually deflected the incoming bullets. In that moment, everyone was rendered speechless. Boom. The masked man clapped his hands together, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of black energy that sent everyone flying. In an instant, countless casualties littered the ground before the gate of Sakura Nation. "Oh, my leg. This guy is too bizarre." John. Zhang Yao's gaze was fixed upon the hovering figure of the Sakura Nation player, now engulfed in overwhelming ghostly energy. A dark silhouette manifesting behind him. A Shikigami of Ghost General level. He possessed a sealed Shikigami, and sacrificing allies was merely the means of awakening it. With the power of a Ghost General now at his disposal, the players present had become nothing more than fish on a chopping block. "I told you, you will all perish." The white-haired masked man descended from the air, brandishing a sphere of black energy, mercilessly hurling it at the surviving players. The remaining 6 players found themselves enveloped by the ghostly energy, writhing in agony on the ground. In a short while, these 6 had turned to a heap of bones, while those players who had been shattered and maimed looked on in terror. The masked man stepped forward, muttering to himself, "My initial target was the players from Hua Nation, but I did not expect you to come rushing to your own demise. Very well, I shall first eliminate the trivial ones before seeking them out." Hearing this, Zhang Yao's fury ignited. Sakura Nation had always regarded Hua Nation as a thorn in their side. Even within the game, they aimed to eradicate Hua Nation first. If that was the case, Zhang Yao would ensure they understood the dire consequences of offending Hua Nation. The white-haired masked man lifted his foot, gently poised to crush the heads of the struggling players. With a sickening crunch, blood erupted, staining his garments crimson, yet he pressed on, as if performing an inconsequential task. He continued towards the remaining living players, methodically harvesting their lives. What a ruthless individual, Zhou Monk thought, her spine tingling. She had initially believed that her own lethal strike was brutal, but now she witnessed the players of Sakura Nation kill as effortlessly as one drinks water. Zhang Yao cautioned her, "The battle ahead is beyond what you can handle. No matter what transpires, remember to stay hidden." Zhang Yao had approached with the intent to exact vengeance upon the players of Sakura Nation, and now that he learned they sought to annihilate them as well, he could not allow this man to live. If he charged the gate first, it would be Wang Lei and Tang Qingxue who would suffer the consequences. He retrieved the Ghost General pill from his inventory and drew his cold gun, charging towards the white-haired masked man like a warrior ready to face death. Overlord's spear technique. 1,000 spears shatter. With a fierce shout, a gust of wind swept past as Zhang Yao, with steely eyes, thrust his spear towards the white-haired masked man. Clang! Zhang Yao's strike did not achieve its intended effect. Instead, it collided with a hard object. He widened his eyes in disbelief as he saw his spear being blocked by a short blade, quickly adjusting the angle to thrust again. Overlord's spear technique. Fierce dragon's tail. A chilling aura of violet energy erupted from the cold gun, reminiscent of a furious dragon awakening and twisting its form. The seemingly invincible shot surged forth. The silver-haired man in a mask summoned his ghostly energy and unleashed a slash. The impact of the short blade and long spear collided with a resounding crash, akin to the clash of war hammers, reverberating painfully against Zhou Monk's eardrums. In the next moment, the silver-haired man was sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yao bellowed towards the direction of the silver-haired man's flight. Overlord spear technique. Fierce dragon strike. The violet energy transformed into a dragon's head, roaring as it descended for the kill. Each move executed by Zhang Yao, now at the level of a ghost general, carried an earth-shattering force. The ground caved in significantly, and in an instant, thick smoke billowed, with Zhou Monk anxiously watching Zhang Yao's relentless assault. Amidst the smoke, Zhang Yao stood still, staring at the vacant ground, his gaze turning increasingly sinister. This opponent's speed was astonishing. He had clearly struck him, yet why did the attack fail to take effect? Zhang Yao's shots had hit their mark, but it felt as though they had merely struck cotton. The silver-haired man's voice echoed in the air, a strong warrior from Huagua. "I have reviewed your dossier. Your name is Zhang Yao, correct?" His tone grew colder, as if confronting a mortal enemy. Zhang Yao nodded and replied gravely, "Since you are aware of my identity, why then the inquiry?" "Truly foolish." The silver-haired man chuckled instead of fuming. "To meet the strongest of Huagua here, I feel honored. I had intended to crush your nation's gates, but since it is you, perhaps it would be wise not to fight to the death." Zhang Yao was taken aback. Even upon recognizing him, the opponent chose not to engage fiercely, but rather to retreat. The silver-haired man's demeanor suggested an uncanny patience as he continued. "This is merely the first wave of invasion. Engaging you prematurely would yield little chance of victory. Thus, I plan to gather some treasure before returning to battle you." He harbored no intentions of concealing his escape, casually advising, "As you say in Huagua, clean your neck and wait for me to reap the rewards." Zhang Yao's anger surged. They were both ghost generals. Why boast so brazenly? Gripping the cold gun, he charged upwards, shouting, attempting to flee? Not a chance. Yet in the fleeting gap, the silver-haired man's figure, along with his aura, vanished mysteriously. Zhang Yao felt a surge of frustration. Allowing him to escape posed a significant obstacle to his subsequent plans. Even during his time collecting items, Wang Lei and Tang Qingsheng could become targets. Meanwhile, uninvited guests had already arrived at the gates of Huagua. Wang Lei and Tang Qingsheng observed unfamiliar faces approaching, their hearts racing with tension. Chapter 64. Thunder God and War God, are you two the only guardians of Huagua? I suspect others have gone to ambush our foes. A pair of golden-haired, blue-eyed individuals arrived at the gates of Huagua, their expressions filled with disdain. Tang Qingsheng brandished a mini Gatling gun, issuing a stern warning, "Do not approach or face dire consequences." Wang Lei gripped his shield, ready to unleash the Earth's rift. "Ares, this woman is mine. You are not to interfere." The woman wore a smile, clearly viewing Tang Qingsheng as her adversary. As Tang Qingsheng watched the reckless advance of her opponent, cold sweat trickled down her face, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. The man named Ares crossed his arms, a smirk dancing on his lips. Flower, do not dispatch them too quickly. Flower clenched her hands in the air, conjuring a war hammer that radiated overwhelming, thunderous energy. Clearly an extraordinary artifact. The audience in the live broadcast felt the imminent danger posed by the sudden appearance of the duo. This woman appeared formidable. They could not ascertain their identities, but these two were the top-ranked warriors from ancient Greece. Thunder God Flower and War God Ares. This was grave. Without Zhang Yao, Tang Qingsheng and Wang Lei were in peril. The viewers flooded the comments with concern, their eyes glued to the unfolding battle. Without hesitation, Tang Qingsheng squeezed the trigger. The rapid-fire bullets accurately surged towards Flower. Yet, she made no attempt to evade, continuing her deliberate stride. As the bullets neared her, her war hammer surged with lightning, acting as a shield that deflected all the projectiles. Flower laughed. Bullets seem ineffective against me. Now, shall it be my turn? She raised her hammer and lightly swung it. A bolt of blue lightning, akin to a furious serpent, hurtled towards Tang Qingsheng. She hastily retreated, attempting to respond in time, but the lightning serpent was too swift. There was no avoiding it. Boom! A violent tremor shook the area before the gates, and the lightning dissipated. Flower's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by an exasperated reprimand. This is a battle between women. What right do you, a man, have to intervene? Injured. With me here, that is non-existent. Just as she was about to act, Ares behind her drew his sword, only to be halted by her. Stand down, Ares. I said you are not to interfere. These two are my prey. Ares furrowed his brow and took a step back. As you wish. Seizing the moment during their exchange, Tang Qingsheng whispered to Wang Lei. When she attacks, I will switch to the demon-binding gun to immobilize her, and then you exploit the Earth's rift. Wang Lei nodded earnestly. Brute force alone would not secure victory. Now, I shall thoroughly incapacitate you, Flower declared, gripping her hammer and raising her voice to the heavens. The hammer crackled with thunderous light, seemingly infused with boundless power. Tang Qingsheng seized the moment, stowing her mini Gatling gun and drawing the demon-breaking gun, pulling the trigger with precision. Bang, bang, bang. 3 demon-breaking bullets struck their target with pinpoint accuracy. Flower, caught off guard, was fortunately shielded by the lightning net conjured by her hammer. She sneered. Did you not learn from previous lessons? Your bullets cannot breach my electric net. As she spoke, her eyes widened in shock upon feeling a sharp pain in her abdomen, glancing down to find a small hole in her flesh. Impossible, this cannot be. Tang Qingsheng scoffed. Nothing is impossible. Your electric net, while formidable, cannot withstand my 3 concentrated shots, for these are demon-breaking bullets. Flower, infuriated, prepared to launch a fierce counterattack. But her body suddenly froze, unresponsive. This is, Tang Qingsheng smirked, for the characteristic of the demon-breaking bullet caused a brief paralysis upon impact, creating an opportunity for Wang Lei to shine. Wang Lei now? Wang Lei raised his shield, forcefully slamming it onto the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and a massive rift opened beneath Flower's feet, swiftly engulfing her. The earth transformed into sharp spikes, piercing through her body and inflicting unbearable pain. Ares! Ares! Her cries echoed like a wailing ghost, reverberating painfully in the ears of all present. The man standing aloof with his arms crossed lifted his sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that cleaved the ground apart. The disdain that had once graced Flower's face vanished entirely as she gazed at her legs. Bloodied and mangled by the earthen spikes, her pallor stark as she looked at Ares and pleaded, "Eliminate them." Ares nodded slightly, drawing his sword to introduce himself. I am Ares, the top-ranked warrior from ancient Greece. What you have done today has enraged me, and soon I shall reap your lives with my mightiest strike. He furrowed his brow and whispered coldly, to die beneath my sword may very well be the greatest honor of your lives. A surge of crimson light erupted from the longsword. The surrounding air thickened under its terrifying aura. Wang Lei raised his shield, swallowing hard with difficulty. I will hold her off. You seized the chance to escape. Tang Qingsheng exclaimed. They all understood that the figure before them was not one they could confront. The murderous intent emanating from him suggested that he had claimed the lives of countless individuals. Huale, in excruciating pain, urged be swift. I wish to see them descend into hell. Great God of War, avenge me. A gust of wind swirled beneath Ares' feet as he leaped high, bringing his sword down fiercely towards Wang Lei. Death! In that moment, everyone anxiously focused on Wang Lei. The title of God of War was not to be trifled with. Wang Lei truly could not withstand this strike. The pressure was already formidable. Wang Lei was in peril. Why was that woman, Tang Qingxue, not fleeing? Why was she frozen in place? Wang Lei clutched his shield desperately, even his fighting spirit shattered by the opponent's murderous aura. He genuinely had no confidence in blocking this strike. Am I doomed? He questioned himself, resignedly closing his eyes, only to be startled awake by a deafening sound nearby. In the next moment, Chapter 65, Grounded and Grounded. A flash of blue lightning surged before his eyes, and a familiar figure appeared silently. Zhang Yao, like a deity, kicked Ares away with a single blow. Zhang Yao. Wang Lei's eyes widened as he saw him surrounded by black murderous intent. Realizing he had entered a state of rage, without uttering a word, Zhang Yao directed his gaze toward a small pit in the distance. Ares stood there, his eyes radiating unmasked killing intent. While I was away, did you come to commit murder and arson? Ares coldly introduced himself, gripping his longsword. Foolish Wagwa player. Do you know whom you face? He smirked with arrogance, as if he were superior. I am a number 1 of ancient Greek rankings, the god of war Ares. Do you understand what it means to be number 1? That is a height you can only look up to in this lifetime. Zhang Yao clicked his tongue. Isn't it just a stinking number 1? Moreover, your ancient Greek realm must be quite shameful to allow someone like you to be first. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at, Ares? He sensed Zhang Yao's inherent disdain, igniting his rage. He brandished his weapon and roared coldly. You dare to repeat that? Zhang Yao mockingly retorted. Are you so shameless that you need to be insulted again? I say your ancient Greek realm is in decline. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can claim the title of number 1. You, of all people, deserve it. Ares was left dumbfounded. He meant for Zhang Yao to repeat it, not to twist his words. The viewers in the live stream saw Zhang Yao's return and felt a wave of relief. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated. How miraculous. If given the choice, I would prefer to see this guy die in a gruesome manner. That would be satisfying. What a farcical god of war. He would likely perish here. In the terrifying world, Ares erupted in a furious howl. The longsword in his hand, radiating a frightening red light, the terrifying sword energy charging at Zhang Yao like a descending tiger. God of war strike. Zhang Yao squinted, observing the approaching Ares with his sword raised, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. I have said it before, you are not capable of defeating me. The overwhelming killing intent surged toward him, yet Zhang Yao did not even draw his weapon. His fists erupted with a horrifying purple aura. Demon-suppressing fist, open heaven. He struck with both fists like warhammers. Ares, seeing Zhang Yao unarmed, laughed coldly, as if victory were assured. However, when the longsword met his fists, he was left utterly shocked. His longsword shattered upon impact with the force of the blow. What? He stared in disbelief at the shattered sword. And in the next second, he was sent flying by the terrifying force of the punch. Boom! He tumbled across the ground multiple times, writhing in agony. Coughing up blood, he gazed in terror at Zhang Yao, who was now advancing toward him, finally comprehending the meaning behind the latter's words. The number 1 from the ancient Greek realm was, in the eyes of Huagua players, akin to a mayfly shaking a tree, utterly insignificant. Zhang Yao, clenching his fist, wore a mocking expression, as if regarding a pitiful clown. As Huale observed Ares collapsed and grievously injured, her half-paralyzed body tightened around her war hammer, unleashing a lightning strike toward Zhang Yao. Everything happened too quickly for Wang Lei and the others to react. Gazing at Zhang Yao bathed in lightning, Ares, who had initially appeared terrified, suddenly laughed. Ha ha! How does it feel to be electrocuted? Underestimating your opponent can lead to your own destruction. Foolish Huagua people. He laughed heartily, as if Zhang Yao had already been struck dead by the lightning. Ares, do not laugh. He is still advancing. This was Huale's first encounter with such a terrifying being. The person struck by her lightning could continue forward unscathed, almost godlike. Ares' smile froze instantly, more uncomfortable than swallowing a fly. Zhang Yao smirked coldly, reminding him, playing with lightning? He snapped his fingers. The lightning that enveloped him magically flowed to his fists. I have been invincible since entering this terrifying game. Just this bit of lightning. It is utterly insufficient. Saying this, the lightning in his hands blazed fiercely, more terrifying than before. Ares stood there in disbelief. He had no idea what kind of existence he was facing, utterly invincible. Spare me. Boom. Zhang Yao did not wish to waste words, delivering a powerful punch directly downward. The pride of the ancient Greek realm fell here. Witnessing the death of her companion, Hualei was left in shock. Currently, half paralyzed, her chance to escape seemed bleak. Just as she was engulfed in terror, a cold western sword pressed against her throat. Zhou Monk looked at Zhang Yao, reading the killing intent in his eyes. In the next moment, she waved her hand, ending Hualei's life. Strangely, as soon as these two died, their bodies transformed into steam and vanished. Zhang Yao clicked his tongue. It seems the ancient Greek realm has no shortage of capable individuals. He casually picked up Ares' longsword and tossed it to Zhou Monk. Study this sword well. Zhou Monk smiled sweetly. Thank you, Captain. Meanwhile, Wang Lei clutched the war hammer, grinning. Does this hammer belong to me now? Zhang Yao nodded. For now. You must quickly enhance your combat power. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult to handle such situations without me. Tang Qingxue also nodded. Then let Wang Lei have the war hammer. I am only interested in machinery. Wang Lei joyfully bounced around with the war hammer, as if he were a child. Little did he know, by killing these two, he had already forged enmity with the ancient Greek realm. Before the gates of ancient Greece, a gaunt elder clad in black robes spat a mouthful of black blood. Looking at the two lying on the ground with resentment, are the Huaguo players truly this formidable? Ares and Hualei opened their eyes simultaneously. Ares exclaimed, Damn it, what a waste of my god of war sword. Hualei groaned, My Thor's hammer. Silence. The elder bellowed furiously. Do you not realize that with each death, my lifespan diminishes? I can no longer create duplicates for you. The young girl, who Lir, pleaded softly, Oh, death god, grant us one more chance. If only the players from Hugu perish, all rewards shall belong to you. Ares, silent, regarded the elder. After all, it seemed rather unfair to diminish someone's lifespan due to their own lack of strength. A golden-haired maiden, adorned in a flowing white gown, rose gracefully from her seat, summoning a white staff from her inventory. Calmly, she declared, Perhaps I can assist you in extending your life. The death god gasped, nearly forgetting her name. The healing goddess. Chapter 66, The Godslayer 30. It was revealed that the participants from the ancient Greek realm in the National Gate game ranked first, second, third, and fourth. First was the god of war, Ares. Second was the god of thunder, Lir. Third was the god of death, M11R. Fourth was the healing goddess, Fin. Players in the live stream, eager for exclusive news, had circumvented barriers to seek information abroad. Upon the emergence of this news, fans were once again astounded. This indicated that Zhang Yao would face the most formidable players from the ancient Greek realm. How could he possibly contend with them? The animosity had already been established, and their next encounter could very well lead to his demise. The barrage of comments reflected deep concern, and Zhang Yao, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. Their earlier disappearance undoubtedly indicated the use of some arcane sorcery. Zhang Yao wiped his nose, contemplating for a moment before stating, Now their weapons are in our possession. They will likely come looking for us. Zhou Mngk waved her tiny fists, feigning ferocity as she shouted, Then let us fight. Tang Qingxue nodded, affirming, As long as we stand together, we can certainly overpower them. Wang Li repeatedly nodded, My combat power has increased significantly. I am confident I can defeat them. With Zhang Yao as their steadfast leader, their unity fostered a newfound confidence. Zhang Yao gazed at the countdown timer, suspended in midair. There were still 10 hours until the second wave of invasion. Calling out the names of Wang, Li, Zhou Mngk, and Tang Qingxue, he proclaimed with authority, As your captain, I hereby command you. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Currently, the sole means to enhance their combat prowess was to venture nearby to collect treasure chests. Securing suitable chests would undoubtedly lead to significant improvements in their abilities. After watching his companions depart, Zhang Yao silently intoned, Sign in. The previous sign-ins had yielded only experience points, which were unhelpful for leveling up his lightning magic. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring. Binding spell. Characteristic. Can immobilize an enemy for 3 seconds. Cost. Can be used on one target only once per day. Upon seeing the binding spell, Zhang Yao nearly leapt for joy. After several days of drawing only experience points, he had finally received a worthwhile skill. One must not underestimate those 3 seconds. A true warrior often concludes battles within that brief span, commonly referred to as a one-hit wonder. With this spell, coupled with the ghost General Maru and the sword array, who would dare approach to meet their demise? Meanwhile, in the ancient Greek realm, the healing goddess, Ion, directed green light from her staff towards the elderly death god. In an instant, his pallid complexion began to regain its vigor, and his frail body grew robust once more. Ion retracted her staff, taking a deep breath as she stated, "I need a day to recuperate. Do not disturb me." With that, she departed with an air of aloofness. The rejuvenated death god, Levinar, gazed at his now powerful fists, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Now I can create 10 duplicates. Quickly, fetch the sacrifices." Ares and Lir exchanged a knowing glance before charging towards the gate of another nation. The death god shouted after them, "No, I require more sacrifices. We need additional minions." In M11R's view, to confront the enigmatic eastern realm of Hugu, meticulous preparations were essential. The more sacrifices he obtained, the greater the number of duplicates he could create. The trio from Hugu advanced westward, traversing a desolate sandy expanse devoid of any life. Just as exhaustion began to set in, they spotted a dense thicket ahead. Tang Qingsu exclaimed, "Look up ahead." Zhou Mngk's eyes widened with excitement as she remarked, "Since there's nothing in the sand, it must all be in the forest." Wang Li, panting heavily, urged, "Why hesitate? Let us enter." The group hurriedly plunged into the thicket, drawn by the sight of a glowing golden chest. "What is this?" They rushed towards it, and as Tang Qingsu placed her hand upon the golden chest, it transformed into a massive sniper cannon. Zhou Mngk gasped, and Wang Li was equally astonished. They could hardly fathom that a treasure chest could yield firearms. They had expected legendary tomes or divine arrays instead. Tang Qingsu trembled with excitement as she read the description. Godslayer 30. Can release heavy rounds using mental energy. Its power is amplified when in peril. Wang Li, I noted Tang Qingsu's rapturous expression and thought, at last, she has acquired satisfactory equipment. Zhou Mngk smiled. "Sister Qingsu, you seem quite enchanted by firearms." Tang Qingsu nodded slightly. "To obtain such equipment is precisely what I need at this moment." Just then, a disdainful voice echoed. "That is also what we presently require." The trio turned to see 8 unfamiliar figures standing not far away. They were diminutive in stature, their eyes resembling slits, unmistakably hailing from the land of pickled vegetables. "Leave the women and equipment. The rest of you can scram," barked the smallest of the group. His companions brandished their long knives, clearly ready for confrontation. Wang Li grasped his shield, shouting in indignation, "You think you can challenge us?" The leader of the pickled vegetable folk wore an expression of utter disdain as he coldly replied, "You must understand, we are 8 in number. In the National Gate game, only 4-person teams were permitted, yet here stood 8 from the pickled vegetable realm, leaving Wang Li confused." Hey. The leader was about to speak when a slightly taller companion interrupted. "Before you teach him a lesson, you should first introduce our group as the Red Pickled Vegetable Nation." The short one squinted, visibly annoyed. "ISNT, the Pickled Vegetable Nation, one and the same? What is the difference?" Wang Li soon grasped the situation. The 2 factions had formed a temporary alliance, having once been a singular entity that later fractured into separate nations. Encountering each other in the game and uniting was indeed an eye-opener. The diminutive leader ultimately relented, gesturing towards one of his companions as he introduced, "We are players from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, and this one is particularly significant. He is a top player from the Red Pickled Vegetable Nation. Thus, you must leave the women and equipment behind, and we may spare your life. Otherwise," they all brandished their long knives, clearly poised for battle. Chapter 67. Inform your companions that I shall pay a visit to cleanse with blood. "So, you wish to eliminate me?" Wang Li clutched his shield in his left hand and his war hammer in his right, ready to unleash a formidable strike. Behind him, Zhou Mngk gripped the sword of war, standing at the ready. Seeing Wang Li's defiance, the opposing group shouted in unison and prepared to charge. Suddenly, a resonant hum echoed, followed by a rapid golden projectile soaring through the air, culminating in an earth-shattering explosion. The ground trembled, causing Wang Li and Zhou Mngk's eardrums to ache. They stared in shock at the pool of blood that was left behind. The previously boastful assailants had been obliterated, their remains utterly annihilated. Observing Tang Qingxue, who was wielding the Shigeta 30, a look of satisfaction graced her countenance. Could this contraption possess such formidable power? Wang Li could not help but click his tongue, as a single shell had obliterated the enemy. Tang Qingxue nodded. asserting that it was an item procured from a golden treasure chest. Thus, it could hardly be deemed worthless. Zhou Monk expressed her envy, wishing fervently for a weapon of equal merit. The sword of the war god. Are you dissatisfied with me? Then I shall take my leave. The tremendous noise attracted the attention of others in the forest, and several warriors hurriedly approached, eager to investigate. However, upon witnessing the blood-soaked ground, those hoping to partake in the spoils could not suppress their trepidation and retreated, clutching their chests. As Wang Lei and his companions ventured deeper into the thicket, they discovered that most of the items they encountered were consumables. Zhou Monk opened a chest emanating a white light, only to find a loaf of bread within. Sighing in disappointment, yet another loaf of bread. That makes 10, Tang Qingxue remarked, while Zhou Monk noted that while one could subsist on bread, using it for nourishment was a novel concept to her. With only an hour remaining, they had no choice but to hasten their departure. Yet, regardless of their path, they could not circumvent the dense forest. Wang Lei, observing the dwindling time, felt a surge of anxiety. The expressions of his companions grew grave, for the terrain was monotonously identical, and even the trees bore the same appearance. Despite their efforts to navigate, it felt as if they were ensnared by a spell, utterly unable to escape. Deep within the forest soil lay a figure reminiscent of a monkey. The players from Yu Kingdom wore expressions of triumph, seemingly pleased with their deceptive tactics. Would they encounter unforeseen misfortunes? A stone of apprehension weighed heavily in his heart. The second wave of invasion is imminent. Please prepare your defenses. A long-forgotten notification echoed in his mind. The barren land before them had sprouted towering trees, laden with vibrant red fruits. Zhang Yao, gripping his cold gun and a red pill, was ready for the impending eruption of conflict. Greetings, inferior Huagua individuals. Previously we were remiss, but now we shall demonstrate the wrath of the ancient Greek realm. Zhang Yao's gaze turned icy as he focused on the sudden appearance of Ares and Huelier. If I am not mistaken, you have utilized some form of doppelganger technique, have you not? Ares shrugged, mockingly responding. We have captured all the nearby low-level players as sacrifices. The adversary you face is merely one of my 10 avatars. However, this time, I shall harness 100-fold of my strength to vanquish you. As the god of war, he would not permit himself to be defeated by the same foe twice. His previous defeat was merely a matter of underestimation, and this time, he vowed to reduce Zhang Yao to ashes. Huelier scoffed. I wish to see how you alone can withstand the two of us, along with the beasts behind us. No sooner had she finished speaking than the fruits of the trees behind her began to burst forth. Gigantic mosquitoes, each standing a meter tall, emerged in droves, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Zhang Yao's expression grew colder still, perplexing Ares, for one would expect a typical person to plead for mercy in the face of such peril. Yet Zhang Yao remained silent, his demeanor even more somber than before. Ares and Huelier brandished their weapons. This time, Ares drew a massive axe, while Huelier wielded a spear crackling with lightning. The battle commenced. With calm composure, Zhang Yao whispered, Do you not desire to perish once more? Then allow me to fulfill that wish. He sheathed his cold gun and red pill, retrieving a golden glowing flying sword from his inventory. With his companions absent, he sought to stem the tide of the swarming mosquitoes and confront the two adversaries. Fearing the insects would exploit any opening during the battle, Zhang Yao had no choice but to employ this invaluable divine sword. The mosquitoes surged towards the Huagua gate, while Ares and Huelier let out a battle cry, rushing to attack Zhang Yao. To their astonishment, as they neared him, Zhang Yao remained motionless, instead questioning, Have you ever witnessed absolute power, Ares? Où est le premier? Both sides expressed confusion, and just as their blades were about to strike Zhang Yao, they heard a steady, resonant growl, freeze spell. In that instant, their limbs became immovably rigid, and despite their utmost efforts, they could not budge. Zhang Yao's eyes gleamed with the fervor of battle as he hurled the flying sword, proclaiming, Divine Light Flying Sword Formation, activate! With a resounding hum, a blinding beam of gold pierced their vision, followed by an onslaught of terrifying sword energy. The flying sword multiplied instantaneously into thousands, each bearing the strength capable of piercing through even the most formidable foes. Boom, boom, boom. Ares watched in horror as the oncoming swarm of mosquitoes was obliterated in mere seconds. Huelier let out a blood-curdling scream. Ares. Moments later, she too was reduced to fragments by the flying swords. Ares was struck with profound fear as he beheld Zhang Yao, now mere inches away, his gaze filled with pity, as if regarding a fool. Just as he began to speak, he heard Zhang Yao's voice. Though you are but an avatar, please relay to the players of the ancient Greek realm that once I free my hands, I shall personally come to cleanse you in blood. Remember, I am Zhang Yao. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I am a #1 player on the Huagua leaderboard. Ares. Panic gripped him as he realized the magnitude of the formidable being he had provoked. Chapter 68. Zhou Monk's battle intent. The multitude of flying swords pierced Ares' chest with astonishing force, leaving him in shock and bewilderment as he collapsed. He had never anticipated that his adversary would be the foremost warrior of Huagua. Bewildered, he contemplated how Zhang Yao had attained such unimaginable strength. Zhang Yao surveyed the vanquished mosquitoes, his fury boiling over. It is time to take the initiative. He dragged his cold gun, advancing like a ferocious beast, slowly emerging from the borders of his homeland. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxue and her companions began to feel alarmed at the inexplicable movement of the trees. Be cautious. Wang Lei raised a shield to block a tree branch swinging toward him. Boom! He was knocked back several steps as the surrounding trees began to close in on them. Zhou Monk drew the sword of the war god, leaping high into the air, striking down dozens of foes before finally clearing their path. Tang Qingxue, wielding the Shigeta 30, aimed at a specific direction and unleashed a shot. I shall name this shot the Luo Shun Cannon. A brilliant white light surged forth from the barrel, blazing with an unstoppable momentum, carving a pathway through the chaos. The trees evaporated, leaving Wang Lei and Zhou Monk agape at the terrifying power of the sniper cannon. Tang Qingxue gasped for breath, evidently exhausted from the immense energy expended in that strike. Suddenly, a player resembling a monkey leapt from the soil, his dark skin and diminutive stature, along with his sharp features, rendering him rather unappealing. To think, you possess such a powerful weapon. Just what I need. A greedy smile crept across the monkey's face as his eyes fixated hungrily on the sniper cannon in Tang Qingxue's grasp. Hearing the other party's ambitions, Wang Lei brandished his shield and gripped his warhammer, prepared to engage in a fierce battle, but was dissuaded by Zhou Monk. Brother Lei, it seems the opponent is adept with the trees. Your hammer and shield may not serve you well here. Zhou Monk, gripping the sword of the war god, stepped forward resolutely, volunteering. Allow me to handle this. Wang Lei. He could scarcely believe that Zhou Monk would display such courage. Tang Qingxue wished to articulate further, yet she found herself utterly drained of mental energy, lacking even the strength to grip her firearm, rendering the notion of persuasion utterly futile. The monkey, upon recognizing that his adversary was a young woman, could not suppress a derisive snicker. Do not presume that your femininity will elicit any mercy from me. Oh, I neglected to mention, I am the third-ranked in the U-Nation, known as the Demon Monkey of the Deep Forest. My power lies in. He brandished his arms, summoning the surrounding trees to surge towards him, gradually merging into a singular entity. In the woodland, I am invincible, connected with the flora. What do you possess to challenge me? Soon, a colossal tree monster, towering 10 meters high, materialized before the onlookers. Wang Lei and Tang Qingxue exchanged anxious glances at Zhou Monk. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Monk's expression was grave, her eyes aflame with fervent battle intent. She had witnessed Zhang Yao's indomitable fighting spirit. She had observed Wang Lei risking his life to protect everyone. She had seen Tang Qingxue step forward in times of peril. Now, this life-or-death battle must be executed by her. She did not wish to be the most ineffectual member of the team. As Zhou Monk's battle fervor surged, the sword of the war god in her grasp began to emanate a crimson glow, gradually enveloping her entire being. The greater the battle intent, the more formidable the power. She declared, prepare to perish, little sister. The tree monster lifted its branches, bringing them down with tremendous force. A fierce gale followed, and Wang Lei's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Zhou Monk poised to be crushed. He rushed forward, only to be halted by Tang Qingxue's urgent cry. Wait, look! The gale battered against Zhou Monk, yet she did not yield an inch, the flames enveloping her body now blazing with clarity. She raised the sword of the war god and thrust it upward towards the descending branches. Void slash! With a single stroke, the branches shattered, and before the tree monster could react, Zhou Monk launched herself into the air. My will is as unyielding as stone. You think you can kill me? Not so easily. Fall before me. A surge of crimson light erupted from her sword as she squinted and shouted. 10 consecutive void slashes of the war god. Emboldened by her indomitable spirit, Zhou Monk's blade descended, cleaving the enormous tree monster into fragments. When she landed, the monster had been reduced to mere splinters, while the armed monkey lay sprawled on the ground, terror evident in his eyes. He could not comprehend how this seemingly fragile young girl wielded such extraordinary power, especially the overwhelming battle intent that sent shivers down his spine. "You don't come any closer." As Zhou Monk approached, sword in hand, he felt a surge of panic. The arrogance he once displayed had dissipated. Now, he was but a fish on a chopping block, awaiting his fate. Tree root piercing. Clang! The great tree charged. Clang! Lying on the ground, he raised his hands, unleashing 2 attacks, both of which Zhou Monk effortlessly sliced apart with an impassive expression. Before she could stand before him, he finally broke down and shrieked, "You cannot kill me. I am a master of the Yu Nation. If you slay me, they will never forgive you, the Huan Nation." Absolutely not. Thrusting the sword of the war god, she did not hesitate and struck with lethal precision. Wang Lei and Tang Qingxue were taken aback by Zhou Monk's decisive actions. A seemingly delicate young lady could execute a kill with such composure. "You," Tang Qingxue began, hesitating for words, while Wang Lei found himself at a loss. Zhou Monk smiled warmly. "Do not be astonished. Zhang Yao told me that in this game, players from any nation are our enemies. Mercy is the greatest threat to us. I have etched this lesson deeply into my mind." Coupled with her earlier unintentional act of kindness towards everyone, she had learned to remain unperturbed. This revelation dawned upon her companions. It was not that she was merciless, but rather that when faced with enemies, one must eliminate them. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. Chapter 69. The detestable Black Continent people. Zhang Yao clenched his cold gun, seething with rage as he bellowed. "Those who obstruct me shall die." He had intended to seek the gateway to the ancient Greek realm, but was soon confronted by a group of robust men clad in leather, their skin darkened. These individuals were unmistakably from the Black Continent, a race infamous for their backwardness and laziness, known globally for their disruptive presence. They committed heinous acts, often deceiving women from Huan Nation, boasting of their prowess, and sometimes absconding with them to live in shadowy conditions. Zhang Yao harbored no fondness for this race. Now, blocked from his path, his fury erupted. "Oh look, a Huan Nation person. Speaking of Huan Nation, I still linger over their women." This man appeared formidable, yet he was merely a fade. He was strikingly handsome. I think I might have my way with him first. The implications were clear, and the sentiment was grotesque. The appearance of these individuals in Zhang Yao's streaming session caused quite a stir. Damn it, Black Continent people. Their words are infuriating. This race was universally despised. How could they appear in the game? Their words are disgusting. I wish to see Zhang Yao annihilate them. I'm truly astounded. How can such trash even consider themselves human? Huan Nation's ladies, take a good look. This is the scum you admire. Everyone anticipated Zhang Yao's ruthless assault on them. Anyone who dared insult the great Huan Nation must pay a heavy price. In this horrifying world, Zhang Yao glared at them, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes brimming with unmasked disdain. "Before I obliterate you, let me ask you one question. Do you know where the gateway to the ancient Greek realm lies?" This question elicited laughter. "Is that your way of asking for information? How about you play with us instead? We'll consider letting you go, though it would be more dignified to let you die. Can you hurry up? I haven't had a man to play with in ages." Zhang Yao's eyes burned with fury. How could these people, unacquainted with despair, dare to speak such vile words to him, the foremost individual of the Huan Nation? Gripping the cold gun, he swung forward. Supreme gun technique, sweeping the army. A terrifying purple aura exploded from the cold gun as Zhang Yao fired a sweeping shot. The men were caught off guard, instantly propelled through the air. Bang, bang, bang. As they crashed to the ground, agony etched on their faces, they howled in pain. Zhang Yao had only exerted 30% of his strength, not wishing to eliminate them immediately. After all, some individuals were destined to pay for their actions. Like a demon god, Zhang Yao summoned a dazzling blue light that he hurled into the void. Boom, boom, boom. The blue lightning dispersed into 4 arcs, striking them with precision. Ah, what is this? Lightning. I can barely endure it. Their faces contorted in agony, struggling to articulate coherent words. The pride and arrogance that had once adorned their faces were replaced by terror and despair. Zhang Yao coldly inquired, "Do not worry, I also wish to play with you. So I will not allow you to die too quickly. He controlled the arcs of electricity, lifting the four of them into the air before amplifying the voltage. Please spare me, great Huan Nation person. We were wrong. We should not have spoken such words in your presence. I beg for a chance to start anew. Hearing the phrase, start anew, Zhang Yao's smile grew colder, and the murderous intent in his eyes deepened. Start anew. You have long ceased to be human. According to your own words, the women of Huagua have already suffered immeasurable harm at your hands. How many innocent girls have been lured to your country, only to be subjected to unspeakable torment? Some matters are destined to bear personal responsibility. Every time Zhang Yao recalls those naive Huagua girls, defying their families and eloping with individuals from Hezhou, he is filled with a sense of despair. What happened to the bright future they yearned for? Instead, they were met with days of hopelessness. If Huagua girls disobey, they are beaten. Enraged, Zhang Yao violently slammed several individuals to the ground. The earth shook with a resounding crash, creating a deep pit beneath them. They looked at Zhang Yao, barely clinging to life, their eyes filled with sheer terror. Zhang Yao smirked slightly, saying, "Do not worry, killing scum like you would only sully my hands. I would rather do this." With that, Zhang Yao coldly raised his weapon and severed their limbs. They stared blankly at Zhang Yao, unable to comprehend why. At this moment, the Huaguaran before them suddenly seemed merciful. The audience in the live stream was just as bewildered, erupting in curses. Why not eliminate them? Their country is rife with crime, causing havoc in many others. Regret? They fear death, but will never truly acknowledge their wrongdoings. Zhang Yao, just kill them already. It infuriates me. I wish I could stab them to death. But what Zhang Yao said next truly caught everyone's attention. With a cold smile on his face, he declared, "Since your country is saturated with violence and crime, let the game's punishment mechanism deliver the harshest retribution upon you. If I do not kill you, you shall meet your end at the hands of monsters, and your borders will remain unguarded. Your nation will pay the price for your actions. After all, a country without a system deserves to be brought to an end sooner rather than later." Zhang Yao's cruelty is not born of malice. Rather, the people there are inherently steeped in crime. Any individual of another hue who sets foot on that land will face brutal treatment. A tour bus from the Eagle Nation passed through, and by morning, every passenger had vanished without a trace. The next day, the women were subjected to unspeakable horrors, while the men were bound to pillars and burned alive. That news sent shockwaves across the globe, prompting the Eagle Nation to sever all trade with Hezhou and even launch bombers in retaliation. But did they fear? Violence and crime persist unabated. Thus, death is still too merciful for them. Chapter 70. Collaborative Combat. After dealing with the Hezhou individuals, Zhang Yao advanced forward. Not long after, he heard calls from ahead. "Zhang Yao, we are here." "Hey." Zhang Yao halted, and upon seeing a few familiar figures running towards him, his eyes welled with tears. The newcomers were none other than Wang Lei and the others. The plump Wang Lei rushed to the front and embraced Zhang Yao tightly. Zhang Yao, filled with anger, reproached, "Do you have any idea how worried I was about you all?" Wang Lei, panting, explained, "We encountered people from Huagua. They used trees to trap us, and we fought for a while before managing to escape." Zhang Yao released him and turned toward the two approaching girls. Tang Qingxue leaped into his arms, exclaiming joyfully, "Finally, I get to see you alive." Zhang Yao hugged her and extended his hand to the timid Zhou Monk, saying, "Come here too." Zhou Monk smiled and rushed over, while Wang Lei, witnessing the three embracing, couldn't help but tease, "No way. Even Zhou is now your type. Zhang Yao truly is something." The live stream audience echoed with astonishment. Two girls and one guy. This reminds me of the drama about Erlang Shun. How timely indeed. Oh, how I envy such friendships. When will I have two beautiful girls by my side? In this terrifying world, seeing his companions return safely alleviated much of Zhang Yao's inner fury. Wang Lei asked, "What's your plan now?" Also, the two ancient Greeks who were sentenced to death have miraculously recovered. I suspect there is some form of restorative magic within their team. I feel uncomfortable leaving this potential threat unattended. Zhou Monk and Tang Qingxue nodded in agreement. At that moment, the entire team leveled up to villains and prepared for their first grand battle. Given that the opposing party had repeatedly intruded, Huagua could not neglect to pay them a visit of gratitude. There was nothing of value to offer, so why not send them into annihilation? After a brief adjustment, they set forth. Approximately 20 minutes later, Zhang Yao and his companions noticed something peculiar. Something is off. Why is there no one at the gates of Leitangua? Zhang Yao furrowed his brow, voicing his concerns. Wang Lei chuckled. Perhaps they, like us, have formed a group to stir up trouble. With questions lingering, they continued forward, and after another 10 minutes, they arrived at a gate, witnessing a horrifying scene. A line of players squatted there, with a black-robed elder standing before them, emanating an aura of darkness as if he were a deity. Behind him stood dozens of Hua Lei'er and Yalaisi. After chanting an incantation, the elder unleashed a dark light upon them, instantly engulfing the group. Zhang Yao exclaimed, "A living sacrifice." The doubts in everyone's hearts were unveiled at that moment. Once the individuals ceased to move, the dark light that shrouded them gradually dissipated. On the ground lay dozens of figures identical to Hua Lei'er and Yalaisi. Tang Qingxue approached Zhang Yao and softly asked, "Will we engage them?" Zhang Yao nodded assertively, "Certainly." Tang Qingxue instantly understood and retrieved the God Slayer 30. The massive sniper rifle caught Zhang Yao's eye. "What is this?" he asked. Tang Qingxue smiled and replied, "This is a weapon I just picked up, a divine gun that utilizes spiritual energy as a medium." Zhang Yao nodded, somewhat comprehending, and then turned to Wang Lei. "Can you still use that skill?" Wang Lei affirmed. "Yes." "Monk, can you still fight?" Zhong nodded, "I can." As the captain, Zhang Yao began formulating a battle plan. "Qingxue and Wang Lei, when I summon the heavenly thunder, you both unleash your ultimate attacks alongside me. We will surround them from all sides, and afterward, Monk and I will dive in amidst the chaos to eliminate them. We must catch them off guard and strive to obliterate them." The other three nodded in unison, exclaiming, "Understood." This marked the first collaborative operation of the Undying Squad, and everyone was filled with exhilaration. If they could annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop, they would no longer be threatened. "Here I come." Zhang Yao grasped the thunder, beginning the summoning. "By my power, uniting with the spirits of the universe, let the myriad thunders converge as one. Thunder Law, manifest now." Thunder Law's essence, the heavenly thunder calamity. "Huh!" He clasped his hands together, roaring with fervor. The once clear sky rapidly coalesced into a mass of dark clouds, and in an instant, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended silently. The power of thunder surged with an unstoppable force, descending with the potential to obliterate all. Simultaneously, Wang Lei raised his shield, slamming it into the ground with force, rift to the earth. The earth trembled violently, and a fearsome spike erupted, shattering the surrounding area and surging toward the gates of the ancient Greek domain. Tang Qingxue accurately aimed at the target group, channeling all her spiritual energy into this shot, and cried out, "Luminous barrage!" Zhou Monk, fully armed, readied herself for the assault. The Grim Reaper, still reveling in the success of the sacrifice, sensed the commotion above and furrowed his brow tightly, gazing at the raging thunder descending from the sky, filled with alarm. The tremors of the earth instilled a sense of dread within him. The enemy is approaching. The multitude of Yalaisi and Hu Lir rushed into disarray, caught off guard and ensnared by the ground's collapse before they could muster their strength. Meanwhile, Tang Qingxue unleashed a radiant energy cannon, striking its target with formidable force, followed closely by Zhang Yao's thunderous assault. The cataclysmic blow met the gates of the ancient Greek realm, a combination so powerful that it was beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. Zhang Yao brandished his cold gun, addressing Zhou Mngk with seriousness. "Are you prepared?" Zhou Mngk, witnessing the chaos of those fleeing in terror, nodded affirmatively. "I am ready." Zhang Yao scoffed. "Then let us slay." Zhou Mngk echoed, "To slay." Chapter 71. Annihilation. Zhang Yao took the lead, leaping into the air with his cold gun drawn, fiercely charging towards the still reeling figure of the Grim Reaper. Zhou Mngk followed closely behind, clearing the path for Zhang Yao. The tenfold void slash erupted from the war god sword in Zhou Mngk's grasp, exuding an indomitable battle spirit as she unleashed a flurry of slashes. The strikes, akin to a long rainbow, obliterated the unsuspecting Yalaisi and Hu Lir's avatars. Zhang Yao's gaze was fixed intently upon the elder, aware that these avatars were his creation. Eliminating him would bring an end to it all. The elder, having just endured a fierce assault and expended his skills, found his body weakened and unresponsive. As he saw Zhang Yao advancing with his gun raised, he stumbled and fell, his eyes filled with terror. "You can't kill me." Zhang Yao showed no mercy, thrusting his cold gun with lethal intent, ending the elder's life. As the elder perished, the magic binding Yalazi and Hu Lir lost its effect. They writhed in agony, shrouded in black light, while Zhou Ngk observed them warily, refraining from striking. Gradually, the black light dissipated, revealing the once familiar faces of Yalazi and Hu Lir, now transformed into withered corpses. Zhou Ngk, overwhelmed by mixed emotions, inquired, "Are the people of the ancient Greek realm's hearts made of steel? On the battlefield, they confront each other with weapons, where life and death hang in the balance. Yet once captured, they must endure the torturous stripping of their flesh." Zhang Yao replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps. They have always prided themselves as deities." Zhou Ngk resolutely declared, "Then I shall become the god slayer." At this moment, Tang Qunxu communicated through her mind with Zhang Yao. "There's a woman behind you." This telepathic ability was a reward from the organizers at the game's commencement. Designed for ease of communication, it was Tang Qunxu's first time utilizing it, unsure if Zhang Yao received her message. Through her sniper scope, she beheld a woman clad in white, resembling a goddess, reclining in mid-air before the gates of ancient Greece, appearing as though she were in slumber. Zhang Yao attempted to convey to Tang Qunxu, "Let me investigate." He approached the gates, and the woman floating above began to stir. Her skin was as white as snow, features exquisitely crafted, her aura divine, immediately suggesting she was not of this mortal realm. "You have just slain our Grim Reaper. Do you truly wish to become enemies of the ancient Greek realm?" She scrutinized Zhang Yao with a stern expression. Zhang Yao chuckled derisively. "Do you believe you are worthy? The goddess of healing?" She looked at Zhang Yao, perplexed, as if she had misheard. Zhang Yao reiterated, "My point is, you are such a pitiful sight. Do you think you are worthy to oppose us?" The goddess of healing trembled with rage. In the game, they claimed to be gods and wielded considerable power. Yet here, before this Ugu individual, they were reduced to a pitiful state. "Do you not know that desecrating the divine incurs punishment?" She coldly enunciated each word. Zhang Yao, unperturbed, shrugged. "Your kind has all been annihilated by me. I fail to see what pretense you still maintain." The goddess of healing. She felt Zhang Yao was an utterly disrespectful wretch, every word a mockery. "You," Zhang Yao interrupted sharply. "Ngk, this esteemed goddess is yours to practice against." Zhou Ngk nodded. Raising the war, God Sword High Die. The goddess of healing, witnessing the oncoming assault, conjured a protective barrier with her staff. "I shall see how you intend to kill me." Boom! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and in an instant, the barrier crumbled to shards. The goddess of healing gazed in horror at the distant sniper cannon. No, Zhou Ngk was upon her, and with a swift stroke, she severed the goddess of healing's life. Wang Li, observing Zhou Ngk's ferocity, remarked, "Sister Ngk is rather ruthless, isn't she? One strike to the death." Tang Qunix couldn't help but retort, "Is that how you speak? This is called battling against enemies. Can it be deemed ruthless? In the realm of the game, if you do not slay, others will come to eliminate you. Mercy is the greatest foe." In the void, WXN, closely monitoring the actions of Zhang Yao and his companions, smiled with satisfaction upon witnessing their successful resolution of two members from the ancient Greek realm. The next significant threat should be from the people of Weingugu, one would presume. Just as she finished speaking, a chilling voice resonated in her ear. "Your people are so ruthless. Were they taught by you?" A bald, burly man wearing a mask stormed into her void world, furiously pointing at WXN. "Do you have any idea how challenging it is to cultivate a deity in the ancient Greek realm? Now 2 deities have been slain by you. You owe me an explanation." WXN regarded him coldly. "Deities? Only my father can be called such. Those whom you refer to are merely the soft-shelled shrimp elevated by you. Otherwise, they would not have perished beneath the blades of my Hugu people." The bald giant trembled with rage. You. Fine, since you dare to call us soft-shelled shrimp. I shall teach you a lesson today." The giant raised his arms, transforming his hands into steel, radiating blinding golden light. WXN showed no fear, conjuring twin daggers, prepared for combat. Just as both sides were poised to engage, a divine light illuminated the void world. Both the giant and WXN knelt, bowing their heads in reverence. "My father." The voice of divine light rang in their ears. "You are all my children, and I will not permit you to harm one another. However, since you both wish to showcase your abilities, I shall grant you an opportunity. Two beams of divine light enveloped them, and a passageway appeared behind them. I grant you a skill. All other abilities are sealed. Henceforth, whoever falls in battle, whoever loses the game, shall be confined in the eternal hell for a day. Upon hearing of the eternal hell, the bald giant and WXN trembled uncontrollably. Although it was merely a day of confinement, it was indeed a realm of torment. Each moment spent there was agony for the soul. The bald giant, reluctant to participate in the game, cried out, "My father! My father! I do not wish to partake in the game, my father!" Yet no matter how loudly he pleaded, it was in vain. WXN closed her eyes, feeling her body plummet, yet she experienced no discomfort, rather a sense of anticipation. I wonder what Zhang Yao will feel upon seeing me. Chapter 72. The world ahead in the desolate expanse. Yalazi and Hulir, tormented and kneeling, witnessed through the eyes of their avatars the carnage unfolding at the gates. Zhang Yao and his companions besieged the gates, annihilating all avatars, and with the death of the Grim Reaper, all avatars vanished into oblivion. Zhang Yao, Hugu people, as they contemplated charging forth in desperation, a black rift suddenly tore open in the sky. A shadow swiftly descended from the rift. Hulir exclaimed, "Yalazi, look!" Yalazi squinted, intently gazing at the sudden apparition. A thunderous sound echoed as the desolate land was struck, creating a small crater. From within emerged a bald man donning a mask, clad in a black robe, who approached Yalazi in a somewhat disheveled manner. With flames enveloping his fists, Yalazi coldly shouted at the approaching figure, "You would do well to behave, or I shall obliterate you." Hulir, with her hands charged with lightning, stood ready to eliminate the colossal intruder. Yet the bald man bellowed, "When the world is happening." Yalazi, Hulir, have you forgotten who bestowed your powers upon you? Both Yalazi and Hulir paused, recognizing the familiar voice, momentarily halting their offensive. "You are the Tianshan," Yalazi tentatively inquired. In their game, the organizers were referred to as the Tianshan, and although the bald man had not revealed himself, he had guided them through his voice. Now, having sought trouble with Wu Xin, he faced punishment. Should they lose this game, the masked man would be cast into hell as retribution. To avoid defeat, he had no choice but to lead Yalazi and Hulir in vanquishing the people of Huagua without mercy. "I see you're nearing defeat, which is why I have appeared to lend you a hand," he remarked. To put it mildly, he was offering assistance. To put it bluntly, he was dragged into this predicament due to his impulsiveness. "No, we have not lost yet," Yalazi retorted, somewhat indignant, only to be met with the bald man's furious rebuke. "Lost? Yalazi, what gives you such confidence?" Grasping Yalazi's attire, he lifted him off the ground, roaring in anger, "Your gates have been besieged, and you dare claim you have not lost." Hulir furrowed her brow and quickly interjected, "Lord Tianshan, please do not be hasty." He released Yalazi and sighed, "Very well, I admit I acted rashly." Regret washed over the bald man as he pondered why he had trained such a fool as Yalazi to be a top player, powerful yet lacking in intellect. Yalazi swallowed hard, nervously asking, "Lord Tianshan, what do you think our next step should be?" Now is not the time for confrontation. The people of Huagua are at their peak strength and full of fighting spirit. And you, Yalazi, you have faced defeat repeatedly. It would be wiser to search the ground for more treasures. The three of them ambled towards the gates of ancient Greece. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao and his group, after executing the healing goddess, intended to return but were startled by Wu Xin falling from the sky. Fortunately, Zhang Yao acted swiftly, catching her. Wu Xin. Upon confirming her identity, Zhang Yao was even more astonished. If he were to encounter the bald man now, it would undoubtedly result in a fierce confrontation. Upon reaching the gates, Wu Xin sat calmly on the ground, eyes closed, letting out a long sigh. "If you have questions, feel free to ask." Tang Qingxue was the first to inquire, "Why are you here?" Wu Xin's expression turned complex. "First, let me reveal my identity. I am the spokesperson for the Huagua region's horror game, also known as the Organizer." At this point, Zhou Monk brandished the sword of the war god, but Zhang Yao quickly interjected, "Wait, she has helped me in the game. Let us hear her out." Zhou Monk reluctantly sheathed her sword, now only heeding Zhang Yao's words. Wu Xin continued, "After you killed 2 of their players at the gates of ancient Greece, their organizer came to cause trouble for me. Just as we were about to clash, a being of higher status intervened, insisting we resolve our issues within the game, thus transporting us to this place. It is also why I fear your encounter with him. Wu Xian's combat prowess was relatively weak, primarily involving mental manipulation. Faced with the combative bald man, she had little hope for a favorable outcome. Zhang Yao seized the moment to ask, what is the purpose of the horror game? Such a game would not appear without reason. There must be a rationale behind the involvement of all humanity. Wu Xian regarded them earnestly. Do you truly wish to know? Everyone nodded, intrigued as to why they were compelled to slaughter one another. Suddenly, Wu Xian stood and spoke with grave seriousness. I will cast an illusion upon you. What you see must not be spoken of, lest your nation faces annihilation. Although this exceeded her authority, she decided to address their curiosity. She formed a circle around them, gathering a white mist in her palm and gently dispersing it into the air. A resonant, jarring sound pierced the atmosphere, irritating and unsettling. Gradually, Wu Xian's voice echoed in their ears. What you witness is a tragedy occurring in another parallel world, a testament to our failures. Remember, all of this is merely an illusion. Once you have seen it, you will understand why I want you to win. As Wu Xian's words faded, Zhang Yao slowly opened his eyes, only to be struck with horror at the scene before him. The entire city was ablaze, littered with corpses, resembling a hell on earth. Is this still Lanxing? How could it have come to this? Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed from above. A colossal, long-haired lion with wings surveyed the area, gathering a ball of raging fire in its mouth before unleashing it upon the buildings. Cries of anguish and despair filled the air. The cacophony of wild beasts grew deafening. It was Zhang Yao's first profound encounter with despair. Chapter 73. The Mecca of Huagua. What you have witnessed is a calamity from another world. Those of you chosen to enter the game are tasked with extinguishing the spark of tragedy that looms over this world. You must endure numerous trials to prevent the impending disaster. Wu Xian's voice rang in Zhang Yao's ears, yet he ignored it, his gaze fixated on the enormous lion. For upon its back stood a man clad in armor, wielding a sword. With a casual swing of his blade, the terrifying sword aura obliterated the surrounding structures. The cries and despair ceased abruptly. Each thought of such a catastrophe potentially unfolding on Lanxing clenched his fists involuntarily. He would not permit such a tragedy to befall the planet he adored. As the vision faded, he noticed tears streaming down the faces of everyone present, evidently moved by the horrific scene. Tang Qingxue wiped her tears and remarked, I never imagined such a fate awaited us. This time, no one dared to intervene, for all were eager to uncover the reason behind Lanxing's descent into hell and the identity of the armored figure. Wu Xian sighed mournfully. We exist on a minuscule planet within the vast universe. Here, neither technology nor strength can avert the impending crisis. Zhang Yao could not contain himself, interrupting, What crisis are you talking about? Wu Xian replied nonchalantly, A colossal meteor shower is set to collide with Lanxing. Everyone gasped in disbelief. A colossal meteor shower? Are you spinning tales? In a year's time, an immense meteor shower will strike Lanxing, and with its current technology, the world will face its end. The arrival of the apocalypse has given rise to mutations among various flora and fauna, transforming them into fearsome beasts. These creatures have taken on human forms, drawing sustenance from humanity to cultivate their powers. As she spoke, Wu Xian's voice trembled with emotion. The Father of all humanity, the very deity who created you, initiated this terrifying game to prevent tragedies from occurring in other realms, allowing you to grow and timely avert the impending calamities. Wang Lei inquired, Other realms? So, you mean you have not succeeded? Wu Xian nodded solemnly. Indeed. In the end, no player managed to reach the conclusion. You're the last realm. Tang Qingxue, her expression laden with complexity, questioned, But wait, wasn't he the previous batch of players already summoned by you? What happened to them? How could there be 20 left? Wu Xian sighed despondently. Because your final trial is to endure the test of the Father of all humanity, and the previous batch perished entirely. It is a sorrowful tale. Those who can pass the final hurdle are exceedingly few. Even if they succeed, they are powerless to prevent tragedy, utterly incapable of standing alone. As time draws near, the tests become increasingly stringent. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Wu Xian looked at everyone and noticed their eyes were filled with profound sadness. Zhang Yao, dragging his cold weapon, spoke softly, Brothers, we have 1 year left. If we wish to protect our homeland, we must strive to become stronger. If we fail, we shall lose our home. These words ignited the fighting spirit within everyone once more. Zhou Monk, standing beside Zhang Yao, declared earnestly, "Yes, let us grow stronger together." Tang Qingxue glanced at Wang Lei, and they both nodded in agreement. Wu Xian was momentarily taken aback by the fervor radiating from the group. Logically, one would expect those who knew the truth to question their existence and hurl curses, wondering why they were brought into this game concerning all humanity. Yet, Zhang Yao and the others did not cast blame. Instead, they accepted the burden upon themselves, observing them heading towards the gates of their nation. Wu Xian could not help but inquire, "Where are you all going?" With the second wave of invasion having lingered for some time, they needed to venture out to find treasures and do everything possible to grow stronger before the third wave arrived. The bewildered spectators, listening to the convoluted dialogue, were left utterly confused. Can anyone tell me what they are talking about? I didn't understand a single word. No way. Zhang Yao and the others just seemed to daze out and then started discussing the destruction of launching. How bizarre. The illusions created by Wu Xian were invisible to them, which only added to their confusion. In this horrifying world, Wu Xian did not accompany them, but instead squatted at the national gates, lost in thought. Zhang Yao led the group down a path they had never traversed before. Continuing on this route, their chances of discovering treasures seemed minuscule. After walking for a while, Wang Lei, out of breath, decided to collapse onto the ground, unwilling to rise. Zhou Monk exhaled wearily. After several battles, even her small frame was struggling. Observing the fatigue of his companions, Zhang Yao spoke up, "Everyone, check your equipment bar. Perhaps it is time to try out that item." Try out? Wang Lei hurriedly opened his equipment bar, discovering a capsule-like object lying within. He suddenly burst into laughter. Yes, I almost forgot about this." Moments later, each of them held a red capsule. Wang Lei glanced at Zhang Yao, grinning. "Let me be the first to try it." He pressed a small button on the capsule. A white mist spread through the air. In the next instant, a 3-meter-tall mech forged from steel materialized. Wow, this is astonishing. What kind of technology is this? How did a mech suddenly appear? The viewers in the live stream were left astounded by the sudden development, some even deeming it absurd. Can you imagine it? Just a moment ago, they were lamenting the fatigue of walking, and now Wang Lei had transformed into a mech. A mech, for heaven's sake. How incredibly cool. At that moment, Zhang Wenyo from a military district in Huagua watched the mech appear on a live stream, unable to hold back tears of joy. They had finally deployed the latest warfare technology developed in their country, the multifunctional strategic mech. He was not merely moved by the fact that the actions of his compatriots showcased Huagua's mech to the world, but by the unwavering support of their motherland, providing guardianship even within the confines of a game. The motherland stands with you. Chapter 74. Platinum Treasure Chest in this horrifying world. Wang Lei's mech was entirely forged from steel, equipped with a massive round shield on its right arm and a large caliber gun on its left. Its shoulders were designed with numerous firing ports, while several power units adorned its back. Clearly, this mech was specially crafted for military purposes. To everyone's astonishment, everyone activated their capsules. After a few flashes of light, they all transformed into mechs. No way. This is too much. Everyone is in a mech. Could these possibly be the latest warfare weapons developed by Huagua? Yes, this is the Guardian mech. Tread carefully with your words. Zhang Yao transformed into a blue mech, wielding a spear in his right hand and a massive caliber gun in his left. Its design was quite similar to Wang Lei's, exuding an air of dominance. Zhou Monk became a mech armed with a long sword, matching her companions. Only Tang Qingxue stood out. Her mech was a green one, with merely 2 gun barrels on her arms, but boasting a cannon mounted on her back that could obliterate anything in its path. They all sat in the cockpit, donning a helmet-like device, controlling the mechs with their thoughts. Wait, we must first understand the terrain. Upon activating the mechs, knowledge of how to maneuver them flooded their minds, a significant breakthrough in Huagua's research. Tang Qingxue released 2 miniature drones from her chest, akin to tiny flies. Go Scouts! The others quickly followed suit, dispatching scouts to survey the surrounding landscape. 30 kilometers ahead, beneath a giant boulder, there lies a golden treasure chest. 50 kilometers to the right, in a small pit, another golden treasure chest awaits. Zhang Yao piloted his mech, hovering in mid-air, announcing to the group, "Now everyone go retrieve the treasure chests. If you encounter danger, signal immediately. We must reconvene at the national gates before the third wave of invasion." Everyone affirmed, "Understood." With that, they dispersed. Zhang Yao headed towards the furthest direction and effortlessly collected a golden treasure chest. A beam of golden light flashed, revealing a long chain in his equipment bar. Dragon binding chain. Legend has it, this was the super chain that bound the 9 dragons to the coffin. Characteristic. Can use thought to bind enemies. Note. For use against spirits and below. A smirk appeared on Zhang Yao's face as he obtained another valuable treasure, but before he could revel in his success, the scouts transmitted new footage. The emergence of this footage sent a jolt through Zhang Yao. A platinum treasure chest. This was the first platinum treasure chest discovered thus far. However, 3 teams had already gathered around it, lured by its allure. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yao activated the power units and charged forward. As the 3 teams of diverse-skinned men brandished their weapons, prepared to engage, they were met with a barrage of cannon fire. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Yao wasted no time, unleashing a wave of firepower, leaving them no opportunity to retaliate. As they witnessed an iron behemoth diving towards them, realizing their prize was slipping away, the 3 teams began to fire back at Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao did not flinch, disregarding the ferocious bullets as he approached the platinum treasure chest. Just as he bent down to retrieve it, a cannonball struck him. Boom! His body was violently propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A Dutchman, gripping a rocket launcher, raised his middle finger at Zhang Yao, expressing the essence of language with a friendly jab. Damn Mecca, didn't your mother teach you about manners? Upon hearing such an insult directed at his mother, Zhang Yao sprang to his feet. The rows of singular holes on his shoulder began to emit a radiant glow. Target locked, fire! Rat-tat-tat! The Dutchman, still reeling from his own provocation, along with his squad, was reduced to a sieve. The other 2 teams, witnessing Zhang Yao's terrifying destructive power, were not deterred. They discarded their submachine guns, engaging in bizarre antics. One trio joined hands, chanting an eerie incantation, while another group sang and danced, their intentions unclear. Foolish Mecca, this formation is a gift from the silver treasure chest. They proclaimed, behold the wrath of the divine. A whirlwind began to rise from beneath Zhang Yao, lifting him into the air. Several foreigners laughed heartily, pointing at Zhang Yao's soaring figure, exclaiming in ecstatic delight, this is the power of the divine. Mecca? Merely a heap of scrap. Ha ha indeed. But as their laughter echoed, a deep rumble resonated. The ground trembled beneath the 3 hand-holding foreigners, and soon they found themselves standing atop a colossal earthen giant's head. What is this? No way. We forgot they're also our enemies. They were so caught up in their triumph over Zhang Yao that they had failed to notice the other team had shifted their focus onto them. This was the earth giant acquired from the first stage's silver treasure chest. Are you prepared for death? They stood hand in hand, gazing down upon the 3 insignificant insects. Such is the world. If one is powerful and ruthless enough, they can obtain whatever they desire. The earth giant raised its foot and stomped down with tremendous force. Boom! The earth shook, and the 3 insects were utterly crushed. Zhang Yao, who had been lifted into the air, watched as the earth giant was about to reach the platinum treasure chest and quickly swallowed a hongi pill, canceling his mecha form and diving headfirst towards the ground. Hurry up! Zhang Yao's heart raced with urgency, but before he could land, he saw the earth giant beginning to crumble. This is... A familiar face stood before the platinum treasure chest, and Zhang Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this guy be here too? Indeed, this man was the white-haired masked man from Inhuagua. Now, at the level of a ghost general, he was evidently drawn here by the allure of the platinum treasure chest. By the time Zhang Yao touched the ground, the earth giant had completely disintegrated into dust, leaving only the white-haired masked man standing before the platinum treasure chest. Good to see you again, Zhang sang. He greeted with a smile, as if they were long-lost friends. Upon seeing the man from Inhuagua, Zhang Yao's anger flared up instantly. He drew his cold gun, ready to engage in a fierce battle with a white-haired masked man. Chapter 75. The Holy Master Zhang sang, the last time I saw you, your strength was evidently that of a ghost general. Why have you now transformed into a red-clad? The white-haired masked man coldly scrutinized Zhang Yao, clearly having sensed something amiss. The rewards of 3 ghost general pills from the event had been exhausted. Now he could only rely on the hongi pill to continue fighting. Haven't you learned how to conceal your cultivation yet? Zhang Yao feigned calmness, his gaze laced with disdain. The white-haired masked man before him had already reached the level of a ghost general, and if he rashly engaged, Zhang Yao would find it difficult to gain the upper hand. The only option was to engage in verbal sparring. As expected, upon hearing this, the white-haired masked man took a slight step back. It seems Zhang Sang's cultivation is now nearing that of a Ghost King. Observing that his opponent had no intention of fighting, Zhang Yao turned to leave, silently sighing in relief. Just then, a surge of black energy rushed towards him. The suddenness of the attack left Zhang Yao no time to react, and he was sent flying. You deceived me. The white-haired masked man's voice turned chillingly cold. He didn't understand why Zhang Yao had become red-clad, but this was undoubtedly the best opportunity to eliminate him. Zhang Yao rolled several times on the ground, looking up to see the white-haired masked man had already appeared before him. He lifted his foot and effortlessly kicked. Boom! Zhang Yao was launched into the air, and the white-haired masked man's fists erupted with a surge of black energy. New grievances and old grudges would be settled today. He raised a fist, ready to strike down upon Zhang Yao in midair. Zhang Yao's eyes widened, and he pointed his index finger, shouting at the masked man, "Binding curse." The binding curse. It can immobilize any cultivation below Ghost General for 3 seconds. In those brief 3 seconds, Zhang Yao drew the dragon binding chain and slammed it onto the white-haired masked man. By the time the masked man realized what was happening, he was already tightly ensnared by the chain. Damn it! He exerted all his strength, attempting to shatter the dragon binding chain, but all his efforts were in vain. Zhang Yao was breathing heavily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a testament to the damage he had sustained from the earlier assault. He crouched low and swiftly charged toward the platinum treasure chest. This was my only chance. Now that his strength was red-clad, he would need the items within the platinum treasure chest to completely eradicate the white-haired masked man. You want to take something? Do you think that is possible? The white-haired masked man's body gradually transformed into black mist, his physical form diminishing. Today I will kill you, Baka. Before long, the restraints of the dragon binding chain were effortlessly broken, and the white-haired masked man revealed a short blade strapped to his waist. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he shot towards Zhang Yao like a cannonball. This time, he was determined to deliver the final blow. Zhang Yao gazed at the nearby platinum treasure chest and inwardly screamed, "Faster, faster!" Whoosh! A fierce wind surged behind him, and Zhang Yao realized the opponent was closing in for the kill. The white-haired masked man raised a short blade, just as he was about to stab Zhang Yao. A tremendous explosion erupted behind Zhang Yao. Boom! The force of the blast sent Zhang Yao flying, but he instinctively clung to the platinum treasure chest. Zhang Yao, are you alright? I am Qing Shui, currently 30 kilometers ahead of you. Don't worry, I've called for others. Tang Qing Shui had been drawn to the battle, and, upon spotting Zhang Yao through her sniper scope, was shocked to see the white-haired masked man overpowering him. She held her breath, focusing on finding a glimmer of hope for Zhang Yao. Just then, the previous cannon blast had sent the white-haired masked man flying. But before her words could finish, the desolate land was filled with the white-haired masked man's anguished scream. Damn it! How dare you interrupt my plans? Cursed, cursed! His mask had been shattered by the cannon, revealing a wrinkled black face, his features twisted in a way that made him resemble a raging specter. He hovered in the air, rapidly charging towards Tang Qing Shui. Calm in the face of danger, Tang Qing Shui maneuvered her mecha, lowering her stance to reveal the cannon mounted on her back. Aim, lock, fire. The cannon's mouth began to shimmer with golden light, unleashing a barrage towards the approaching white-haired masked man. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was ablaze with sparks, igniting the entire expanse in a fiery glow. However, the expression on Tang Qingshue's face bore no trace of joy. Instead, it was filled with profound sorrow. The adversary's speed was simply too swift, rendering the cannons might utterly ineffective against him. In a mere 3 seconds, the aircraft was sent hurtling away by an overwhelming force. Tang Qingxue crashed heavily to the ground. Gazing at the white-haired masked man atop the mecha, his face stern as he emitted a low growl akin to that of a beast. Damn it, I detest interference. Do you have any idea that was my first opportunity to kill him? Now, you must pay the price. Tang Qingxue maneuvered the mecha, aiming the gun at her chest for another barrage. She recalled Zhang Yao's words, never give up until the final moment. The white-haired masked man disregarded the onslaught, raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow to the aircraft. This was perilous. That punch, imbued with tremendous power, was beyond her capacity to withstand. Tang Qingxue slowly closed her eyes, already aware of her impending fate. Yet at that moment, the white-haired masked man let out another cry. She opened her eyes once more, only to see him grasped by a dragon demon towering 3 meters high. A dragon demon? When did it appear? As the white-haired masked man struggled desperately, the dragon demon hurled him away with immense force. Rest assured, this brat must die today. Yes, you. Tang Qingxue heard Zhang Yao's voice and in a daze asked, "You are Zhang Yao?" The dragon demon nodded, indeed. It then swiftly charged at the white-haired masked man. Long before he touched the platinum treasure chest, he had received the reward of becoming the Lord of the Dragon Adventures, with 3 uses of the card. His level was that of a Ghost King, capable of crushing this pathetic citizen of Sakura country with a single hand. The white-haired masked man, clutching a dagger, eyed Zhang Yao warily. "Did you transform into this because you obtained the platinum treasure chest?" Zhang Yao. He was furious. Had he claimed the treasure chest first, it would have been Zhang Yao who faced death, leaving him no chance of survival. Zhang Yao coldly replied, "Shouting is futile. For this time, you are undoubtedly doomed." Chapter 76. The third wave of invasion begins. No way. Zhang Yao has become a lord. I was utterly astonished. That platinum treasure chest reward was indeed the lord. How incredible. Suddenly it ignited. The viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded by Zhang Yao's sudden transformation into the lord. It is known that in Dragon Adventures, the malevolent fire demon is invincible. The white-haired masked man coldly glared at Zhang Yao, shrieking, "Don't think I fear you just because you've suddenly transformed into this monstrosity." As his voice fell, a tremendous force struck his chest, sending him flying. With a mere thought, Zhang Yao activated the rabbit talisman, speed, and as he saw the opponent being flung away, a purple aura erupted from the dragon's claw. Demon Suppression Fist. A single punch at the Ghost King level could cleave mountains and part seas. The white-haired masked man was left dazed and confused, and before he could react, he was met with another onslaught of tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. As the punch descended, the very earth trembled violently. Tang Qingxue, watching Zhang Yao become so formidable, stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to utter a single word. The white-haired masked man's chest was caved in, lying half-conscious on the ground, staring at Zhang Yao in a wretched state. "Shall we continue?" Zhang Yao said coldly, his voice laced with disdain. "At this rate, you lack even the qualification to allow me to kill you. There lies a vast chasm between a ghost general and a ghost king. At this moment, Zhang Yao could crush him with just a finger. Do not underestimate me. I, Yamamoto, have lived this long. How could I possibly lose to a brat like you?" Fire escape, blazing fire. He spat forth a jet of flames, aimed directly at Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao clicked his tongue and replied nonchalantly, "Fire? That is not how it's done. This is how it's done." He opened his mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. The searing dragon flames ignited him, causing him to wail in agony as he struggled on the ground for some time before collapsing. "How are you, Qingxue?" Tang Qingxue swayed the mecha's body and smiled. "I am unscathed." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. What are the enemies from Sakura country? The greatest crisis had been averted. Only Ares, Huale, and the interdimensional organizers remained. With 2 hours left, let us notify the others to assemble. In front of the gates of Huagua, Wang Lei held up a ring and proclaimed, "I just obtained this from a treasure chest. Look." With a thought, it transformed into a towering 3-meter green giant. "Qingxue, prepare the sniper cannon and fire at me." Tang Qingxue responded. "Have you always been this courageous?" Wang Lei nodded affirmatively, and without further ado, she pulled the trigger, firing a shot. Bang! Wang Lei remained unfazed, aside from the spot where he was hit, which emitted a plume of white smoke. He grinned and said, "This ring is called the Green Demon Ring. It enhances all my combat capabilities." His strength had surged dramatically. He was now not only able to endure, but also to fight. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by Wang Lei's transformation. This was reminiscent of the film from Eagle Country. He was like a green giant, tough-skinned and invincible. Who would have thought this chubby Wang Lei had become so powerful? The chat exploded with excitement, and Zhou Monk, grinning, held a row of flying swords. With a thought, the flying swords danced gracefully around her. "What is this?" Zhang Yao asked in astonishment. Zhou Monk smiled sweetly. "These are flying swords. With a thought, they can move at my will." As she spoke, dozens of flying swords soared into the sky, a magnificent sight. Tang Qingxue held a string of grenades, about 20 of them, all adorned with devilish skulls. It was said these were demon bombs. Once thrown, they would create a massive explosion, summoning red-cloaked demon servants. Is it really that cool? Why is it that he has the Lord Experience card, but can only use it 3 times? Everyone turned their gaze toward Zhang Yao, filled with anticipation. Zhang Yao shook his head. I opened a platinum treasure chest. Everyone exclaimed, "It's the Lord from Dragon Adventures." The girls were relatively unfazed. But Wang Lei jumped up in excitement. What? The Lord. He grabbed Zhang Yao's collar and shouted, "Is it the one who can use 12 talismans to summon the Shadow Legion?" Zhang Yao nodded, and Wang Lei was utterly overwhelmed. He wailed, "Why don't I have such good luck? I want to be the Lord too. I don't want to be the green giant, Wah." Zhang Yao sighed deeply. Such is life. The more one envies others, the more others envy you. Tang Qingxue chided Wang Lei, "Stop whining. The third wave of invasion has arrived." Indeed, the countdown had officially concluded. The sky transformed into a chaotic expanse, and before them loomed a vast, ominous mass suspended in midair. The viewers in a live stream erupted in frenzy. Is that a lion? No, it's a flying lion. How many could there be? Goodness, it's densely packed. There must be over 2,000 of them. In the terrifying world, everyone here was left speechless. These winged lions were none other than the demons previously shown to them by Wuxin. Every thought of the city being destroyed by these creatures ignited a fierce anger within them. The third wave of invasion officially begins. As the prompt echoed in their minds, everyone stood in a line. Wang Lei's ring shimmered with green light, instantly transforming him into a green giant. Tang Qingxue wielded the Shijin 30, while Zhou Monk was surrounded by dozens of flying swords, firmly grasping the sword of the war god, both prepared for the imminent confrontation. Zhang Yao, standing resolutely at the center, proclaimed with righteous fervor, "Brothers and sisters, the moment to showcase your strength has arrived." The collective response echoed, "Yes." Chapter 77. The disc war. Thousands of winged lions surged forth, a dense mass resembling an overwhelming army. This signified the commencement of the third wave of invasion. The lions roared towards the heavens, unleashing torrents of flames in an attempt to incinerate everyone. Zhang Yao led the charge, activating the Saint Lore Experience card, shouting, "Shadow Legion." Instantly, a swarm of black-clad ninjas materialized before them, inhaling deeply as they unitedly proclaimed, "Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet." A colossal water dragon roared skyward, surging forth against the oncoming flames. Boom! The earth trembled violently as the flames collided with the surging waves, transforming into steam and vanishing. Zhang Yao bellowed, "Let the battle commence." Tang Qingxue stood at the national gate, positioning the Shijin 30 and unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, each shot accurately piercing the skulls of the lions. Zhang Yao, gripping his cold gun, dashed forward, executing a flamboyant technique. The overlord spear technique sweeps across 1,000 armies. Terrifying purple energy crackled with lightning as he infused his spear technique with the power of thunder. Several ghostly spear auras obliterated the majority of the lions. Wang Lei charged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the lion horde. Zhou Monk wielded the sword of the war god, skillfully dispatching several lions with the flying swords. The group fought in a coordinated manner, with no one retreating an inch. Wu Xen seemed to glimpse the future of this world, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Indeed, the individuals I have chosen are poised to become the most promising seeds of hope. Everyone stand back. Wu Xen sprinted forward, witnessing the lions decimated by half, and clapped her hand against the ground. Heart-piercing, earth-binding kill. Rumbling. The barren land, previously devoid of substance, trembled violently once more. In an instant, confusion reigned as green vines erupted from the ground, swiftly piercing through the bodies of the lions. Within 3 minutes, every lion was captured and taken away. Tang Qingxue exclaimed, "Is this the power of the organizers?" Zhou Monk responded, "Her strength is formidable." Wang Lei added, "We could have acted sooner." Zhang Yao cast a deep glance at Wu Xen. With a mere flick of her hand, she effortlessly resolved an entire wave of invasion. In the third wave of invasion, only 2 countries remain in existence. The next phase is a life-and-death struggle. You will engage in a chaotic battle against the ancient Greek realm. Whoever prevails will emerge as the victor of this game. Boom! A massive disc suddenly descended at the designated time. The arena is set. Players must arrive within 1 hour. Failure to arrive will result in a death penalty. Zhang Yao remarked in astonishment. That last wave of attacks managed to clear all the national gates. Wu Xen explained, Not everyone possesses our level of strength. She narrowed her eyes, speaking with caution. Remember, this will be a chaotic battle. Neither I nor the organizer from ancient Greece can intervene. You must dispatch the opposition swiftly. Understood. The imposing figure of the bald man was no benign character. If he were to act covertly, it would spell disaster. It would be best to engage immediately upon meeting. Zhang Yao nodded, leading everyone towards the central disk. At that moment, Hualier and Ares eagerly watched the bald man. Ares remarked, I never expected we would face them in battle so soon. Hualier laughed proudly. They would never anticipate that our power has grown even more terrifying. Indeed, upon the bald man's arrival, they had obliterated countless players and seized numerous treasures, successfully unlocking 2 platinum chests. In comparison, they felt confident that victory in this decisive battle would be theirs. As they reached the central disk, the bald man caught sight of Wu Xin, gritting his teeth in rage. Wu Xin, prepare to witness the might of our ancient Greek gods. We shall reduce your favored players to dust. If you see your players being crushed beneath us, I wonder if you'll lose control. Wang Lei chuckled ominously. I can't speak for others, but if it were me, I would surely weep in fury, considering the deities you so ardently champion have perished twice at my hands. The bald man sneered. Ares clenched his fists, pointing angrily at Wang Lei. Damn you, Chinese fatso, I will tear your mouth apart. Wang Lei narrowed his eyes, coldly retorting, just you try. Even before the battle commenced, both sides exuded an air of tension. As they stood upon the disk, the clash had already begun. Wu Xin and the bald man were unable to participate, forced to observe quietly from the periphery. Hualier brandished a pair of gleaming new weapons, dual daggers crackling with lightning, while her shadow morphed into a colossal, enraged bear. Towering and shimmering with electrical energy, she emanated an extraordinary presence that instilled a profound sense of pressure. Zhang Yao stood beside Zhou Monk, softly inquiring, Who is your opponent? Zhou Monk pointed to Ares not far away him. Zhang Yao nodded and instructed Wang Lei. You protect her. I'll handle that woman. Wang Lei nodded in agreement, while Tang Qingxue readied the Shijin 30 for fire support. Ares, spotting a girl standing before him, expressed disappointment. I expected my opponent to be Zhang Yao, but after I eliminate you, I can still destroy him. Zhou Monk chuckled. You've boasted like this more than once, it seems. Damn it. Ares' expression shifted as he swung the newly acquired scythe with ferocity, igniting the battle. Zhou Monk wielded the sword of the war god, striking fiercely. Clang. This time, however, Zhou Monk underestimated the weight of Ares' blade. The moment their weapons met, an overwhelming force sent her flying backward. Zhou Monk! Ares, with a menacing expression, shouted die. He swung the scythe, intent on claiming Zhou Monk's life. At that critical moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Get down. Block. Both Tang Qingxue and Wang Lei acted simultaneously. Zhou Monk ducked just in time, while the green giant Wang Lei lunged forward. He steadied his shield to absorb the blow, while the miscalculated Ares was sent flying by Tang Qingxue's cannon fire. Bang! 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 Ares collapsed to the ground, half of his body obliterated, yet a cruel smile twisted upon his face. Ha! Excellent. It's time to make my move. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others stiffened. None understood the implications of the madman's words, yet an ominous premonition loomed over them. Chapter 78. One righteous, one evil. This scythe was obtained from a platinum chest. With it, I shall be invincible. As the last words fell, the black scythe that had been flung away erupted with an otherworldly brilliance. Ugh! His body expanded rapidly, transforming into a towering 5-meter-tall werewolf, ensnared by a dark, malevolent aura that appeared exceedingly sinister. Tang Qingxue activated her scope, firing without hesitation. Boom! Ares did not even flinch as the shell struck him. Tang Qingxue gasped in disbelief. No way. This run can be deemed the most powerful strike, failing even to pierce the flesh of the adversary. The werewolf, Yelei, wore a cold smirk as he grasped the air with one hand, conjuring a black mist that transformed into a scythe of darkness. Now it is my turn. Let's deal with you first, foul woman. A fierce wind swept through as Yelei unleashed a black slash, hurtling towards Tang Qingxue. Paralyzed by fear, Tang Qingxue could only stare wide-eyed at the impending attack. Suddenly, Wang Lei leaped forward, exclaiming, I'll block it. He raised his shield, summoning all his strength to collide with the strike. With a thunderous roar, Wang Lei was sent flying by the immense force of the slash, his body along with his shield, cleaved in two. No! Wang Lei, Tang Qingxue, and Zhou Monk screamed in desperation. Wang Lei lay there, gasping, his life signs rapidly dwindling. You must survive. Zhang Yao, engaged in a fierce battle with Hua Lei Air, could no longer maintain his composure upon witnessing this scene. Damn it! He activated the third Holy Master experience card, transforming into the Holy Master, and bellowed, Shadow Legion. Rows of black-clad ninjas emerged from the ground, divided into two factions, one half to confront Yelei Si, the other surrounding the critically wounded Wang Lei. The shadow ninjas radiated a green glow as they began to cast healing spells to prolong his life. Outside the circle, the bald man beamed with a victorious grin, taunting Si, I told you your people would never win. Off you go to hell, to face your punishment. Unperturbed, Wu Xian reminded, take a good look at Zhang Yao's current level. The bald man focused, realizing that Zhang Yao, now transformed into the Holy Master, had attained the level of a Ghost King, while the once formidable Yelei Si was merely at the peak of a Ghost General. As for Hua Lei Air, she was barely a Ghost General. Get out of my way. Zhang Yao, with bloodshot eyes, growled menacingly. Tiger Talisman spell. A beam of black light shot from Zhang Yao, splitting him into two. The shadowy version of Zhang Yao, draped in darkness, exuded an aura of violence that could instill terror with a mere glance. Yelei Si furrowed his brows, feeling the murderous intent emitted by his opponent, his legs trembling involuntarily. You dare commit such atrocities against my comrade? Are you prepared to face the depths of hell? With that, his form suddenly vanished. In the next moment, a searing pain erupted from his abdomen. Before he could react, Zhang Yao reappeared, and a series of ominous cracks echoed from his body. With each punch, Zhang Yao poured every ounce of his strength into the assault, intent on bringing his foe to ruin. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Yelei Si knelt, collapsing onto the ground. Zhang Yao stood on his back, whispering coldly, the gates of hell have been opened for you. It is time for your journey. He conjured a ball of dark red flame while the Shadow Legion continued their incantations below. Dragon Flame, with a resounding explosion. The Holy Master's dragon words fused with the Shadow Legion's fire technique. Yelei Si had no strength left to retaliate, perishing completely in the inferno. A Ghost General at the peak, facing an evil Zhang Yao split by the Tiger Talisman, was simply not on the same level. The disparity was akin to that between heaven and earth. The bald man, witnessing Yelei Si's tragic end, could not help but scream, Yelei Si no. Wu Xian pointed toward another battle nearing its conclusion, reminding, look, the other one is almost finished too. The other Zhang Yao spoke softly, having already rendered Hua Lei Air's limbs useless. I apologize, but since you nearly killed my friend, I'm left with no choice but to enact a measure of punishment. Hua Lei Air lay on the ground in a daze, overwhelmed by pain. In the brief moment Yelei Si was being struck, she could hardly fathom that this Zhang Yao had, in the blink of an eye, obliterated her Thunder Shadow Bear and shattered her limbs within a mere second. All of this transpired in an instant. Tang Qingxue and Zhou Monk were left in shock. Even the near-lifeless Wang Lei stared in disbelief. They had no understanding of what had just unfolded. Suddenly, Zhang Yao had split into two, unleashing a brutal assault that pinned the opponent to the ground in a terrifying display. The dark Zhang Yao rushed over, coldly reproaching. Did you not see the state Wang Lei is in? Why did you not finish her off? Avenge Wang Lei. The white Zhang Yao shrugged. She has received her due punishment. I believe murder is a crime. You. The dark Zhang Yao trembled with rage, his eyes sparking with electricity as he unleashed a blast towards Hua Lei Air. With a crackle, she was obliterated. This scene left the onlookers bewildered. What am I witnessing? Two Zhang Yaos are arguing? According to the lore of the Jackie Chan adventures, the power of the Tiger Talisman is one of balance. One good, one evil. Indeed, the dark version represented malevolence. Was the white one not a symbol of virtue? It was a miracle that the benevolent Zhang Yao was driven to such a point that he shattered her limbs. The two Zhang Yaos began to argue vehemently. How can you kill her? She has received her rightful punishment. If we do not kill her, shall we keep her for the new year? Wang Lei, observing their fierce dispute, weakly raised his hand. Brothers, could you perhaps cease the quarrel for a moment? I believe I can still be saved. Both Zhang Yaos replied in unison, no. The bald man, watching this absurd scene, found himself at a loss for words. Wu Xian wore a smile, calmly stating, Are you prepared for the punishment of hell? Furious, the bald man clenched his fists, coldly declaring, Since I am destined for hell, I might as well take you all with me. Is that too much to ask? Wu Xian's smile vanished, replaced by sheer terror as he gazed at the bald man. What do you intend to do? Chapter 79. A familiar new instance. What do I intend to do? The bald man's face twisted in rage, his fists radiating a formidable force. Today, I shall eliminate you all, leaving none behind. With that, he leaped into the air, his fist crashing down towards Tang Qingxue and Zhou Monk. Both Zhang Yao sprang into action, bracing themselves to absorb the impact. With a thunderous crash, they fell heavily to the ground, their chests punctured. Zhang Yao, no way. Tang Qingxue and Zhou Monk gasped in horror, recognizing that Zhang Yao, now at the level of the Ghost King, could not withstand a single punch from the opponent. Zhang Yao dispelled the tiger talisman, and the two merged into one. With the horse talisman, a radiant green light swiftly mended their wounds, but the bald man had already leaped onto the platform, coldly advancing towards Tang Qingxue. Zhang Yao, is it? Just because your companions were tormented, you've succumbed to a berserk state, have you? If I kill them all now, do you think you can unleash your rage and defeat me? An evil grin spread across his face, already plotting his revenge on Zhang Yao. Yelei Si and Hualei Air were players he had painstakingly nurtured. It was unthinkable for them to fall at his hands, fueling his fury. He raised his fists, preparing to strike Tang Qingxue, only to be ensnared by two vines. You are violating the rules. Jate, disregarding Wu Xian's warnings, exerted a gentle force, shattering the vines, binding him. The power of his fists surged to unprecedented levels as they descended upon Tang Qingxue. Zhang Yao watched helplessly as the tragedy unfolded, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. Tang Qingxue slowly closed her eyes as if resigned to her fate. At that moment, a radiant golden light appeared before Tang Qingxue, and no matter how hard Zate exerted himself, he could not advance even an inch. His face revealed a look of terror as he exclaimed, "My father, you." His voice trembled, and before he could finish his sentence, he was flung away by the divine light, crashing heavily to the ground. A vast and distant voice resonated, proclaiming, "My child Zate, you have violated my decrees and shall now be sentenced to 200 days in the eternal hell." Upon hearing the punishment, Zate trembled and knelt, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. "Forgive me, my father, have mercy. The eternal hell stretches seconds into years. You cannot be so cruel." Unfortunately, no matter what he pleaded, the divine light remained indifferent. Soon, a black void illuminated beneath Zate's feet, and he plummeted downwards, consumed by regret, vanishing entirely. With Zate's disappearance, the divine light also dissipated. Wuxin gazed at Zhang Yao and the others, a smile gracing his face. "In you, I see the hope of Huagua and the hope of launching. You must strive to endure until the very end." Just as Zhang Yao was about to speak, a blinding white light erupted before him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a world of white. Wang Lei's injuries had healed, and a notification echoed in their minds. "Congratulations on clearing the level. You may choose one of the following items: Fire Cloud, Evil God Usage Card 3, Ghost General Strength, Thunder Technique, Max Level. Demon Suppressing Fist, Max Level. Overlord Spear Technique, Max Level. I choose Thunder Technique. Reward dispatched. Please check." A humming sound enveloped Zhang Yao as he felt the Thunder Technique surge within him, now immensely powerful, reaching the level of a ghost general. If he were to encounter those grotesque beings from Yinghua country again, he was confident of victory. "What rewards did you all choose?" Zhang Yao inquired. Tang Qingxue pointed to her black bodysuit and declared, "I chose the illusory battle garb." As she spoke, her figure and presence gradually faded from sight, seemingly standing before them but utterly undetectable. "I chose a shield." Wang Lei revealed a shield in his hand, grander than the one that had been destroyed, intricately carved with a Xuanwu, appearing almost alive. It could transform into a Xuanwu at his command and withstand the full force of 3 strikes from the Ghost King. Zhou Monk did not produce any item, but mysteriously smiled. "I chose a skill. You will know in due time." Watching his companions grow stronger filled Zhang Yao with a sense of comfort. He remembered when they first entered this world, trembling in fear, paralyzed by the sight of monsters. Now, each had become formidable masters capable of standing on their own, and how could he not be pleased? As Zhang Yao and his team celebrated their victory, a frenzy erupted online. Zhang Yao's team wins. All members are villains. The indomitable team is undoubtedly Huagua's #1. Yet, other regions of Huagua were engulfed in fog, leading to countless casualties. While Zhang Yao's team triumphed, many players faced defeat within the game, triggering punishment mechanisms. Online, netizens mourned. In a single night, 12 cities vanished, with the death toll exceeding 30 million. This is terrifying. Our lives rest in the hands of players. I fear that one day, when we fall asleep, we may never awaken again. Instead of wallowing in despair, it would be better to encourage others online. They should not be disheartened. Victory will surely belong to them. A cheerleading post was shared, and within an hour, over 1 billion people left messages of support. Though everyone knew it was a futile effort, at least they could stand united with the players. In a horror world, Zhang Yao and his companions had barely rested when another notification echoed in their minds. New map matching completed. Transmitting. A beam of white light pierced Zhang Yao's eyes, and when he opened them, he was taken aback by the scene before him. This place, wasn't it where he had once been the Grim Reaper? Here, he had first aimed to eliminate all players. It was also where he met Zhou Mok. The Battle Royale mode officially begins. Players must locate their nation's escape door within the map, as well as find the necessary engine and fuel to escape within 12 hours. Failure to escape will trigger the punishment mechanism. All players will perish, and a region of the nation will be shrouded in fog before they could acclimate to their surroundings. A shrill roar startled them. A demon with a green face and razor-sharp fangs, composed entirely of skulls, emerged. Clutching a wolf-tooth club, it glared with lifeless eyes, surrounded by a swirling black aura. Living beings, I am so hungry. I want to devour you all. The demon was puzzled as to why these individuals did not flee. Moreover, why was that fat one still laughing? I am a demon, a truly fearsome creature. Could you at least pretend to run? Chapter 80. Weeping Hey Fatso, what are you laughing at? Come here. The demon pointed at Wang Lei, furiously bellowing. Did your parents never teach you to stay away from monsters? Now, I give you a chance to escape. If you can flee in 10 seconds, I will spare your life. Wang Lei stepped forward, his eyes filled with disdain. What if I don't run? The demon howled in rage. If you don't run, it means you look down on me. I will rip your insides out and torture you to death. His threats were terrifying, as if he were about to enact a truly painful punishment. However, Wang Lei burst into laughter. You would make a great comedian. The demon, gripping his wolf-tooth club, was rendered speechless with rage. Have you considered that with a single swing, you could be reduced to ashes, dying right here? Once dead, there is no saving you. Do you understand? After explaining his terrifying prowess to the players, he issued another challenge to Wang Lei. You have 10 seconds to run. Yet Wang Lei remained rooted in place, his expression one of contempt. And what if I still don't run? The demon, having taken over this dungeon, had killed countless players. It was his first encounter with someone as stubborn as Wang Lei. The viewers in the live stream were amused, laughing heartily. This demon was so ridiculous. He failed to understand why they were not afraid. Watching other streams terrified them, yet they found themselves laughing hysterically at Zhang Yao and his companions. It was far more enjoyable to watch them. Others were either being chased or brutally slaughtered. Too gruesome. In the horror world, the demon raised a finger, pointing at Wang Lei's nose. Fatty, I ask you one last time. Will you run? Wang Lei obstinately shook his head. No. Oh no. Wang Lei's smile gradually faded, his expression hardening as he coldly uttered, I forgot to mention, I detest being called fatty. Now I offer you a chance. Run within 10 seconds, or else. He activated his ring, and his entire body suddenly swelled, transforming him into a hulking green giant. The demon was left dumbfounded. How could this person's aura change so completely? You. Wang Lei pointed at the demon, unleashing a chilling roar. Will you run? The demon, paralyzed by fear, nodded frantically. I will run, of course. He hastily fled, but after just 2 steps, he turned back with a mocking grin. Did you think I couldn't fly? What does it matter if you curse me? You fatso. What do you do to me? He hovered in midair, sensuously twisting his body, living like a typical keyboard warrior. However, Wang Lei did not pursue. Instead, he directed his gaze toward Tang Qingxue, who had already set up the Shigager 30. Tang Qingxue gave a thumbs up and shouted, Hit me in the middle. The demon continued to boast, but before he could react, he saw a white aurora rushing towards him. He emitted a piercing scream, only to be violently slammed back to the ground. What is going on? Weren't you here to chase me? Ouch, it hurts so much. My bones feel like they're shattering. His body, composed of bones, was instantly blown apart, leaving only a green-faced, tusked head that continued to complain incessantly. Wang Lei picked up his head and coldly inquired, Aren't you supposed to be able to fly? Try flying again. The demon whimpered twice and lamented, Brother, you're being truly unfair. You're cheating. In his view, everyone was here to play, and they must adhere to the rules of the game. Which player was not terrified by his horrific appearance and fleeing in all directions? Why did he happen to encounter this group of humans who refused to play by the rules? Wang Lei's anger intensified. You have fallen into my hands, and you still dare to ramble on. As Wang Lei was about to end his life, the demon was frightened into pleading for mercy. Big brother, at least I am one of you. The game has just begun. How can you eliminate me now? You are slapping the organizers in the face. Don't you fear they will take you down too? We are all here to play. Can't we leave some room for each other? Wang Lei. The fact that this creature knew to leave some room for others instantly amused him. Zhang Yao's timely voice interrupted. There's a path before you. Tell me, how many are there in this forest? Where's the entrance to Huagua? The demon sobbed. That's against the rules of the game. I cannot say. I have professional ethics. Do I look like a demon who would betray my brothers to save my own life? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yao replied. In that case, let us end it. Wang Lei chuckled. All right then. Sensing the sudden surge of murderous intent from Wang Lei, the demon quickly reversed his stance. Wait. You see, I'm precisely the type who would betray my brothers to save my life. Big brother, I will tell you everything if you let me go. And I promise good fortune along your way. Or I could perform a stand-up comedy for you. Everyone in the live stream. Wang Lei opened his mouth. You can even do stand-up? The demon chuckled. Of course, I have a great relationship with the ghosts of Huagua. They love telling me jokes. Zhang Yao retorted impatiently. Let's get back on track. The demon nodded repeatedly. All right, listen closely. The miasma will appear in this forest in 2 hours. You need to find the glowing spots. That's where the gas masks are. Once you inhale the miasma, you will become a mindless zombie, attacking anyone in sight, extremely ferocious. Additionally, my 11 demon brothers are in the forest. When the time comes, I will report my brother Agui's name, and they will definitely show you some respect. Also, the generators and fuel you need are all in the forest. It's up to your luck to find them. As for your entrance to Huagua, just turn right and walk straight to the end. He rambled on, making the listeners feel a bit uneasy. So, can you let me go now? Zhang Yao grinned coldly. What do you think? Agua, you people don't keep your word. Wang Lei squinted. Say one more word, and I'll crush your head. Agua woo-woo. He cried even louder. Chapter 81. Gathering followers with Agua's guidance, Zhang Yao and the others quickly reached the entrance to Huagua. However, this passage was an indestructible electronic gate, with a socket for a generator below, indicating that they would need to find a generator to unlock the escape door. The miasma was about to emerge, so everyone hurried to find suitable gas masks in the forest before slowly searching for the generator. If danger arose, they were to communicate immediately. As the team leader, Zhang Yao issued the task first, and everyone nodded in compliance, promptly dispersing. Instead of searching the forest, Zhang Yao sought to understand if there were any escape routes from other countries nearby. He soon discovered a significant clue. 3 individuals from Huzhou, armed with guns, dragged a woman of European descent into the bushes. Bastards, damn it. This is a game. If you dare to commit any illegal acts against me, you will face divine retribution. My teammates will come for you. The woman's curses were immediately met with 2 slaps. The 3 Huzhou men grinned coldly, their eyes fixated on the woman's various body parts, as her pants gradually slipped away, seemingly ready to unleash their desires. Zhang Yao concealed himself nearby, watching calmly. His calmness stemmed from Agua's earlier warning. That woman was his good brother, Pai Mo, skilled at skinning and fond of disguising herself as a frail human to elicit sympathy from other players. She would, once trust was gained, ruthlessly strip her victims of their skins. Today, these Huzhou men were about to suffer. The woman lying on the ground began to ooze blood, her expression becoming extremely rigid as she broke into a chilling grin. Since you were so straightforward, I shall reciprocate. The 3 Huzhou men? They were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. One would tremble at the sight of a blood-soaked woman standing before them while laughing maniacally. One relatively composed fellow quickly grabbed his gun and fired at the woman in a frenzy. Rat-a-tat-tat. A burst of bullets was unleashed, yet the woman stood her ground, only gaining a series of bullet holes on her body. Damn it, this woman is still alive. We've hit a hard nut. Without wasting any more words, they dashed off without even grabbing their clothes. The woman smiled, tearing her skin to transform into a bloodied demon, crafting a pair of wings from her own blood and swiftly charging forward. You all cannot die too quickly. I warned you. You will face divine retribution. She controlled the blood in her hands, transforming it into 3 strikes that brutally severed the legs of the Huzhou man. Ah, it hurts! The legless Huzhou man fell to the ground, emitting piercing cries. However, driven by a fierce will to survive, they did not lose consciousness. Instead, they clawed at the ground, desperately trying to escape. The woman hovered in midair, coldly whispering, "Are you ready to endure torment?" The several Huzhou men, despite their agony, were not rendered unconscious and were slowly skinned alive. The demon did not disguise herself as them, for she disdainfully refused to wear their skins. Watching them on the brink of death, she mocked them with a chilling laugh. "With your kind, you should slowly relish your demise." After saying this, she turned to leave, but a voice called out to her, "Stop!" Zhang Yao emerged from the bushes, calling out to the demon. He held Agua's head in his hand, greeting her. "Hello, Paimo." Paimo squinted her eyes, warily observing Agua. "How did you end up in the player's hands?" What surprised her even more was that she could not sense the opponent's aura, and witnessing her brutal methods, they remained so calm, indicating that they were not to be trifled with. Agua sighed. "Sister, you have no idea. At the inception of this game, I encountered them, and after receiving a flurry of punches and kicks, I became obedient. Now, heed my counsel. Follow the elder brother, and you shall feast. After all, we can utilize Agua to recruit some, and this game will progress more smoothly. We might even harness their strength to assault the Sakura nation." As a person of Huagua, imbued with a deep-seated ethnic animosity, the Sakura people shall always be our foremost adversaries. Conversely, the Sakura populace regards us as thorns in their flesh, maintaining a hostile stance against us. Paimo, coldly observing Agua, retorted sharply, "Have you lost your mind? Do you not realize that our demons exist to execute the players here? Now you expect me to follow the commands of a mere player? Do you think that is feasible?" Agua remained silent, for Zhang Yao had already taken action. A powerful bolt of lightning surged behind Paimo. With a roar, Paimo was caught off guard and was hurled into the earth, creating a small crater beneath her. The might of the lightning spell surged and coursed through her, causing her body to convulse. Agua coolly inquired, "Do you find it feasible now? Our elder brother has decreed, those who obey shall not be harmed. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise." Zhang Yao remarked. He has not uttered a word throughout, yet this fellow has immersed himself in the role of Air Guzi, struggling to rise from the earth. Paimo looked at Zhang Yao with terror in her eyes and stammered, "I am willing to comply as long as you refrain from shocking me. Anything is negotiable. Yoshi, a compliant demon, brings great rewards." Agua imitated the accent of the Sakura people and erupted in laughter, only to be playfully smacked on the head by Zhang Yao, prompting him to cease. Zhang Yao, noting the fellow's newfound awareness, nodded and asked, "Can you transform to resemble Agua?" "Following behind me, I find that rather disconcerting." Paimo nodded and morphed into a grotesque, bloodied mask, now nestled at Zhang Yao's waist. Agua, seeing his elder brother gain a new subordinate, jested, "I was the first to enter, so you must call me second brother." Paimo responded in disbelief. "We are all subordinates, and you dare to aspire to be second." Zhang Yao, equally bewildered by this demon's audacity, remarked, "He has rendered me speechless." Chapter 82. Paimo questions life. Paimo, having known you for so long, I still do not discern your gender. Do you prefer men or women? Do you think any other demon possesses half my charm? What do you think the idiom for a toad and a frog is? Agua cheerfully engaged Paimo in conversation, but she resolutely ignored him. He continued to self-interrogate and answer, "Of course, it's the ugly ones who play." "Ha." Paimo, Zhang Yao, unable to contain his irritation, barked, "I believe you have consumed too much dung. You foolish mutt. If you continue, I shall crush your head." Agua, instantly cowed, refrained from further provocation. At that moment, Zhang Yao had scoured the forest for quite a while, having stumbled upon a few corpses but nothing else of significance. Nevertheless, he patiently continued his search. Suddenly, a glimmer of gold emerged from a nearby thicket, indicating the presence of something valuable. Zhang Yao hastily moved towards it, only to be drawn in by a cacophony of frenzied shouts. Several individuals clad in combat gear from the Kimchi Nation were sprinting towards Zhang Yao, shouting, "Get out of the way, you bastard!" Zhang Yao observed them, noticing they were clutching a generator and wearing gas masks, indicating they had also found considerable loot in the woods. Notably, behind them was a demon with the head of a tiger and the body of a man. relentlessly pursuing them. Zhang Yao did not yield, but instead spread his arms to block their path. Halt! The four individuals from the Kimchi nation were taken aback, exclaiming, "You fool, do you not see the beast behind us? Move aside, you lunatic. We do not wish to die." As the demon closed in, they brandished their firearms, preparing to confront Zhang Yao. With a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes, Zhang Yao calmly stated, "Drop your belongings, and you may leave." He had always felt indifferent towards the Kimchi people, as they shamelessly appropriated elements of Huagua's history as their own. Upon hearing Zhang Yao's demand to seize their possessions, the group erupted in laughter. "You truly seek death. You ignorant mutt. Open fire. There is no time to waste." A barrage of gunfire erupted in the forest. Yet Zhang Yao deftly evaded their shots, which failed to find their mark. Agua, incensed, shouted, "How dare you ruffians take action? My elder brother offered you mercy by allowing you to leave, yet you remain oblivious." Agua leapt from Zhang Yao's waist, his visage transforming into that of a 3-meter-tall skeletal demon, exuding a dark aura. The sight of this new demon rendered the Kimchi individuals paralyzed with fear. Agua's hands crashed down upon them. Boom! 2 of the Kimchi individuals were instantly dispatched, while the remaining 2 collapsed to the ground, their hearts filled with dread. Zhang Yao stood before them, enunciating each word. "Now, drop your belongings, and you may depart." He was not a mindless killer. As long as the adversaries recognized their situation, they could still grasp at a chance for survival. The 2 Kimchi individuals relinquished the generator and gas masks, turning to flee, only to be intercepted by the approaching tiger demon. "Agua, what is the meaning of this? These individuals are my targets." The tiger demon bared its fangs, glaring menacingly at Agua. With Zhang Yao's backing, Agua, emboldened, retorted, "Well, tiger demon, did you not see that I am in the midst of my business?" The tiger demon, taken aback, questioned, "Why has Agua become so brazen? Previously, he was always subservient before me, yet now he speaks with such defiance?" Agua, shaking with indignation, stated, "Do not accuse me of bullying. While I am in a good mood, be swift and depart." "Agua, I perceive you have grown bold from lack of discipline. Dare you speak to me thus?" The tiger demon brandished its large cleaver, preparing to strike Agua down. With a thud, Agua knelt before Zhang Yao, crying, "Elder brother, he is bullying me." The tiger demon, realizing the dynamics, directed its ire toward Zhang Yao, coldly murmuring, "Player, you wish to support Agua? Do you know who I am? I am the most formidable general who in this realm." Zhang Yao paid him no mind and addressed the trembling Kimchi individuals, "Drop your belongings and leave." The Kimchi individuals, bewildered, responded, "At this moment, they are preparing to slay you, and you still think of letting us go?" Thus, they removed their gas masks, abandoned the generator, and fled. The tiger demon felt a deep sense of humiliation. When did players become so audacious as to challenge even him? "I see you truly seek death." It raised its cleaver, aiming to strike Zhang Yao, only to hear, "Today, I am in a good mood and do not wish to harm you. If you know what is wise, become my subordinate. Assist me in clearing this level, where you shall face utter destruction." The tiger demon. How could the mightiest be looked down upon by a mere human player? Infuriated, it charged at Zhang Yao, wielding its cleaver. "Your strength may be at the pinnacle of the red robe, but my lightning magic can obliterate even the ghost generals. Thus, allow me to impart a lesson upon you." With a crackle, Zhang Yao summoned forth a tempest of lightning in his hand. Egu, witnessing the tormentor of his past about to face retribution, joyfully danced and shouted, "Brother, you are magnificent. Teach him a lesson. Human, perish." The heavy blade had barely been raised when a bolt of wild lightning struck his body. The anguished cries of Humo echoed as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain, rendered powerless against the vicious current coursing through him. What a formidable lightning strike! "I cannot endure it any longer. I was wrong. Is that not enough? Help me, Egu, plead for my life." Humo, questioning his existence, feared that if this relentless lightning were not subdued, he might truly kneel here in defeat. Egu replied nonchalantly, "Brother, this fellow's bones are the hardest. I suggest we administer another shock." "Humo, what? I'm already begging for mercy. Are you deaf? Are you doing this on purpose?" Humo was on the brink of despair, lamenting the misfortune of encountering such a ruthless individual. Chapter 83. A heart unclouded by women, the sword drawn naturally divine. "Brother." Humo scrambled to his feet, clasping his hands in a bow, earnestly declaring, to call you brother once is to uphold that bond for a lifetime. I, Huemo, am willing to sacrifice everything for you. Leading by example, unwavering in loyalty, Zhang Yao remarked. This fellow speaks as if he is a sow donning a brassiere. An endless stream of nonsense. All right, stand up. Cease your prattle. Zhang Yao's tone was dismissive as Huemo complied. However, Egu was unwilling to let it rest, sneering, shouldn't you also pay homage to me as your second brother? The previously silent Pai Mo chimed in, I am the third brother. Huemo trembled with rage upon hearing this. How could a top-tier demon stoop to bow before these two clowns? Despite the countless grievances in his heart, he reluctantly bent his body and addressed Egu and Pai Mo. I pay my respect to the second and third brothers. Egu chuckled, rise, little fourth brother. In the past, among the demons, Egu held the most humble status, often commanded by others, never imagining that after acknowledging Zhang Yao as his elder brother, his posture would straighten. Huemo, do you know where the escape route to Inghuagua is? Huemo was momentarily taken aback by the question. What is Inghuagua? Zhang Yao pondered for a moment. It is a nation of short-statured individuals who incessantly utter baka. Huemo somewhat understood and nodded. I noticed the sword demon heading there earlier. Egu gasped. To be targeted by such a madman, the outcome is bound to be tragic. Zhang Yao, is this sword demon truly formidable? Egu replied. Formidable is an understatement. He is incredibly powerful. The sword demon is the strongest among our kind, and anyone marked by him is destined for death. Hearing such promising news, Zhang Yao immediately instructed Huemo, take me to the escape route to Inghuagua. I wish to see how the people of Inghuagua contend with the sword demon. Huemo nodded, seizing his weapon and sprinting forward. Zhang Yao closely followed him, and upon traversing a dense forest, they beheld a demon entirely clad in crimson. Wielding a heavy sword, he possessed a pair of bony wings, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust. It was evidently the sword demon. In front of him stood four short individuals adorned in Inghuagua clothing. Their average height was merely 1 meter and 40 centimeters, brandishing short blades while warily fixating on the demon. Baka, if you dare take another step forward, we shall show no mercy. We are powerful on my OG from the great Inghuagua. If you seek death, come forth. Indeed, if you desire death. Before the last words could be uttered, the heavy sword pierced through his abdomen. The inhabitants of Inghuagua, Egu quietly explained. The sword demon is so obsessed with his swordsmanship that he has yet to find a rival even unto death. In his quest for liberation, he seeks a worthy opponent to defeat him. Is it not akin to seeking death when they provoke him like this? Zhang Yao nodded, somewhat grasping the sentiment. So the stronger the opponent, the more joy for the sword demon? Egu chuckled. Exactly. I suspect the sword demon might even be masochistic. Zhang Yao, you know such things? Egu mischievously laughed. I am well versed. We can delve into this topic in depth later. Zhang Yao felt a chill run down his spine, nearly kicking Egu in frustration. The viewers in the live stream were close to bursting with laughter. How could Egu be so humorous, his words so amusing? A deep dive into such topics, noted for future reference, would certainly be on the exam. I firmly believe this fellow should be on the stage of comedic storytelling. It would be a significant loss to the world of comedy if he did not pursue it. Would you dare listen to demons tell jokes? It is a terrifying world indeed. The sword demon, wielding his heavy sword, radiated an ever-increasing aura of menace. Kill me, or be turned into mincemeat. The inhabitants of Inghuagua, witnessing the heavy sword descending upon them, cried out in terror. I was only joking. I am not prepared yet. Wait. Crack. With a sweeping strike, 2 of the 4 were slain. One, narrowly escaping, was enveloped in malevolent energy, chanting incantations in a frantic manner. A chilling wind swept through, and the malevolent energy coalesced into a ghostly visage. The sword demon paid him no heed and struck down with his sword. Boom! A wail echoed through the air as the ghostly face and its surrounding energy vanished in an eerie spectacle. The inhabitant of Inghuagua, kneeling, he pleaded for mercy. Spare me, great brother. I know I was wrong. We are strangers. For the sake of my humble status, please grant me a reprieve. The sword demon shook his head slightly. I have said it. Unless you kill me, your death is inevitable. He mercilessly raised his heavy sword and brought it down with force. With a crisp sound, the supplicant was cleaved in 2. The sword demon maintained an impassive demeanor, as if he had merely dispatched a lowly creature showing no signs of remorse. Yet he did not cease there. Suddenly, he called out to Zhang Yao's hiding spot. "Rodent, how much longer do you intend cower? Come forth and meet your demise." Boom! A crimson blade of energy swept through, and Zhang Yao rolled on the ground to evade the attack. In an instant, he activated the flying thunder god technique, appearing before the sword demon. "I am merely an observer. I have no desire to engage in battle with you." The sword demon, upon hearing Zhang Yao's explanation, could not restrain his derisive laughter. "An observer? In my eyes, there's only slaying and death. There's no place for spectators. Today, you'll either conquer me or be cut down." Zhang Yao clicked his tongue. What a maniac for battle. Agu, Pai Mo, and Hu Mo all revealed their true forms. Agu declared, "Sword demon, this is our elder brother. Grant him some respect." Pai Mo nodded in agreement. "There is no need for blades to clash. Otherwise, facing four of us, you shall find no advantage." Hu Mo added, "Elder brother, second brother, and third brother are correct." The sword demon sneered disdainfully. "To be a demon and yet submit to a human, you truly bring disgrace upon our kind. However, if you wish to confront me together, very well. I have never regarded you highly, especially you, Agu." "Agu." The sword demon raised his heavy sword, roaring with icy ferocity. "Your tongue is far too foul. It was you who proclaimed to everyone that I fell to this state because of women, was it not?" "Agu." He trembled for a moment, nervously attempting to clarify, "I did not mean that." The sword demon muttered to himself, with a heart unclouded by women. "The sword is naturally divine. Have you not heard of this?" "Agu." "Zhang Yao, what kind of logic is that?" Chapter 84, Fueled by Rage. "Come forth and engage in blood-soaked combat with me." The sword demon lifted his heavy sword, launching an unrelenting assault towards Agu. Agu, terrified, cried out repeatedly, "Help." HM brandished his massive blade and forcefully thrust it forward, exclaiming, "Do not harm my second brother." The clash of swords reverberated throughout the region, causing the very ground to tremble violently. HM let out a fierce roar, expelling a searing black flame from his mouth, which he unleashed with great ferocity. GNM, spreading his wings, leapt backward, swiftly evading this assault. The gazes of both combatants turned icy, their murderous intent reaching its zenith. Gu rushed to the forefront, calling out urgently, "Elder brother, you must act quickly. The third brother stands no chance against him." GNM was renowned as the foremost among the demonic ranks. No matter how formidable HM might be, he could not contend with him. PM gathered a sphere of crimson energy in his palm and struck forcefully. Unfortunately, GNM effortlessly cleaved through the attack. At that moment, the voice of WNL echoed in Zhangyao's mind. Zhangyo, Zhangyo, we are ambushed. Hurry and come. The urgency in WNLI's voice sent a jolt of anxiety through Zhangyo, who instantly grew tense. WNLI, Qing Su, NK. He called out their names several times, but there was no response. Undoubtedly, something had befallen them. Observing the ongoing battle with GNM, Zhangyo realized he could not afford to linger any longer. He bellowed, "HM, make way for me." A surge of tempestuous lightning coalesced in his hands, his gaze coldly fixed upon GNM. "By my power, harmonize with the spirits of heaven and earth, as myriad thunders converge into one. Thunder law manifests swiftly. Thunder law, the heavenly thunder calamity." With a fierce shout, he pressed his palms together. The once pitch-black night sky erupted with booming thunder, and a moment later, a bolt of blue lightning fell from the heavens. GNM sensed the terrifying energy and attempted to block with his T.I.Q.ing heavy sword. Boom! The entire ground quaked violently. Zhangyo had no time for idle chatter, lacking even the inclination to check if GNM had perished. He called out to Gu, "My comrades are under ambush. Can you locate them swiftly?" Gu nodded, clasping his hands together, enveloped in a shroud of black energy. This dark aura gradually permeated the entire region, and soon he exclaimed, "I found them. Follow me." At this crucial moment, Gu remained composed, suspending himself in midair and darting into the dense forest with remarkable speed. Zhangyo donned a gas mask and, along with the other two demons, charged forward in haste. WNLI's voice had sounded weak. If they delayed even a moment longer, their lives would be forfeit. Navigating through the thicket, Gu halted beneath a towering tree, 20 meters from a massive pit. He gestured towards it, stating, "I sense they are within that pit. The situation is dire." In front of the pit stood a throng of individuals, all wearing mocking smiles, their eyes glinting with a hint of triumph. The Who people are truly despicable. Who would have thought you would meet such a fate? Luring these few into my formation was quite the effort. No matter, once we deal with the Who people, our game will be assured. Remember, we agreed to split their spoils evenly. Let's avoid any disputes. The players, still alive, began to plot how to divide the equipment. Zhang Yao's fury ignited. Every single one of them deserved to perish. Gu boldly volunteered, "Elder brother, according to their words, there's a formation here. Let me test it first." PM similarly offered, "I will go as well." Zhang Yao nodded. In such circumstances, patience was paramount. If he acted rashly, Wli and the others could not be rescued, and he might lose his own life in the process. A large group of individuals gleefully watched as Wli and his companions succumbed to their poison, oblivious to the fact that Gu and PM were stealthily approaching. "Greetings." Gu swung his wolf-tooth club with ferocity into the crowd. PM unleashed a torrent of crimson energy, sweeping through them. Yet, the expressions of these individuals remained resolute, tinged with an air of arrogance. Simultaneously, Gu and PM's bodies began to stiffen, gradually collapsing. "Ha! I can hardly contain my laughter. The players are foolish enough. But to be this dim-witted is quite the spectacle. Oh, has our formation grown this powerful?" Gu and PM could only watch helplessly as a middle-aged man clad in a white robe injected them with a syringe. Agonizing pain engulfed their bodies. Gu attempted to summon his dark energy for defense, but he found himself utterly immobilized. "So, this is the poison master?" Zhang gaze turned frigid as he keenly detected the array's orchestrator, who was not present here. Several players tossed PM and Gu into the pit, eagerly awaiting their demise. Standing aside, HM glared at Zhang. "Elder brother, should we not take action?" Zhang shook his head, beginning to search the surroundings. There, he spotted a young man, hands clasped in prayer, squatting on a small hillock, presumably from Gu, 50 meters away from the crowd. "HM, attack head-on. I shall dismantle the formation. Remember to shatter their limbs, ensuring they meet a miserable end." In an instant, Zhang activated the Flying Thunder God and vanished without a trace. The next moment, he materialized atop the small hill, catching the Gu player off guard. "You're from Gu?" Zhang, wielding thunder, roared in righteous fury. "I have come to slay you." He delivered a powerful punch, shattering the player's arms, then raised his foot as if to kick a soccer ball, forcefully propelling him toward the pit. Meanwhile, as HM confronted them, they remained undaunted. Even sporting mocking grins, their eyes greedily fixated on the massive blade he wielded. "It is mine. I have my eyes set on this weapon. What a splendid weapon. I want it too." HM lifted his great blade and swung it down with unrelenting force. They did not flinch. The next moment, a cry of anguish erupted as 5 or 6 individuals were sent flying. They stood there, dumbfounded, as one who resembled a soccer ball plummeted from above, barely conscious, crying out, "The Who people are here! Run!" Bang! Zhang appeared before them like a deity of death, his gaze chilling as he surveyed them. Do you comprehend the meaning of being unable to live or die? Chapter 85. A battle with all our might upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the Gu people. Panic ensued among all present. The formation appeared to have faltered. "Damn it, he is but one man. What is there to fear? Do you not realize that Gu harbors the greatest number of formidable players in this game? Still wish to resist? Do you not see that all are his subordinates?" A cacophony of voices erupted, some contemplating retaliation, while others were gripped by fear. What had initially seemed a collaborative scheme to ensnare the Gu was swiftly quashed. "Gu PM, HM, Zhang commanded coldly, eliminate them all. Leave not a single one alive." A gust of dark energy swept past as Gu and PM positioned themselves behind Zhang, causing the throng to flee in panic. They are all Zhang subordinates. How could they possibly stand a chance? The 3 demons charged toward the players, while Zhang descended into the pit to rescue his comrades. Blinang Li, Tinang Qnang Chu, and Wmnk were all ensnared in slumber. With the dissolution of the formation, their breaths became steadier. "Ah, spare me. I will fight you all." The cries of despair echoed continuously as those who had previously felt invincible fell to the blades of the demons. Boom! Suddenly, a heavy sword hurtled towards Zhang Yao with remarkable speed. Zhang Yao raised his fist and struck down forcefully. Jinmo Quan. Bang! The heavy sword was violently sent flying. And Zhang Yao stared expressionlessly at the sword demon hovering mid-air. My mood is exceedingly foul right now. If you wish to die, I would be more than willing to send you on your way. His companions had suffered at the hands of others, and, as the captain, Zhang Yao's mood had plummeted to its lowest. Just as he was lamenting the lack of an outlet for his fury, the sword demon had the audacity to collide head-on with him. Gripping the heavy sword, the sword demon coldly glared at Zhang Yao and said, "Do you truly believe you can kill me?" With a cold gun revealed, Zhang Yao advanced towards the sword demon. With each step he took, his aura grew increasingly ferocious. The viewers watching the live stream felt an overwhelming sense of terror emanating from Zhang Yao. A companion is akin to life itself for Zhang Yao. The sword demon was essentially courting death by provoking him. I truly cannot fathom the sword demon's thought process. How audacious he is. Next, please enjoy the spectacle of the sword demon being ruthlessly subdued. A horrifying world. Wang Qing raised his cold gun and swept it fiercely. The overlord gun technique swept through thousands. After the cold gun released a chilling aura, it seemed invincible as it was hurled towards the sword demon. The sword demon did not shy away, unleashing a crimson sword energy that cleaved toward him. Bang! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, as if two colossal hammers had shattered the void, causing everything around to tremble. The impact forced both fighters to stumble backward several steps, yet their battle fervor remained undiminished. The sword demon laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "After so many years, I have finally found a worthy opponent to fight. You will either be slain by me or plunge into hell." Zhang Yao whispered coldly, "I will bore 1,000 holes into your body." With a fierce shout, both combatants pushed off the ground, vanishing into thin air. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, two beams of blue and red light clashed incessantly. The three demons gaped in astonishment, their expressions akin to encountering a ghost. Agua exclaimed, "I never would have imagined that our elder brother could engage the sword demon in such a fierce battle." Pai Mo added, "The sword demon is the strongest among us demons." Hu Mo declared, "If the sword demon perishes, then I shall be the strongest in the world." Agua and Pai Mo exchanged disdainful glances with Hu Mo, mockingly retorting, "Dream on." As the battle escalated, it transitioned from the heavens to the earth, with both sides employing lethal techniques to annihilate one another. One of the sword demon's arms was encased in frost, while several holes had been punctured in his wings. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao bore numerous grievous wounds inflicted by the sword demon. The sword demon laughed with exhilaration. "You are truly the strongest I have ever encountered. However, I am also prepared to end your life." Suddenly, a formidable murderous aura erupted from the sword demon, enveloping him in a crimson haze, and his wings transformed, sprouting flesh. Great annihilation. He hovered in midair like a deity, his aura soaring to its zenith. Agua, witnessing the sword demon's transformation, could not help but exclaim, "Our elder brother is truly impressive. I have known the sword demon for so long, and this is the first time I have seen him compelled to fight seriously." Pai Mo clicked his tongue, suggesting, "If our elder brother struggles, we should lend a hand." Hu Mo brandished his large cleaver, declaring, "I have been ready for this." These demons are loyal and steadfast. Once they have chosen their elder brother, it is for life. And they would never abandon him, simply because Zhang Yao was at a disadvantage. Zhang Yao retrieved the remaining Hong E pills from his inventory, his gaze fixed intently on the sword demon. "Since you are utilizing all your strength, I shall match you." He was uncertain what would happen if he consumed so many Hong E pills simultaneously, but one thing was certain. Without them, he would undoubtedly fall to the sword demon. In that case, not only would he perish, but those behind him would also meet their doom. After consuming all the Hong E pills, a red aura enveloped him, and his eyes turned a brilliant crimson, his strength multiplying several times over. The sword demon let out a wild howl. "Come, let us battle fiercely." Zhang Yao, Agua gasped in astonishment. "How fast?" Pai Mo widened his eyes. "I can't even see it." Hu Mo found it difficult to swallow. "It is only now that I realize our elder brother is so formidable." Hu Mo felt that acknowledging Zhang Yao as his elder brother was the most resolute decision he had ever made. Boom! Such an intense battle caused the entire map to tremble. Players searching for items within the map were oblivious to the chaos unfolding. Had they known that a Huagua individual was engaged in combat, their jaws would have dropped in disbelief. The viewers in the live stream were already agape. Good heavens! Zhang Yao's power is truly overwhelming. Truly, he is the foremost individual from Huagua. A mere mortal stands shoulder to shoulder with the divine. The sword demon was beginning to falter. Keep pushing. Charge! Zhang Yao unleashed a shot, and with his left hand, he summoned a bolt of lightning, simultaneously launching a fierce assault on the sword demon. The sword demon realized he was in trouble. He could not withstand Zhang Yao's onslaught. With a thunderous crash, the sword demon was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string. The demons cheered at the sight of the sword demon's defeat. However, the next moment, their laughter was cut short. A noxious gas began to pervade the air, and the sword demon erupted into laughter. The miasma has arrived. Let us see how you contend with me. The miasma is the most lethal substance for players. Inhaling a single breath leads to renal failure. 2 breaths. And even immortals cannot escape. 3 breaths, and one is bound for the underworld. Just as the sword demon reveled in his malevolence, Zhang Yao donned a gas mask. The sword demon, you actually have such things? Zhang Yao replied with a faint smile. Did you truly think I would be unprepared? Just as they were about to engage, Agua shouted, "This is bad, elder brother. Those who are unconscious don't have gas masks. What should we do?" Zhang Yao casually tossed several gas masks, seized from players, into the air. "Now, hurry and escort them to the escape portal in Huagua." He then gripped his cold gun, whispering coldly, "Sword demon, I am about to unleash my full power." After Agua and the others departed, Zhang Yao charged fiercely towards the sword demon. The effects of the Hong E pills were nearing their expiration. If he could not eliminate the sword demon in a short time, he would meet a grim fate. "Come, let me slay you 1,000 times." The sword demon unfurled his wings, crimson lights surging, and rapidly launched an assault on Zhang Yao. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding territory quaked violently, and the viewers of the live stream were left in utter shock by Zhang Yao's terrifying prowess. I never imagined Zhang Yao could be this powerful. Is this even something a human can achieve? The sword demon is undoubtedly the strongest. This battle is excessively thrilling. As both fighters vanished from sight, the air reverberated with sounds reminiscent of hammer striking. Wang Qing released a chilling aura from his cold gun, seizing the opportunity to freeze the sword demon. It is over. Leifa, just as his finishing move was charging. The previously frozen sword demon shattered his restraints and lunged forward with a powerful thrust. Splatter. A mist of blood erupted into the air. Zhang Yao fell heavily to the ground, and the sword demon lifted his heavy sword, roaring, "You shall die." With that, he unleashed a wave of crimson murderous intent, descending upon Zhang Yao with fierce intensity. Dark blade sword energy. Drink! Zhang Yao's eyes widened in terror as he watched the sword demon prepare to deliver the fatal blow. With a fierce roar, he summoned the power of thunder armor. A surge of electric might erupted from him, forcefully repelling the descending sword demon. With a deafening crash, the thunder armor shattered, sending the sword demon flying backward. In an instant, the entire battlefield was shrouded in smoke, leaving the spectators' hearts racing with anxiety. Could it be that Zhang Yao had perished? How could this be possible? Had he sustained injuries? Despair gripped them. Someone needed to save him. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yao had become a symbol of faith for the people of Huagua, and now that faith lay prostrate on the ground. If he were to die, what would become of Huagua? Stand up, Zhang Yao. Do not concede defeat, for heaven's sake. Wuxin clutched the glowing orb in her hand, her heart racing with urgency. Zhang Yao, you must not come harm. He was the one she valued most, and if he were to perish, Huagua would face annihilation. For no one else possessed his strength or could endure the trials ahead. Thus, she projected a wave of encouragement from the outside world into Zhang Yao's mind, hoping against hope that he would survive. As the thick smoke dissipated, Zhang Yao struggled to stand, while the sword demon approached slowly, a cruel smile twisting his lips as he taunted, "I've been invincible for so many years, and you are the only human capable of fighting me this hard. Allow me to grant you a perfect death." He clicked his tongue, elaborating on his plans for Zhang Yao. "I will slice your body and shatter your limbs." Zhang Yao, oblivious to the sword demon's threats, felt the power of the red garment pill fade entirely, yet a smile crept upon his face. Was his strength truly gone? Perhaps this move could still resolve our predicament. Or predicament. This included himself, and Zhang Yao was acutely aware of his dire situation. He was now at the end of his rope, and continuing would only render him a mere plaything in the hands of the sword demon. Better to perish together. Seeing Zhang Yao smile, the sword demon erupted into a furious howl. At the brink of death, you dare to smile? No laughing. No laughing. He raised his massive sword and charged at Zhang Yao in a frenzy. The audience had shut their eyes, unable to bear witness to Zhang Yao's impending demise. Was this the end? No, Zhang Yao. How could this be? Please, Zhang Yao. Just then, a blinding bolt of lightning surged from Zhang Yao's body, gathering into a terrifying force in his palms. The sword demon sensed Zhang Yao's intent, but in his eyes, Zhang Yao had already been rendered powerless. Any attack would be futile. The sword demon intensified his assault, wielding his sword with unmatched ferocity. Zhang Yao murmured to himself, all methods return to one. Understand the profound mystery within. Today, let me attempt a new killing move. As the sword demon closed in, Zhang Yao slammed his palms onto the ground and bellowed. Thunder law, the essence of 10,000 thunders, arise. Behold my thunderous might, indomitable. With a mighty shout, a torrent of blue electricity erupted around him. The sword demon recognized the intensity of this move, but realized it was too late to halt his advance. The first strikes came from 3 bolts of purple mystic thunder from the heavens, crashing down upon the sword demon. A cry of agony escaped him as the lightning severed his wings, leaving him paralyzed on the ground, with arcs of electricity coursing into his body. The sword demon let out a desperate wail. No, no. Zhang Yao's lips curled into a victorious smile. Perish. With a thunderous roar, the forest was engulfed in destruction. A cloud of smoke billowing forth as trees toppled. The audience was left speechless, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Had Zhang Yao truly met his end? Chapter 87. The Player's Grave. Everyone stared intently at the screen obscured by smoke, unable to believe that Zhang Yao could fall to such a blow. When the smoke cleared, there was no trace of Zhang Yao. Where was he? Had he truly died? Damn, even his physical form had been obliterated. No way. He was the top of the leaderboard. How could he simply die? In that moment, countless netizens felt a profound sorrow. They could not comprehend how a being so powerful could simply cease to exist. The online community was filled with grief. Those who had always believed in miracles clung to hope. Zhang Yao would not die. He must rally. He was the pride of Huagua. No one else could possibly face such an end. Rumors cease with the wise. Zhang Yao would surely receive divine protection. Do not succumb to despair. Smile for me. You fool. However, these words of encouragement were shattered by the official announcement. Obituary of the great hero Zhang Yao. Countless netizens mourned. For Zhang Yao's demise had become their shared faith, and now that faith lay in ruins, all hope fading away. Upon hearing the news, Huagua erupted in celebration. Their hatred for Zhang Yao ran deep. Many of their own prodigies had perished at his hands, and now that he was gone, it was a nationwide festivity. The streets were filled with jubilant crowds, strangers embracing and cheering. Xiaoyinguo was no less exuberant. People flooded the streets, firing guns into the air as if in celebration. The cacophony of gunfire filled the air, a scene rife with chaos and exuberance. But was Zhang Yao truly dead? Someone appeared. A newcomer, perhaps. The figure seemed familiar. Ah, it was Zhang Yao. Who would have thought he would end up in such a place? Zhang Yao observed the drifting souls around him, each filled with mockery, as if regarding him as a mere jester. Welcome to the player's grave. Here, you will find yourself ensnared in an inescapable nightmare. A green soul drifted around him, and Zhang Yao, now irritated, muttered, If you keep talking, I swear I'll zap you. He attempted to summon the thunder law, but to no avail. The spirit laughed even more uproariously. This is the player's grave. Your soul will gradually corrode, and you will end up just like us, trapped here for eternity. Zhang Yao felt a chill run through him. If what they said was true, then he was truly doomed. You all perished in the game, didn't you? The souls cried out in unison, Yes, yes. But soon, you will join us. As they spoke, Zhang Yao noticed a woman curled up on the ground ahead. She trembled uncontrollably, and just as Zhang Yao approached to speak, she suddenly stood up, screaming, Ah! It hurts so much. Flames of darkness engulfed her, and soon her flesh was consumed, her soul rising to join the others. This was the fate he faced. He began to believe the words of the souls, realizing that he had indeed perished in the final moments, perishing alongside the sword demon. Zhang Yao decided to remain where he was lying on the ground, feeling a sense of liberation wash over him. There was no need to fight to the death in the game anymore, nor to face the terror of mortality. From now on, he too would become an indomitable spirit among them. You seem rather pleased. The spirits circled around him. Zhang Yao, do you remember me? Do you know how I died? You must have forgotten. Forgotten how I met my demise. What does it matter to me? As soon as he spoke, the spirit grew furious. You really have forgotten. Haven to you. I am Li Fei, currently ranked second. Zhang Yao shook his head once more, declaring Li Fei, I do not recognize that name. He has always been indifferent to such rankings, believing it a waste of time to concern himself with them. In this game, he only acknowledges his team members, while the rest may fend for themselves. Why such excitement over something trivial? Since you have perished, why not accept it with dignity? Li Fei was infuriated by this remark. In life, he had been excessively arrogant, which ultimately led to his demise at the hands of the butcher. Butcher, we met in the second level. Zhang Yao responded with a hint of recognition. You are the one who disregarded my advice and rushed to your doom? He distinctly recalled how this individual had ignored his counsel, seeking out the butcher only to be defeated without even a chance to retaliate. It was your refusal to accompany me that resulted in my death. Otherwise, I would not be stuck here. As his agitation grew, he lunged fiercely at Zhang Yao. Instinctively, Zhang Yao raised his arm to shield himself, but a small chunk of flesh was bitten away. Li Fei erupted in wicked laughter. Did you not expect this? As long as you possess a physical form, I can bring about your end. I shall consume your flesh, inflicting upon you the torment you deserve for your past actions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao realized the urgency of the situation and bolted forward. Li Fei pursued relentlessly, attracting a multitude of vengeful spirits. For the consumption of flesh could satiate their hunger and even absorb their energy. Soon, a throng of spirits began to chase Zhang Yao, who was panting heavily. Noticing that he still had usable items in his inventory, he decided to halt his flight. Since you all wish to confront me, do not blame me for being ungracious. He retrieved a music player and pressed the play button. Instantly, the dim space was filled with a radiant golden light. The gate of rebirth began to envelop the surrounding spirits tightly. What is this? Li Fei's eyes widened as he felt the flowing power of rebirth and was abruptly pulled away. Brothers, those who wish to leave, follow me quickly. Hurry. In an instant, all the spirits in the vicinity converged towards him. Zhang Yao was utterly bewildered, as those who had previously pursued him now cooperated to enter the path of rebirth. No spirit desired to linger eternally in this realm. Now, with the aid of rebirth's power, they could escape. Who cared where they would go next? Their only thought was to flee this place as swiftly as possible. What Zhang Yao could not foresee was that this incident would grant him a glimmer of hope. Chapter 88. Return to reality. After all the spirits had departed through the golden light, a peculiar white radiance illuminated the path ahead. Zhang Yao sprinted towards the light, entering a blank world. Here, only a solitary statue stood, with nothing else in sight. You have arrived, brave warrior. A ghostly voice echoed in his ears, leaving Zhang Yao momentarily stunned. Who is speaking? Am I not right before you? Warrior. His gaze fixed upon the statue before him. An ancient figure whose features were obscured, yet exuded a semblance of humanity. Zhang Yao dared not meet the statue's gaze and found himself inexplicably kneeling. Although he was uncertain of what was transpiring, he sensed the immense power emanating from the statue, a force beyond his comprehension. You're the foremost player in the Huagu district rankings. My expectations for you are substantial, yet alas, you perished in the game alongside your foes. This outcome is unexpected. I had anticipated you would be the hero to conclude this game, but it has turned out to be quite disappointing. The words carried an air of profound disappointment. Zhang Yao helplessly retorted, every player I encountered was exponentially stronger than I. That I have reached this point is already commendable. Besides, had I not perished alongside them, the sword demon would have slaughtered my teammates, leading to our collective doom. He was the type to sacrifice himself to protect his comrades, provided he earned Zhang Yao's acknowledgement. Otherwise, it would all be futile. One drop of water nurtures millions. You are the most naive and straightforward individual I have ever encountered. Alas, while I hold great hope for you and am moved by your words, you have died and must adhere to the rules. I Fu sighed, yet Zhang Yao laughed heartily. Fear not. My teammates will undoubtedly win the competition and save the world. I Fu responded, you appear more carefree than I. Let's set aside others for now and focus on you. Zhang Yao questioned, what could possibly concern me at this point? You have defiled the resting place of players. What punishment do you deserve for this transgression? Zhang Yao was bewildered. Just a moment ago, he was lamenting his own demise, and now he was being interrogated. You wish to punish me? Is that so? To Zhang Yao, having already met his end, he felt resigned to whatever fate awaited him. Do you realize that the player's grave is a reserve I created? You have now destroyed my reserve. Should you not face the consequences? Zhang Yao spread his hands, stating plainly, once I entered the grave, they besieged me. I had no choice but to unleash them. Now, if you wish to hold me accountable, just tell me what you want. Ifu was both amused and exasperated. You truly fear nothing. Zhang Yao nodded. Indeed, having died once, I am not afraid of anything now. What else can I do but confront it? Is this akin to being reborn after calamity? A beam of golden light slowly enveloped Zhang Yao, leaving him somewhat dazed. The next moment, he found himself on the rooftop of a tall building. Task: capture the vengeful spirits. Time: 3 days. Activated abilities: Thunder Law, max level. Demon Sealing Fist, max level. Overlord Gun Technique, max level. Tracking mark: all vengeful spirits will generate a mark. The executor must hasten to the destination. Is this the leniency of that esteemed figure towards me? However, with so many vengeful spirits, this is indeed a considerable dilemma. A smirk crept across Zhang Yao's face. Let us hunt those who have succumbed to darkness. As he spoke, he unleashed the Flying Thunder God technique and charged toward his target. Before Ifu's statue, Wu Exin knelt weakly on the ground, her eyes filled with gratitude. Ifu, you may proceed. Ifu clicked his tongue. Wu Exin, I ask you, can he truly bear the responsibility of saving the world? Is it worth sacrificing your life for him? Wu Exin chuckled. Absolutely, for in him, I see the hope of humanity. Even though he is still weak, I believe he can become the person we envision. Wu Exin had used all her cultivation and life force to grant Zhang Yao a second chance. This was a tale from before Zhang Yao's arrival. Originally, her release of the vengeful spirits had destined her for hell. However, Wu Exin's earnest pleas had moved Ifu. Very well, since you have such faith in this boy, accompany him to complete his task. Should you fail, your cultivation and your life shall be forfeit. A golden light descended upon Wu Exin, restoring her strength in an instant. Gratefully, she bowed her head and vanished. Ifu sighed deeply. I hope this time I have not misjudged. News report. In every city, vengeful spirits have appeared simultaneously. They are wreaking havoc, claiming to be victims of the game, and many have already been affected. Let's turn to the frontline report. The footage reveals vengeful spirits rampaging through the streets, leaving devastation in their wake, akin to an apocalypse. Yet, just as the spirits were reveling in their destruction, a flash of lightning surged through the air. The journalist gazed at the figure standing in the street, holding a long rifle, and his pupils constricted in shock. It was Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao had arrived. Was he also a wandering soul? Surely not. The journalist felt goosebumps rise all over his body, his heart sinking deeper into despair. After all, he was the foremost individual on Huagua's leaderboard. If he too resorted to slaughter, modern technology would be utterly helpless against him. Chapter 89. One against thousands, the disturbances caused by wandering souls erupted on a grand scale across various cities in Huagua. Local television stations urged citizens to seek refuge in safe zones, warning them to avoid the harassment of these spirits. Meanwhile, online media captured footage of Zhang Yao battling the wandering souls, heightening the collective anxiety. Conflicting narratives emerged. Was Zhang Yao genuinely fighting against the wandering souls? Or did it seem to some that he was merely dividing spoils with them, establishing his own faction with ambitions to control Huagua? Zhang Yao, being the pinnacle of Huagua, raised fears that if he aligned with the wandering souls, would there be any hope left for humanity? Based on my understanding of Zhang Yao, he would undoubtedly fight for us. We must believe in Zhang Yao. In midair, he stood once more within a high-rise building, his eyes gently closing. This city harbors 10,000 souls. With the sensing ability bestowed upon me by my father, no wandering soul can hide. Just as he was about to move to the next location, a sudden breeze stirred behind him. Zhang Yao shouted, gripping his cold weapon, ready to engage. It's me. Zhang Yao furrowed his brow, recognizing the newcomer as Wu Exin, and inexplicably lowered his guard. What brings you here? Zhang Yao questioned, perplexed. As the regional representative of Huagua, it is my duty to assist you. Follow me. Wu Exin replied, gesturing to the void, where a dark portal materialized. Without hesitation, Zhang Yao followed closely behind. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, his heart bled. Before him lay a vast shopping mall, illuminated by daylight, resembling a hellish nightmare. The ground, the escalators, the upper levels, and the entirety of the mall were strewn with corpses, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood. The mall echoed with the sinister laughter of wandering souls. Ha ha! We have lingered in the grave for too long, possessing nothing. Why not create a grand disturbance? I shall make all humanity endure the torment we once faced. The agony of the grave must not be ours alone to bear. Their voices were hysterical, brimming with fury. Wu Exine murmured softly, "These souls have lingered in the grave too long, absorbing its malevolent energy. They have completely succumbed to madness. Thus, their transformation is not surprising. Remember, no matter how tragically they depict their plight, do not let sympathy arise. What you must do is suppress your mercy. Do you understand?" With that, Zhang Yao's figure vanished, commencing the eradication of the wandering souls hovering in the mall. Who is it? No way, they arrived so swiftly. A flurry of violent lightning surged, restoring silence to the mall. Zhang Yao stood on the second floor, feeling the utter lifelessness of the place, and sighed deeply. "Mama! I want my mama! Why am I here?" Woo! Her cries were heart-wrenching, and Zhang Yao stood before her, observing the girl, seemingly no more than a teenager. He sighed inwardly. Even such a child has been summoned into this game. It is truly cruel. A child who should be growing up in the company of her parents finds herself summoned into a world of games, having already perished once. Now to endure Zhang Yao's wrath. How pitiful. "Brother, please, don't take me away, okay? I want to find my mama. I miss her." The girl lunged forward, and Wu Xn's eyes widened in alarm, her heart racing. Could he really have let down his guard? "Before seeking my mama, I would rather devour your flesh." Just as she was about to tackle Zhang Yao, a powerful wave of malevolent energy erupted from her, attempting to obliterate him. Unfortunately, with a sound of piercing impact, Zhang Yao's cold weapon pierced her body. He held the girl tightly, coldly whispering in her ear, "Many desire to consume me, but who do you think you are?" With a look of reluctance, the girl slowly closed her eyes, departing to her destined place. Wu Xin watched as Zhang Yao resolved the conflict, releasing a sigh of relief. "I thought you had truly lowered your guard." Zhang Yao replied coolly, "I have long abandoned mercy. To survive in this game, one must cast aside all semblances of humanity. Beyond those he deems worthy, he shall harbor no love for anyone else. Let us proceed to the next location." Wu Xin conjured a portal, and together with Zhang Yao, they ventured onward. This time, there was no slaughter, no humans. Thousands of wandering souls gathered in a vast expanse. Zhang Yao stood at a distance, quietly observing, eager to understand the purpose of their assembly. Li Fei's voice resounded the loudest as he soared high above, taunting the souls below. "All the souls of this city have gathered here, right? I sense our numbers diminishing. Surely, the organizers have sent individuals to capture us. We must unite as one, or we will be picked off one by one. If we can survive, we shall become the rulers of this world." Li Fei's words incited a frenzy among the crowd. Having spent too long in the grave, their humanity had been entirely forsaken, transforming them into ferocious beasts. Zhang Yao clicked his tongue, turning to Wu Xin. "I never expected Li Fei to be so arrogant. Does he truly believe he can dominate this place? Does he think I am merely a decoration?" As Li Fei finished speaking, Zhang Yao rushed forward. His cold weapon struck the ground with a heavy thud, and with a thunderous roar, he declared, "I am the executor, Zhang Yao. Today, I will bring you all down. Whether you are brave or cowardly, you shall all be accounted for." Wu Xin gazed at Zhang Yao's imposing presence, marveling. This fellow seems somewhat handsome. Perhaps she was unaware that Zhang Yao's charisma was gradually captivating her. Chapter 90. I speak of invincibility below the Ghost King Zhang Yao. "Zhang Yao!" Li Fei's voice roared, shaking the air violently. Zhang Yao, gripping his cold weapon, fearlessly fixed his gaze upon him. "So it was you who attacked me in the grave. Of course, I must thank you." With a slight smirk, he spoke deliberately. "If it weren't for you, I would likely still be trapped in that grave, never to be reborn." Had Li Fei not taken action, Zhang Yao would not have activated the music player, allowing them to escape the grave. Today, let us settle both new and old scores. Transforming into his true form, Li Fei stood his ground. Strikingly, his entire body was charred, and his face bore deep, torn scars. Clutching a scythe of death, he glared coldly at Zhang Yao. Then I must congratulate you. You will be the first to perish in my hands. Zhang Yao burst into laughter. With your current strength, you appear to me as nothing more than a fierce ghost. I'm now a ghost king. Can you contend with me? Originally, Zhang Yao had merely possessed the strength of a ghost general, but with the divine power bestowed by my father, all his skills were at their peak. A mere group of fierce ghosts stood no chance against him. Li Fei stepped forward, disdainfully sneering. Do you know what my first unlocked skill was when I entered this game? The art of absorbing ghosts. As he spoke, he raised his fists, and a dark vortex emerged, engulfing all the souls in the air. Zhang Yao watched in horror, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the soul absorption technique. This technique could absorb all spirits, transforming their negative energy into power for personal use. Li Fei laughed maniacally, proclaiming that he would never be trapped in a grave. He believed that the reason for their confinement would eventually serve a purpose, and thus he had endured, waiting for the moment of Zhang Yao's appearance to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the souls being absorbed began to scream in unison. You deceitful Li Fei! You gathered us here to absorb us more effectively. How despicable! In a mere 30 seconds, nearly 10,000 souls were completely consumed by Li Fei, elevating his power from a fierce ghost to a ghost king. He hovered in midair, his gaze fixated on Zhang Yao as if he were a thorn in his side. Do you know how it felt to witness your victory over the butcher the moment I died? If only you had dissuaded me or joined me, I wouldn't have met such a tragic end. Today, I will surely dismantle you piece by piece. You shall endure the agony I once suffered. As he spoke, a powerful aura surged toward Zhang Yao. Without flinching, Zhang Yao lifted his cold gun and swept it gently. The ghostly energy was dispersed, and Zhang Yao's figure vanished mysteriously. The Balong gun technique struck like a fierce dragon's tail. In the next instant, Zhang Yao appeared behind Li Fei, thrusting forward with a gun tip infused with violent purple energy. Li Fei, caught off guard by Zhang Yao's speed, hastily turned to face him, raising his arms in a futile attempt to withstand the blow. However, Zhang Yao's leg struck first. The cold gun and lightning whip landed squarely on Li Fei, sending him flying. With a deafening crash, the air trembled violently, creating a massive crater in the ground. Li Fei lay on the ground, feeling the numbing sensation coursing through his body, realizing that Zhang Yao's strength had reached an astonishing level. Additionally, being imprisoned for so long had caused him to forget many combat techniques. Having just ascended to the Ghost King level, he lacked any formidable moves. Struggling to rise, he found Zhang Yao had already closed the distance. What's wrong? Did you already discern the gap between us after just one encounter? Li Fei trembled as he lifted his head, his heart racing, only to see Zhang Yao's leg coming straight for him. With a resounding thud, he was kicked into the air, and Zhang Yao threw the cold gun directly at him. The gun pierced his body midair, and he crashed heavily to the ground, rendered immobile. Why are you so strong? Why, despite becoming a Ghost King, can I not defeat you? We are of the same rank, yet I cannot prevail. This has left me questioning my very existence. Zhang Yao calmly explained, perhaps you have misunderstood. When I say I am a Ghost King, I mean I can effortlessly dominate all below that level. Li Fei's face paled as he hastily pleaded, Zhang Yao, we harbor no significant enmity, do we? You even acknowledge that I help you escape to catch ghosts. Can we consider this even? Zhang Yao was reminded of a saying, ghost words are not to be trusted. Li Fei embodied this truth. You wish for me to spare you? With your current abilities, can you summon the souls hiding within the city? Zhang Yao hypothesized that the higher the rank of the ghost, the greater the influence they would exert over others. Now that Li Fei had attained Ghost King status, the souls in the city would likely emerge at his call. Hearing a glimmer of hope, Li Fei nodded. I can do that. Yet, he still harbored resentment and vowed to exact vengeance on Zhang Yao as soon as he regained his strength. Zhang Yao, unperturbed by Li Fei's potential treachery, raised his hand and unleashed a palm thunder strike upon him. Li Fei trembled under the electric shock. I understand what to do, rest assured. Unsin, Zhang Yao called out, prompting the girl who had been admiring his back to snap to attention. I'm here. Why are you dawdling? Hurry to the next location, preferably the wilderness, and have this fool summon all the souls. Blushing and awkward, Unsin began to create a space. Zhang Yao, treating Li Fei like a sandbag, tossed him forward. Li Fei seethed internally. Just wait until I find an opportunity. I will surely make you pay. Meanwhile, Unsin pondered whether she had been discovered for her earlier eavesdropping. Zhang Yao thought to himself, I need to reach my companions quickly. I cannot ascertain their well-being in my absence. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts. Yet, Zhang Yao truly wished for no romantic entanglement. Chapter 91. Nationwide Broadcast. Zhang Yao the Great Hero. This is City News. So far, the rampaging souls have been effectively controlled. They vanished as if they had never existed. This is City News. The souls, guided by a mysterious force, have completely disappeared. The city is now safe. This is City News. Major media outlets in various cities began reporting on the soul situation, all delivering good news. After a chaotic uproar, the souls collectively vanished without a trace. Online, discussions shifted to Zhang Yao following his appearance. Our city was saved entirely due to Zhang Yao's efforts. Indeed, we captured footage of him here. Wait, how did he appear in another city? Have you considered that Zhang Yao was dispatched to rescue us? My goodness, this is incredible. In mere moments, the public deduced that Zhang Yao was the mastermind behind this miraculous event. At that moment, admiration for him filled every heart. Meanwhile, our protagonist Zhang Yao stood in an open space, delivering a powerful kick to Li Fei's abdomen. I sense there are still 3 souls in this city that have not been summoned. As a ghost king, you cannot even call forth a few souls? What a waste. Li Fei cried out in pain. How was I to know? I've already helped you send away a massive number of souls. Can you not be a bit more courteous? Despite Li Fei's assistance, the number of souls had significantly decreased, yet the task remained daunting, with half the city still in turmoil. Zhang Yao stated coolly, "You must follow my orders, or I shall eliminate you, and I can still accomplish this task." Li Fei, seeing the opportunity for convenience, realized that with Unsin present, he could traverse any city at will. He sighed helplessly. "Fine, I will continue summoning. If they do not come, you can go fetch them yourself." Thus, Li Fei began to release powerful negative energy, attempting to summon the 3 wandering souls within the city. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried, the souls remained unresponsive, completely ignoring him. Zhang Yao, exasperated, shouted at Unsin, "Let me go meet them. Must I be compelled to go over and teach them a lesson before they comply?" Unsin smiled awkwardly and, with no other choice, created a space for Zhang Yao to leap into. 3 restless souls rampaged through the streets, leaving a crimson tide in their wake. The air was thick with sinister laughter, echoing as if they were the sovereigns of this neighborhood. "Big brother, that ghost king is calling us over again," exclaimed one of the diminutive specters. "Indeed, should we heed his summons?" pondered the other, glancing nervously at the taller soul beside them. Clutching a severed head, the tall specter crushed it with nonchalance. "Haven't you noticed? Those who were summoned have fallen silent. It's a trap." The souls scampered over, eager to curry favor, only to discover they had walked into a cunning ambush. The tall specter saw through the ruse. But before he could elaborate, a thunderous roar resounded from behind. Thunderous might. Ah, damn. The taller soul was hurled away by a sudden shadow, crashing to the ground in a tremor, leaving the 2 smaller ghosts wide-eyed in horror. Big brother. Big brother." Zhang Yao glared at them coldly. "You're quite astute, realizing this is a trap. However, your hesitation only means I must come and deliver a thorough beating." Zhang Yao was pressed for time. He could not afford delays, and the presence of these disobedient souls infuriated him. The tall specter began to tremble and plead for mercy, but upon witnessing the lifeless bodies strewn about, Zhang Yao swiftly drew a cold weapon and lunged forward. "I shall obliterate you." Boom, boom, boom. The street reverberated with explosive sounds, and moments later, all fell silent. Just then, a voice echoed from above. "Not good. Li Fei has fled." Zhang Yao's gaze hardened. Does this fool not understand the meaning of cruelty? Have I not been merciless enough? How dare he attempt to escape? Unhesitatingly, Wuxin leaped down and conjured a portal, and without a second thought, Zhang Yao jumped through. "Ha ha! I feigned cooperation, but I had long sought an opportunity to flee. Alas, now that those 2 fools have departed." As he chuckled, a chilling voice pierced his thoughts. "You are truly a fool." Li Fei gasped in shock, only to be struck by a surge of blue light. Bang! Bang! The ground quaked beneath him, creating a vast indentation. Li Fei lay on the ground, despondent, gazing at the ghostly figures of Zhang Yao and Wuxin. "What did you catch up to me? This is impossible. As the Ghost King, my prowess should allow me to traverse 100 miles in a breath." Realizing his predicament, Li Fei began to question his very existence. Zhang Yao shrugged. Having observed Wuxin for so long, Did you not notice her ability to pinpoint spatial traversals? No matter how far you flee, as long as I sense your presence, escape is futile. Li Fei lamented. I should have anticipated this. But the desire to flee clouded my judgment. Please, spare me, he stammered, desperately attempting to negotiate for his life. Zhang Yao shook his head, a terrifying orb of lightning coalescing in his palm. Fear not, for I am not yet inclined to reduce you to ashes. I shall leave you with your Ghost King powers, despite your limbs being rendered useless. Terrified, Li Fei cried out, but mere moments later, Zhang Yao ruthlessly severed his limbs. He writhed on the ground, filled with resentment, as his dark energy was thoroughly suppressed by Zhang Yao's thunderous might. Now, he was no more than a feeble specter, easily crushed by even the weakest ghost. Chapter 92. A new game commences in the span of 2 days. Zhang Yao eradicated all souls within Huagua. His exploits gradually came to light, for who could overlook the tale of a man who perished alongside the sword demon, only to reappear in a mortal realm and quell the unrest among restless souls? He was heralded as a great hero, and his legend would undoubtedly shine as brightly as he himself did. Upon a towering edifice, Zhang Yao gazed down at the bustling metropolis, his heart heavy with the weight of epilogue. I was once an utterly ordinary individual, yet I never anticipated participating in such a perilous game, much less wielding such formidable power. He contemplated his clenched fists, a sigh escaping his lips. Beside him, Wuxin softly reassured, with great power comes great responsibility. Perhaps this opportunity was fated from the beginning. This world cannot exist without heroes. Zhang Yao, comprehending yet perplexed, stared into the distance, ultimately exhaling a deep breath. Let's proceed. Wuxin conjured a portal, and without hesitation, Zhang Yao thrust the unwitting soul through. Within the sacred palace, Zhang Yao and Wuxin knelt before the statue of my father. I pay my respects to my father. Compared to before, Zhang Yao's demeanor had shifted significantly, having absorbed tales of his father's deeds from Wuxin. Without him, humanity would not exist. My father's voice resonated, a radiant light enveloping Zhang Yao, bestowing upon him the essence of the living. Wuxin, gazing at the vanishing Zhang Yao, appeared lost in thought. My father perceived her sentiment and spoke gently. You shall meet again. Wuxin's cheeks flushed, and she promptly lowered her gaze, silenced. Buzz. A beam of golden light flickered. Tang Qingxue, Wang Lei, and Zhou Monk huddled in a corner, enveloped in silence, occasionally punctuated by muffled sobs. Upon learning of Zhang Yao's death while fighting for them, they succumbed to despair. With no guidance or direction following their task, they remained in a state of melancholia. Zhang Yao furrowed his brow and gently patted Wang Lei's shoulder. If you come to borrow ghost coins for resources, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, his words were interrupted by Zhang Yao's fierce retort. Or do you wish for me to teach you a lesson? Wang Lei exclaimed, exactly. Zhang Yao, ghost, though I miss you dearly and regret my choices, must you always frighten me? His sudden appearance caught them off guard, leaving them unprepared. Tang Qingxue and Zhou Monk, upon hearing Zhang Yao, lifted their heads, only to be struck dumb. Captain, is that really you? Zhou Monk gasped. You haven't even reached the 7th day yet. Zhang Yao retorted with exasperation. Do I resemble a ghost? This provocation sent both Zhou Monk and Tang Qingxue into a torrent of tears, rushing towards him. Zhou Monk cried, Captain, when you left, I truly believed I would never see you again. Tang Qingxue lamented, I regret every day, wondering why we were so easily deceived. Wang Lei, bewildered, questioned, Isn't Zhang Yao ghost? Why are they embracing him? Zhang Yao sighed, his heart aching as he witnessed their guilt over his demise, prompting his own eyes to moisten. Do not blame yourselves. Am I not here, alive and well? Their weeping intensified. Only Wang Lei persisted. Zhang Yao, are you human or ghost? I cannot discern. Tang Qingxue snapped back. Even if he's a ghost, what do you fear? We've encountered countless ghosts in the game. Have you ever been so frightened? Wang Lei, realizing the validity of her words, rushed forward, toppling everyone beneath his weight, prompting cries of dismay. Goodness, you're too heavy. Can you get off me? Zhang Yao exclaimed. I am the one who cannot withstand this. Wang Lei, weeping profusely, lamented, Zhang Yao, I miss you so much. How could you venture into this peril without me? Zhang Yao was acutely aware that if this overweight fellow did not rise soon, he would indeed be crushed beneath him. At that moment, a chilling notification echoed through their minds. The game has officially commenced. Player matching successful. Map. WNGHNDO. Players are being transported. Please wait. Ding. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a blinding light engulfed them. In the next instant, they found themselves on a dark, desolate island. Wang Lei, still sobbing, clung to Zhang Yao, saying, "If you die, I won't even be able to enjoy my meals." Zhang Yao retorted with exasperation, "Can you please refrain from speaking for a moment? We have entered a new game." Wang Lei replied, "What does it matter? I still care deeply for you." At that juncture, the island was teeming with players from various nations. Suspended in midair was a clown, evidently their guide. With a wave of his hand and a playful grin, the clown announced, "Greetings. I am your guide for this game. You will survive on WNGHNDO for 30 days. All your current powers will be stripped away, and your abilities will be rendered useless. To survive, you must complete tasks for me in exchange for resources. Death signifies failure, and after 30 days, the surviving players will triumph." The players quickly checked their equipment inventory, only to find it entirely in accordance with the clown's words. All items stored were indeed unusable. The clown smirked, "I wish you all an enjoyable game." Chapter 93. The Sagittarius Bow Map. WNGHNDO. Legend has it that the entire island was shrouded in dark mist, and all its villagers vanished without a trace overnight. Each night, the island is haunted by the roars of beasts. Remember, you may only move during the day. At night, it is best to find a concealed spot to hide. Sure, it is night now. Zhang Yao, observing that their systems and equipment were entirely inoperative, urgently shouted, "We must leave this place and find a hiding spot to plan our next move." No sooner had he spoken than the encroaching black mist began to envelop them. Within the fog, pairs of glimmering green eyes emerged, advancing towards the players with malicious intent. Everyone gasped in horror. Zhang Yao led the group in a frantic dash towards the heart of the island, the anguished screams of players meeting their demise echoing behind them. After approximately 30 minutes of desperate running, they finally took refuge in a cave. Panting heavily, Wang Lei grumbled, "What on earth are those creatures? Darn the organizers. If only I could use my skills, I would obliterate these nuisances in an instant." They had grown formidable, with few adversaries able to challenge them in the game. Yet, they found themselves utterly incapacitated, as if their arms had been severed. Zhang Yao, noticing the disheartened expressions of his companions, sighed, "We have weathered numerous storms. Yet here we are, unable to utilize our skills. However, according to the clown, we can receive tasks from him, which might offer us a glimmer of hope." Tang Qingshu amused, "A glimmer of hope? We have just arrived and are at a loss for what to do." Suddenly, Zhomunk hushed them. "Listen, it seems something is approaching." Outside, rustling noises gradually escalated into deafening roars. "Ah, I can smell the scent of the living. Yes, it is nearby. I am so hungry. It has been ages since I feasted on flesh." The chilling realization sent shivers down their spines. There were at least 5 or 6 spirits outside, and if discovered, their lives would surely be forfeit. In their current state, they were no match for those creatures. As the roars grew closer, Zhang Yao grasped a stone, ready to fight for their lives. Wang Lei held his breath, terrified of an ambush. Suddenly, the roars ceased. Before they could relax, a girl's voice rang out, pleading for help. "Help! Help!" The spirits were stirred into a frenzy. "I knew it. There is the scent of the living. Someone is hiding in the trees. Ha, finally. I will have my fill." Moments later, the girl's cries dwindled, and Zhang Yao, clutching the stone, cautiously approached the cave entrance to glimpse the terrifying creature lurking outside. As he neared, illuminated by the moonlight, he beheld 5 diminutive, pitch-black beings feasting upon the remains of a female player. System, check the enemy's level. Ding, checking now. Little Ghost, weak combat power, adept at group attacks. He had been diligently signing in, receiving items that enhanced his skill experience. Now that his skills were fully leveled, he was curious about what else might emerge. Sign in successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Sagittarius Bow. Attribute, supplied by Yang Energy. Each arrow deals devastating damage to evil beings. Zhang Yao discovered that. Aside from the talents rewarded by the system that were currently unusable, both his cold gun and the newly acquired Sagittarius Bow could still be wielded. With a flourish, he produced a golden bow and arrow, addressing Tang Qingshu. "There are 5 little ghosts outside. Let us work together to eliminate them. If we allow these creatures to roam free, our lives will be in jeopardy." Tang Qingshu accepted the bow, nodding resolutely. "Understood." Zhang Yao retrieved his cold gun from the system space, leaving Wang Lei utterly bewildered. How can you use your equipment when it was supposed to be restricted? Wang Lei was at a loss, as Zhang Yao had just delivered a great surprise. Zhang Yao smiled gently. Did you forget? I have died once. The organizers granted a blessing upon my weapons, allowing them to be used. He could only offer this flimsy explanation. Revealing that his weapons were part of the system and entirely unbound would spell disaster. Tang Qingxue took the bow, and the two stealthily approached the cave entrance. At that moment, the five little ghosts remained engrossed in their meal, oblivious to the danger creeping closer. Tang Qingxue gazed at the lifeless human player lying on the ground. Her eyes filled with fury. Drawing back her bow, a crimson arrow began to glow in the dark. Zhang Yao, gripping his cold gun, prepared to spring into action as soon as the arrow was released. Hit! Tang Qingxue shouted, releasing the red arrow that pierced through two little ghosts simultaneously. Zhang Yao surged forward, thrusting his cold gun with determination. With a sickening squelch, the air erupted with black mist as he dispatched two little ghosts. However, before he could regain his composure, the remaining little ghost turned and fled into the woods. Realizing the impending danger, Zhang Yao thought, if that creature escapes, it will surely summon more of its kind. Tang Qingxue, he called. Tang Qingxue, drawing the Sagittarius bow, aimed accurately at the fleeing little ghost. In the darkness, the swiftly released red arrow struck true, piercing the ghost's head. With a thud, the creature collapsed, lifeless, as the last of the little ghosts perished. They transformed into wisps of white light, converging upon Zhang Yao and Tang Qingxue. Zhang Yao noted that his equipment inventory had increased by 2 WNGH in coins, while Tang Qingxue had 3. These WNGH in coins would likely be usable on the island. As Zhang Yao turned around, he immediately spotted Tang Qingxue, alert and drawing her bow, anxiously releasing an arrow. Duck! Zhang Yao instinctively lunged forward, the crimson arrow soaring past his head. To his shock, a little demon leapt down from a tree, only to be struck dead by the shot. Flattened on the ground, Zhang Yao gazed upward and froze at the sight above. The trees in this jungle were teeming with an overwhelming multitude of little demons. The glimmering green eyes alone revealed the truth. This forest was infested with them. Unable to contain his fear, Zhang Yao bellowed, "Run! Chirp, chirp, chirp! Meet! We are coming!" Chapter 94. A desperate strike. Run for your lives. With Zhang Yao's urgent cry, Wang Lei and Zhou Monk, who had been hiding in a cave, rushed out. Everyone was dumbfounded as they witnessed the swarm of little demons jumping down from the trees. Tang Qingxue swiftly drew her bow and fired, while Zhang Yao spun his cold gun, eliminating the foes as he ran. Freeze! Zhang Yao shot at the ground, unleashing a powerful gust of cold air that immobilized a large number of demons before he turned to flee with the others. How much time was left until dawn? They raced through the forest, the number of pursuing demons increasing with each passing moment. Zhou Monk, panting heavily, exclaimed, "There's still half an hour." Wang Lei shouted in disbelief. "What? Half an hour? Just kill me now. For a big guy like me to run for half an hour is utterly absurd." In Zhang Yao's live stream, viewers were astonished. "No way, what is happening? He just revived our great hero. You mustn't die here. Our whole family does nothing but cheer for you every day. Great hero." At that moment, Zhang Yao was revered as a deity among the people of Huagua. Yet this divine figure had only just revived, but was already weakened by the organizers, unable to unleash his full potential. A true tragedy. They had escaped the jungle and stood at the seaside, with darkness looming behind them and a dense mass of little demons ahead. One step back led to the abyss. One step forward led to the underworld. How were they to choose? I want to devour his flesh, especially those tender women. They look incredibly delicious. The one with the bow must not die too quickly. She has already killed many of our brothers. Indeed, I can hardly wait. Tang Qingxue had not rested, continuously drawing her bow and shooting. Zhou Monk picked up a piece of wood from the ground, ready to fight. Zhang Yao surveyed the multitude of little demons before him, realizing they were cornered. "I'm sorry. Everyone," Zhang Yao said, his voice trembling. "If I hadn't recklessly decided to deal with those creatures, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Wang Lei shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Is dying not the issue?" Zhou Monk responded, "You are the captain. We will unconditionally trust you." Tang Qingxue added, "How many dangers have we overcome together?" Hearing no blame directed at him, Zhang Yao's gaze turned cold as he shouted, "Then let us fight with all our might." "Yes." He had steeled himself for the ultimate sacrifice. Even in death, he would not retreat. Just as they united their resolve to battle the demons before them, a beam of white light descended from the heavens. What is this? Zhang Yao focused and realized it was Wuxin. Wuxin wielded a staff, releasing a radiant white light that struck down upon the little demons. Boom! In a single blow, the demons were scattered. Wuxin shouted to Zhang Yao, "Run!" It was then that Zhang Yao led the group in a hasty dash forward. The demons attempted to pursue, but were obstructed by Wuxin. Daylight is approaching. If you don't retreat, you shall remain here. Zhang Yao and the others had escaped, and Wuxin felt relieved as she watched them flee. She had been observing Zhang Yao, and upon seeing him in dire straits, had acted impulsively. Although it was against the rules, she could not afford to hesitate. Once Zhang Yao was out of sight, a white-haired man wielding a green sword emerged from the black mist, roaring at Wuxin. "You are one of the organizers? Do you know what you are doing?" Wuxin chuckled lightly. "Of course I know." The white-haired man retorted, "Then why do you dare to act?" Wuxin clutched her staff and replied, "Some things I must do." The white-haired man laughed uproariously. "Must you? I have received orders from my master to imprison you in the black mist and torment you for eternity. Now come here." He brandished his long sword, swiftly appearing before Wuxin. Wuxin grasped her staff, attempting to cast a spell, but it was too late. Boom! The white-haired man severed Wuxin's protective array with a single strike, and the force of his attack sent her crashing to the ground. Boom! The entire beach was transformed into a massive crater, and blood trickled from Wuxin's mouth as she stared blankly at the sky. She knew the moment she intervened, this would be her fate, yet she had no regrets. In fact, there was a sense of satisfaction. If she hadn't acted, Zhang Yao would undoubtedly have perished. The white-haired man roared in fury, "You lot, drag her into the black mist. After dark, we will settle accounts with those few." Gradually, Wuxin was pulled into the black mist. Shortly thereafter, dawn broke. No one knew what had transpired, and the ocean was shrouded in an impenetrable black mist, yet an air of tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Zhang Yao and the others, panting heavily, recognized that without Wuxin's intervention, they would not have survived. Zhang Yao declared, "Now that the crisis has been averted, we must go find the clown to receive our mission." Wang Lei struggled to stand. Let's go. If we delay, all the tasks will likely be snatched away." As Wang Lei had predicted, when they arrived, the clown was surrounded by players from various nations, all vying to secure their tasks, even resorting to violence. In this place, the law was non-existent. Only the strong commanded respect. Zhang Yao and his companions lacked the strength to engage in a fight, and they slowly made their way through the crowd to the clown. However, just as they approached, a burly man from the Eagle Nation blocked their path. To pass, they would have to present something of value. Zhang Yao asked what? Viewers in the live stream reacted. Never before has Zhang Yao been the one to be exploited. Zhang Yao coldly inquired, "Do you even hear what you are saying?" To his surprise, the man not only remained unyielding, but laughed mockingly. "Huagua monkey, do you still wish to?" Before he could finish his taunt, Zhang Yao delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Wang Lei seized the opportunity, mounting the man and delivering a barrage of punches. "How dare you speak to us like that? Are you asking for death?" As the altercation began, the man's teammates rushed over to assist, but Zhou Menk and Tang Qingxue stood firmly in their way. "I advise you, if you wish to intervene, it will cost you your lives. If you seek death, feel free to try." Perhaps these individuals had grown accustomed to bullying Huagua's citizens, always viewing them as easy targets. However, they were now facing Zhang Yao, and there would be consequences. The clown, observing the dramatic scene unfold, felt a tremor of apprehension. "Zhang Yao, I wouldn't dare provoke you. How can they?" Chapter 95. "Brother, lend me a hand. You truly do not know the danger you are in. It seems you require a lesson." The two were prepared to attack Zhou Monk and Tang Qingxue when they were halted by the clown's command. "Stop. Do not forget where we are." The clown hovered in mid-air, delicately floating before the two men from the Eagle Nation, with a smirk that seemed to convey a warning. "Here, I am the one in charge. Should you dare to make a move, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The two men from the Eagle Nation bowed their heads, refraining from any rash actions. In contrast, Zhang Yao disregarded the clown's words entirely, even urging Wang Lei to strike with lethal force. "Have you not eaten? Strike harder, and do not show any mercy." Wang Lei responded, "They have issued a warning, yet you act as if nothing is amiss, incessantly calling out." Upon hearing this, the clown felt a twinge of embarrassment. He hurried to Zhang Yao's side and whispered, "Brother, We have worked together before. Surely, you have not forgotten me so quickly. The clown had witnessed Zhang Yao's terrifying prowess many times. Each instance involved him mercilessly vanquishing all manner of monsters, and, during their last encounter in the game of death, he had been particularly ruthless towards the players. The first time Zhang Yao met Zhou Monk, with so many people present, it was inappropriate for him to say much. Out of courtesy, I will provide you with some useful intelligence shortly. Seeing that the clown was seeking a way out, Zhang Yao sighed. Wang Lei, spare him this time. When we meet again, let us make sure he smokes. Wang Lei then halted, but the Eagle Nation man who had been struck was left with a face swollen like a pig's head. The onlookers from various nations, witnessing the cordiality between Zhang Yao and the clown, perceived them as longtime comrades, which informed them that these Huagui individuals had formidable backing. Thus, the farce came to an abrupt conclusion. They collected the slaughter mission from the clown, which required them to locate the corpses of 2 goblin creatures by nightfall in exchange for 50 soul coins. Soul coins could be traded for items, equipment, and other goods at dawn. After receiving the task, Zhang Yao inquired, "What about the intelligence you mentioned earlier?" Zhang Yao responded in confusion. "What do you mean by saving Wuxin? What has happened to her?" The clown exclaimed, "You do not know that Wuxin has already taken action and faced punishment? She will be relentlessly tormented by the ruined king in this place." Zhang Yao gasped, and his teammates behind him looked equally astonished. They could hardly believe the dire consequences of Wuxin's rescue attempt yesterday. Realizing he had revealed too much, the clown quickly knelt before Zhang Yao, clutching his leg and weeping earnestly. "Brother, I thought you were aware. Who would have guessed you were kept in the dark? I will fulfill some of your requests. Please do not rescue Wuxin. Let us pretend this matter is unknown. If the higher-ups find out, I shall surely face dire consequences." The viewers in the live stream were nearly in stitches. A figure of such stature, reduced to begging a player in this manner. How utterly humiliating. How could one become so foolish? I am truly amazed. Is this clown merely here for comic relief? I believe Zhang Yao will definitely go to rescue her. How could one forsake Wuxin for such trivial matters? When everyone assumed Zhang Yao would refuse the clown's plea, he surprisingly nodded. Very well. Wang Lei, Tang, Qingxue, Zhou Monk. Viewers. They even thought they had misheard. The clown quickly composed himself and stood up. All right. What conditions do you desire? Zhang Yao stated directly. Lift our restrictions so we may utilize all our skills. The clown, upon hearing this, fell to his knees. You might as well kill me. This action would also be a violation of the rules. Zhang Yao squinted his eyes and replied calmly. Since you cannot comply, I shall not make it difficult for you. Simply lift one person's restrictions. He now possessed the strength of a ghost king, and once liberated, he could easily overpower any so-called ruined king. The clown continued to shake his head. How about I provide you with 2 weapons instead? As he spoke, beams of light erupted from his hands, enveloping them. In no time, each of them donned black battle armor, accompanied by various weapons suited to their physical capabilities. The clown declared, the armor can withstand both the malevolent energy and a full strike from a ghost general. The weapons are manifestations of your previous performances in the game. Wang Lei wielded a round shield, perfectly sized, but unable to use the Earth Rift ability. Zhou Monk received a Western sword, while Tang Qingxue was bestowed with a pink Gatling gun. As for Zhang Yao, the clown gifted him a unique technique, the 8 Gates Duanjia. Characteristic, it activates the potential within, unleashing formidable combat prowess. Upon seeing the 8 Gates Duanjia, Zhang Yao was elated. This clown was truly willing to offer anything to deter him from causing chaos in the Black Mist. While Zhang Yao outwardly agreed, he silently resolved to grow stronger before rescuing Wuxin. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were filled with outrage. For the sake of personal gain, he has forsaken Wuxin. How disgraceful! Is this what one calls a hero? A cowardly creature. Do you have any sense? Does Zhang Yao currently possess the strength to confront them? Indeed, watch closely. I have faith in Zhang Yao. He cannot utilize any of his abilities now. Are you sending him to his doom? Some rational viewers attempted to calm the crowd, urging them not to panic. Holding the items, Zhang Yao confidently made his way into the forest. His objective was clear, to grow stronger and regain his abilities. With sufficient leverage, rescuing Wuxin would be an inevitable triumph. He vowed silently, Wuxin, please wait a moment. I, Zhang Yao, shall not abandon you. He gazed towards the direction of the black mist, his spirit brimming with determination. Chapter 96. 8 Gates Duanjia, following the clown's guidance. They swiftly arrived at the entrance of a cave. It was pitch black inside, an abyss of uncertainty. Wang Lei, clutching his shield, peered into the darkness and could not help but express his apprehension. This clown is utterly nonsensical. He did not even mention that the goblins are hiding inside the cave. It is so dark. How are we supposed to proceed? Tang Qingxue drew the Sagittarius bow Zhang Yao had given him, pulling back the string and launching a red arrow with great force. The air resonated with a thundering sound as the red arrow soared like a phoenix, illuminating the cave. However, the cave was so profound that the arrow continued into the depths, revealing nothing of what lay within. Zhang Yao produced a cold firearm, resolutely declaring, "Our mission is to strengthen ourselves and strive to rescue Wuxin as soon as possible." Yes, the thought of Wuxin enduring torment for their sakes steeled their resolve. Zhang Yao and his companions cautiously ventured into the cave, which was shrouded in darkness, yet no immediate danger presented itself. After approximately 10 minutes, they began to sense something amiss. How could a cave take them 10 minutes to traverse without end? And with every step forward, they were greeted by eerie, sinister laughter echoing from ahead, while rustling sounds emanated from behind, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly ominous. The viewers in the live stream were equally on edge, as though they themselves were inside the cave, holding their breath in suspense. This task seems rather daunting for Zhang Yao, does it not? Are goblins truly the lecherous little green-haired creatures of legend? They are weak and typically nest in the mountains, living in groups. Is it not too reckless for Zhang Yao to charge in so boldly? As concerns grew for Zhang Yao and his companions, the sense of dread was palpable. Under normal circumstances, such worries would seem excessive, yet the abilities of Zhang Yao and his allies were severely restricted, leaving them ill-equipped to confront the goblins. Suddenly, anguished screams pierced the air, unmistakably from a group of female players. As they pressed forward, the stench of blood intensified. Zhang Yao, dragging his cold firearm, rushed ahead. In a nearby alcove, rows of flickering candlelight revealed a harrowing sight. For human players lay naked on the ground, besieged by a horde of green-skinned goblins. Tang Qingxue, consumed by rage, brandished her Gatling gun, but Zhang Yao intervened, cautioning, "If you fire, those players will be harmed." "Meng Ke, follow me," he commanded, and with her western sword drawn, Zhou Monk joined him in the fray. Dozens of goblins fell in an instant, perhaps unaware that humans had intruded upon their domain. Zhang Yao turned away, instructing Zhou Monk, "Find some clothing to cover them. We must leave at once." The slain goblins transformed into radiant light, stored within their equipment inventory. With the task complete, Zhang Yao and his team prepared to depart. At that moment, Wang Lei's voice rang out in alarm. "Zhang Yao, look!" The cave was now alive with the glow of countless green eyes, a sea of goblins closing in. Zhang Yao tightened his grip on the cold firearm, his voice cold and resolute. "Have we been surrounded since entering the cave?" An elderly goblin wielding a staff sauntered forth, speaking in human tongue. "Indeed, you possess great audacity to invade our lair." The goblin shaman commanded the others, "Execute the males. The females shall remain for our amusement. Dispose of them. And tonight, I shall lead you to more women. Ha ha ha." In their eyes, human men were mere livestock, while women were objects of torment and pleasure. Zhang Yao hurled his cold firearm with precision, impaling a goblin, but the confined space limited his weapon's effectiveness. Qingxue. Tang Qingxue tossed her Sagittarius bow to him, switching to her Gatling gun. The sound of gunfire erupted, and rows of goblins collapsed. Wang Lei valiantly shielded the female players with a shield, while Zhou Monk flanked Tang Qingxue. Zhang Yao, armed with a bow, fixed his gaze on the incanting goblin shaman. A green glow emanated from the shaman's hands as he chanted, and the goblins around him began to swell in size. Before long, the diminutive goblins transformed into towering figures. Zhang Yao released an arrow aimed at the shaman's forehead. The goblin shaman raised his staff, conjuring a green barrier that deflected the attack, though the force still knocked him to the ground. Tang Qingxue cried out, "This is bad, Zhang Yao. Hurry, think of something." After enlarging, their tough skin renders bullets ineffective. Wang Lei, positioned defensively, lamented, "I can't hold out much longer." He sheathed his bow, fists raised, a white aura enveloping him. First gate of 8 doors, open. With a resounding boom, the ground beneath Zhang Yao buckled, and several large goblins lunged toward Tang Qingxue, only to be sent flying by Zhang Yao's kick. "Now, run towards the exit." Tang Qingxue and her companions stared at Zhang Yao in shock, realizing he had unleashed a formidable technique gifted by the jester. Meng Ke, lead the way. I'll provide cover, Tang Qingxue instructed. Zhou Monk nodded and began the retreat. Only after their departure did a faint smile graze Zhang Yao's lips. At last, I can unleash my true power. The goblin shaman laughed mockingly. You, a mere human, think to slay us with your modest skills? Our lair is home to over 2,000 goblins. Zhang Yao, satisfied, replied, Oh, then it seems I shall become quite wealthy. Allow me to demonstrate the 8 doors technique I recently acquired. Taking a step forward, he thrust his hands into the air. 6 gate of 8 doors open. A white aura transformed into green, his skin darkening, his presence exuding an overwhelming ferocity, akin to a resurrected beast. Even the experienced goblin shaman felt a twinge of anxiety. Charge all goblins, he commanded, and they surged towards Zhang Yao. With a slight smirk, Zhang Yao evaded their onslaught with remarkable agility, reappearing beside the goblin shaman. Got you, he declared, delivering a punch like a war hammer that sent the shaman crashing backward. With a single blow, he struck down the goblin shaman, leaving the other goblins in stunned disbelief. This was no ordinary human. He was a being of godlike prowess. As the goblin shaman fell, fear gripped the remaining goblins, and they fled towards the other passages. It is noteworthy that these caves were a labyrinth, having hollowed out the mountain's foundation. Allowing the goblins to escape would not yield a satisfactory resolution. Since Zhang Yao had opened the 6th gate, he resolved to eradicate the goblins completely. Thinking of fleeing, are you? None shall survive today. Zhang Yao planted his fists into the ground, the energy coalescing around them until his fists glowed crimson. For the peacock, he shouted, unleashing a barrage of punches that ignited the air with sparks, creating a mesmerizing display akin to a peacock's tail, each strike engulfing the nearby goblins in flames. The terrifying inferno swept through the cave, reducing goblins to ash with the slightest contact. The few who managed to escape the cave felt the ground tremble violently. It was clear that Zhang Yao was engaged in a life-or-death struggle below. Tang Qingxue expressed her concern. I wonder if the 8 doors technique will suffice to eliminate those creatures. Wang Lei reassured her confidently, do not worry. A mere horde of goblins cannot possibly defeat Zhang Yao. Zhou Monk remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the cave entrance. Meanwhile, the surviving girls began to cry out. We need to find our teammates. We cannot stay here any longer. Please let us leave. It is too terrifying. According to their previous accounts, they had been abducted by goblins while seeking refuge. What transpired the previous night was shrouded in mystery. Just as the girls prepared to depart, they suddenly cried out, Williams, Demu, I'm over here. As they waved, several men rushed over, their faces darkening upon seeing the disheveled girls. What will people? What have you done to my teammates? Yes, what happened to my teammates? 2 girls collapsed onto their teammates, bursting into tears. They were divided into 2 teams, comprising a total of 4 men. The other 2 women, without allies, began to defend their actions. One blonde girl cried as she explained. It was the Wagwaran who saved us. The other blonde joined in. Yes, if it weren't for them, we would have been tortured to death. However, the Sakura Guren and Donlai Guren before them were utterly unconvinced, refusing to heed their words. Not only were they ungrateful, but they also brandished the weapons they had just acquired. Wang Lei held up his shield, coldly positioning himself in front of the girls, declaring, They were taken by the Dongli goblins. We rescued them. Don't believe us? Try making a move. If Zhang Yao were present, there would have been no need for explanations. He would have acted immediately. After all, it was one thing for these people to be ungrateful. It was another to threaten them. Such actions warranted a death sentence. The Donlai Gorin laughed derisively. Even if it's true, so what? What we desire is the weapons in your possession. The Sakura Gorin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the weapons are of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, the rescued women lowered their heads, tacitly approving their companion's intentions. Wang Lei tightened his grip on the shield, while Tang Qing drew her Gatling gun, and Zhou Monk brandished her rapier. The Donglai Gorin chuckled. 4 of us men cannot possibly be overpowered by just 3 of you. Tension filled the air as it became irrelevant whether these women had been saved by Wang Lei and his companions. All they cared about were the weapons. Or perhaps they didn't even wish to seek justification for a confrontation. Wang Lei asked one last time, Do you truly wish for death? The Donglai Gorin laughed heartily. Isn't it already obvious? Just as both sides were about to clash, a bizarre event unfolded. The 4 rescued women began to scream, their once fair skin turning green, their bellies swelling. Ah, help me. Save me. They cried out. How could this happen? Because of the goblins, they had become pregnant, gradually succumbing to the infection of their fetuses, transforming into goblins themselves. One Sakura Gorin swiftly brandished a knife, decapitating one of her companions without hesitation. She continued to strike down two more, her eyes betraying no emotion. Meanwhile, the Donglai Gorin hesitated, unwilling to act. Don't kill me, William. Save me. William trembled as he clutched his weapon. But in the next moment, the two women, now with red pupils, lunged at the Donglai Gorin. They viciously bit the two men to death. Meat. I want more meat. Two Sakura Gorin attempted to flee, but were seized by a green, clawed hand. Their faces twisted into malevolent grins as they opened their mouths wide, sinking their teeth into their ankles. Chaos erupted in an instant, as Wang Lei and Tang Qing Snow coldly observed the sudden turn of events. Zhou Monk, gripping her rapier, slowly approached the goblin spawn, while Tang Qing Snow aimed her Gatling gun at the two transformed women. The sound of gunfire echoed through the forest, leaving no other living thing in sight. The ground trembled violently, and in the next moment, a massive green figure was kicked out of the cave. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Chapter 98. The jester strikes. The crowd stood in shock as a gigantic creature tumbled out, its body a sickly green, with sharp ears and a monkey-like visage. Towering at 3 meters tall, far larger than any goblin they had previously encountered. Adorned with a crown and draped in a cloak, it rolled across the ground, appearing somewhat disheveled after being ejected. Zhang Yao's voice echoed from within the cave. You dare to claim dominion before me? A goblin emperor? Mirdi Ayist. At that moment, Zhang Yao's eyes burned crimson as he fixed his cold gaze upon the goblin emperor, who, trembling, pointed his long sword at Zhang Yao. We are but creatures dwelling beneath the earth. Why do you intrude upon our realm? The goblin emperor's heart ached at the memory of his kingdom being annihilated by Zhang Yao. His meticulously built underground empire had been reduced to ruins in a mere hour, with all his subjects, warriors, shamans, perishing in an instant. Zhang Yao shook his head slightly. Do you still consider yourself aggrieved? In your lair, I saw the bones of humans. You have no idea how many players have perished here. Although it bears little consequence to me, your head should fetch a handsome price. Upon hearing this, the goblin emperor turned to flee, but a searing flame erupted behind him, knocking him to the ground. Zhang Yao, appearing like a specter, stood before the goblin emperor with a chilling smile. Die. A single punch struck down, and the goblin emperor lacked the strength to resist, meeting his end on the spot. Noticing two unfamiliar faces among the crowd, Zhang Yao turned to Tang Qing Snow. Who are these two? Upon discovering their injuries, he expressed confusion. Tang Qing Snow replied, casually wielding her Gatling gun. They are Sakura Gorin, teammates of the girls we rescued earlier. Not only are they ungrateful, but they also attempted to steal. Zhang Yao clicked his tongue, striding towards them. You Sakura Gorin, why are you always so despicable? You might as well perish. Without a moment's hesitation, he eliminated them. Tonight, we shall take refuge in this cave. Tomorrow, we'll seek the jester for more supplies. I need to rest now. Do not wander until I awaken. With that, Zhang Yao deactivated the 8 gates and collapsed. Fortunately, Wang Lei was quick enough to catch him. Tang Qing Snow observed Zhang Yao's fatigue, letting out a sigh. He is utterly exhausted. Let us retreat further inside to rest. The deeper they ventured, the more awe-inspiring the sight became. Beholding the enormous craters left by Zhang Yao's fists, they were rendered speechless. Tang Qing Snow remarked, I never imagined that the 8 gates could possess such formidable power. Zhomink added, only those with exceptional physical conditions can harness such techniques. Wang Lei, leading the way, turned to discover an armory filled with goblin treasures. After a thorough search, the goblin arsenal was completely emptied. As they progressed further, they encountered increasingly absurd sights. Human player skeletons and kitchens stocked with either corpses or preserved food. The group settled down together, slowly enjoying the provisions within the cave. Meanwhile, in another realm, the organizers from Sakura Goi seethed at their compatriots' punishment. Why was it that every encounter with Wagwarin ended poorly? Infuriating. How dare they invade the goblin's lair for a meal? Suddenly, a realization struck him through his perception. Beneath the goblin's lair lay a hidden cache of extraordinary creatures. Were they still asleep? Tonight, I shall awaken them, for Wu Xin is absent. Let's see who can save you. He clasped his hands together and began to cast a spell, aiming to rouse the slumbering entities below the lair. After completing the ritual, he nodded in satisfaction, Tonight, you shall witness what transpires. Under the full moon, a veil of darkness enveloped the island, and cries of humans echoed throughout, signaling the onset of a massacre. This time, even the elusive ruined king, enraged by Wu Xin's actions, took it upon himself to lead a search for Zhang Yao and his companions across the entire island. Where have these individuals vanished to? Why has my little demon searched for so long without success? He observed the myriad of little demons across the island. It still failed to detect the whereabouts of Zhang Yao and others, causing him to doubt his existence. There must be one location yet to be explored. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he rushed to the entrance of a cave, where lay several nearly devoured corpses. The goblin's lair. I had not sent them to search here. He delicately inhaled the air. The scent still lingered. The humans must be hiding within. Drawing his sword, he was about to step inside when a voice interrupted him. Ruined King, you should know the rules of the game. The goblin's lair is not a place you can enter. The Ruined King, feeling a surge of irritation, roared at the jester. You know they are hiding in there. They should have perished yesterday. If they survive today, I will have much to answer for. To him, Zhang Yao and his companions were destined to die. Had it not been for an unintentional intervention, they would certainly not be alive at this moment. Now, the Ruined King's sole purpose was to reap the lives of Zhang Yao and his companions. The jester laughed heartily. Do you wish to defy the rules? That would incur punishment. You are aware that terrifying beings slumber within. They're not entirely safe either. The Ruined King clenched his sword and coldly shouted, Fine. I will station little demons here to keep watch. Should they dare to emerge, they shall meet their demise. With that, the Ruined King turned and departed. Meanwhile, the jester's heart raced. Zhang Yao, you must thank me. In the future, may you attain great wealth. Do not forget me. I have helped you eliminate a significant nuisance. The jester's motives were clear. He sought to cling to Zhang Yao's coattails, for doing so would undoubtedly lead to a prosperous future. As night deepened, the cave remained enveloped in peace. After satisfying their hunger, the group gathered around a fire, relishing the rare tranquility. Zhoming squatted before Zhang Yao, quietly observing his slumbering visage. The captain appeared rather adorable while sleeping, puffing out his lips. It was a stark contrast to his usual decisive demeanor. At that moment, Zhang Yao stirred, suddenly opening his eyes, locking gazes with Zhou Monk. Zhang Yao. Zhou Monk. She silently lamented. Oh no, why do you have to wake up now? Her cheeks flushed. Fortunately, the cave was dimly lit. Otherwise, she would have been utterly mortified. Zhang Yao, puzzled, inquired, What are you doing here? Zhou Monk stammered in response. I came to see if you were awake. She felt both startled and bashful, fearing Zhang Yao might uncover something amiss. Zhang Yao yawned, stretched lazily, and gradually sat up. What time is it? Observing his surroundings, he realized they had indeed taken refuge in the goblin's lair, as he suggested. Tang Qingsno, seeing Zhang Yao awake, promptly offered him provisions. This was scavenged from the goblin's granary. It should sustain us until the end. Zhang Yao accepted the provisions and quickly devoured them, soon adopting a demeanor akin to a famished ghost. Is there more? Tang Qingsno hesitated. Yes, quite a bit. Zhang Yao, then please fetch some more. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Yao, clutching his belly, bore a blissful smile. At last, I am satiated. Wang Lei chuckled foolishly, unconcerned about the food supply, as long as Zhang Yao was present. What was there to worry about? Noticing that he had consumed most of the provisions, Zhang Yao felt a tinge of embarrassment. It's all due to the excessive stamina drain from the 8 gates of Duanjia. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this hungry. The 8 gates of Duanjia is a technique that allows a human to surpass their limits. Each gate opened grants the practitioner earth-shattering power. But the sole drawback is the immense stamina it consumes. Oh, by the way, how many goblin corpses do you have? Tang Qingsno began tallying for a collective count to exchange with the jester for soul coins. Zhou Monk, I have 10. Wang Lei shrugged. I have none. Tang Qingsno grinned. Then it must mean I have the most. She held up 5 fingers. 55. Wang Lei, huh? Zhou Monk, during the retreat earlier, Tang Qingsno's Gatling gun took down 55 goblins. Zhang Yao stepped forward, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. But I accounted for the most. Tang Qingsno. She gazed at Zhang Yao, holding up 2 fingers, exclaiming in astonishment. 200? Zhang Yao shook his head. No, 2,303. Everyone. This was no mere task. It was a full-scale annihilation. Zhang Yao's 8 gates of Duanjia had utterly overturned the entire goblin lair. One could only say that the race he targeted had run out of luck. Just then, a muffled sound echoed within the cave. The cave trembled slightly, as if something from below were attempting to emerge. The group exchanged wary glances, drawing their weapons in preparation for battle. Zhang Yao furrowed his brow. I've already eliminated all the goblins. How could there still be more? A thought struck him. Could it be something other than goblins? Deep beneath the earth, a colossal creature struggled against its chains. With each thrash, a crimson glow emanated from the surrounding shackles. It let out a deafening roar, shattering its chains in a single forceful motion. Ugh! Outside, the little demons scouring the island for human players sensed an ominous premonition, one by one retreating into the dark mist. The entire island fell into an eerie silence, save for the sound of waves lapping against the shore. The jester stood at the cave's entrance, feeling the earth tremble beneath him, and sighed. It has awakened sooner than expected. I wonder if Zhang Yao can endure. According to the organizer's hints, the dormant entity below was to awaken in 5 days, presenting the final trial for the players. Now that it had stirred prematurely, and the players had yet to grow, what could they possibly achieve? Inside the cave, Zhang Yao turned to the others, urgently proclaiming, "Abandon this cave, everyone. Leave with me now." He sensed that something formidable was about to emerge from below. The group turned to exit when a fiery blast erupted from behind, shattering the rock. A creature with a dragon's head and 4 corners appeared before them. Zhang Yao shouted, "Run!" This beast, with a head measuring 5 meters, would be a formidable opponent even for Zhang Yao at his peak. "Ugh, humans, have you returned? This time, I will not allow you to seal me again," it declared, opening its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames. In a critical moment, Wang Lei grasped his shield to defend, but Zhang Yao yanked him in another direction. Boom! The entire cave was instantly illuminated by the flames. While Zhang Yao and the others fled through an alternate passage, the goblin lair was a labyrinth of interconnected tunnels. Any route could lead to an exit if one ran amok within. The dragon watched as Zhang Yao and his companions escaped, and let out a howl. "You think you can flee? This is the island of souls, my territory. Slumbering subjects, it is time to emerge and wreak havoc. The dragon clan shall rise." With that call, the dragons that had been dormant beneath the earth began to awaken, and the once tranquil island was filled with the roars of dragons. Soon, dragon warriors with human bodies and dragon heads, covered in spikes, surged forth from the cave. Standing amidst the black mist, the ruined king gazed upon the unfolding scenes on the island, his grip tightening around his battle sword as he murmured to himself, "At last, they have emerged. The Long Ma Zone." The Long Ma Zone, the original masters of this island, had been mercilessly sealed away after the arrival of human players. Gradually, the ruined king had become the sovereign of this isle. Now, their resurgence signified that a confrontation between the two factions was inevitable. Chapter 100. My father takes action. The ruined king stood atop the black mist, observing as dragon warriors clawed their way from the earth, his expression stiffening. He commanded the nearby imp, "Convey the order. For the next 3 days, no one is to set foot on the island. All must rest. None shall venture forth. Those who defy this command shall perish." No sooner had he finished speaking than the mountain before him began to tremble violently, and soon after, a towering inferno shot into the sky. A colossal dragon burst forth from the mountain's peak, its dark red skin and 4-horned head radiating an ominous aura, as if it were imbued with the power to annihilate the world. Upon its arrival, it opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of flames towards the black mist. Boom! The surrounding black fog dissipated in an instant. Its voice boomed with authority. "Ruined king, during my year of imprisonment, you dared to extend your grasp here. Come forth, face me in battle." As it roared in fury, it spewed flames, seemingly intent on devouring the ruined king. Zhang Yao and his companions exerted great effort to escape from the cave, only to collide with the clown. With a grin, the clown waved at them. "Hello, Zhang Yao." Zhang Yao retorted, "What are you doing saying hello at a time like this?" The dragon interjected, "Are you not polite? Who are you calling a thing?" The clown chuckled. "The goblin's lair has long sealed a clan of dragons. They were entrusted with the duty of maintaining the seal, reinforcing it daily. Surely, you must have wiped out the goblins?" The clown clicked his tongue. "Without reinforcement, the dragon escapes." The goblins were meant to balance the Long Ma Zone with their extinction. The dragons were free. According to the script, Human players were to survive until the 25th day before the clown would issue a quest to eradicate the goblins. However, everything had transpired too swiftly for him to comprehend. The dragon raged atop the mountain. Who could withstand such fury? If not quelled, the players on the island would perish. Zhang Yao sighed deeply. Had you mentioned this earlier, I wouldn't have slain the king. Upon hearing Zhang Yao had killed the king, the clown's smile vanished. You killed the king? Truly, you are remarkable. Zhang Yao lamented. Had I known so much trouble would arise, I would have refrained from this endeavor. Stop beating around the bush. What shall we do now? Seeing Zhang Yao's anxious demeanor, the clown shrugged. I don't know what to do either. I've already reported the incident. Just wait patiently. As they spoke, a fireball descended from the sky. The clown raised his hand. Barrier. A white light enveloped them, successfully shielding them from the incoming fireball. Wang Lei patted his chest, still trembling with fear. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Before long, the night sky was ablaze with fire as massive fireballs erupted from the dragon's maw. The clown laughed. No worries, I'm here. There's a protective mechanism. While it may not shield against player attacks, it can defend against other elements in the game. Even the ruined king cannot harm me with the dragon's full might. Thus, he remained composed, unfazed. Meanwhile, the organizers gathered, witnessing players being slain by dragon warriors and fireballs. Their anxiety palpable. Such a game incident was unprecedented. Moreover, who could have predicted that a novice player would eliminate the third strongest, the Goblin King? The organizers of Donglai Nation exclaimed, impossible. There is no way the seal could be broken so swiftly. The organizers of Dongtan Nation concurred. Indeed, even without the goblins reinforcing the seal, it would take the dragon at least 10 days to break free. The organizers of Fanian Nation speculated. Could someone be sabotaging? In mere moments, they deduced that someone must have acted maliciously. Among them was the organizer from Yinghua Nation, the true culprit, who felt a surge of anxiety. How could they piece it together so quickly? If discovered, they would face dire consequences. The organizer from Yinghua Nation outwardly maintained composure, but inwardly was frantic, given that many players from various nations had perished. If exposed, they would surely face severe repercussions. Does my father have any guidance? The organizer of Yinghua Nation finally spoke, to which the others shook their heads. He sighed in relief. Fortunately, my father should not uncover this. Just then, in the blink of an eye, he appeared above the island. Sakura, do you truly think your actions could elude my gaze? You are my son. Whatever you do or think, I am aware. The organizer of Yinghua Nation gasped, caught in the act. Father, let me explain. After already facing punishment for a previous transgression, he knew he could not escape this time. His father coldly scoffed. Explain? Today, your life shall serve as your explanation. With that, the organizer of Yinghua Nation transformed into a sphere of golden light, illuminating the entire island. The dragon warriors that had been rampaging vanished without a trace. The players who had perished began to miraculously revive. Those who had fallen in this incident resurrected. The dragon has been sealed. You must grow stronger to withstand the dragon in these final 5 days. Each of you shall receive 100 soul coins as compensation. Upon hearing this, the players on the island erupted in exuberance, even though they were oblivious to the reasons behind their revival. The unexpected addition of 100 soul coins felt like a gift from the heavens. Zhang Yao and the others stood bewildered, casting puzzled glances at the clown. The clown shrugged nonchalantly. I'm not sure what transpired. Perhaps it was a correction. Should I inform you that my father has identified the true culprit? Chapter 101. A spectacle of fireworks. As the organizers witnessed the Yinghua Nation's representative being expelled by my father, they were left in stunned silence. So it was this individual who had orchestrated the chaos. How infuriating. Just yesterday, I had promised him to eliminate the players from Huagua. Wait, he was also involved in eliminating the Huagua players. The organizers expressed their discontent, recalling how despicable the actions of the Yinghua Nation had been. All the organizers nodded in agreement. Though the punishment was deserved, they had witnessed their own players perish. Even if they were revived, a sense of anger lingered. Soon, I shall ensure that my players deal with the Yinghua Nation properly. I have already begun communication. Next, we will eliminate these scoundrels. The organizers rallied, united against the Yinghua Nation's transgressions, which had led to the downfall of their players. In the future, they would endure the scorn and hostility of all nations. May they find a way to survive. On another front, the ruined king howled in rage towards the heavens. His fury was not directed at the emergence of a dragon, but rather at my father. After the host of Inghua country performed the heavenly sacrifice, the ominous black mist, which had been driven away by the magical dragon, had not yet fully coalesced and was further diminished by the golden light, leaving many areas completely unhealed. Report to the king. At this moment, an unusual figure with a human head and horse body, wielding a long knife, approached. If the black mist is to heal, it will require another 10 days. Moreover, there will be numerous pathways leading to the location where the host is imprisoned. The ruined king contemplated whether this was a deliberate act by his deceased father, who must have anticipated that someone would come to rescue Wu Exen, thus extending a benevolent hand. Indeed, over on the island, Zhang Yao and his companions gazed at a group of goblins standing outside the cave, perplexed. Didn't we kill these creatures? How have they resurrected? The jester chuckled. Well, one must provide others with a transition period. To survive, they must hunt goblins. The system has made adjustments, so it is only natural for goblins to reappear. Zhang Yao, somewhat understanding, nodded. So, can we now exchange the goblin tasks and their corpses for soul coins? The jester spread his hands. Go ahead. However, the next moment, upon seeing Zhang Yao exchange for an astounding 2,300 goblins, the jester's expression froze. You really defeated them all? He had assumed that killing goblins required teamwork, but Zhang Yao single-handedly cut through them. With each goblin worth 25 soul coins, Zhang Yao exchanged for a staggering 57,575 soul coins. After the exchange, the jester was at a loss for words. Yet the next second, Zhang Yao inquired, "How much for the Goblin King's corpse and the Goblin Shaman?" The jester exclaimed, "Oh right, the king was also slain by this fellow. The king is worth 50,000 soul coins, and the shaman is worth 10,000. This brought Zhang Yao's total to nearly 120,000 soul coins. And this was merely the first day of the game. How ruthless! Tang Qingxue, Zhou Monk, and Wang Lei realized that perhaps the wisest decision they had made was to cling to Zhang Yao's coattails. Zhang Yao declared resolutely, "Open the exchange shop." His eyes then displayed the items available in the jester's shop. He glanced through them hastily, noting that most items were of little use and reasonably priced. Skill unsealing? The jester quickly explained. Each unsealing costs 20,000 and can unlock any skill that is currently locked. Without hesitation, Zhang Yao replied, "Then unlock my Jima Fist and Thunder Technique." With a hum, 40,000 soul coins were consumed to unlock the two targeted skills. In the next moment, Zhang Yao appeared to regain his former prowess as a killing deity. "I have nothing left. Share the soul coins." The next instant, Tang Qingxue, Wang Lei, and Zhou Monk found 2,000 ghost coins added to their accounts. Zhang Yao waved his hand. "You may exchange for whatever you desire." Wang Lei excitedly embraced Zhang Yao, exclaiming, "Thank you, my good captain." The two women also displayed joy on their faces, for lacking weapons and skills was indeed dire. Tang Qingxue chose not to unlock skills, but instead spent 20,000 soul coins to acquire a brand new weapon, Death Rose, an unassuming energy cannon. Characteristic, infused with battle intent, maximizing damage capable of obliterating a mountain. Zhou Monk spent 10,000 to obtain a battle sword, followed by another 10,000 for a manual on the ultimate sword technique. Wang Lei exchanged 15,000 for Sacred Shield. When activated, it grants a high-level barrier to nearby teammates, and spent the final 5,000 on a monster ring, can transform into a hell beast. Strength at the peak of a fierce ghost. The Group S strength saw a significant enhancement. Zhang Yao exchanged the remaining 10,000 soul coins for food, beer, beverages, and a few fireworks. The jester remarked, "Isn't this a bit extravagant? Even trading for beer, drinks, and fireworks. Are you sure you're not on vacation?" Indeed, it might lead one to believe they were on holiday. Amidst the mist-shrouded island, fireworks unexpectedly illuminated the sky. All the players seeking refuge gazed in awe at the dazzling display, entranced. How many years had it been since they last witnessed fireworks? Before arriving in this world, they had been watching fireworks. Who could have set them off? So beautiful. Who knows? Tomorrow will reveal the truth. Standing amidst the black mist, the ruined king watched the splendid fireworks, his expression gradually softening. He searched his memories for a glimpse of the past, attempting to recall whether they had ever watched fireworks together. Probably not. His current state was a result of one person's death, someone more important than his own life. She had died, and in his quest to resurrect her, he had come to this island, only to be transformed by a maritime disaster. It was rumored that finding the holy water within the island could restore lost souls, which was why he had persisted for so long, sending forth countless spirits. Yet had ultimately failed to find it. Holy water fireworks. The ruined king chuckled. Once you awaken, I shall take you to continue our romance, my beloved. Chapter 102. The jester schemed. The fleeting romantic fireworks gave way to the tantalizing aroma of barbecued food wafting across the island. The jester stood aside, grinning eagerly at Zhang Yao and the others who were grilling. May I have a taste? The jester tentatively inquired, but was met with Zhang Yao's firm refusal. No way. I exchanged real money for this. Either you contribute some meat for everyone to share. The jester was taken aback. Just then, Wang Lei, who was drinking, shouted, We're running low on beer. Zhang Yao, busy grilling, retorted irritably, Not enough? I exchanged for 5 cases, and you drank them all. Wang Lei shook his head in protest. It wasn't me, it was that guy. The jester peered closely and nearly lost his composure. Squatting nearby and guzzling beer was the ruined king. When had he arrived? And how shamelessly was he drinking? Had he lost all dignity as a king? Zhang Yao, clearly unaware of the ruined king, saw only a player before him. The malevolent aura he once bore now concealed. That white-haired ghost could use a bit of decorum. Doesn't he realize this is a party for us Huagua people? If you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite. Now that he had activated the thunder technique and Jinma fist, who on the island could stand against him? The ruined king was not angered. Instead, he nervously replied, I haven't had a drink in ages. Your brews are truly excellent. Could you spare me a bit more? I can trade you something in exchange. Zhang Yao huffed, That's fine. But let us see what you can offer. The jester thought, only someone like Zhang Yao would dare negotiate with the ruined king. Those who had dared to act so brazenly before him were long gone. He awkwardly chuckled. I found this by the seaside. Can I trade for beer? Don't worry, I won't eat any meat, just beer. Zhang Yao glanced at the lobsters and nodded in agreement, ready to exchange for more items using soul coins. But suddenly, the jester eagerly proclaimed, I'll provide the beer, unlimited for today. An idea sparked in his mind. Since the ruined king had lowered his guard for beer, why not take advantage of this opportunity to get him drunk? If he could get him intoxicated, wouldn't rescuing Wu Xin be a breeze? Zhang Yao coldly remarked. Why weren't you this generous before? Are you eyeing the seafood? Not a chance. If you want to eat, you must provide seasoning. Within him, a tempest of rage erupted. Damn it. I am here to help you rescue Wu Xin. In that moment, Wang Lei stumbled upon not just beer in the Joker's shop, but also an exquisite, limited edition Mao Tai worth 100,000 Wanghan coins. Since you have beer, why not bring out the supreme Mao Tai for our enjoyment? The Joker, taken aback, replied, This wine is worth a fortune. I have kept it for my personal collection, hoping to savor it myself. And you want me to part with it? Why not just rob me instead? The fallen king interjected, What? A collector's edition of Mao Tai? What is that? Wang Lei, placing a friendly hand on the fallen king's shoulder, cheerfully explained, You clearly have never tasted Huagua's Baijiu. This liquor is the pinnacle of our nation. The Joker felt immense pressure as Zhang Yao, Wang Lei, and the fallen king eagerly awaited the unveiling of the wine, while 2 young women continued to enjoy their barbecue. Urging, Bring out the wine. Hurry up. The Joker thought that if the fallen king got drunk, it would aid in the rescue of Wu Xin. Resolutely, he nodded, All right. Let us drink. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly become a character feigning joy. Perhaps the moment he presented the collector's Mao Tai, genuine laughter would escape him no longer. Observing Wang Lei and the fallen king sharing drinks, his heart ached. Zhang Yao had consumed little, focused instead on grilling for the women. The revelry continued until the fallen king succumbed to intoxication. The Joker, tipsy, patted Zhang Yao's shoulder, exclaiming, Hey, it's time to act. Do you know how much effort I've put into saving Wu Xin? He hiccuped, uttering nonsensical statements. Zhang Yao chuckled. So you do not take a bath? The Joker burst into laughter, of course. Last time, I ordered 2 girls. It was quite the delight. Oops, got sidetracked. Realizing he had digressed, the Joker pointed at the fallen king, who lay unconscious on the ground. Do you know who he is? He is the master of the dark mist and the ruler of the little demons. Wang Lei, who had been mocking the fallen king's drinking capacity, was suddenly jolted awake. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? He quickly hid away, internally lamenting his folly. Zhang Yao's gaze sharpened. I'll take him down right now. However, the Joker swiftly intervened. Now is not the time. He is immortal. Unless you destroy the fallen king's sword hidden beneath the sea, he cannot be killed. Attacking him now will only awaken him. It is better to take advantage of his drunken state to rescue Wuxin. The Joker solely wished to rescue Wuxin, not to see the fallen king perish, as his death could trigger unforeseen consequences. Zhang Yao nodded in understanding. The Joker handed him a gas mask and an oxygen tank, enabling him to search for Wuxin beneath the sea without restraint. Everyone wished to accompany him, but Zhang Yao refused. You all need to stay here and keep the fallen king company. I will ensure Wuxin's rescue. Wang Lei mused that he feared the fallen king would awaken and be the first to face his demise. He had resolved to keep the fallen king incapacitated, whether through drink or otherwise. Chapter 103. The final battle against Hecarim 1 hour before the dawn broke. Zhang Yao stood at the shore, gazing at the fragmented dark mist while feeling the cool sea breeze. He inhaled deeply and spoke to himself. I am coming to save you. Previously, it was Wuxin who had shattered the spatial barriers, disregarding rules to come to his aid. Now, both the Thunder Method and Demon Suppression Fist have been unleashed. This time, regardless of the perilous depths or fiery trials, Zhang Yao was determined to venture forth. He drew forth the Sagittarius Divine Bow, infused it with the Thunder Method, and unleashed a ferocious arrow that soared into the disintegrating dark mist. The sound of thunder echoed ominously across the sea, sending tremors through the waters. In an instant, the raging thunder obliterated a multitude of little demons. Zhang Yao stowed away the bow, donned the gas mask and oxygen tank, and plunged into the depths of the sea. At that moment, chaotic screams erupted from the surface. Enemy attack. An enemy has infiltrated. Panic ensued, with inquiries about the overwhelming force at play. As Zhang Yao felt the icy water drench him, he swiftly swam deeper, underestimating the sheer number of little demons lurking below. The ocean floor was teeming with them, baring their fangs and claws as they closed in on him. With a steely gaze, Zhang Yao summoned blue lightning in his palms, unleashing the terrifying Thunder Method. The surrounding little demons stood no chance. Before they could reach him, they were reduced to ashes. Yet, more emerged in droves, their sheer numbers growing increasingly vexing. Finding no other solution, he resolved to revert to the most primal method, searching for Wuxin. With a thunderous clash of fists, he declared, "Let me send you all to hell." Zhang Yao ripped off his gas mask and oxygen tank, glaring fiercely at the approaching little demons. He unleashed a barrage of punches, and with each strike, brilliant flames of red erupted, spreading across the water. The sheer volume of fiery punches resembled a peacock displaying its plumage, vivid and formidable. 8 gates of Duanjia, 6th gate, the peacock. The ocean floor trembled violently, as if stirred by an immense force. Soon, all the little demons perished in the searing flames. From the depths emerged a monstrous figure, a centaur clad in armor, radiating a green glow. Clutching a long sword, his crimson eyes burned with fury. He spun his blade and unleashed a green strike aimed directly at Zhang Yao. Unfazed, Zhang Yao tightened his fists and retaliated. In the moment of impact between flame and strike, both figures vanished. The ocean floor erupted with the sounds of battle. Each side fiercely locked in combat without a clear victor emerging. Approximately 5 minutes later, both stood atop the sea, glaring at one another. "You are impressive. You are the first opponent I have encountered who can fight me with such fervor," Hecarim remarked coldly. "However, I suspect you have invaded our lair under the cover of night to rescue that woman." Hecarim, gripping his sword, let out a chilling laugh. "Humans have their vulnerabilities, even one as strong as you." As he spoke, a woman bound by rusted chains surfaced from the depths, her body marred with wounds. Had the blood not been washed away by the sea, she would have been a ghastly sight indeed. Seeing Wuxin in such a pitiful state, Zhang Yao gritted his teeth and shouted, "How could you treat her this way?" Hecarim, still oblivious to the anger he had provoked, added fuel to the fire. "What is wrong? Feeling sorry for her? I must inform you that all of this is by the orders from above. Those who violate the rules are destined for such a fate." Hecarim let out a couple of clicks, stating that she was originally not deserving of death, but would be confined to this maritime domain for eternity. He paused momentarily, adding that your arrival has altered her fate. Hecarim positioned his long blade against Wu Xion's neck, proclaiming that anyone daring to rescue her would grant him the right to execute them first. Now, in your presence, he intended to erase her existence completely. With that, Hecarim raised his sword, poised to end her life. Zhang Yao, veins bulging in fury, shouted vehemently for him not to lay a hand on her. Hecarim laughed heartily, questioning whether he would heed Zhang Yao's words. As the blade descended swiftly, A violent gust of wind swept through, and in the next moment, Wu Xian's figure had vanished without a trace. Once Hekalirim regained his composure, he beheld Zhang Yao, who had already reached the island, his face etched with shock. Hekalirim was incredulous, for Zhang Yao now emanated a blue gas. His speed and explosive power significantly enhanced compared to before. How could your speed be so astonishing? Zhang Yao's eyes burned crimson as he pointed at Hekalirim, growling coldly that he had successfully provoked him. What awaited was an enraged beast. Merely a glance from Zhang Yao made Hekalirim feel as if he were being targeted by a ferocious predator. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a fierce wind roared behind him. Zhang fist. Ha! Boom! Zhang Yao unleashed a punch imbued with overwhelming force, sending Hekalirim hurtling away. This strike combined the might of the seventh gate of Ba Min Dun Jia with the full power of Thunder Law and the raging force of Zhang fist. Hekalirim was utterly unprepared for this blow. Hekalirim was launched over 20 meters, and before he could even fall, Zhang Yao appeared in an uncanny manner. No way. Why is your speed so incredible? He was utterly unable to keep up. It was merely a fleeting moment before Zhang Yao stood before him. Zhang Yao remarked nonchalantly, asking if he had heard of the shocking gate of Ba Min Dun Jia. Hekalirim exclaimed, recognizing it as the legendary ultimate technique of humanity. Zhang Yao smirked, indicating that this meant his death was not entirely unjust. He should proceed well on his journey. As Zhang Yao prepared to strike again, Hekalirim was left utterly speechless. No. Snowflakes dance, the north wind howls. No. Chiyo,